I invested all my savings into a company on the verge of bankruptcy, all for the illusory dream of supporting domestic products. My family and relatives all treated me as a joke, even threatening to send me a lawyer's letter and sever all ties. But they didn't know that I had a system from the future in my mind. As long as I bought this company, you can acquire a cutting-edge technology capable of changing the world. And now, I will use it to ignite an unprecedented commercial revolution in this market dominated by foreign brands. My name is Shen Yan, once the owner of a secondary OEM factory. In my previous life, I was driven to bankruptcy by trade wars with foreign companies and eventually died in depression. I've crossed over into this parallel world where domestic brands are being suppressed even more harshly. Fortunately, I'm bound to the rise of a great nation's system. Just by acquiring manhwa Daily Chemicals, the system will activate and gift me technology. In the conference room of manhwa Daily Chemicals, the shareholders were persuading CEO Shen Yan to cut his losses in time and give up on manhwa. Shen Yan, who had invested just half a month ago, had already lost millions. The CEO apologized, while the shareholders comforted him, urging him to abandon the domestic brand and instead become an agent for more profitable foreign brands. Shen Yan didn't take their advice. Bitter memories from his past life flooded his mind, how producing for Nike had ultimately left him blocked in technology and distribution channels. Faced with defaults and blockades, factories shutting down, and even workers driven to despair and death, he deeply realized the necessity of establishing his own brand, firmly grasping the lifeline in his own hands. How much would it cost if I were to buy manhwa? Shen Yan asked. After discussion, the boss and shareholders offered a price of 30 million and stated that if he could take over and retain the employees, he could settle for a smaller share of the stock. Shen Yan agreed to figure out a solution and, politely declining everyone's dissuasion, strode away. In the detached villa of Longwan Park, Shen Yan found his father Shen Xiaolin playing with a bird. Shen Xiaolin is the third son of the Shen family in Yinchang, who was recently expelled from the family and received a sum of money. He was extremely displeased with Shen Yan squandering startup funds on reckless activities and engaging in embarrassing actions like making employees collect cardboard boxes. They believed their family had already suffered enough scorn. Shen Yan took out his phone, indicating it was time to discuss serious matters, and handed it over for him to see the results of his investment in manhwa over the past half-month. Shen Xiaolin warily asked if he was planning to borrow money again to increase his investments, to which Shen Yan admitted with a laugh. Shen Xiaolin stated that he had already given him millions and a marital home, adding that the family assets would soon be depleted, urging him to steer clear of domestic products. Shen Yan insisted, "Dad, I want to buy manhwa. I've thought it through. We can sell the wedding apartment first. I must work with domestic brands. I must make them thrive." He firmly rejected suggestions to act as an agent or OEM, believing those options meant living at the mercy of foreigners while earning meager profits. He pointed out that from daily necessities to high-tech products, 90% of the market is dominated by foreign brands, forcing Chinese consumers to spend money while enduring condescension. He wanted to prove himself and also believed domestic brands had a market, with many people willing to support them. Shen Xiaolin frowned after listening, acknowledging that Shen Yan made a valid point, but doing domestic products was just too difficult. At this moment, Shen Yan's adopted sister, the girl Chen Galan whom Shen Xiaolin and his wife fostered, walked over. She is fair-skinned and beautiful, with keen business acumen, and still holds a position at Shen Corporation. Chen Jialan smiled and expressed her willingness to support Shen Yan's rare moment of seriousness, wanting to let him give it a try, and proposed to use her own savings and investments to buy the 30 million shares of manhwa. Shen Xiaolin sighed and finally decided to pay out of his own pocket to help his son hold on a little longer. Don't become the laughingstock at the mid-autumn family reunion dinner. However, Chen Jialan suggested that to prevent the Shen Group from restricting her account, the money should be used from hers first. Shen Yan's account soon received an additional 40 million. Returning to the company, after completing the stock purchase procedures, Shen Yan heard the system's reward notification in his mind. He opened the attribute panel, name, Shen Yan Company under ownership, manhwa Daily Chemicals, reward obtained. Anti-hair loss and hair growth technology, patented proactively for the host, eliminating your worries. Shen Yan was thrilled. The anti-hair loss and hair growth technology held immense commercial potential, with a vast population suffering from hair loss and a market scale reaching billions. A surge of formulas and specialized knowledge flooded his mind, particularly the unique extraction technique of Oriental arborvitae leaves, instantly transforming him into an expert in anti-hair loss and hair growth technology. He predicted that a week later, when a certain ultra-top influencer collapses, domestic brands would usher in a ray of hope. He had to acquire the company beforehand to secure the technology, improve the products, and strike hard amid the frenzied traffic. Shen Yan calmed his emotions, picked up the landline, and instructed his secretary to summon the heads of the product department, sales department, and workshop. He ordered the production of a batch of anti-hair loss and hair growth shampoo. He plans to have the first batch of customers document their usage effects throughout the week, and upon submitting the records, they will receive a 50% cashback. Using solid examples to amplify influence, preparing for the turnaround battle in a week. Although the workshop supervisor was skeptical about the anti-hair loss and hair regeneration technology, They stopped questioning after hearing he had already patented it. Shen Yan initially ordered 100,000 units, demanding production to be completed by tomorrow noon and sold out by noon the day after. He priced the product that cost 11 yuan at 18 yuan, and while offering cashback promotions in the early stages might result in losses, he aimed to use this strategy to gain a foothold in the market and drive down the prices of daily necessities, ultimately becoming a leading company in this field. Department heads guarantee the completion of tasks. Shen Yan pledges to issue back wages and provide generous bonuses. Shen Yan finished his financial matters and logged into Fenghwa's Doshou account. He plans to stage a scam against foreign brands to ride on their popularity, preparing to pick up fans when the big influencer collapses a week later. He logged into his account and headed straight for the Snow Beauty livestream, which consistently maintained an online audience of over 6,000 people. Chapter 3, Business Warfare is this straightforward. After entering the livestream, Shen Yan glanced at the viewer count in the top right corner. 7,159 people. Lucky day. His gaze swept over the comments section. Whoa, only 700 for one bottle at the event price? I'll just act upset later and have my boyfriend buy me a whole set. Nice saving my husband money again. And it's interest-free? Ha! Time to get the wife her first autumn skincare set. The moment Shen Yan entered the livestream, he saw countless people flooding the chat. Sekizai is a Japanese medicinal skincare brand positioned as mid-range internationally. Its products typically range from tens to hundreds of dollars per item, catering to a vast user base. In previous years, its annual sales alone had surpassed 2 billion yuan. His second uncle, who managed a subsidiary within the group, represented the Shiseido series and made a fortune. Recently, despite some impact from the sewage issue, many people still bought it. It must be said, some consumers are just cheapskates. Shen Yan watched for a moment, then rapidly flooded the comment section. Has the sewage treatment been fixed? Aren't you afraid this product will ruin your face? Has the sewage treatment been fixed? Aren't you afraid this product will ruin your face? He posted dozens of comments in succession, filling the entire comments section with his bullet screens. If it were an ordinary account, people wouldn't bother responding. Lately, many have been stirring the pot, but the beauty influencers had grown accustomed to it. But Shen Yan's account was named Fenghwa Daily Chemicals official flagship store. Now that was interesting. Because Shen Yan had repeatedly piggybacked on traffic from these types of live streams. His less than 200 followers were all gained through such tactics. Sisters, it's that shameless guy again. Wondered who it was, turns out it's Fenghwa. Ha, stick to your cheap brand. Shampoo that costs a few bucks a bottle? I wouldn't dare use it even if you gave it to me. He's addicted to writing trends, but his products suck. No amount of writing trends helps. Who uses the cheap junk nowadays? You get what you pay for. Just as Shen Yan stopped spamming the chat, the Sekizai livestream was flooded with snarky replies. Shen Yan grinned instantly and resumed his spam. We've launched a premium product, hair regrowth shampoo. 18 yuan per bottle. Guaranteed hair regrowth within a week. We've launched a premium product, hair regrowth shampoo. 18 yuan per bottle. Guaranteed hair regrowth within a week. Dozens more identical messages flooded the chat. The entire Sekizai livestream audience burst into laughter. You call 18 yuan premium? That's laughable. Ah, 18 yuan isn't even enough for me to buy a bubble tea. Poverty limits your imagination. Too funny. They can't even afford to pay their peak flower wages. They're just used to being broke. Everyone, cut them some slack. Stop messing around, sweetie. I'll buy a few bottles later. Oh, and your shampoo is like 8 or 9 yuan, right? I'll get it to wash my dog. Doesn't anyone care about the hair growing claim? Ha! Hair growth for 18 yuan? You think I'd buy that? Shen Yan immediately typed, Chinese people don't scam other Chinese people. Give it a rest. I've never seen a domestic brand that actually works. Can't be bothered with you. Blocking you. Why block him? Keep him around for laughs. I'm following him to see what other shenanigans he pulls. Hilarious. The streamer looks stunned, probably never encountered such a shameless manufacturer. Shen Yan immediately flooded the chat again. Fenghwa changed owners. The new boss is from the Shen Group, and he's the uncle of the Shiseido distributor. The screen flooded with self-disclosures, instantly making many young women's eyes widen. The Shen Group had always handled international brand distribution. How did this junk get out? What even is Fenghwa? A low-end domestic brand no one's ever heard of. Don't even mention buying it, just mentioning it devalues you. Who sells shampoo for a few yuan a bottle? Distributing this product is pure career suicide. The host fell silent, immediately stepping aside to make a call. President's office, Yuchuan department store. Shen Yan nearly raised her eyebrows at the call's content. After the conversation, she dialed a number. Investigate the owner of Fenghwa Daily Chemicals. 2 minutes later. The call came back. Shen Yan? You say Fenghwa Daily Chemicals owner is named Shen Yan? Shen Yan's expression turned icy. Yes, President Shen. Just this morning, Manhwa Daily Chemicals was acquired by Shen Yan. And I also found that the official Manhwa account on Douyin was operated by Shen Yan. Meaning, he deliberately set this up. Shen Lian's mouth twitched. Mr. Shen. Enough. This doesn't concern you. Shen Lian tucked away her phone, descended the stairs, and drove toward the group headquarters. 20 minutes later, Shen Lian arrived at the president's office of the group company. Behind the scenes, the Shen group was controlled by the patriarch, but publicly, the head was Shen Lian's eldest uncle, Shen Xiaoming. At that moment, two people were already seated in Shen Xiaoming's office. They were Shen Lian's father, Shen Xiaoqing, and her third aunt, Shen Xiaoyun. Lian, you invited several elders here. Is this about something important? Shen Xiaoming's expression remained neutral, though a hint of displeasure was detectable in his voice. Shen Xiaoyun also raised an eyebrow, running a finger over her newly purchased Hermes bag. Auntie is quite busy. I have a card game tonight. Shen Xiaoqing, Shen Lian's father, added, Lian, couldn't you have handled this over the phone? Why did it have to involve the elders? Shen Lian replied, I wish I could have, but I had no choice. If outsiders were causing trouble, I have ways to deal with them. But when family members are involved, I must consult the elders first. Family members causing trouble? The Shen family elders exchanged glances. They were all sharp individuals. It was painfully obvious who was absent today. Given that, Lian must be referring to Shen Qiaolin's family. Shen Yan acquired the domestic cosmetics brand Manhwa today. It's one thing that they're hopeless cases, but we've been generous enough, paying them a hefty sum. But what did they do? They bought Manhwa and came to my livestream to piggyback on my traffic. First they brought up the wastewater issue, then promoted their own products, and then exposed their connection to us. Now everyone's spreading rumors that we're going low end. Shen Lian said indignantly. Fourth brother bought Manhwa? And then spread rumors online? Shen Xiaoqing frowned at his daughter. See? I told you we gave them too much money. The old man insisted we couldn't lose face, Shen Xiaoyun said. This has serious implications. Are you certain it's your fourth uncle's family? Shen Xiaoming asked sternly. I've confirmed it. It's definitely them, Shen Lian replied. That family can't do anything right, yet they're never satisfied. They're never satisfied, even after all that money. They can't possibly think their shares are worth more now. Without our management, their measly shares will be worthless before long. Look at what they've done buying shares in Guagua Company under these circumstances. I've investigated. Manhwa is practically bankrupt. Those domestic brands are simply no good. Alright, I understand. Call Jialan over. You all may disperse. Shen Xiaoming turned his back to the group and took a deep breath. He was acutely aware of the impact Shen Yan's revelations would have on the Shen Group. The Shen Group had endured immense hardship to reach its current scale of hundreds of billions. It had firmly established itself in the global mid-range and even light luxury cosmetics and daily goods markets. Currently, they were advancing toward the luxury segment, striving to transform the Shen Group into a high-end daily chemical products distributor within the next 5 years. This was the core strategy of the Shen Group, one that could not be shaken by anyone. Chen Jialan quickly arrived at Shen Qiaoming's office. Jialan, do you know about Shen Qiaolin and his son buying Manhwa? Shen Qiaoming asked. I know, Chen Jialan replied without concealment. Shen Qiaoming's brow furrowed slightly. Hesitating, he gestured with his hand and said, Fine. Regardless of their reasons or justifications, I order them to immediately cease spreading rumors about our Shen Group. Otherwise, I will have our legal department send them a formal warning letter. Chen Jialan paused briefly before replying, Li Yan just texted me. But Shen Yan said it was fine. He's family, right? He wasn't spreading rumors. He even politely mentioned that Sekizii is distributed by his second uncle's company. What's wrong with that? Shen Qiaoming's breath caught. His expression hardened as he said, they've already split from the Shen family. In short, make them stop this attention-seeking behavior. That's difficult for me to handle. You know I was raised by their family. Publicly, I must be reasonable, but within the family, I must side with kin over principle, Chen Jialan replied with a faint smile. Shen Qiaoming's gaze instantly sharpened. I have matters to attend to. With that, Chen Jialan turned and left. On her way, she sent the news to Shen Yan. Shen Yan nearly laughed his teeth out. A cease and desist letter? Please send it fast. Family members, who gets it? Shen Group's family feud, brothers at odds, escalating to legal battle. Shocking. Shen Group discriminates against domestic brands, even banning relatives from mentioning them, fearful of lowering their status. Shen Yan's mind instantly filled with sensationalist headlines. Today's luck is truly incredible. Chapter 4, Shen Yan, you're being downright disgraceful. Just as he was scheming how to better ride the wave of attention, Chen Jialan's call came through. Chen Jialan, you really want the Shen family to send a lawyer's letter, huh? Shen Yan, they need to sue me for the buzz. Otherwise, who'd even know Manhwa? Chen Jialan, should we discuss this with mom and dad? Publicly, the Shen family's been decent to us, they've given us substantial funds. Shen Yan, worried I'll sever ties with them? Chen Jialan, well, I'm worried about you.
The Shins aren't just any family.
With such massive stakes involved, I fear you might be in danger.
Shen Yan, business families prioritize profit.
If I have the tech they want, I could piss on them and still be their honored guest. Chen Jialan fell silent for a moment. Alright then, I'll help fan the flames.
Shen Yan? Sister Jialan, you never do bad things. Shen Jialan chuckled. To me, you're the righteous one. Helping you is upholding justice. Less than 5 minutes after hanging up, the cease and desist letter arrived. Shen Yan was filled with questions, unsure what Shen Jialan had actually done.
But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. He needed to focus on dealing with the letter.
The letter's content was formulaic, filled with warnings.
Essentially, Manhwa Daily Chemicals had publicly disparaged the Sekizii product line represented by Yuchuan department store. They had also attempted to exploit family connections to mislead the public, suggesting that cheap goods like Fenghwa's were somehow affiliated with the Shin Group. Yuchuan Department Store, a subsidiary of the Shin Group, issued a formal statement. While Shen Yan of Manhwa Daily Chemicals is indeed related to the Shin family, there is absolutely no business connection between the Shin Group and Manhwa Daily Chemicals. Shen Yan must publicly apologize to the Shin Group and its subsidiary, Yuchuan Department Store, for his actions. Furthermore, should Shen Yan repeat such conduct, the Shin Group will pursue legal action. The moment the lawyer's letter was issued, the company's legal department called, and even his parents phoned.
Shen Yan didn't answer any of them. He read it with a broad grin.
With a casual motion, he picked up his laptop and swiftly typed out an apology statement. After finishing, he didn't publish it immediately but waited for the public outcry to build. Let the bullets fly for a while. Saving the document, Shen Yan first answered his parents' call.
It was a video call. Shen Yan, what the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Who gave you the nerve to defy the family?
The moment the call connected, Shen Shaolin's furious roar blasted through the line.
Oh dear, son, what are you doing?
You do your thing, the Shin family does theirs.
We've got enough to eat and wear.
Why are you picking a fight with the Shin family?
Be good, let's not fight anymore.
Your safety comes first. You know your uncle and those guys aren't exactly saints.
Hey, cut it out.
I'm right here, Shen Shaolin rolled his eyes.
That's exactly what it is,
muttered Shen Yan's mother, Chen Meiji. Shen Yan said, Dad, Mom, stop arguing and don't get angry. I haven't broken ties with the Shin family.
This is just a normal business transaction. The moment this topic came up, Shen Shaolin's temper flared instantly. Business transaction?
You're running the official flagship store account to disrupt someone else's livestream.
That's blatantly writing on their traffic. It's despicable behavior. And it's so low level.
No one plays business wars like you.
You're not dignified at all. No business without trickery, no trickery without business. What dignity do merchants have? Shen Yan replied. You know that browser game called Legend, right? Of course I know it. Shameless bastards, they got all those big-name celebrities to do ads for them.
There were no prior agreements at all.
Once the celebrities found out, they just offered to pay. What else is that but shamelessly clinging on? Shen Shaolin sneered. Shen Yan chuckled. Did their ads actually go live? Shen Shaolin froze. Truth be told, that thing had become a household name. Oomph.
You can't do such shameless things.
Shen Shaolin, unable to think of anything else to say, stubbornly insisted.
Then we won't be returning to the Shin family for Mid-Autumn Festival, Shen Yan stated.
Why? Shen Shaolin immediately objected. How could he skip the reunion dinner? Not going would mean he'd been kicked out. If we go back, we need money. In the Shin family, respect comes from earning it. Is the Shin family's rise to power clean? Shen Yan asked. Shen Shaolin's mouth twitched. Forget the past. Just look at now. Shuagwa's pollution has plunged the world into a safety crisis. The Shen family is still complicitly peddling that country's cosmetics line. Plenty of people criticize it, but what's the result? How much has sales dropped?
They're still raking in the profits hand over fist.
Shen Yan reasoned patiently. Just talking about it makes me furious. Shen Shaolin snorted again.
How could second brother be so shameless, still selling that country's products? Well, they were shameless first. I'm not at fault, Shen Yan countered.
You? Shen Shaolin was instantly speechless. Dad, you don't understand Manhwa.
Manhwa is affordable, but affordable doesn't mean low end. Many people in our country wake up every day worrying about expenses. Our Manhwa is dedicated to making ordinary people's lives better. When I ride the trend, I'm doing it for millions of fellow citizens who struggle to make ends meet.
Shen Yan said solemnly. You're.
Shen Shaolin started, but the words died in his throat. As a professor, he understood this reality all too well. Take the students at his university, for instance. Some asked before freshman orientation if parking was convenient. Others inquired before the semester started about the latest deadline for tuition payments.
Shaolin, the boy's absolutely right. He's showing true entrepreneurial spirit. He hasn't even succeeded yet, and he's already trying to shoulder social responsibility.
We should support him, Chen Meiji said. But this time he's fallen out with his family.
Who knows how they'll deal with him? Shen Chaolin frowned. Seeing his parents swayed by his words, Shen Yan immediately said,
Our Fenghua RD team has developed a new anti-hair loss and hair growth product.
I'm confident it will sell like hotcakes.
With a product like this, if the Shen family isn't foolish, they certainly won't want to cross me.
What? Anti-hair loss? You're planning to sell counterfeit goods to deceive people? Shen Chaolin immediately rebuked. What nonsense! I've already registered the patent, Shen Yan said.
It's a legitimate anti-hair loss and hair growth product.
Why else would I be writing this trend?
Trend writing is for sales, and the foundation of sales is product quality.
Truly prevents hair loss? Shen Chaolin asked skeptically. Chen Meiji interjected, Our son says so. Even if it doesn't actually regrow hair, it must have some effect. Besides, it's patented. You have to trust the authorities.
Shen Chaolin nodded, half convinced.
Alright, I've got work to do.
After chatting with his parents for a bit, Shen Yan waited for them to hang up. He summoned the finance manager.
He was buying trending topics.
Not for himself. For the Shen family. This shameless attention seeker. He deserved to be flogged mercilessly at the top of the trending list.
Chapter 5, Shen Yan, that despicable scoundrel. No time to waste.
The finance team was stunned. The company's marketing and sales departments, all senior management, everyone was dumbfounded.
Companies buying trending topics for marketing was standard business practice.
But Shen Yan wanted to buy negative trending topics to smear his own company.
He must be completely out of his mind. The company was already on the brink of collapse. After Shen Yan took over, they managed to scrape by for a while. But with Shen Yan's move, they feared they might not even get paid this month. Do you even know how to run a business?
So, they all cried out in unison.
Mr. Shen, you can't do this. Mr. Shen, please reconsider. Mr. Shen, don't lose your mind. Shen Yan offered no explanation. He now held absolute controlling stake in the company.
He could humbly accept others' opinions, but he would never change his course.
Within half an hour,
the top 3 trending topics on Weibo had all shifted. The original headlines about celebrity divorces, a certain Wang surname star releasing a new song, and a female star watching the Crazy Horse Show were all replaced by Fenghua-related titles. Fenghua impersonates Sekizai issues legal warning to Fenghua. Fenghua CEO attempts to cultivate ties with Sekizai agent, rejected and issued legal notice. Fenghua launches anti-hair loss shampoo priced at 18 yuan, mocked as low-end by netizens.
The company is finished. Fenghua's entire executive team turned ashen. Those 3 trending topics cost nearly 500,000 yuan. For a company, this sum wasn't astronomical. But what the hell were those sensationalist headlines? Forget 3 trending topics, even one such headline would overwhelm Fenghua Cosmetics with traffic.
They could already envision the online backlash Fenghua would face.
Boss, you just spent 30 million acquiring Fenghua. Are you prepared to let that investment go down the drain?
Boss. Shen Yan waved his hand, cutting off their chatter.
Currently, he alone possessed 100% confidence in the new product's quality.
Therefore, he firmly believed that with sufficient traffic, he could turn this unfavorable situation around.
Explanations?
Useless. No amount of words could match the market's eventual reaction. Let the bullets fly for a while. With just these words, Shen Yan returned to his office. Chen Jialan advised him to go into hiding after the trending topic hit. Once it went viral, even if his parents were restrained by Chen Jialan and didn't come looking for trouble, the Shen family would surely come knocking. His only option now was to stay out of sight, allowing the incident to keep fermenting. But he had no intention of hiding. He would commute normally, letting the Shen family come looking for him. Only escalating conflict would draw more attention to Fenghua. He opened Weibo and Douyin. Sure enough, after spending money, Fenghua's popularity surged. He casually searched for Fenghua and noticed a significant increase in related videos. A group of influencers had already lined up to feed off Fenghua's traffic. But it wasn't intense enough, all just superficial. Most content revolved around Fenghua's CEO writing the trend only to get hit with a cease and desist letter. Many treated it as mere entertainment, laughing it off.
Moreover, the Shen family remained completely silent. He seemed to have underestimated them.
Half a day passed, and by evening, still no move from the Shens.
Could it be the Shens haven't noticed the online buzz? Shen Yan called Chen Jialan.
The Shen family noticed the trending topic the moment it changed. They just instructed us to ignore you and play it cool, Chen Jialan replied with a laugh.
A bunch of old foxes, Shen Yan shook his head.
After hanging up, he didn't take immediate action. The situation needed time to ferment. Netizens were merely spectators, and with no response from the Shen family today, he had a contingency plan. He would keep pushing the trending topic tomorrow. The lawyer's letter was merely the first step, surface-level formalities. Next came articles digging up the Shen family's private affairs. Gossip was the ultimate weapon for stirring netizens' emotions.
This was just the warm-up. Glancing at the time, it was quitting hour. Shen Yan walked straight out.
The company employees watched his retreating figure, exchanging puzzled glances.
What about those new resumes you submitted today? Jobs are hard to come by. Sigh, guess we'll keep applying tomorrow. Ha? You guys already started sending out resumes? What else can we do? The boss has gone off the rails. Didn't you see the Douyin videos today? Look at how our company's been dragged through the mud. I saw them. No clue what the boss is thinking. Rumor has it he personally ordered the negative trending topics. Heard that too. No wonder the Shen family spun off their branch. With this kind of management, they'd burn through any fortune. Not going home? If not, should we all stay for overtime? As the chatter grew, marketing manager Mu Xiaoxiao spoke up. Hearts skipped a beat and the crowd scattered instantly. The RD manager watched their frantic retreat with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Xiaoxiao, have headhunters contacted you yet? The RD manager asked. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded. But I don't plan on leaving. Me neither. At the very least, I'll stay until the company can't operate anymore. I still have feelings for this place, the RD manager said. Let's wait a bit longer. At this rate, the company will collapse in about half a month at most, Mu Xiaoxiao said. Time to clock out, the RD manager sighed. The next morning, the top trending topic was pushed down again, replaced by content from Fenghua. The second and third affairs of the Shen family in Yincheng, why the CEO of Fenghua Daily Chemicals and his family were expelled from the Shen clan. Whoosh! The moment this headline appeared, the onlookers flooded in like a torrent. Yesterday's trending topic merely stated a well-known fact, so people just gathered to watch. Seeing neither side had come to blows, they dispersed. Today's story, however, gave people the thrill of peering into someone else's private affairs. Moreover, the situation was escalating rapidly. With both sides seemingly headed for a showdown, the crowd was eagerly anticipating the drama. In just half a day, this trending topic surged into the top 20 on Douyin. Fenghua was showing signs of breaking into the mainstream. Damn, these big families are just like on TV, full of backstabbing and intrigue. Poor Fenghua Daily Chemicals owner. Just because he refused to represent foreign brands and wanted to promote domestic goods, he was labeled commercially incompetent and kicked out? Domestic goods have no commercial potential? What bull? Why should foreign products be inherently more marketable? This article must be Fenghua's CEO playing the victim. He himself said he got 1 billion yuan, isn't that enough? The Shen family's assets are in the tens of billions. Giving just 100 million? That's like giving a beggar pocket change. Wow, Uncle Air is truly a role model for us all. He went to that country to do business and even won over a local woman. Truly traveling thousands of miles to spread our nation's glory. Haha, an old horse still dreams of galloping 1,000 miles. I'm so jealous of their wealthy lifestyle. Not enough details. I'm not done reading yet. But it says more updates tomorrow? Ah, I love a good, drawn-out scandal. I want to tip the author, can't they just release it all at once? Online, rumors about the Shen family instantly went viral. Shen Group headquarters. Today, Shen Group was in an uproar. Chen Jialan was summoned to the conference room for an emergency executive meeting. Every Shen family member present wore grim, dark expressions. Chen Jialan, look at the mess Shen Yan has created. That despicable scoundrel. Shen Yan, upon seeing Chen Jialan, angrily flung a tablet toward her. Chapter 6, The Shen Family's Open Strategy. The tablet landed with a sharp thud on the desk in front of Chen Jialan. Chen Jialan maintained her calm smile as she reached out and picked up the tablet. An article immediately caught her eye. Its headline read, The Rise and Fall of the Shen Family in Yincheng, why the CEO of Fenghua Daily Chemicals and his family were expelled from the Shen clan. The Shen family currently ranks among Yincheng's top diversified fashion conglomerates, and even nationally, they command a modest reputation. Due to space constraints, we'll briefly touch on the Shen family's rise and some amusing anecdotes about the second son. If readers show interest, the author will continue updating. Now, this second son, Shen Xiaoqing, is no ordinary figure. Just take his solo mission to the dwarf nation. Not only did he secure the regional agency for snowskin essence, but he also won over a dwarf nation lady. That's not something just anyone could pull off. Though the article began by mentioning limited space, it went on to write 2,000 or 3,000 words. The writing was decent, and the story was told so vividly it felt like being there. Chen Jialan couldn't help but chuckle after reading it. You're laughing. This is Shen Yan's doing. Just tell me what to do. Shen Yan roared. Chen Jialan smiled faintly. Evidence. You. What evidence do you need? If it wasn't him, who else would know these details so well? Shen Yan gritted her teeth. So you're saying this is real? Chen Jialan narrowed her eyes. Shen Yan's breath caught. Chen Jialan, are you in cahoots with him too? Instead of wailing here, you'd be better off figuring out how to handle this public relations disaster, Chen Jialan said. Shen Yan snorted coldly. Fine, go ahead and shield them. This isn't over. I'll make Shen Yan pay for this. Enough. Shen Yan's father, Shen Xiaoqing, the man at the center of this, slammed his hand on the table. I didn't call you here to argue, but to resolve this. Shen Xiaoqing's gaze fixed on Chen Jialan.
Jialan, regardless of whether Shen Yan did this or not, take this message back.
Uncle, please speak, Chen Jialan replied. Regardless, Shen Yan is still my nephew. Business matters shouldn't damage family harmony. This is how it will be. Since Manhwa Daily Chemicals has reached such a difficult point, I'll make a commitment. I'll help find a social media marketing company to give them a boost. Shin Xiaoqing stated.
Dad.
Shen Lian frowned.
Shin Xiaoqing waved his hand dismissively.
Adults are speaking. Children should not interrupt.
Dad. Shin Xiaoqing ignored her, turning instead to his eldest brother, Shin Xiaoming.
Shin Xiaoming's eyes flickered. I support your decision too. We're all family, after all.
And with the current public opinion stacked against you, now is not the time to confront them head-on. Chen Jialan maintained her calm smile.
No problem.
Before long, noon arrived. Chen Jialan had arranged to meet Shen Yan for lunch.
With the company short-staffed, Shen Yan was helping with packing orders.
Their lunch was simple. They found a small eatery and ordered 2 stir-fried dishes. Chen Jialan wore a custom-tailored blazer worth over 100,000 yuan, yet she showed no hint of disdain. She set the bowls and chopsticks before Shen Yan.
You keep saying you're not panicking. Are you really not? Shen Yan smiled. What's there to panic about? Earlier that morning, Chen Jialan had called to reveal her family elder's open scheme. They were secretly hiring promoters to push his shampoo. On the surface, it seemed like help, but their real goal was to rush the product into every household. If the product failed or didn't live up to the hype, Shen Yan would be doomed. They're not just pushing your product to boost sales, they're marketing it too. The core pitch is preventing hair loss and promoting regrowth. If it doesn't actually regrow hair, you're in big trouble.
Chen Jialan avoided unlucky words. Her true thought was that Shen Yan was being set up for failure by his elders. That was why she'd rushed out for lunch in the middle of the day. Shen Yan had arranged to meet for dinner, but she couldn't wait. My product genuinely prevents hair loss and promotes growth, Shen Yan insisted. There's no false advertising. I was worried about sales, but this stunt actually helped me a lot. Family is family. When you're in trouble, you turn to them. As he spoke, Shen Yan actually laughed out loud. It really prevents hair loss and promotes growth? Chen Jialan began serving Shen Yan's meal.
Absolutely, Shen Yan confirmed. Then give me a bottle, Chen Jialan said.
Sure, I'll have someone deliver a few bottles to your place later, Shen Yan replied. Chen Jialan's pretty face was filled with skepticism. It really prevents hair loss and promotes growth? You don't seem too worried about us losing our hair.
It really does, Shen Yan said earnestly. Alright then, go ahead and focus on your work.
I'll handle things at home, Chen Jialan said. Shen Yan grinned as he took the food and dug in.
I need to eat quickly, got more work to do later.
Oh, and judging by this traffic, your new product will sell out soon.
Will you keep updating that Shen Family Chronicles? Chen Jialan asked.
Of course. The factory's struggling, so I'm promoting for them while they promote for me. I originally planned to sell 100,000 units, but now it looks like we can produce another 50,000 to 100,000.
Shen Yan replied.
Chen Jialan chuckled softly and shook her head. That fleeting charm drew the attention of every man in the small eatery.
Have some meat.
Chen Jialan served Shen Yan some beef while she herself ate in small bites. After lunch, Chen Jialan was called back by Shen Qiaolin, while Shen Yan stayed busy at the company. His uncle's influence proved formidable. The promoters they hired generated massive traffic. His new product sold like hotcakes. Not only that, but numerous videos on Douyin were hyping it up. The shining light of domestic shampoo, the pioneer in preventing hair loss and promoting regrowth. Manhwa, the home that saves bald heads. 18 yuan solves your hair loss worries. Manhwa shampoo's new technology leads the world.
A group of Douyin influencers, seemingly out of nowhere, began unanimously elevating Manhwa to the heavens. Everyone at Manhwa company felt uneasy. This thing is truly terrifying. They're hyping it way too high. Everyone senses how painful the fall will be when it inevitably crashes. Suddenly, even more people started submitting resumes. The company has offended the Shen family, it's doomed. Shen Yan, however, was all smiles. Employees, even executives, greeted Shen Yan with smiles to his face, only to sigh in private behind closed doors. The entire company was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Finally, on the 5th day, online comments and photos began to shift the employees' mindset. Chapter 7, Shen Yan, get out here and take your beating. Shen Yan was busy writing about the Shen family's past escapades. Over the past 2 days, he'd already finished detailing his second uncle's romantic escapades. He knew his limits, however, and hadn't gone too far, sparing the Shen family some dignity. His stories focused on common flaws among the wealthy. He understood that this level of exposure wouldn't satisfy everyone's thirst for scandal and wouldn't have much of a shocking effect. So, in the latter part, he began exposing his aunt's business tactics. Due to space constraints yesterday, he only covered one classic case she handled. When negotiating an agency deal, her aunt faced fierce competition from a boss in eastern Guangdong who stood toe-to-toe with her. She deployed her signature, unassuming business tactic, pouring boiling water over the rival company's money tree until it died.
Unexpectedly, this story shot straight to the top of the trending charts. His livestream follower count skyrocketed, surging to 60,000 in just a few days.
Shen Yan never anticipated such an impact.
Naturally, his aunt called to scold him 4 times. Each time, Shen Yan replied he was taking a, disgusting her into hanging up. Simultaneously, he earned the family nickname Doll. Clackety-clack. Shen Yan's fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving trails of blurred images. He typed rapidly. After all, he'd already planned today's content.
Boss, quick, check Douyin. Mid-typing, a plump female employee called out from the doorway.
Shen Yan's brow furrowed slightly.
The employee gave an awkward smile. Sorry, boss.
I got too excited and forgot to knock.
Shen Yan paused and asked, what about Douyin? Our product's gone viral. The employee exclaimed.
There are tons of screenshots and the word of mouth, it's exploded.
Our shampoo really grows hair. Boss, we're trending.
The employee was so excited she was barely making sense.
Shen Yan froze, then frowned.
Based on the product's usage timeline, it was indeed time for some hair growth. But something about these photos felt off.
Shen Yan immediately suspected the Shen family was behind this.
They were using the same tactic as before, flattery to destroy. A similar incident had happened on a group buying platform earlier. Someone ordered beef from a shop, only to receive slices thinner than paper, barely 2 or 3 pieces.
The owner was quite arrogant about it.
So the customer bought half a pound of beef themselves, then left a glowing review praising the seller for being so generous with the portions. This upset other customers. Within days, the owner was wailing like a baby.
Find the relevant videos for me, Shen Yan instructed. The female staff member immediately retrieved the footage. Shen Yan reviewed it.
He also clicked through the trending list mentioned by the staff member, where he saw several people sharing photos.
The photos looked perfectly normal.
The people in them hadn't grown much hair, only fine hairs were sprouting from their follicles. Some hadn't even sprouted yet, but you could see dark hair about to break through. The comments section was filled with people agreeing. It seemed manhwa's 9 Vessels anti-hair loss shampoo had truly gone viral.
So viral that everyone knew about it.
But Shen Yan quickly spotted a problem.
How long have these photos been up? Shen Yan asked.
They appeared this morning, about 4 or 5 hours ago, the female employee replied after a moment's thought.
4 or 5 hours?
Shen Yan raised his eyebrows, understanding the situation. Go get the marketing manager for me, Shen Yan instructed.
The female employee nodded quickly. Boss, would you like some bubble tea?
My sales performance was great this time, and everyone's asking me to treat. Almost forgot the main reason I came.
I'm here to ask if you'd like some bubble tea. Shen Yan smiled. No, thanks.
Oh.
The staff member looked a bit disappointed but didn't say anything more.
Soon, Mu Xiaoxiao, the head of the marketing department, clicked into the office on high heels. She was stylish and gorgeous. Her slightly wavy short hair framed a tailored gray blazer with bright vertical stripes, worn over bare legs and sleek stilettos. But Shen Yan had no mind to admire such a sight at the moment. Organize the market data, especially the sales distribution charts. Also, check if those online purchase posts are from genuine customers or just random people, Shen Yan instructed. A hint of surprise flashed in Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes. Boss, are you suspecting?
Better safe than sorry, Shen Yan chuckled. Mu Xiaoxiao's beautiful lips twitched. Cautious? Cautious about you provoking the Shen family?
Admittedly, provoking the Shen family had generated massive traffic, but this was playing with fire.
It could easily burn her to ashes too. Any other questions? Shen Yan inquired. Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Stepping out of Shen Yan's office,
Mu Xiaoxiao immediately summoned her most capable staff. Within half an hour, she obtained the sales distribution data for new 9 vases.
The data showed no issues with sales, all were organic, with no obvious signs of artificial manipulation. The problem lay in the photo sharing activity. Many of the IP addresses associated with these posts were linked to a single online troll company. Mu Xiaoxiao's face instantly drained of color.
The elite members of the marketing department also turned pale.
They understood exactly what this meant. They had been set up. And they had been so happy about it.
Currently, no shampoo on the market could genuinely prevent hair loss or promote hair growth. Hair loss may seem trivial, yet it remains an intractable challenge.
It involves complex issues like human endocrine systems. Even experts with decades in the field struggle to fully comprehend it. How could their new 9 vessels possibly defy the laws of science and surpass current technology? Today's fake reviews had fooled them. Now it was clear their initial suspicions were correct. New 9 vessels simply couldn't turn the tables.
And there was an even more serious problem. The Shen family was targeting Shen Yan, and manhwa was about to collapse. Mu Xiaoxiao clutched her laptop, her high heels clicking as she hurried toward Shen Yan's office. Meanwhile, across Douyin's comments sections, a different voice about new 9 vessels emerged.
Grow my hair? My ass.
I bought a bottle, used it for 2 days, and lost a ton of hair.
Worst part?
My video got banned for no reason.
Damn. manhwa is so powerful. How much did they spend? Negative comments can't even get posted. Domestic brands? Seriously, they're just not appealing.
I'm heart and soul with domestic brands, but they're playing mind games with me.
Ha! Now I can speak up. Holy crap, my hair's practically gone. Look at my work, I've got bald spots.
This is from washing with Fenghwa's new 9 vases. I tried posting my work the day before yesterday, but it wouldn't go through.
Fenghwa's marketing is insane right now. How can it be this popular? No way. We have to expose its true colors. Seriously? This shampoo is terrifying. That company is terrifying.
At Fenghwa Daily Chemicals' official flagship store, Shen Yan, come out and take your beating.
That CEO clearly isn't a good person, always riding the wave of online buzz. Everyone, go to Fenghwa Daily Chemicals' work comments section and rant. Heartless bastards, we must shut them down. At Shen Yan, come out. Chapter 8, Mr. Jechi, prepare to face your doom.
In the comments sections beneath thousands of videos, Shen Yan had become the new pariah of the internet. The terrifying wave of attention quickly gathered momentum, propelling Shen Yan into the eye of the storm.
Within mere minutes, Shen Yan's name appeared on the trending topics list.
Within 2 hours, Shen Yan would likely trend nationwide, his disgrace exposed before the entire country. Mu Xiaoxiao halted at Shen Yan's office door. Her expression darkened. Beside her, another female employee silently tucked away her phone. Her face was equally grim, drained of all color.
Manager Mu, what should we do? We're truly finished. Why did he have to ruin us like this? Fenghwa has come this far. While we haven't achieved hair regrowth, we've at least made a contribution to preventing hair loss. And with our low prices, city folks might look down on us. But for villagers, migrant workers, and students, we genuinely offered them real value. The employee was on the verge of tears. Don't you resent Shen Yan?
He's the one who caused all this trouble, Mu Xiaoxiao asked.
The female employee shook her head. If Mr. Shen hadn't taken over, the company would have already collapsed.
He might cause Fenghwa to fail again, but he's not a bad person.
Mu Xiaoxiao remained silent. Manager Mu, you're a veteran of this company.
You and the other veterans should teach Mr. Shen the ropes of running a business. He's young, and he's a good person.
Help him out. Help us employees too.
Times are tough now, and I'm scared of losing this job.
The employee gritted her teeth.
Mu Xiaoxiao nodded softly, glancing at the office door. It was open, and voices drifted out from inside. The voice sounded familiar. This lipstick shade is nearly impossible to get even if you have the money.
I may not be a sensation, but I'm accountable to my fans.
Girls, buy it.
Link up. Li Jiaqi? The female employee gasped aloud.
Realizing her voice was too loud, she quickly covered her mouth.
Mu Xiaoxiao frowned. Had Shen Yan lost his mind? Was he seriously inviting Li Jiaqi to stream? What a joke!
Li Jiaqi was a top-tier, one-of-a-kind influencer. Forget whether Fenghwa was even on his level. Even if it were, the platform fees alone were beyond Fenghwa's budget.
Come in.
Shen Yan's voice echoed from inside the room. Mu Xiaoxiao glanced at the female staff member, who shook her head, indicating she wouldn't be going in.
Mu Xiaoxiao strode into the office instead.
Boss, Mu Xiaoxiao greeted him.
Sit.
Shen Yan turned off the sound and looked up at Mu Xiaoxiao.
Got the data ready? Shen Yan asked with a smile. It's done, but...
Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips, unsure how to broach the subject. But there's no need to look at the data. I already know those photo posts are paid promotions. Shen Yan picked up her thread and continued. Mu Xiaoxiao froze, her eyes wide with astonishment.
I use Douyin too. Shen Yan glanced at his phone. Then do you have a countermeasure? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. Shen Yan shook his head.
He did have one, but since the incident hadn't happened yet, it was pointless to discuss it. Based on certain details, the incident would occur the day after tomorrow. Everything was ready except for the final push. But his attitude left Mu Xiaoxiao speechless. Her lips curled into a bitter smile. Boss, if this keeps up, we'll go under. These past few days, you've had everyone working overtime to produce the new 9 vases. Almost all the company's funds are tied up in this.
Mu Xiaoxiao sighed. Shen Yan nodded. Wait a bit longer. By the way, did you see the news about the mother who jumped off a bridge with her child? Ha! Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't immediately follow Shen Yan's train of thought. But this story was currently trending #1 on Douyin.
As a woman herself, Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't clicked through, yet she could sense the mother's despair.
I've been thinking businesses in this society aren't kind enough to mothers raising children.
I want to set up a small playground, a nursing room, and other support areas in the company to accommodate our female employees. Our company will definitely expand in the future, and we need to fulfill our social responsibilities. You're the marketing manager, a woman, and a veteran of the company. You're definitely skilled at handling details.
You finalize the specifics.
Shen Yan said. Originally, this matter was going to be discussed at the meeting. But now, as you can see, my reputation isn't great, so it's better to avoid everyone chiming in and arguing. You take care of it.
But...
Mu Xiaoxiao wanted to say she was resigning, but the words wouldn't come out. But, our company is about to go under, she gritted out.
It won't go under, Shen Yan declared. True gold fears no fire. Mu Xiaoxiao felt numb.
She genuinely had no idea where Shen Yan got his confidence. Oh, and we can hire people with disabilities too, as long as it doesn't affect their work.
A big company should have that kind of responsibility, Shen Yan added. Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Crazy. Absolutely crazy.
This boss had truly lost his mind.
Sir, are you really aware of your current reputation?
Mu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment before offering a well-meaning reminder.
I know. I'm a pariah.
The Shen family first hired trolls to praise me, then hired more trolls to accuse me of silencing dissent.
With both approaches, the entire internet will soon collectively despise Fenghua. Shen Yan said indifferently.
Things have reached this point, and you still think Fenghua can grow?
Mu Xiaoxiao looked utterly incredulous. According to internet logic, trending topics are the lifeblood of all influencers. Critics can also ride the wave of attention. But to attract even more traffic, someone will inevitably test how trashy Fenghua really is.
Videos like, testing the poison myself, my personal experience proves how trashy it is, will surface quickly.
Give them time.
If Fenghua genuinely prevents hair loss and promotes growth, it will naturally turn things around.
Shen Yan stated.
This was also his way of reassuring Mu Xiaoxiao. Without any explanation, Mu Xiaoxiao would start overthinking.
But all that was secondary. The real turning point would be Li Jiaqi's crash landing the day after tomorrow. Shen Yan's gaze fixed on Li Jiaqi, who was still talking non-stop. He silently urged, Mr. Jiaqi, please go to your doom. But how could preventing hair loss and promoting regrowth be possible? Mu Xiaoxiao countered. Don't judge by ads, judge by results. Go handle what I told you to do. Leave the rest to time, Shen Yan instructed.
No sooner had he finished speaking than Shen Yan's phone rang, cutting off Mu Xiaoxiao's attempt to argue further. Mu Xiaoxiao stepped out of the office only to find the female staff member at the door already weeping. She glanced back at the office and took a deep breath. He's a good person, but unfortunately not a good businessman.
Inside the office, Shen Yan picked up his phone.
Oh my, Sister Li Yan, it's been ages since you last called me.
Shen Yan, I'm here to see how you die. You needn't be so cheerful. Shen Li Yan's icy voice came through the phone. Shen Yan laughed heartily. Then I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Not at all.
I'm confident you'll be thoroughly finished soon. I've already contacted several major influencers to test your shampoo live on stream.
I'll send you on your way.
Shen Li Yan's voice was as sharp as a blade.
Ha? No. We're first cousins. Shen Yan sounded terrified, pleading loudly. Chapter 9, 3 sentences that made Shen Li Yan spend millions on me.
On the other end, Shen Li Yan snorted derisively.
Shen Yan continued begging, Sister Li Yan, I threw my entire fortune into this venture. After my father scolded me, I realized my mistake.
Look, I'll write a statement tomorrow apologizing to second uncle and the Shen family.
Apologize?
Shen Li Yan rolled her eyes, coldly laughing.
Too late. Do you have any idea how much damage your writings have done to the Shen family?
My father's still holding it together, but Auntie's already been driven to fainting by you.
How could you blab about that money tree business from someone else's company? Shen Yan, you're dead meat. You're beyond saving. No, please.
Shen Yan's voice trembled with a hint of tears.
Shen Li Yan's eyebrows shot up as she pressed the hang-up button without hesitation. So satisfying.
She stared at her phone screen and let out a long sigh.
Finally, she'd regained some ground. Ding. Her phone rang.
It was Shen Yan calling. Shen Li Yan's body trembled and she hung up again. A surge of electricity exploded from the crown of her head, leaving her whole body tingling with satisfaction.
So satisfying. The phone rang once more. It was Shen Yan calling again. Hee, look who's talking. Shen Li Yan happily hung up again. Simultaneously, Shen Yan's dejected face flashed through her mind.
She was so thrilled she nearly lost her mind.
What a satisfying vent of frustration. But it wasn't enough.
This was merely a few sharp slaps to Shen Yan. She believed that when she witnessed his company collapse, the satisfaction would be even greater. A smile spread across her face as Shen Li Yan dialed the head of her company's PR department. Arrange the trial period for Fenghua.
The influencers can start now.
As Shen Li Yan made the call, Shen Yan stood up, walked to the office window, and gazed down at the bare-leaved sycamore tree in the open space below. He stretched lazily. Bliss.
3 sentences made Shen Li Yan spend millions on me.
Every pore in Shen Yan's body buzzed with excitement.
He hadn't anticipated things developing this far. But overall, it was far better than he'd expected.
He'd only intended to siphon off some attention, yet the entire Shen family had come running to promote him. The new 9 vases, planned to sell out in about 2 days, were gone in less than 1.
Next, Shen Li Yan would spend several million more hiring influencers to promote his new 9 vases.
Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. After standing by the window for a moment, Shen Yan descended the stairs. Fenghua Company had an old-school factory layout barrack-style buildings from the year 2000 flanked by a concrete open space.
It looked somewhat dilapidated and desolate. Yet the basketball court painted on that open space always pulsed with vitality. Local kids and some young adults frequently gathered here to play. Some employees joined in too.
It was midday now, and a group of students were playing.
Shen Yan arrived downstairs and quickly blended in. He was having a blast.
But the moment he stepped onto the court, everyone in the company received the news. Anxiety filled their hearts.
Yet no one dared say anything.
Holy, we're screwed. That fake busting influencer is exposing our new 9 vases. Whoa, she's using our new 9 vases and losing a ton of hair.
Damn, B-Tai's here too? We're done for. B-Tai? Who's that? Why does his presence mean we're screwed? You know Zibo City, right? Its rise to fame owes a lot to B-Tai. He's a fake-busting blogger who secretly tests short-weight issues in major cities. Zibo City became famous for its honest measurements. Damn, it's him. He's testing our new 9 vases too?
He's already washing his hair with it and lost a huge clump.
Quick, notify the boss. He's playing basketball right now? He's got nerves of steel. The entire company held its breath. Mu Xiaoxiao, who'd been pondering how to better implement Shen Yan's vision of social responsibility, was struck dumb by the news.
After watching B-Tai and several anti-counterfeiting bloggers' livestreams, she felt numb.
Department heads from multiple divisions sought her out. Go talk to him. Let's go together.
They turned to Mu Xiaoxiao.
Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and followed them to the open area.
Shen Yan, seeing them approach, grinned.
Fancy a round together? Boss.
Mu Xiaoxiao began, glancing around.
Shen Yan knew they were here to discuss something. He strode up to them. Spit it out. Mu Xiaoxiao took a deep breath and recounted the recent online incident.
They expected Shen Yan's expression to darken, followed by a solemn dash to find a solution. Instead, his smile grew even broader.
He even added, "Is that all? Is that all? That's not enough."
Live-streamed hair washing, hair falling out in handfuls.
Online, it had even earned a mocking nickname.
Fenghua, your go-to baldness specialist.
For a shampoo to reach this level? It might as well be a death sentence. Boss, what more do you want? Mu Xiaoxiao pleaded urgently.
Our new 9 vases are ruined. The heads of our D, HR, and other departments all stepped forward anxiously.
Their hearts sank to their boots. Hasn't it occurred to you this could be a good thing? Shen Yan asked.
Huh? The group exchanged stunned glances, eyes filled with disbelief.
How could losing so much hair possibly be good? Retorted the RD director.
What's falling out are hairs grown from unhealthy follicles. Once those areas are completely bare, new hair roots will grow, Shen Yan explained. You need to believe in your own product. The room fell silent. If they were a world-class consumer goods company like Procter & Gamble or Unilever, they might have some confidence.
But they were Fenghua. Little Fenghua, how could they possibly possess such technology? Don't panic. Let the dust settle for a bit. Shen Yan wiped his brow. Wait 2 more days and see. We've already gotten complaints demanding refunds, another manager reported. Just issue refunds without requiring returns. Let them keep the shampoo or toss it, either way is fine, Shen Yan instructed. Ha! The group was stunned again. Several pairs of eyes stared blankly at Shen Yan. Do you even know how to run a business? Who does business like this? You must be the reincarnation of the money-giving boy. Shen Yan didn't bother explaining further. Want to play ball? If not, everyone get back to work. Boss. Mu Xiaoxiao tried to protest. Shen Yan waved her off. Just focus on the task I assigned you. Everything else ignore it. With things having progressed this far, Shen Yan felt confident. New 9 vessels would explode in popularity.
With rock-solid quality and massive traffic like this, given time, he couldn't imagine any reason new 9 vessels wouldn't take off.
18 yuan for hair loss prevention and regrowth? Programmers would be prostrating themselves, hailing him as the hair regrowth immortal.
The group remained motionless. If you don't go to work, it'll count as an absence, Shen Yan stated. Only then did they scatter like birds and beasts, leaving Mu Xiaoxiao alone, her brows furrowed as she watched him. Shen Yan smiled, turned, and resumed his game. Meanwhile, online, Fenghua's stance of supporting refunds only had sparked a massive uproar. A trending topic with terrifying traffic potential exploded onto the scene.
Fenghua CEO admits Fenghua is a hair loss shampoo, supports refunds only. Chapter 10, Love You, Mom. See you tomorrow.
The moment this trending topic hit the charts, it shot upward at breakneck speed. Within just an hour, Fenghua had claimed the top spot. In the comments section, posts related to Fenghua surged past 100,000 plus. Almost all of them were condemnatory. Fenghua Daily Chemicals had become a veritable pariah. As netizens unleashed a torrent of criticism, relevant authorities also received reports accusing Fenghua of false advertising and selling counterfeit and substandard products. At 8 p.m., Shen Yan was taken away by the police. Fenghua's new owner Shen Yan detained on suspicion of
Another explosive headline instantly dominated the trending list.
Many who successfully secured refunds celebrated online, sharing and mocking their experiences of being scammed by manhwa. Even bystanders joined in, heaping scorn upon manhwa. Within mere hours, manhwa had plunged into an irreparable abyss. The entire staff of manhwa Daily Chemicals remained trapped at the office, too panicked to leave, awaiting the outcome.
What the hell was the RD department thinking? You didn't even test the new shampoo before putting it into production? The boss ordered it. What choice did we have? The boss really? The boss might have just been in a rush. He's actually a decent guy. I heard he was planning to introduce some employee benefits. Sigh, I really don't know how to judge him. You could say he's a good person, he made counterfeits and sold fakes. But you could also say he's bad, he paid us our wages in full and actually compensated us for overtime. Let's wait. Everyone, hold off on complaining for now. Let's see how the company handles this officially. Incheon Beiyan Road Police Station.
Shen Yan sat in the interrogation room, being questioned.
Do you understand the dangers of peddling counterfeit and substandard products? You've made Incheon famous for all the wrong reasons. The city is closely monitoring your case now. We can't just interrogate you casually. We have to wait for the higher-ups to arrive. Use this time to think carefully about your crimes. When the leadership comes, you'd better explain yourself properly. I have nothing to explain, Shen Yan replied. Don't be foolish. This time, you've embarrassed Incheon on a national scale. The pressure from above is immense. I truly have nothing to confess. I didn't sell counterfeit goods, nor did I advertise against counterfeits. So you're saying your shampoo actually promotes hair growth? It does. Shen Yan stated. Then why do people's videos show hair falling out in clumps? Shen Yan smiled. That's a good thing. Most people are in a suboptimal health state. Their scalp follicles have issues to varying degrees. Take you, officer. You've already got an M-shaped hairline. If you use manhwa Zinjazan shampoo, you'll lose some hair in the first few days. But after 5 or 6 days, new hair will start growing. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? You've already detained me. Why would I try to deceive you? Shen Yan shook his head. When new technology emerges, skepticism is inevitable. But I genuinely suggest you give me a few days. Otherwise, what if you're wrong about me? You talk a good game, but it's hard to believe. If this tech really existed, the former richest man, Li Jiaqiao, wouldn't have gone bald. And that actor, Xiao Ming, would he have gone through hair transplants? Officer, a few days won't make a difference. You have procedures to follow if you're going to arrest me anyway. Let's wait and see. Shen Yan remained remarkably calm.
The officers exchanged glances and decided not to press further.
Superiors would arrive soon enough to handle the interrogation.
The moment Shen Yan was arrested, Shen Shaolin, Shen Jialan, and Shen Yan's mother panicked. They rushed straight to the police station.
Shen Yan refused to confess, insisting his shampoo genuinely promoted hair growth.
This left Shen Shaolin and the others utterly speechless. But Shen Yan wouldn't budge, leaving them no choice but to hire a lawyer to buy time for him.
Now the entire world believed Shen Yan was selling counterfeits.
The mere mention of Shen Yan or manhwa Daily Chemicals guaranteed traffic. Across the internet, any content tagged with these two terms was met with scathing criticism, rivaling the backlash during the viral hits of Wolf Warrior 2 and Fairy Love.
Yet the internet is never monolithic. Dissenters always emerge.
Amidst the flood of videos mocking manhwa shampoo, a blogger named Quit My Job to Care for Mom spoke up in its defense. He's a programmer in his early 30s, already nearly bald. When his mother was suddenly diagnosed with thyroid cancer, he weighed his options and decided to quit his 6-figure job, returning to his hometown with his savings. Since coming home early this year to care for his mother, he's started live streaming. Every day, he shares glimpses of his rural life back home. Years ago, his mother, worried about his hair loss, bought him the shampoo she'd used for years. manhwa Josuan, she said, this one strengthens hair. While it couldn't stop hair loss entirely, it did offer some benefit. Because it was a gift from his mother, he never refused it even when earning a 6-figure salary and used the inexpensive Josuan shampoo for years. The results were decent. His hair still fell out, but noticeably less. Recently, Josuan launched a new product, and his mother immediately bought him 2 bottles. When he first started using it, his hair nearly fell out completely. But by the 4th day, the once bald spot on his crown had actually thickened. So he kept using the new 9 vessels. Besides, since his mom bought it for him, he didn't want her to feel guilty thinking she'd bought him a fake product. Earlier, the whole internet was buzzing about manhwa's boss getting arrested, and the new 9 vessels being counterfeit. He couldn't care less. Another reason was that he was already bald anyway, nothing to lose. Bro, you're a real hero. Just because mom bought it, you're still using it? Damn, my man. If I were half as obedient as you, my mom would be so much happier. Whoa, you're still using new 9 vases? The owner got busted, toss it already. Quitting to care for mom, my stream only has 300 or 400 viewers. Guys, look at my hairline. Longtime viewers know I earn enough to refuse shady ad deals. Plus, this shampoo was a gift from my mom. I'd never buy this price range otherwise.
See what this is? Holy crap! You grew hair? Seriously? You're serious? You really grew your hair? Ha ha ha, you're cracking me up. How much did you get paid for this? Did the guy in front just lose his mind? He's an Alibaba P7 with $1 million salary. He quit his job to care for his mom over half a year ago. Would he do this for a little ad money? Is this real? Can new 9 vases really regrow hair?
Quit my job to care for mom, don't know about others, but my hair really grew back.
Alright, done washing my hair. Gotta show mom my new locks.
When I was making $1 million a year, I excitedly called her. She burst into tears. Not from joy, but seeing how much hair I'd lost. She cried her heart out. Now that my hair's grown back, she'll be overjoyed. The doctor said happiness helps recovery. Guys, make sure to bring joy to your families. With that, he headed to his mother's room. His mother, frail and unwell, had gone to bed early. He kissed her cheek gently.
Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. Chapter 11, Shen Yan speaks.
Hundreds in the livestream immediately paid their highest respects.
Bro, I admit you're just a tad more handsome than me today.
But you, my brother, you're the real hero.
Damn, now I'm thinking about that expired milk my grandma made me drink.
Not that the milk was bad, I just got home too late.
Bro, I'm just a lowly nobody. I come to Douyin to unwind. Don't do this to me, I wanna go home. Thanks, bro. Now I'm craving the sausages and cured meats my mom sent me. I always hated washing them, but tomorrow I'm gonna cook them up. What's going on?
Why is the livestream so packed today?
Holy crap, I didn't even notice the view count just shot up to 4,000. It used to be just a few hundred and it's still climbing. Damn. Probably hit some keywords and triggered the traffic pool. Quitting to care for my mom, it's getting late, everyone. Get some rest.
Oh, and one last off-topic note. The world is full of truth and lies, don't just take others' word for it.
Especially online stuff, always approach it with skepticism. My content, my words, no exceptions. Alright, good night. Once the livestream ended, everyone felt a bit unsatisfied. So they continued scrolling through Douyin.
Big data promotions mostly push content users like in controversial topics. Soon, they came across more livestreams related to manhwa.
But these were mostly from influencers who'd only used manhwa for a day.
They all claimed manhwa caused hair loss. Meanwhile, scattered users also stumbled upon livestreams showing people growing long hair with manhwa. Yet these streams were like tiny boats, failing to make a ripple in the vast ocean of the internet. Still, within manhwa's pitch-black future, sparks of hope began to ignite.
The night passed quickly.
The internet's rhythm shifts rapidly. Yesterday it was trash manhwa, today a new hot topic emerges. A female college student went to return a bag at the counter. It was a brand new bag she hadn't even used yet. A gift from one of her admirers. The moment this story surfaced, the entire internet's pure love warriors erupted in fury. The guy who gave the bag instantly became a laughingstock, mocked by the entire web. Yet this hot topic lasted barely an hour before being replaced by another. Again, it involved a woman receiving a gift. This gift was merely a flower and a low-end smartphone worth just over 1,000 yuan. But this woman was moved to tears for a long time. She kept thanking him repeatedly. Thank you, son. My boy has grown up. Mom really loves your gift. At the end of the video, the college student who posted it said, "What do you think, guys? This is money I earned from my part-time job. My mom's phone screen cracked over half a year ago and she never replaced it. Sometimes she couldn't scan QR codes, so I bought her a cheap phone. Guys, it's not a great phone, but it's the best I could afford. Holy. Bro, you're my hero. What was I doing before? Playing the sucker. Why didn't I just buy my mom something nice with that money? Ha, I was smarter. With my first month's salary after graduation, I bought my mom a bracelet. She was over the moon. Sigh, my mom's the same. I bought her a few bottles of manhwa before, and she was thrilled. Too bad manhwa makes your hair fall out. Damn me. Dude above, manhwa doesn't cause hair loss. Don't believe the rumors. I watched a millionaire's livestream yesterday, been following him for 4 or 5 days now. He used manhwa and grew hair back. Yeah, I find it weird too. I bought manhwa for my mom. I'm a college student with no money, but my mom always used manhwa. I saw the new product and the trial cashback offer, so I ordered it for her. She's been using it for a few days and says it's pretty good. Bull. Manhwa causes hair loss, tested it myself. Just used it yesterday. Their boss doesn't even dare to speak up, and they're only offering refunds. That says it all. Guys, manhwa's official flagship store just posted a video. Shen Yan actually dared to show his face? Let's check it out. manhwa official flagship store. Only one video in the gallery. Title, Society Scrap, Mom's Little Pride. Some cast me aside like weeds, others treasure me like gold. Though society's cast off, I remain mom's little pride. The video's opening left everyone stunned. Yet when the next line came, eyes began to well up. Valentine's Day flowers might end up in the trash, but Mother's Day flowers will never be found discarded.
Spot on. Perfect copywriting. My mom can't bear to throw away anything I give her.
Warm memories of time with their mothers flash through everyone's minds, tears welling up.
Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow.
The scene shifted to a young man with a receding hairline who kissed his mother. The audience was puzzled, but someone began explaining. This guy is an Alibaba P7, a big shot earning $1 million a year. After his mom got sick, he quit his job to care for her. His mom used to buy him manhwa anti-hair loss products when she saw his hair thinning. Recently, she got him 2 bottles of the new hair loss expert product, Zinjazin. He's been using it consistently. Look at his hair now. Holy crap. manhwa grows hair? A millionaire? But isn't manhwa known for causing hair loss? Doubt swirled in everyone's minds. The scene shifted again. This time, it was a WeChat Moments post showing a washing machine. Love you, Mom. This winter, your hands won't have to endure cold water. The next frame showed a payment screenshot. Bought Mom a gold pendant with my internship pay. How cool am I, bros? The footage played frame by frame. The constant stream of payment receipts and gift notifications brought tears to every viewer's eyes. manhwa Daily Care launches a nationwide campaign. Starting today, post videos of gifts for your moms to enter manhwa's prize draw. What are you waiting for, guys? Come grab your share of 2 million yuan in cash. Original creators of videos selected for the promo, contact me for the draw. Seriously? There's an event like this? Gotta enter this. Guys, manhwa's hair loss earlier? That was just shedding the bad hair. In a few days, my follicles will repair themselves and grow thick roots. I'm lying to you guys, I'm a dog. Shameless hype. FCKU, man. They just want videos of us buying gifts for our moms. You motherless bastard. Exactly. They never told us to buy manhwa products. How is this campaign hype? Even if it is hype, I welcome this kind of hype. Guys, let's hype this up. Chapter 12, Let the Bullets Fly for a While. Before they knew it, it was 2 a.m. The comments section for manhwa's official flagship store's new product was getting livelier by the minute. 3 of the screenshot creators whose work had been featured had already entered the giveaway. The lowest prize was 666 yuan, while the highest was 8,888 yuan. Screenshots of the payments were posted too. Nothing stirs the heart like real money. Many were already pondering what gifts to buy their mothers. Shen Yan still hadn't slept. He'd edited the video himself and launched the event on a whim. He was monitoring the traffic fluctuations. Having spent his past life intensely surfing the web, he knew all too well the importance of traffic. He also possessed keen insight into current events. He'd been brought in for questioning, but since all the data related to his products was in order, the police station released him. After all, he was a Shen family member, with Shen Shaolin and Shen Jialan vouching for him. You can run, but you can't hide. Back at the company, Shen Yan had already lain down. When he came across a trending topic about relationships on Douyin, a series of associations immediately sprang to mind. Ultimately, he channeled that energy toward the theme of maternal love. Admittedly, this approach was a tad underhanded. But overall, Shen Yan could reconcile with himself. Guiding the market to buy gifts for mothers was far better than the sycophantic economy manipulated by unscrupulous capitalists. Moreover, he believed this was positive influence. Instead of wasting time currying favor with strangers, love yourself and cherish your parents. That's the right path. So he immediately got out of bed, edited a related video, and even came up with a campaign. This was a golden opportunity. No one would reject a campaign promoting maternal love. This hype is utterly disgusting. Even pure maternal love gets exploited for marketing. It shows just how low Shen Yan's character really is. False advertising, peddling counterfeit goods, and now trying to play the maternal love card? manhwa company should just shut down already. Stop making people sick. Shen Yan scrolled through the comments. Sure enough, just as he'd anticipated, the competition had sniffed out the opportunity. This was exactly what he was waiting for. There are many ways to gain traffic. Doing something exceptionally well or exceptionally poorly both attract attention easily. But neither approach lasts long, they quickly become outdated. Mixed reviews and constant controversy, that's the evergreen secret to sustain traffic. In Shen Yan's case, it meant needing both praise and criticism. Earlier, many had praised him, now the haters arrived. Soon, defenders would rush in to defend him, sparking a fierce battle between critics and supporters. Traffic would skyrocket. Seeing the growing tide of insults directed at him, Shen Yan actually chuckled. Fighting off sleep, he scrolled for over half an hour before drifting off contentedly. The next morning, he was roused by his father's call. His father demanded he return home immediately for a serious discussion. He was trending on hot searches for being criticized. Did he really think his dad was calling him back just to scold him? That was completely unnecessary. He flatly refused. Shen Jialan also wanted to ask him what he was thinking, but the urgent priority was protecting him. So, she ended up trying to persuade Shen Shaolin instead.
10 o'clock in the morning.
Chen Jialan arrived at Fenghua Daily Chemicals.
She knocked on Shen Yan's office door.
She pulled out a box of egg-wrapped potatoes, dragged over a chair, and looked at Shen Yan.
Shen Yan grinned as he opened the box and happily began eating. You seem in a good mood?
Chen Jialan was puzzled.
You're trending on social media for being criticized. Shen Yan replied, controversy is good. What matters most is product quality. Product. You still haven't delivered the promised shampoo, Chen Jialan pointed out. I've been swamped.
I'll send it today, Shen Yan said, opening his phone's memo app and writing diligently.
Chen Jialan chuckled. Are you really okay? Absolutely fine, Shen Yan assured her. Actually, you can see for yourself online.
Some users who've tried my product for 4 or 5 days are already speaking up for me.
Their hair is starting to grow back. Look, check out these videos.
Chen Jialan took his phone and watched a few clips, her delicate brows furrowing slightly.
This motherhood campaign, you initiated it?
She asked, somewhat surprised. Shen Yan was truly a genius at setting the tone. Even at a time like this, he could find such momentum to give his company some breathing room. Shen Yan scooped a spoonful and handed it to Chen Jialan.
She smiled and ate it.
Still tastes just the same, Chen Jialan remarked cheerfully.
I heard you're also exploring new recruitment approaches, helping working moms find jobs while solving their childcare worries? Chen Jialan pressed on. You know about that too? Shen Yan was taken aback. Chen Jialan replied, of course I follow your affairs.
The idea is commendable, but you must act within your means.
I understand that, Shen Yan nodded. Then why aren't you publicizing these efforts?
Look at how you're being vilified now, Chen Jialan said, puzzled.
It's futile.
In fact, this too becomes a point of criticism. If you can uncover it, the Shen family certainly can. I expect this will soon be brought up again. Seeking fame, neglecting product quality, trying to win hearts through deception, moral blackmail. Labels like these will be pinned on me.
Shen Yan stated. Aren't you afraid? Chen Galan frowned. Same as before, genuine gold fears no fire. As long as my product is good enough. Everything else is just a storm in a teacup. Consumers will clear every obstacle for me. Shen Yan declared.
Chen Jialan gave Shen Yan a deep look and said, alright, remember to get me 2 bottles.
I won't pry into the rest. If you can't handle it, remember to tell me. Shen Yan nodded. As soon as Chen Jialan left, Mu Xiaoxiao and the others rushed into the office. Oh my god. Boss, we're about to hit the top of the trending list. Boss, they're also attacking you for that promise to give the mom a job. And our box picking incident got exposed too.
Everyone online is bashing us now, saying we're so broke we make employees scavenge boxes to offset their wages, all while pretending to be this kind-hearted company.
Boss, say something.
The group of managers chattered all at once. These were the same serious-faced company executives they usually were.
Shen Yan smiled and said, nothing to say.
We'll see how it plays out this afternoon.
This afternoon? Why? Everyone was confused.
Shen Yan explained, the first batch of Fenghua new 9 vases today marks the 6th day. The results are starting to show, and I believe many will post pictures tomorrow. Plus, I launched a giveaway for Mother's Day gifts. The traffic is decent. I'm confident more people will share their photos. Boss, I think you should go live to clarify things.
Exactly.
With Douyin's massive reach, people might start avoiding us.
The managers chimed in again.
Shen Yan, however, remained calm and collected.
Let the dust settle for a bit. Even if it doesn't work out this afternoon, tomorrow will surely bring a turning point.
With that, he looked out the window.
Mr. Jiachi.
On the agreed-upon day of your demise, don't let me down.
Chapter 13, over half the staff quitting? All of Fenghua's senior executives shook their heads as they exited Shen Yan's office.
Despite Shen Yan's confident assurances, not a single one of them believed his empty promises. They dismissed it as pie-in-the-sky talk, a case of playing it by ear. Even when they saw videos claiming the new 9 vases could grow hair, they suspected it was a scheme orchestrated by the Shen family. Upon returning to their own offices, hearing Shen Yan intended to give the new 9 vases to his family for personal use, they concluded he had lost his mind.
Half an hour passed.
The heads of R&D and production supply returned to Shen Yan's office. They had come to submit their resignations. Shen Yan's brow furrowed slightly. He was well aware that panic had gripped the company, with many seeking alternative paths. But most of those leaving were lower-level employees. Their salaries were already meager, barely enough to support their families. He couldn't reasonably expect them to abandon their wives and children to weather the storm with him. Just a job, how could he expect them to risk their lives for a few thousand yuan? That was unrealistic. But executives were different. They received Fenghua's profit sharing, along with generous salaries and benefits. They had a responsibility and obligation to stand by the company through thick and thin. Leaving now would be like removing the pot from the fire. The head of production could be replaced with someone experienced. But the R&D department posed a significant problem. While Shen Yan possesses technical expertise, it's limited to that single area. manhwa Daily Chemicals offers numerous shampoo and hair care products. They can't rely solely on Xinjiang. The RD head's departure will inevitably trigger instability within the department, with key technical personnel likely to follow. This would effectively dismantle the RD division. He'd need to recruit a new team to fill the vacancies, one that aligns with manhwa's future needs. It was a tricky situation. But since the request had been made, Shen Yan wouldn't force them to stay. manhwa's future wouldn't be smooth sailing from here on out. Every time they hit a rough patch, they'd come running to resign. That was truly pointless. Once untrustworthy, always untrustworthy. However, manhwa was on the verge of a major turnaround and desperately needed manpower. Resigning now meant he had to find a way to delay their departure until after this critical period. Gentlemen, this resignation is too sudden. I need some time, Shen Yan stated. The two exchanged glances.
Shen Yan knew they wouldn't dare resign without securing new positions. But he wasn't inclined to pry.
He still needed these two workhorses.
1 week.
Just 1 week, Shen Yan rubbed his hands together.
After that, we'll part ways amicably.
The two hesitated briefly before finally agreeing. With their lead, numerous employees came forward to submit their resignations. In total, around 30 people, more than half of the company's non-laborer staff, handed in their notices. Shen Yan granted them the same 1-week grace period.
Everyone agreed. After handling these miscellaneous matters, Mu Xiaoxiao returned.
She burst in, flustered.
Boss, aren't you going to try to keep them? These are all company veterans. If we let them all go, the company will basically collapse.
Mu Xiaoxiao protested. It won't collapse, Shen Yan replied.
Aren't you still here? Ha! Mu Xiaoxiao froze. I'm just the marketing manager. With RD gone and production gone, what am I supposed to sell?
Besides, in a few days, the company would be practically finished anyway, and she'd be leaving too.
Aren't you recruiting people for me? Shen Yan asked with a smile.
Mu Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Looking at the smile on Shen Yan's face, she genuinely couldn't fathom where he got his confidence.
With the company in this state, how could he possibly recruit anyone?
Besides, those stay-at-home moms could only handle basic clerical work at best.
RD required technical expertise. What about the RD department? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. We'll see.
New 9 vessels can hold us over for a while. Shen Yan said, let's wait until the new 9 vessels situation stabilizes before I look into this. The employee resignations also gave Shen Yan's mind a chance to slow down. These past few days, he'd been completely absorbed in the new 9 vessels project, leaving him no time to think about company matters. He'd even considered finding other technical staff to fill the gaps left by the RD department resignations. But over the past half hour, he'd sorted things out and realized there was no need to keep the RD department at all. The new 9 vessels had a high probability of becoming a hit. When that happened, he'd have money. Domestic brands would also rise with the trend, allowing him to buy out bankrupt domestic companies and diversify. By then, ordinary shampoos would offer little competitive edge beyond low prices. He could offload that business to smaller firms.
He'd focus solely on cutting-edge, core product lines.
From now on, every item his company produced would be top tier.
Once new 9 vessels stabilizes?
Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips.
Boss, you don't actually believe those long-haired influencers represent our real customer base, do you? What do you think? Shen Yan inquired. Most likely orchestrated by the Shen family, Mu Xiaoxiao replied. The most despicable tactic is offering hope only to shatter it.
Besides, I've uncovered some clues. People from RD and production have been in contact with the Shen family. Shen Yan's brow furrowed briefly before breaking into a smile.
Boss.
Mu Xiaoxiao was baffled.
Here's what we'll do.
Go find those 2 managers and let them know, if the new 9 vases sell well, I'll double their salaries and bump up their bonuses.
Shen Yan said. Boss, what are you doing? Mu Xiaoxiao's beautiful brows shot up in protest. I'm sending talent to the Shen family. Shen Yan declared. Mu Xiaoxiao's lips twitched.
Boss, if you'd ever applied this kind of cunning to your actual work, the company wouldn't be teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, she muttered. Today, she wore a green floral dress that complemented her cool, pale complexion, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly charm. She looked like a little fairy. Shen Yan appraised her briefly, then waved her off to handle the task.
Just then, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Shen Yan. So, my dear little cousin, how many more days can your company last? Shen Yan's voice dripped with contempt.
Even without seeing her, Shen Yan could picture her posture. She was undoubtedly leaning back in her chair, feet propped on the desk, wearing a smug expression.
It can last quite a few more days, Shen Yan replied.
Several people have already posted videos online clarifying things for us. The new 9 vases are actually quite effective.
Ha! Shen Yan's laughter crackled through the phone. Shen Yan, you're so naive. Business isn't as simple as you think. I understand corporate warfare better than you ever will. I bet your company won't last 3 days. Sister Li Yan, you're underestimating me, Shen Yan countered. This time, I'll make you all take notice.
Ha, I bet you're clenching your fists and glaring with determination as you say that, Shen Yan scoffed.
How did you know? Shen Yan's eyes flashed with mockery. Don't tell me I don't know your true colors? Fine, don't blame me for not helping you. To ease your burden, I've found better opportunities for some of your employees. When the time comes, you can go bankrupt with peace of mind. Shen Yan stated. Ha? But I just promised them double pay to keep them on board, Shen Yan protested. No problem, I'll cover you.
After all, I am your cousin, Shen Yan replied.
Just then, her assistant knocked on the door. Shen Yan beckoned, signaling the assistant to enter.
The assistant strode over and handed her a report.
Shen Yan scanned it, her pupils suddenly contracting as she gasped, What? Chapter 14, Shen Yan gets humiliated? The assistant quietly took a small step back. When Shen Yan was in a bad mood, innocence suffered.
This was the data from the motherly love campaign Shen Yan had launched.
The figures were nothing short of terrifying. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Can't you even suppress his heat? Whoosh.
Sure enough, objects on the desk were instantly swept flying. The assistant was relieved he'd dodged far enough, otherwise, he'd surely have been hit by the cactus planter.
Why is this happening? Isn't the internet full of criticism? How come there's so much praise? Topics related to mother are trending. How big could this campaign possibly be? He only offered 2 million yuan in cash prizes. Shen Yan's brows knitted into a deep frown. A 2 million yuan cash giveaway was practically peanuts online. With 10,000 participants, each would only get 200 yuan.
And this was a trending event on Douyin, likely attracting over 100,000 participants.
That meant only 10-20 yuan per month per person, hardly worth the effort.
So overall, Shen Yan's campaign would draw 100,000 participants at most.
It was indeed trending, but that was about it.
100,000 people wouldn't make waves on Douyin. The cash rewards are small, but this campaign has transcended the event itself.
Many just want to post a video. It's become a phenomenon. Everyone wants to share the joy and guilt of buying gifts for their parents. They don't care about winning prizes at all. There are also parents buying for their children. Based on traffic fluctuations, we've roughly estimated the current participation. How many?
Shen Yan's eyes flashed coldly.
The assistant held up 2 fingers. 200,000?
Shen Yan narrowed her eyes.
The assistant shook his head. Over 2 million. What? Shen Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. 2 million people? What did that even mean? Current user acquisition costs were sky high, roughly 100 yuan per active user. With 2 million participants, the acquisition cost alone would hit 200 million yuan. And that was theoretical. In reality, 200 million yuan wouldn't even buy 2 million active participants. Remember, these were active users. Many shoppers wouldn't engage with the campaign.
The ratio was roughly 10-1. Meaning while 2 million participated, 20 million were merely spectators. Nationwide, that meant roughly 1 in 50 people knew about this campaign.
This figure was terrifying. Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow, Numa.
Shen Yan's mind echoed Shen Yan's words from the video, each syllable grating like sand.
Ms. Shen. Hasn't Shen Yan just revived Manhwa? What should we do next? Her assistant asked. The question jolted her awake. Shen Yan's eyes instantly sharpened. Revive? Impossible.
The higher the traffic, the more devastating Shen Yan's downfall would be.
Higher traffic meant more people paying attention to Shen Yan.
His hair loss shampoo would be utterly doomed.
It won't survive.
No matter how high the traffic, the fundamental factor for a comeback lies in the shampoo's quality, Shen Yan stated.
The assistant nodded.
I came to you precisely because the data was so terrifying. I was worried that with so many people watching, his new 9 vases might stage a comeback.
But after hearing your analysis, I know it's impossible now. President Shen is wise. Shen Yan snorted derisively. Go arrange tonight's dinner gathering. Invite everyone from every department who can come. It's on me. Thank you, President Shen. The assistant's eyes lit up. Shen Group, Marketing Department Manager's Office. Chen Jialan had just finished washing her hair.
Staring at the hundreds of strands floating in the basin, a bitter smile spread across her beautiful face. Losing this much hair in one wash. If this keeps up for a few days, won't I end up a bald beauty? Chen Jialan scooped up the strands, her expression complex.
Wait, something's off about this hair.
Chen Jialan was an exceptionally meticulous and cautious person. She quickly noticed something unusual about the strands in her hand. These hairs felt soft and fine. She paused thoughtfully, plucking a few strands that hadn't fallen out and holding them alongside the others.
Comparing the 2 types, she realized Shen Yan was indeed correct.
The fallen strands were already damaged. While it remained uncertain whether the damaged hair follicles could be repaired later, Shen Yan's words held extremely high credibility based on the current evidence. If it were truly possible to repair the damaged follicles and grow new, lustrous hair,
Then this new 9 vases would crush all existing haircare products on the market and dominate the industry outright. In the blink of an eye, Shen Jialan grasped the terrifying commercial potential of new 9 vessels. However, all this still needed time to prove itself. Shen Jialan didn't rush to find Shen Yan, she wanted to try it herself first. Incidentally, she also called a reliable friend, planning to send some new 9 vessels samples for testing. Time flew by, and night fell. The neon-lit nightlife scene officially kicked off. After stuffing themselves at the banquet, the entire staff of Yuchuan department store had gathered at the KTV, ready to drink themselves into oblivion. Champagne bottles were already uncorked, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. Everyone urged Shen Lian to give a speech. At that very moment, an assistant scrolling through Douyin dropped her phone in shock. But few noticed her now. All eyes were fixed on Shen Lian. The assistant frantically fetched a laptop, made several calls, and began working on spreadsheets. 10 minutes later, as Shen Lian mingled with the crowd, the assistant rushed over to her. What is it? You look at this data. It's not right. The assistant's face had gone pale. Under the dim lighting, no one had noticed. Shen Lian frowned as she scanned the spreadsheet, her pupils dilating in shock. Is this the feedback data for the new 9 vases with long hair? She exclaimed. Yes, I double-checked it. This afternoon, Xinyan's traffic was overwhelming, and many people shared their purchase receipts and screenshots. Now, the internet's gone wild. The assistant swallowed hard. His new 9 vases actually grow hair? Shen Lian felt her face burning, as if she'd been slapped. Based on the feedback, it's real. Impossible. Shen Lian roared. Her voice was shrill, startling everyone. Ms. Shen. Get out. Shen Lian roared again. Everyone instantly sensed something was terribly wrong and scattered like birds. The vast private room was soon empty except for Shen Lian and her assistant. The assistant trembled, not daring to look at Shen Lian. Impossible. How could such a shampoo exist? Shen Lian gritted her teeth. Did you check? Could it be paid commenters? The assistant nervously swallowed and shook her head softly. Paid trolls? Impossible. She de-checked immediately. Randomly sampled 200 users who left feedback. All genuine consumers. Including executives from major corporations and mid-level managers from various organizations. They couldn't possibly be trolls. Miss Shen, I feel something big is brewing with this shampoo. Should we report it to the group? The assistant suggested. Shen Lian clenched her jaw and pulled out her phone. Chapter 15, Boss Shen, Revenge is a dish best served cold. Late at night, Shen Xiaoqing was engaged in close conversation with a female college student. He wasn't thrilled to receive his daughter's call. That's why he hadn't answered the first 2 times. On the third ring, he finally answered, frowning and coldly demanding what was wrong. What? A flood of new 9 vessels users are posting photos to clear its name? That new 9 vessels your third brother created it actually promotes hair growth? Current evidence suggests it's genuine. Shen Xiaoqing fell silent. Dad, what should we do? Shen Lian's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Shen Xiaoqing took a deep breath. What do you plan to do? I want to ramp up our efforts. Send in more paid commenters. No matter what, we can't let him gain momentum, Shen Lian declared. Foolish. Shen Xiaoqing snapped. Dad. You're not the foolish one. Then what do you suggest we do? Shen Lian retorted, feeling defiant. Her face still burned from the slap. Shen Yan's blow had stung deeply. She had just called Shen Yan earlier today to mock him. Little did she expect that by evening, Shen Yan would have already gained momentum. If the quality of this shampoo was truly as those users claimed, Shen Yan would undoubtedly rake in a hefty profit this time. At this thought, her eyes flickered. Dad, could it be you want to buy shares or even acquire his manhwa? Shen Lian exclaimed in surprise. If this new 9 vessels product truly lived up to the market buzz, it would be no exaggeration to call it a revolution in the shampoo industry. This represented wealth beyond the imagination of ordinary people. With Shen Yan's meager resources, he simply couldn't withstand the impact of such a windfall. His fate would likely follow one of 2 paths. Either he'd be crushed by a joint crackdown from Western shampoo industry giants, or sell the new 9 vessels formula and become an agent for Western giants. Any smart person would choose the second path. And the Shen family? They were veterans in the agency game. Handing new 9 vessels over to them would maximize profits. Now that sounds more like a CEO. Stop all this fighting and brawling. You know what you looked like before? Gold chain, gold tooth stand on the street and you're a total lowlife. Business people aren't like that. Shen Xiaoqing spoke deliberately. Contact Shen Yan and have him come home. I'll reach out to his father. Dad, could you share your thoughts with me? Otherwise, if I act impulsively, I might ruin your plans, Shen Lian said. Didn't you just say it yourself? Take over his new product, Shen Xiaoqing replied. After a pause, Shen Xiaoqing continued, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He has no reason to disregard the bigger picture. Even if he's an unfilial son, stubbornly ignoring the Shen family's future. The entire Shen family would unite against him. Add in the Western shampoo industry giants, he wouldn't stand a chance. Alright, I'll contact him now, Shen Yan said. However, when she called, no one answered. After 4 attempts, the line remained silent. Fine. You won't answer my calls, huh? I'll have your father call you. Shen Yan gritted her teeth. When Shen Shaolin put down his phone, a bitter smile spread across his face. He too had been unable to reach Shen Yan. After 2 failed attempts, he handed the matter over to Chen Jialan and stood staring blankly out the window. His son had truly made something of himself. Without fanfare, he solved the global problem of hair loss. Even someone as clueless about business as he understood what this meant. This shampoo was no less revolutionary than the invention of the first pair of glasses. Its commercial value and market position were beyond simple explanation. Shaolin, our son, is he really that amazing? Shen Yan's mother, Chen Meiji, was still in disbelief. Nothing's confirmed yet, but his brilliance is undeniable. That shampoo was undoubtedly the most technologically advanced product on the market right now, Shen Shaolin replied. Then why the gloomy face? Chen Meiji asked, puzzled. Shen Shaolin sighed. The man is innocent, but the treasure brings guilt. Chen Meiji's lips twitched. You mean, they might target our son? Shen Shaolin nodded slightly. Unless he hands over the product rights. Why should he? Chen Meiji gritted her teeth. That's robbery. That's how this world operates, survival of the fittest. Just as Shen Shaolin finished speaking, his phone rang. He glanced at it. It was his older brother, Shen Xiaoming. Look, he's urging us to come home. They're after Xiao Yan. Shen Shaolin said. We can't let them steal our son's achievements, Chen Meiji declared. Easier said than done. Even without the Shen family, do you think those Western shampoo giants would let our son off? Shen Shaolin sighed. Is there no other way? Chen Meiji's face darkened. Let's stall for now. We won't go back yet. Everything depends on what our son decides, Shen Shaolin said, growing irritated. The kid isn't answering his phone. Who knows what he's up to? Chen Jialan made several calls, but Shen Yan didn't pick up. She put away her phone and drove to Fenghua Company. Fenghua Daily Chemicals, the open space between the factory buildings and office tower. All the executives crowded around Shen Yan. The employees were also gathered on the basketball court. Fenghua Daily Chemicals had already closed for the day, but upon receiving Shen Yan's call, they rushed back to the company immediately. It wasn't out of love for the factory. It was because they'd been struggling for far too long. This new 9 vessels project could bring them a fortune. With money to be made, occasionally skipping home was a small price to pay. After Mu Xiaoxiao shared the current data feedback, everyone was thrilled. Based on Shen Yan's reward system, once new 9 vessels ramped up production, their monthly wages would at least double. Holy moly! Their current pay was only 3 or 4,000 yuan a month, barely enough to scrape by. Now they could earn 8,000. Keep in mind, housing prices in Yincheng were only 6,000 yuan per square meter. 8,000 yuan? That was an incredibly high income. Mr. Shen, you're a genius. You told us to start collecting boxes way back when, and now it's actually paying off. Mr. Shen is my hero. From now on, if he says jump, I won't hesitate. Who'd have thought a lowly worker like me could earn 8,000 a month back home? Holy moly, my wife will be all over me. Good thing I didn't quit, ha ha ha. This is the reward for a loyal servant like me. I submitted my resignation, but Mr. Shen didn't approve it. He told me to think about it for a week. I really am tough. This is great news. Our good days are coming. Everyone, quiet down. I have an announcement to make. Shen Yan raised his hand to signal silence. Shen Yan's reputation at Fenghua was nothing short of terrifying. The moment he extended his hand, everyone immediately fell silent. Shen Yan pulled out several resignation letters. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Some exchanged glances, their expressions off. What is this, Mr. Shen? Shio, didn't you hear Mr. Shen say no talking? The room fell dead silent once more. Those who submitted resignation letters need not come to work tomorrow, Shen Yan said cheerfully. We thank these resigning colleagues. As the company is about to turn a profit, they resolutely demonstrated noble character by helping us cut costs and increase revenue. Let's give them a round of applause. With that, Shen Yan led the applause. Chapter 16, Shen Yan, we're suing you. Clap clap clap. Only Shen Yan was clapping. Above the empty basketball court, the air seemed to freeze. A profound silence descended, so thick you could hear every breath. Everyone exchanged stunned glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shen Yan's talk of noble character was pure nonsense. They knew exactly what was happening. This was Shen Yan's revenge. Days ago, when the company faced crisis and many threatened to quit, Shen Yan had persuaded them with kind words. They'd agreed to give each other breathing room. Now that the company's prospects improved, they'd hoped past friction could be glossed over. But Shen Yan refused to back down. Mr. Shen, didn't you just promise pay raises? Zhang Hong, head of production, forced a smile.
He heard from Shen Yan that Shen Yan had offered double salaries to several senior executives.
He knew full well Shen Yan was doing this despite Shen Yan.
But as long as he got tangible benefits, the reason behind it didn't matter.
How had these siblings reconciled? Raises?
Oh, that was mentioned.
My cousin tried to poach you all. Since you were considering leaving, I wanted to retain you, so I decided to offer double salaries. But upon reflection, it seems unnecessary. Shen Yan chuckled. That money would be better spent as bonuses for the employees who stayed. After speaking, Shen Yan turned to those who hadn't planned to resign and asked, "Wouldn't you agree?" Everyone opened their mouths but remained silent. Their eyes, however, couldn't hide their excitement. They were all thrilled. What could be more appealing to workers than a pay raise? There's been a misunderstanding. Zhang Heng instantly realized Shen Yan had tricked him, and he felt a surge of anger.
Yet he couldn't pinpoint a reason to be angry, so he forced a smile, focusing first on finding a way to stay. If Shen Yan fired him here, Shen Yan wouldn't have a reason to poach him. Poaching him wasn't because he was outstanding, but simply to annoy Shen Yan.
No misunderstanding, Shen Yan stated. Alright, you can pack your things and leave. Zhang Heng's mouth twitched.
Just as he opened to speak, Shen Yan waved his hand, cutting him off.
Zhang Heng turned to the other executives also facing dismissal. Shen Yan shook his head gently, signaling them to remain silent.
All eyes fell on Mu Xiaoxiao. Recently, Mu Xiaoxiao and Shen Yan had been spending more time together. Perhaps she could put in a good word.
Manager Mu, are you resigning too?
Shen Yan looked at Mu Xiaoxiao, who was about to speak.
Mu Xiaoxiao's breath caught.
She shook her head quickly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shen Yan. The Shen Yan before her felt utterly unfamiliar. He was a completely different person from the Shen Yan who usually laughed and joked with her.
All right. If you're not resigning, please remain silent for now and listen to me, Shen Yan said. Now, those who wish to resign, please step out. We need to hold an internal company meeting. Shen Yan began ushering people out. How can you do this? Someone protested, unable to bear it.
They didn't know exactly how valuable the hair-growing shampoo was, but at the very least, it could ensure they never had to worry about food or clothing again.
Resigning now meant an uncertain future. The difference between staying and leaving was enormous.
Many were over 35 in age where finding new work was notoriously difficult. Mr. Shen, you can't just throw us out after we've served you.
We contributed to Fenghwa's success. Now that the factory's thriving, you want us gone? Don't you fear disheartening others? Someone shouted. Exactly. Even if we didn't achieve great feats, we put in the hard work. Mr. Shen, you can't do this. Shen Yan laughed. Don't get things twisted. I'm not kicking anyone out, you're the ones who quit. I just agreed to it. Mr. Shen, we don't want to quit now. Someone protested. Shen Yan shook his head. Too late. I already told Manager Mu to hire replacements. You said you'd leave, but now you won't. What about the people waiting to join? I can't lead them on.
A man must keep his word.
Then we'll sue you. We'll post this online. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth. Shen Yan raised his eyebrows.
You'd better leave now, before security arrives.
You?
Zhang Heng pointed at Shen Yan, his teeth clenched.
Shen Yan smiled, unconcerned. If you're not ruthless, you won't stand firm. Especially as a boss. Running a company absolutely cannot be too soft. Otherwise, you can't manage people.
He paid their wages as usual.
With the company struggling, the employees didn't suffer much loss. If it went bankrupt, compensation would be provided.
But these people, the moment they sensed trouble, started stirring the pot. It had a terribly negative effect on company morale.
As for their threats to sue and post online, Shen Yan couldn't care less.
What Fenghwa needed most now was attention. Besides, he'd already stashed away the recording of their office chat from a couple days ago.
They were the ones quitting, he hadn't done a single thing wrong. Security. Shen Yan's voice rose. Fine. You'll see.
Zhang Heng stomped away, gnashing his teeth.
The others immediately followed. If they wanted to sue, so be it. Going it alone, they stood no chance against a boss.
Oh, and Manager Zhang, Shen Yan called out.
Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat.
He halted and turned back.
Why are you rank and file employees following those executives?
They can go to my cousin now, she promised them a hefty sum.
Are you going to watch them collect their pay?
Shen Yan said with a cheerful smile.
Zhang Heng's eyelid twitched violently. We'll see about that.
Manager Li from RD gritted his teeth.
Shen Yan watched them with a smile until their figures disappeared around the corner. Now only half the employees remained on the basketball court.
Shen Yan declared, alright, I need to emphasize a few things now. First, our new 9 vases are selling like hotcakes.
You'll need to keep picking boxes, keep at it. Second, customer service must maintain a smiling attitude. At this critical moment, there can be absolutely no issues with service quality. Third, we're going to be extremely busy. Overtime is guaranteed, and Saturdays will definitely be worked. Sundays are not guaranteed. Fourth, I need to confirm one more time, is anyone planning to leave? I need to compile a list of those staying. I'll distribute the bonuses first, then we'll get back to work. Wow! Bonuses for real? A plump female employee's eyes lit up. It's getting late today. I'll bring the cash tomorrow morning for everyone to collect, Shen Yan said with a smile. How much will it be? Everyone asked in unison. Shen Yan replied, I'll keep you in suspense for now. You can all head home. The list will be reported to each department head shortly. Yay! The employees cheered excitedly. Just as Shen Yan was about to leave, a security guard jogged over. Mr. Shen, someone's here to see you. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. Who would come looking for him at this hour? Why not just call? He pulled out his phone and pressed a button, only to discover it had been silenced. Over 20 missed calls. Male or female? He asked. A woman. A real looker. The one who came by earlier today, the security guard replied with a grin. Shen Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Chen Jialan? Chapter 17, Shen Yan's decision. In the office, Shen Yan poured Chen Jialan a glass of ice water. Chen Jialan had rushed over in such a hurry that her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Gulp! Chen Jialan downed the entire glass in one go. Setting the glass down, she wiped her lips and said, Have you guessed why I came? Shen Yan pondered briefly, probably your phone was on silent. Your family called you back. I should head home. Chen Jialan hummed in response, Why go back? Shen Yan chuckled, shifting into a more comfortable position. They just want me to hand over the technical formula. The reason? A man is not guilty, but the treasure he holds is. A small fry like me, Shen Yan, can't possibly keep this formula safe. The Shen family must have it. A flicker of relief lit up Chen Jialan's beautiful eyes. She smiled faintly, stood up, fetched paper and pen, and began scribbling. You disagree, Chen Jialan said after writing for a while. If I were the family head, that wouldn't be a problem, Shen Yan said cheerfully. Chen Jialan shook her head with a smile. Good thing the old man didn't hear that. He'd have given you a beating. How's grandfather been lately? Shen Yan asked. He's doing okay, but he doesn't meddle in the group's affairs much anymore. Those uncles and elders are causing quite a stir. The old man has no choice. Don't blame him for our family's affairs. When one grows old, many things become beyond one's strength, Chen Jialan explained. Shen Yan nodded. He understood the old man's character well enough. It was plausible the patriarch might demand the formula for the family's sake. But to expel someone from the Shen family just because they lacked business acumen? That wasn't the old man's style. A man's reputation is everything. After struggling his whole life to build the family empire, the old man valued his dignity far more than money. Alright, back to the matter at hand. What's your plan? Chen Jialan pressed. You speak first. I'm sure you're not here to persuade me to hand over the formula. Shen Yan glanced at the white paper in Chen Jialan's hand. Chen Jialan handed the paper over. Scribbled across it were the consequences of refusing to surrender the formula. The pressure primarily came from Western conglomerates in the shampoo industry. Domestically, only a few companies distributing Western shampoo brands might cause trouble. Their share was insignificant. Have you considered these? Chen Jialan's expression grew grave. Shen Yan nodded. He hadn't just considered them. He'd witnessed them firsthand. He'd personally experienced being strangled by Western capital. The image of that worker who took his own life flashed before his eyes, hardening Shen Yan's gaze. Aren't you afraid? Chen Jialan asked. I am, Shen Yan replied. Afraid, and yet. Shen Yan cut her off. Afraid of my own incompetence, of living with regret for the rest of my life. Chen Jialan froze, her eyes brimming with confusion. If we compromise now, hand over the formula, and feed off the crumbs from Western tycoons. What happens if they grow dissatisfied? And next time, when new tech emerges, will we pay tribute again? Are we destined to remain agents forever, serving as others' lackeys? Shen Yan's voice was soft, yet each word struck like a hammer, pounding at Chen Jialan's heart. She had worked at Shen Group for years, and the company's very identity was defined by being an agent. She understood the drawbacks of being an agent all too well. But for now, Shen Group's agency model still managed to scrape by, temporarily masking these issues. Now, discussing it with Shen Yan, she fell silent. However, breaking free from the exploitation of Western capital was no simple task. After all, the stakes involved were enormous. Take Nike shoes, for instance. They were clearly manufactured in China, yet the factories there only earned a few yuan per pair. But Nike shoes sold for hundreds of yuan each, with the lion's share going to the foreigners. Chinese workers toiled themselves to death, with even a 6-day workweek and 1 day off being a luxury, while the foreigners were already living the high life. This was the result of unequal status. And Shen Yan now wanted to break this rule. He wanted to turn the tables and become the master. When that happens, it's bound to stir up a bloody storm. Chen Jialan gave Shen Yan a gentle reminder. Shen Yan chuckled, I know that. That's precisely why I made such a huge stir online. Are you sure you want to do this? Chen Jialan asked.
Absolutely certain, Shen Yan replied.
From now on, I won't be anyone's lackey anymore. Screw being an agent.
From now on, I'll build factories in the West and whip them into shape.
Ha! Chen Jialan couldn't help but laugh.
Your ambitions are quite grand.
Of course. If I'm in a good mood, I'll treat them to watermelon, Shen Yan said.
Chen Jialan shook her head gently and smiled.
I should be going now. How will you explain it? That you couldn't find me? Shen Yan asked. Chen Jialan smiled.
Otherwise, they'll just keep sending people to look for you.
You can't keep hiding from the Shen family forever.
I'll tell them you refused to hand over the formula and turned against me.
And against my parents too, right? Shen Yan chuckled. Chen Jialan smiled faintly.
That way, Mom and Dad won't come looking for you about this matter either.
Alright, buy me some time. Shen Yan didn't mention that a major breakthrough was coming tomorrow. Got it.
Chen Jialan stood up, took a few steps toward the door, paused, and pulled a card from her bag.
This is the money Mom and Dad left for you. There's 40 million in there. You'll need to call them for the PIN.
When you ask for the PIN, it means you're in trouble.
They'll do everything they can to help you.
Shen Yan paused, then nodded firmly.
It's tough, but I wish you success, Chen Jialan said. I really hope you succeed. That way, we can at least see hope. We Longwa people won't have to work for foreigners. Shen Yan replied, let's work hard together. Chen Jialan strode away.
Shen Yan clenched the bank card tightly in his hand.
Half an hour later, at the Shen family estate. What?
Shen Yan emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair, her eyebrows furrowed as she stared at Chen Jialan.
Shen Yan refused? She confirmed. Chen Jialan smiled faintly. Yes. What did he say?
Shen Xiaocheng asked, his expression unreadable.
He's holding out for a better offer. Shen Liyan turned to her father. Shen Xiaocheng waved his hand, signaling her to be quiet. Shen Yan said he doesn't want to be an agent.
He wants to turn the tables and become the master, Chen Jialan stated.
Absurd. Shen Xiaocheng snorted coldly. Shen Liyan scoffed.
A fool's fantasy.
With him? Our country is defined as the West's manufacturing base. That's the entire landscape. With him? With just a bottle of crappy shampoo? He thinks he can change the status quo? What if? Chen Jialan countered. No what ifs. Where is he? Shen Liyan demanded. Chen Jialan replied, probably asleep. Shen Liyan's lips twitched. I asked for his address.
Have your third uncle go see him, Shen Xiaocheng suggested.
We've severed ties, Shen Jialan stated. My father has already threatened to disown him. Shen Yan is completely unyielding now.
My mom was so upset she cried. Shen Liyan and Shen Xiaocheng exchanged a look, both at a loss for words.
That unfilial son, Shen Yan. Shen Xiaocheng gritted his teeth. He's at the factory, right? I'm going there.
Chen Jialan said, he might be there, but I'm not sure.
Don't be too confident, you might get kicked out. He wouldn't dare. Shen Xiaocheng scoffed. Chapter 18, The Humiliated Shen Family. Fenghuo Daily Chemicals. By the time Shen Xiaocheng and Shen Liyan arrived by car, it was already 11 p.m. Even the factory dogs were ready for bed. The security guard, roused from sleep, reluctantly approached the gate. Upon hearing they were relatives of the owner, Shen Yan, he instantly perked up, grabbing the shovel kept by the desk. Shen Xiaocheng and Shen Liyan were utterly dumbfounded. What are you doing? Shen Xiaocheng snapped. The guard calmly lit a cigarette and grabbed his walkie-talkie. Someone's trying to break into the factory. Get over here fast. Hey, there must be some misunderstanding. We're here to find someone, Shen Liyan interjected. You're Shen Xiaocheng and Shen Liyan, right? The security guard confirmed. Yes, they nodded. This is my father, Shen Xiaocheng. He's your boss, Shen Yan's second uncle, Shen Liyan emphasized. Then there's no mistake, the guard shouted into the walkie-talkie again. Hurry up, grab your weapons. Shen Xiaocheng and Shen Liyan jumped in surprise, exchanging a glance before both taking a step back. Brother, let's talk this out. Is there some misunderstanding here? Shen Xiaocheng pressed his car key, ready to make a quick getaway. You're here to steal the formula. We're factory security. It's our duty to protect the factory's interests, the guard stated. Stay right here. My brothers will be here any minute. Shen Xiaocheng and Shen Liyan weren't fools. By now, they'd caught on. Chen Jialan had warned them Shen Yan would kick them out. This meant Shen Yan had arranged this long ago. Dad, this is outrageous. Shen Yan ordered the guards to block us. Shen Liyan shouted angrily. Shen Xiaocheng's face turned ashen. Let's go. Shen Xiaocheng gritted his teeth. Dad, shouldn't we confront Shen Yan and give him a piece of our mind? He eats off our Shen family, drinks off our Shen family, and this factory was bought with our Shen family's money. What right does he have to block us out? Shen Liyan was fuming. These security guards won't let us in. A wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. Let's go find third brother. Shen Xiaocheng's eyes were practically shooting fire. Right. You can run away, but you can't hide. Shen Yan snorted coldly. Shen Chaolin's villa. It was already midnight. Shen Chaolin still hadn't slept.
Shen Yan's situation had him so worried he couldn't rest.
It's almost midnight. Go rest.
With Jialan there, our son will be fine, Chen Meiji comforted him.
Shen Chaolin sighed.
That may be true, but that brat has never done any business before.
How can I feel at ease with him pulling off something this big? Where did that brat even get the formula?
Such a powerful thing, and he developed it without a word. That's what makes him capable of great things.
Now sleep, sleep. Your health comes first.
We're the home front here, while our son fights on the front lines.
We can't afford any mishaps, Chen Meiji replied. Shen Chaolin nodded. You go ahead and sleep. I'll try closing my eyes. Shen Chaolin. Get out here.
The moment Shen Chaolin closed his eyes, a familiar shout rang out from outside the window. Your second brother is here, Chen Meiji frowned.
Let's go. I've been waiting for them. I couldn't sleep if they didn't show up. Shen Chaolin sprang out of bed.
He strode out into the courtyard and opened the door.
Shen Chaoqing and Shen Liyan stood there, both looking furious. What's the matter? So late at night and you're both so angry? Shen Chaolin asked with a smile. Oomph. You have the nerve to say that?
It's all because you neglected your duties and raised such a rebellious son.
Shen Chaoqing snapped angrily. Second brother, you shouldn't have brought it up. Now I'm boiling over. That little brat nearly killed me with anger. Do you know why I'm still awake? It's because he infuriated me. Shen Chaolin retorted irritably. Chen Meiji interjected, calm down, calm down.
I'll make some tea for you both. Shen Chaoqing looked puzzled.
Second brother, I've been meaning to come find you two for ages. Help me discipline this little brat.
He swindled all of Jialan's money, tens of millions. For some national product scheme.
Apparently he developed some non-shedding formula.
When Jialan confronted him, he kicked her out and set his dogs on her.
What an ungrateful bastard.
Shen Chaolin slammed his fist on the table.
What? The money came from Chen Gaolan? Not from you guys?
Shen Chaoqing narrowed his eyes. We'd never fund his national brand project.
Listen, second brother, can't you grasp the crux of my words? He set his dogs on Jialan.
He set his dogs on her.
You all know Jialan is his future wife. His actions are utterly inhuman.
And she gave him her entire fortune.
Family members scheming against each other? That's animalistic, utterly animalistic.
Shen Chaolin turned to Shen Chaoqing as he spoke.
Shen Chaoqing and Shen Liyan's mouths twitched.
Had they not known Shen Chaolin was cursing Shen Yan, they might have thought he was cursing them.
Jialan never mentioned it, Shen Liyan said. How could she bring herself to say it?
She came back today sobbing, saying the Shen family had already kicked him out and that they had no right to discipline him. He sets his dogs on anyone who comes near.
Shen Chaolin looked utterly distressed. His mother and I don't dare go to the factory anymore.
If he sets his dogs on us too, we might as well find a deserted place and just die. What a disgrace.
Shen Chaolin shook his head incessantly, muttering under his breath as if cursing something.
After a moment of grumbling, he looked up at Shen Chaoqing. Second brother, you're just in time. Go to the factory and help me yell some sense into that little brat.
Shen Chaoqing's mouth twitched. It's nothing. We just heard there was a problem here and came to check on you.
I'll deal with Shen Yan.
That little brat is beyond the pale. How could the Shen family just kick him out?
They were protecting him. With business wars raging now, the Shen family could collapse at any moment. You might get a big share of the money now, but later you might not get a single penny and end up in debt. Shen Chaoqing said. Shen Chaolin clapped his hands.
Exactly. Who says otherwise? But that little brat somehow learned to be so rotten. Just look at how he was riding your coattails online the other day. We argued about it back then.
He claimed he learned it from the Shen family that money is everything now, and morality and face are all bull.
I told him off. Sigh. That good for nothing. Shen Chaoqing's face flushed red.
I'll find a chance to teach him a lesson.
Alright, it's getting late. You should get some rest. We'll head back first. We've got business at the group tomorrow. Leaving already? I was hoping to chat with you guys. Shen Chaolin looked reluctant. Shen Liyan rolled her eyes behind Shen Chaoqing. Chat? Chat my ass. Listening to you complain here, treating us like your trash can? No, Uncle San. The group really has business. We need to hurry back, Shen Liyan said.
Oh. Shen Chaolin sighed. Let's go, third brother.
Shen Chaoqing waved his hand and strode away.
The moment they stepped out, Chen Meiji burst out laughing.
Chaolin, where did you learn that?
You were so convincing, especially when you were talking about one thing but meaning another.
Chen Meiji remarked. Shen Chaolin snorted. That wasn't acting.
It was all genuine emotion.
That's true.
Not a single one of them acts like a human being, Chen Meiji grumbled.
Outside, in the car. Shen Chaoqing's face was grim. Dad, what do we do next? Shen Liyan asked. Chapter 19, Mu Group's Mu Qingqing. Shen Xiaoqing had no clue what to do. Though the business world was full of deceit and intrigue, everyone maintained a veneer of civility. Even the most devious schemes rarely crossed the line. Shen Yan was different. He was a complete rogue. He holed up in the factory, refusing to come out. When they tried to enter, security would call in thugs to beat them up or set dogs on them. Even his own parents had broken ties with him. What else could they do? Dad, here's what we do, we play the rogue too. Hire people to block his gate. He doesn't want to come out? Then we'll grant his wish, make sure he can't come out. Shen Lian suggested. True to being Shen Lian's father, Shen Xiaoqing instantly grasped his daughter's plan. Even if they call the police, we can claim it's a family matter. Shen Xiaoqing narrowed his eyes. Good plan. Should I go call people now? Shen Lian asked. Shen Xiaoqing lit a cigarette, took a drag, exhaled smoke out the window, and nodded lightly. Manhwa Daily Chemicals. Shen Yan was on the phone with his father. I know they'll come looking for you. Don't worry, I can handle this. Just eat well and get some rest, Shen Yan said. Be careful. That father-daughter duo is capable of anything. I know, Shen Yan replied with a chuckle. He was a seasoned veteran who'd been navigating the rough waters of society for years. When it came to playing games, what hadn't he seen? After finishing the call with his parents, Shen Yan dialed a number. Miss Mu, my apologies. I was handling matters at the factory this afternoon, so my phone was on silent. Can we talk now? Shen Yan chuckled as soon as she answered. Mu Qingqing glanced at the time and silently cursed his nerve. It was barely 1 in the morning. Know what's most devastating to a woman? Staying up late. Especially for business calls. But she had no choice. She couldn't afford to alienate Shen Yan right now. Their Mu group was currently experiencing declining profits, especially at Tianmao department store, which she managed. She'd only graduated a year ago when her family entrusted her with this heavy responsibility, handing Tianmao department store over to her management. After a year of relentless effort, Tianmao's profit margin had still dropped by 8%. This was absolutely devastating. Her family was already voicing concerns. If she couldn't come up with a solid solution before year-end, she'd likely be sidelined as a mere ornament. They'd give her a monthly allowance and tell her to go sit in the shade somewhere. Are you sure now? Mu Qingqing's eyes were half closed, her hair slightly disheveled. Get a few dozen security guards over here, Shen Yan said. Ha? Mr. Shen, I won't do anything illegal, Mu Qingqing replied. Someone's trying to steal my formula. Want to help? Shen Yan's voice came through the phone receiver. Mu Qingqing's drowsiness vanished instantly. Stealing the formula? How could this be tolerated? Manhwa was incredibly popular right now. Earlier, someone had thrown it in the trash, and now people were still rummaging through bins. Because Manhwa was completely sold out. Everyone was convinced this product would fetch astronomical prices in the future. After all, it promotes hair growth no less miraculous than kidney tonics. People wouldn't believe it's real unless it sells for $1,000 or $800. Shi reached out to Shen Yan hoping to bring his Manhwa new 9 vases line into her mall. If his formula got stolen, her product would become useless, just a pretty vase. But she was aiming to be a business queen. Mu Qingqing immediately changed clothes, grabbed her car keys, and rushed to Manhwa Daily Chemicals. En route, she mobilized all security personnel. 63 men in total. Even guards from properties under her cousin's names were summoned. Shen Yan hadn't slept yet. He was handling raw material supply issues. Tomorrow, or rather, since midnight had already passed, today. This afternoon, Li Juqi would face a major crisis. He was certain to secure a massive order then, propelling Manhwa to fame. When that moment came, he needed to ship the goods. Raw materials couldn't run short. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 taps, the office door opened gently. A wave of perfume wafted in. A stunning beauty, roughly 5 feet 7 inches, appeared in the doorway. Her beauty rivaled Chen Jialan's, yet she was several years younger, radiating youthful vitality. Miss Mu, please sit. Shen Yan lifted his head briefly before returning to his data reports. Give me a few minutes, he said. Mu Qingqing nodded, glanced around the office, and finally settled onto the sofa. 5 minutes later. Shen Yan smiled. My apologies for disturbing you so late, Miss Mu. No need to apologize. We're business partners helping each other out, Mu Qingqing replied. Not quite partners yet, Shen Yan countered. We haven't signed the contract. And I haven't finalized which mall will carry new 9 vases. Mu Qingqing didn't seem upset. You've fallen out with the Shen family. You absolutely won't stock your products in their malls, and Yincheng only has 2 or 3 decent malls. Our Mu family would definitely be your best choice. New 9 vases isn't exactly high-end merchandise. It doesn't have to be in a major mall, Shen Yan said. Mu Qingqing froze. You're not still selling it for 18 yuan, are you? Shen Yan replied, why not? You. Mu Qingqing stared at the young man before her in astonishment. If not for his clear, steady eyes, she might have thought he was losing his mind. This was shampoo that could grow hair. Forget 18 yuan, even at 1800, people would be lining up to buy it. Even at 18,000, there'd be plenty of takers. Alright, enough joking. We definitely need to sell it in malls. Otherwise, counterfeits will flood the market, Shen Yan insisted. Mu Qingqing was still reeling from the price issue. Why 18 yuan? She pressed. For the great rejuvenation of the Dragon Nation, Shen Yan declared. Mu Qingqing's lips twitched. You're not cutting corners on the ingredients, are you? Shen Yan replied, possibly. How about 20 for the high-end version? Mu Qingqing shot Shen Yan a look. I'm serious. We can't discuss that now. We haven't finalized the business details yet. For the official partnership, let's schedule a formal business meeting. For now, just help me resolve this issue. But if you don't partner with me, won't I have helped you for nothing? Mu Qingqing countered. It's an act of civic bravery. Shen Yan said. The city will award you the Good Citizen Prize. Mu Qingqing was at a loss for words. You're not still thinking about going back to the Shen family mall, are you? Mu Qingqing asked. Not at the moment, but if Chen Jialan asks, I will, Shen Yan replied. But you don't need to dwell on the new 9 vases. In the future, we'll have many more products. Like affordable phones, televisions. Wait. Mu Qingqing stared at Shen Yan as if he were an idiot. You're pulling my leg, right? You sell shampoo, what the hell do phones and TVs have to do with that? Expanding and strengthening the business, you know? A major corporation is bound to be a diversified conglomerate. Shen Yan glanced at his watch. It's late. Miss Mu, you should get some rest. I'll work a bit longer before resting too. Let the security guards wait for now. Just as Mu Qingqing nodded, a cacophony of shouting erupted outside the window. Chapter 20, Paying Workers in Cash. So soon? Shen Yan raised both eyebrows. Who are they? Daring to snatch your formula in broad daylight? Mu Qingqing's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Shen Yan replied, the Shen family. Mu Qingqing's mind filled with question marks. You didn't steal the formula from home, did you? A product this powerful? Your little company couldn't possibly have developed it. If that's what you think, then I can't help it, Shen Yan replied. Mu Qingqing's breath caught. That line was classic, it had the flavor of a boyfriend-girlfriend argument. Miss Mu, did you sleep poorly? Your mind seems foggy, Shen Yan inquired. Mu Qingqing blinked and nodded. No wonder you're so clueless, Shen Yan sighed. If this formula belonged to the Shen family, would they not use it? Would they need to grovel before foreigners? Mu Qingqing froze, then glared at Shen Yan. How dare you call me stupid? I'm a genius. Then explain why your Tianmao department store dropped 8% in less than a year? Mu Qingqing took a deep breath. You investigated me. She hissed through clenched teeth. If we're going to partner, understanding is essential. Right now, you're entirely dependent on my new 9 vases. Otherwise, your prospects are bleak. So from now on, you'll follow my lead. Mr. Shen, this is going too far, Mu Qingqing protested. We haven't even formally partnered yet. If it doesn't work out this time, we'll definitely collaborate in the future, Shen Yan replied. While Mu Group's department store wasn't particularly strong, their electronics mall was unrivaled in Silver City. Shen Yan would inevitably venture into electronics technology, making the Mu Group an excellent partner. Beyond their expertise in electronics, the Mu Group offered another compelling advantage. The rise of e-commerce had steadily weakened their position. Weakness meant easier control. We should go check what's happening, Mu Qingqing urged. If they keep causing trouble downstairs, what if it escalates into a fight? With so many people out late at night, one careless move could lead to someone getting hurt. I won't open the door, Shen Yan replied. I've already made arrangements with the security guards. The guards you brought and my own team will coordinate. The people from the Shen family are just here to annoy me. No big deal. Let them hang around outside. Nowadays, you can handle business without leaving home. Doesn't matter. You really are a... Mu Qingqing began. A scoundrel, Shen Yan said flatly. Mu Qingqing covered her mouth. I didn't say that, okay? Shen Yan just smiled, saying nothing. The night passed quickly. Mu Qingqing had curled up on the sofa all night. When she woke up at dawn, she let out a soft groan. Her back ached and her muscles were stiff, making her grit her teeth in discomfort. Shen Yan was still asleep, leaning against the sofa. Mu Qingqing yawned and glanced at him. She realized he was actually quite handsome, sharp facial features, a high, straight nose, and skin with a healthy, sun-kissed tan. He looked vibrant and energetic. Not a trace of the rogue she expected. Mu Qingqing shook her head softly. You can't judge a book by its cover. Shen Yan? He was a complete and utter scoundrel. But the moment that thought surfaced, she quickly dismissed it. That couldn't be right. If he were a scoundrel, why did the new 9 vases only sell for $18? What a strange man, Mu Qingqing yawned again. Something smells. Mu Qingqing pursed her lips. Didn't bring a toothbrush, huh? Shen Yan was awake now too. Let's get a room nearby, Shen Yan said. Mu Qingqing's eyes widened instantly.
Shen Yan was a bit speechless. I meant to get a room so you could freshen up and catch some sleep.
Then why not just go home to freshen up? Mu Qingqing asked.
You can go home, but with you looking like this, your family might ask where you were last night.
Shen Yan replied. Mu Qingqing still lived with her parents.
After graduation, when she was extremely busy, she sometimes skipped going home at night and stayed at a hotel instead. It wasn't the first or second time. But returning with her hair disheveled and her eyes vacant.
You've got a point.
Mu Qingqing smoothed her long hair, slung her bag over her shoulder, and headed for the door. Put on a mask and change into your work uniform, Shen Yan instructed. So the security guards won't say you were exhausted all night at my place.
Mu Qingqing looked at Shen Yan. Do you often? Shen Yan asked, changing or not? Change.
Mu Qingqing closed her eyes and disguised herself as Shen Yan requested.
As soon as Mu Qingqing left, Shen Yan opened Li Juqi's livestream. Li Juqi wasn't streaming yet. He exited and clicked on Douyin's trending list. Sure enough, manhwa was prominently featured. And not just once. Shampoo God product, manhwa new 9 vessels.
About finding my discarded manhwa new 9 vases in the trash.
Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. Manhwa's gonna skyrocket, brothers, stock up now.
4 posts. The trending list featured 4 hot topics about manhwa new 9 vases. Their combined heat was off the charts, exploding beyond the circle. Only then did Shen Yan remember he hadn't checked his private messages. His inbox showed 999 plus unread notifications. At manhwa Daily Chemicals official flagship store, hurry up and restock the new product. A whole night has passed, even the donkeys on the production team wouldn't dare slack off this much. At manhwa Daily Chemicals official flagship store, how can you sleep soundly? How can you sleep soundly when so many people can't get their hands on the new 9 vessels? At manhwa Daily Chemicals official flagship store, boss, I'm begging you save me 2 bottles. I'm getting married soon and I want thick, lush hair. At manhwa Daily Chemicals official flagship store, where did you steal the formula? How could a tiny company like yours possibly develop something this amazing? At Shen Yan scanned the comments. Most begged him to ramp up production, but some cursed him, others tried to morally blackmail him every type imaginable.
Shen Yan closed Douyin.
Workers had already arrived for their shift.
With manpower currently stretched thin, overtime was inevitable. He now had another critical task.
Paying cash bonuses to the remaining workers. Currently, including factory staff, 37 people had stayed. Shen Yan planned to give each 5,000 yuan. Adding the security guards from Mu Qingqing's team who came to assist last night. That totaled nearly 200,000 yuan. He needed to withdraw this money from the bank. Shen Yan nearly forgot about it in the early hours.
He was about to head out. You're not going out.
As Shen Yan reached the door, a security guard from the Shen family's side shouted.
manhwa's security guards immediately retorted, who do you think you are? How dare you give our boss orders?
Shen Yan explained, guys, I'm going to the bank to withdraw cash for overtime subsidies.
You need to secure the factory.
Cash subsidies. The security guards instantly perked up.
Mission accomplished. They declared, their eyes gleaming.
At that moment, they were as tough as nails.
Chapter 21, Staking Out Li Juqi's livestream.
Shen Yan withdrew 200,000 yuan in cash, plus a truckload of energy drinks, Chinese cigarettes, and watermelons. The guards erupted in cheers when he returned. New guards from last night drink Red Bull, smoke cigarettes, eat watermelon to your heart's content. You'll each get 1,000 yuan subsidy shortly. After I distribute it to the factory workers, it's yours.
What? Us too? The guards summoned by Mu Qingqing last night were wide awake now.
Their monthly salary was only about 3,000 yuan.
1,000 yuan, that was 10 days' pay. Usually, when asked to help out, getting some drinks or a pack of cigarettes was considered generous. They never imagined they'd actually get paid on top of that. This is too embarrassing, the security captain said, rubbing his hands nervously. I'm the one who should be embarrassed, Shen Yan replied. Alright, no need to be polite. I'll get back to work and come back later to chat with everyone.
Alright, Mr. Shen, you're truly a great man, Mu family's security captain even bowed. The Shen family guards' eyes gleamed with envy, gnashing their teeth in frustration.
They'd come here with absolutely nothing to show for it.
Here, everyone, have some watermelon to wet your throats first. And these Longwa cigarettes, help yourselves. Longwa cigarettes were the equivalent of Zhonghua in his previous life. Most smokers never got to try cigarettes of this caliber in their entire lives. Those who bought them rarely smoked them, and those who smoked them rarely bought them.
Damn, this is good stuff.
Sigh. I only bought this when my daughter was in school, as a gift for someone.
It's bloody expensive. What a good man. This boss is truly a good man. Hey, about him saying he'd give the workers money. Why? Don't you guys get paid into your accounts? Not wages, it's overtime pay. The boss held a meeting last night, saying we might have extra shifts soon, so he's giving everyone a subsidy. Holy crap. Your factory actually pays overtime? Isn't it supposed to be voluntary?
See? That's why our boss is such a good guy. And there's a new perk coming, he plans to hire women with kids. He says these women are in a tough spot, no income at home.
He'll hire them and set up a playground at the factory.
The kids will have a place to play, and the moms can focus on work and earn some money.
The other security guards fell silent. I wonder if my wife would qualify.
She's a college graduate, but after having kids, she can't get away from home.
Bring her in for an interview. Alright, I'll bring her over this afternoon. This boss is decent, a good man. Only heartless trash like you lot would block his entrance.
The Mu family's security guard shot a contemptuous glance at the Shen family's guard.
Bro, we've got no choice. If this factory needs more security, I'd gladly switch sides.
Yeah, bro, we're just workers too.
Want some watermelon? Just pretend to eat it. We're all workers, no need for this.
Supervisors are watching.
We can't eat. Then just watch us eat. The guards huddled by the iron gate, munching happily while swallowing dryly, their faces etched with envy. Meanwhile, on the basketball court, all the employees had been summoned.
Before Shen Yan stood a table piled high with cash.
200,000 yuan wasn't a fortune. But for these workers, it was a fortune. 5,000 each.
Starting now, you'll work at least one extra week of overtime. If more is needed later, I'll have HR set up a formal overtime pay scale.
Line up and come forward one by one to collect. Wow, real money. Holy crap. Overtime actually pays extra? Holy crap. 5,000 yuan.
I was freaking out about where to get the mortgage payment this month.
At least you have a mortgage. I can't even cover my kids' tuition. And I can't afford my mom's medical bills either. Thanks, boss. Shen Yan handed out the money one by one.
After he finished, Mu Xiaoxiao approached him.
Boss, you seem in a good mood? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. Don't you want to see me happy? Shen Yan smiled.
It's not that I don't want to, but I just feel like this isn't the time to be happy, Mu Xiaoxiao said.
Have you seen the Douyin and Weibo trending topics? I haven't checked Weibo, but I saw the Douyin.
There are 4 points about manhwa, Shen Yan replied.
Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Not just that.
Another one popped up. Manhwa is killing the donkey after using it to grind the grain, firing over half their employees.
That's all? Shen Yan chuckled. The incident itself is indeed minor.
But someone is definitely stirring the pot behind the scenes.
Many people want you dead right now.
Especially the Shen family, Mu Xiaoxiao stated.
Shen Yan replied, don't worry, I won't die. You must have recordings, right? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. I do, Shen Yan confirmed. Then why not release it?
If they keep this up, it'll damage your reputation, Mu Xiaoxiao said. Shen Yan replied, let the bullets fly for a while.
Do you want to be on every trending topic?
Mu Xiaoxiao said, half laughing, half crying.
Our product quality is rock solid. All this attention is just free advertising for us, Shen Yan said. Get back to your core responsibilities.
The marketing department needs coordination where needed, and recruitment matters require follow-up where necessary.
Oh, and after these past 2 days of training, I intend to place you in the position of vice president. You will oversee all major and minor company affairs.
Ha! The sudden windfall startled Mu Xiaoxiao.
Department head and company vice president, on the surface, they seemed half a step apart.
But in reality, it was worlds apart. A vice president was part of the company's leadership, with influence throughout the entire organization. A department manager only held authority within their own department.
I'll announce the appointment formally at a meeting when I have time. If you have no objections, start handling the necessary arrangements now, Shen Yan instructed.
But
Mu Xiaoxiao hesitated.
Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures.
Right now, I have no one else I can trust, Shen Yan said. I'm busy. Mu Xiaoxiao bit her lip, then finally nodded solemnly. All right, you may go.
I have matters to attend to, Shen Yan said. Mu Xiaoxiao poured Shen Yan a glass of water and turned to leave the office. Unexpectedly, less than 3 minutes later, Mu Xiaoxiao returned. Boss, bad news, the fragrance ingredient supplier is demanding a price hike, Mu Xiaoxiao reported.
Mark them as permanently off limits and switch suppliers immediately, Shen Yan declared without hesitation. It's not irreplaceable. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyelids fluttered violently. The fragrance ingredient supplier belongs to the Lu family of Yinchang. Cut them off regardless, Shen Yan said.
If I won't give face to the Shen family, the Lu family means nothing.
Get it done. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and strode away. Shen Yan glanced at the time. It was already 1 p.m. He opened Douyin Live again. Li Juqi still hadn't gone live.
A sense of foreboding crept over him. Shen Yan pressed his lips together.
Could Li Juqi be dead? Though his traffic was already massive, Li Juqi's significance wasn't merely driving traffic to domestic brands.
He'd given everyone a chance to unite as Chinese people behind Chinese products.
That opportunity was even more crucial than the traffic. Chapter 22. Sir, you've finally gone and done it. The clock struck 4 in the afternoon.
In this world, Li Juqi typically went live around noon, took a break, and wrapped up by 5 p.m.
Occasionally he'd add an evening session, but that was rare. On ordinary days, he'd finish by 5. Yet here it was, already 4 o'clock, and Li Juqi hadn't gone live. Shen Yan's brow furrowed deeply as he scrolled through the historical recordings of Li Juqi's streams in this world. He roughly reviewed the live streams from the past month. Shen Yan's frown deepened. Nothing seemed amiss. Based on Li Juqi's behavioral patterns, this world's version was identical to his previous incarnation. Moreover, the content from his streams just days before the incident mirrored this world's Li Juqi's recent broadcasts almost exactly. Otherwise, Shen Yan wouldn't be so eager for Mr. Li Juqi to meet his demise. But reality was about to teach Shen Yan a little lesson. Could it be? Li Juqi might still have a chance in this world? Like Shen Yan, thousands of people were camped out in Li Juqi's Douyin livestream room. Today, the scheduled broadcast didn't start, and there was no notification. Everyone was getting anxious. After all, Li Juqi had previously been banned for a period due to his loose lips. Zhang Xiaohong was one of Li Juqi's devoted fans. Over the past 2 years in his livestreams, she had saved a considerable amount of money. She had once calculated it carefully. Through Li Juqi's product promotions, she had saved at least over 20,000 yuan. For someone earning only 5,000 yuan a month, that was a huge sum. She was deeply grateful to Li Juqi. Thanks to him, she could maintain her quality of life while still getting the lowest prices online for these products. Li Juqi was her idol. Why hasn't Juqi shown up today? Li Juqi's 21st fan group. Zhang Xiaohong was among the earliest members to join. The group had now expanded to over 200 members. She was practically a founding member. He must have something going on. Could it be? Don't jinx it. He's fine. He hasn't done anything out of the ordinary lately. Exactly. Last time too, it was just jealous people blowing things out of proportion. Calm down, calm down. The group admins are communicating. They say they've made contact. That's good, that's good. By the way, is there anything you guys want to buy today? I want to buy a lipstick. I want to buy an eyebrow pencil. It's so frustrating. I got into a fight with my boyfriend yesterday, and he snapped my eyebrow pencil in half. Hearing that Li Juqi was fine, everyone started chatting casually. Ha! The stream's live. Holy crap, that scared me. Glad he's okay. Sisters, grab your wallets and let's go. Li Juqi's live stream room flooded with over 10,000 viewers the moment it started. The popularity was absolutely explosive. Shen Yan had just stood up to get a glass of water. Li Juqi's familiar voice came through his phone. He was explaining why the livestream was so late. He mentioned an issue with a brow pencil today, which he was resolving. But thanks to his relentless efforts, the price had stabilized, and he'd still managed to deliver significant perks for the sisters. Ha! It's live? Selling brow pencils today? Shen Yan perked up instantly. Host opening. Hello everyone. Our live stream has begun. Hello, we're here, we're here, we're here. Shen Yan's eyes lit up as he watched Li Juqi in the livestream, filled with anticipation. Sir, please go forth and die. Oh, my god. This is a shade you'd struggle to buy even if you had the money. Ugh, this color is so ugly, don't buy it. Get something else from their brand instead. This is the Hermes of hand creams. This lipstick is great, though. Once you put it on, your lips feel like fruitmen will want to take a bite. Listening to Li Juqi launch into his signature sales pitch to his family, Shen Yan's nerves began to fray as he recognized the familiar progression from his past life. The eyebrow pencil was next. Finally, the Hanashiko eyebrow pencil made its appearance. This eyebrow pencil is an old favorite for everyone. After over 2 hours of negotiation today, I finally secured this price, just 79 yuan. Shen Yan thought for a moment, then typed immediately. Hanako is getting more and more expensive. But there were simply too many people in the livestream. No one noticed. He typed comments every day while watching livestreams. Unfortunately, there were simply too many people. Even if someone saw it, they'd just scold him for writing the trend. Li Juqi paid no attention whatsoever. Hua Shizi is getting more and more expensive. Suddenly, a user with the ID Little Red Keep Going posted a comment. Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat. Though this ID wasn't the one from his past life, this comment signaled that the event he'd been anticipating was about to unfold. Yet the comment quickly got buried. Li Juqi remained silent, seemingly oblivious, continuing his sales pitch. The comments section erupted. Many of Li Juqi's fans lashed out at Xiaohong. If you can't afford it, don't buy it. There are plenty of cheap options on the street. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Xiaohong, you really? Your salary must be too low. This place just isn't for you. Stop pretending to be something you're not. This isn't your scene. One stinging comment after another scrolled by. After a long while, the user named Little Red Keep Going never replied again. But some couldn't stand by and watch. Can't we even say it's too expensive? What, is Li Juqi's livestream some kind of rich ladies club? Aren't you all here for the bargains too? What a joke. If you're rich, go buy it at the counter. Why pretend online? Not buying anymore. Lost all interest. A bunch of salespeople acting all high and mighty. The comments section erupted. Li Juqi paused. Shen Yan stared intently at Li Juqi. Oh. Hanashiko is getting more expensive. Li Juqi curled his lips, rolled his eyes, and said in a sarcastic tone. Here it comes. Shen Yan jumped up as if electrocuted. Sir, thank you for your generous sacrifice. Where's the markup? It's been this price for years. Fine, don't spout nonsense with your eyes wide open. Domestic brands have it tough. Li Juqi's voice brimmed with disdain and impatience. The live chat erupted in uproar. Shen Yan, however, listened with every pore on his body wide open. Keep going. Go on. Oh. Plus, Hushi isn't some brand that just buys random ingredients. I've followed Hushi for years. I know better than anyone how they built this. They practically gave me their entire company. Hua Shizi almost became part of the Li family. Seriously, you're just talking nonsense. Honestly, all these years, it's been 79 yuan. Where's the markup? At this point, Li Juqi shifted into a comfortable pose, chin lifted, his gaze carrying 3 parts disdain, 6 parts arrogance, and 1 part nonchalance. Sometimes it's your own fault, okay? All these years has your salary gone up? Have you been working hard? Ha! Whoosh! The entire comments section erupted like a barrel of gunpowder ignited. It exploded instantly. Comments no longer trickled by one, they surged like a flood, crashing violently. Chapter 23, I'm Fenghua, here to pick up some fans. Woof. The comments section was completely obscured. All that could be seen were white torrents violently washing over the comments. Li Juqi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. He stared dumbly at the comments section, his throat occasionally twitching. It was clear his own words had terrified him. He never imagined this outcome. Shen Yan stood before his computer, laughing heartily. An employee passing by peered in curiously. Shen Yan paid no mind, his laughter unabated. After a while, when the torrent slowed, Shen Yan finally sat down at his computer. Oh, look at our saleswoman now made some money and thinks she can mock her own customers? Damn it, why did I ever shop here? Sigh, the dog I raised now wags its tail at others, and the saleswoman I supported now thinks I'm not trying hard enough. How dare he say that? He makes hundreds of millions, even billions a year. His annual interest alone is tens of millions. I graduated from a top-tier university with a master's degree and only earn 300,000 yuan a year. Did he study as hard as I did? Then why do I earn less than him? Is this about effort? For all to know, Li Juqi's mother couldn't afford his 20,000 yuan tuition, so she couldn't send him to university. His mother just wasn't hardworking enough. This is hilarious, ha ha ha. I supported my man for 3 years, and now he's calling me a poor schmuck, ha. Is a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil really not expensive? Look at how little product you get. That works out to hundreds per gram more expensive than gold. Apologize. Apologize now. What good is an apology? Why bother with the police? Just die already. Ungrateful scum like you won't get another penny from me. Comment after comment poured out. Shen Yan glanced at the top right corner. The live stream's online viewers skyrocketed from the usual 200-300k to over 800k. And the numbers kept climbing. Sorry, everyone. Shen Yan watched as the comments section finally calmed down, the pace slowing considerably. Only then did he start typing. I'm Fenghua. Can I come pick up some followers? I'm Fenghua. Can I come pick up some followers? I'm Fenghua. Can I come pick up some followers? Shen Yan rapidly flooded the screen. He posted over 100 messages before stopping. Fenghua. You finally showed up. New 9 vessels. My god, give me a bottle. Holy crap, Shen Yan is here. The pace of comments in the chat picked up again. This time, Shen Yan was the one left dumbfounded. When had Fenghua ever received this kind of treatment? Only a few days ago when he was being criticized. And even then, the pace wasn't this fast. Followed. Fenghua, give me a bottle of new 9 vessels. My mom gave me a mission. Shen Yan tapped open his follower count and instantly gaped. Holy crap. Just minutes ago, his followers were only a little over 70,000. Now it was over 200,000. In just a few seconds. Fenghua. Already followed you. Hurry up and list the new 9 vessels. Fenghua. Get the 79 yuan package ready. I want to buy it. Shen Yan, will the new 9 vessels go up in price? Comment after comment exploded in Li Juqi's livestream. Shen Yan replied immediately. The new 9 vases won't increase in price, still 18 yuan. But our production capacity is a bit tight, so it might take some time. He posted 10 consecutive replies, trying to reach as many people as possible. Holy crap, no price hike? Then sell me the inventory you returned earlier. Me too. Me too. Sorry, I shouldn't have returned mine. I'll buy it back at double the price this time. Mr. Shen, I never returned mine. I'm a decade-long loyal Fenghua customer, please prioritize selling to me this time. Messages poured in, interacting with Shen Yan.
Seeing the crowd swell, Shen Yan announced he'd start a livestream where everyone could chat more freely.
Just 10 minutes had passed since he'd mentioned picking up followers.
Manhwa Daily Chemical's official flagship store had already surpassed 400,000 followers. The traffic surge was terrifying. And these were all real, active followers.
Shen Yan opened the livestream and instantly over 10,000 people flooded in. Mr. Shen, can we place pre-orders?
Yes.
We want to reserve them.
Mr. Shen, you must still have plenty in stock.
List them now.
First come, first served.
Is the new 9 vessels really still 18 yuan? Holy cow, what kind of divine pricing is this? Please explain why you fired those employees.
Don't believe him, he's no good. He fired half the staff.
What's it to us? We're just consumers. Selling new 9 vases for 18 bucks? He's a god. No moral flaws whatsoever. Exactly. Selling shampoo for 18 and you want me to question his character?
If he sold it for 1800, I'd kneel and kowtow to him.
Ha, but I am kinda curious, why did he fire those people? Comments in the livestream flew by like lightning.
Shen Yan gave a wry smile and rubbed his eyes.
Too few people cause worries, too many people cause worries. He thought the employee resignations would subject him to online bullying. He could then reveal evidence and attract more traffic.
But unexpectedly, people didn't care much at all.
The impact of the new 9 vases was simply overwhelming.
Compared to that, the employee issue felt like a fart, while the new 9 vases were like a nuclear bomb.
Everyone, slow down a bit. I just took a look and there are 4 main questions everyone has. First, the price. Second, can we place pre-orders?
Third, when will shipping start? Fourth, the employee situation.
I'll address each one. Shen Yan paused before continuing, one thing at a time. Regarding price, raw material costs haven't risen.
One supplier did hike their prices, so I stopped ordering from them.
666, Boss Shen rocks. I'll send you a gift.
Get out of my livestream if you're sending gifts, Shen Yan retorted.
Ha, is this boss crazy? He's scolding people for sending gifts. Everyone, quiet down. Listen to my idol. Surprisingly, the 20,000 plus viewers in the livestream fell silent. Regarding pre-orders, personally, I think we should avoid them. That way, people who find out later won't be able to buy them.
Plus, pre-orders can be cancelled, making it easy for competitors to cause trouble. Third question, we're already hiring and will resolve the production capacity issue as soon as possible. I also paid our employees today, and they agreed to help with overtime during this period.
Give me a week. Holy crap? Paid overtime? And paid in advance? It's true, I can vouch for it. Check my work, I'm a Fenghua employee.
This morning, each of us got 5,000 yuan.
Damn, if Fenghua is hiring, can we out-of-towners apply? Sigh, too bad I have to take care of my kid. Hey, ladies up front, Boss Shen allows bringing kids to work. He's setting up a playground in the factory. Damn. You're the real deal this time. And you, my brother, you're the true hero. Fourth question, regarding the dismissal of those employees. Chapter 24, A Spark Ignites a Prairie Fire. I have recordings of this. I'll upload them to my work later. Truth is, I didn't fire them. They couldn't handle the pressure and asked to resign themselves. Plus, some executives were poached. Before they left, I planned to double their salaries so they'd be more comfortable at their new places. But if there are any issues, I welcome them to pursue legal action. I'll face it head on. Damn, this is just embarrassing. Quitting when the factory was struggling, then blaming the boss when things improved? Seriously, you guys suck. Exactly. Who acts like that? Just accept your bad luck. How can you blame others for your own poor choices? Hug for Boss Shen. Stop online and get production organized. Seeing the discussion reignite, Shen Yan announced new 9 vases launch in 1 week. To ensure you don't buy fakes. Order only through our official flagship store or select major department stores. I'll list these channels in my posts later. Is it really still 18 bucks? Sorry, I dissed you in that Sakizii livestream before. My sincere apologies. Boss, you're messing with us. The livestream audience kept growing. Most people were still skeptical about the price. Shen Yan chuckled, how much do you think shampoo should cost? None of you have much hair left. If I sold this shampoo for hundreds, plus other products for hundreds, how much do you even make in a month? You're insulting us. Damn, this sucks. Even Shen Yan, miles away, knows I'm bald. Weird. The boss has said multiple times it's only 18 yuan, yet we still feel it's too cheap? Yeah, is there something wrong with our thinking? A group of livestream viewers questioning their existence. At the market, pork is 10 yuan per pound, beef 40. Fruits and veggies range from 1 yuan to several yuan. But when we spend money on games, a single skin costs dozens or even hundreds, and we don't bat an eye. That's falling into consumerism's trap. Take eyebrow pencils, what do professional makeup artists use? 3 for 10 yuan. And you? You use ones that cost hundreds per gram. You think you're living a refined life, but really, you're just being milked. Of course, I could do the same with my new 9 vases. I know perfectly well that if I sold them for 1800 or even 18,000, plenty of people would buy them. But I don't want to do that. Manhwa has always been dedicated to making life more comfortable and happier for the people of Dragon Nation. I believe that's our shared goal. Shen Yan said earnestly. Whoa! What kind of godly boss is this? He actually treats me like a human being. And to think I cursed him before. I woke up in the middle of the night and slapped myself. Damn me, I shouldn't have just asked for a refund. Yeah, we're trapped in consumerism. Professional makeup artists really do use 3 eyebrow pencils for $10. I thought I lived so elegantly before, but now I realize I was just a fool. Shen Yan continued, brand markups are actually pretty severe. Most brands are manufactured domestically anyway. You can totally find reliable domestic products. After switching to domestic brands for most items, you'll find that even with a monthly income of 3 or 4,000, you won't feel too strapped for cash. No way. Really? It feels legit. This shampoo was only $18 and 3 eyebrow pencils for 10. If we save up, we can really live well. And the quality is pretty much the same. What domestic brands are there? I've always bought foreign ones, this is all new to me. Everyone started chatting among themselves. Seeing that his ideas were starting to sink in, Shen Yan decided to wrap up the stream. These were new concepts, they needed time to adjust. Besides, the Li Jiaqi incident had only just begun, it hadn't fully fermented yet. All this required time. Saying more now might backfire. He'd use this window to handle company affairs and strategize. Once new 9 vases stabilized next week, which company should he acquire? Now that Li Jiaqi had risked his life to blast open a gateway for domestic brands, he had to step up. Alright, I've got things to attend to. That's all for today's livestream. With that, Shen Yan signed off. The livestream gone, tens of thousands of viewers were suddenly left dumbfounded, frantically seeking someone to chat with. The Li Jiaqi incident had sparked a wave of backlash. Everyone was scrambling to find affordable alternatives to those flashy, overpriced goods. In an instant, the debate over whether Li Jiaqi had actually worked hard spread across the internet, sparking wave after wave of opposition. Less than 2 hours had passed since Li Jiaqi caused the uproar. His name dominated the top 3 spots on Weibo's Hot Search, Douyin's Hot Topics, and Baidu's search index rankings. Li Jiaqi asks, has your salary increased these past years? Li Jiaqi earns 1.8 billion yuan annually, surpassing the fiscal revenue of 80% of China's county-level cities. Truly a one-man city. Li Jiaqi's 1.8 billion yuan income? That's 5.08 million yuan per day. Such trending topics were glaringly obvious. Clicking any hot post revealed a sea of criticism below. Damn! The pig riding the wind gets blown up, then turns around and curses the people on the ground who blew the wind for him. Holy crap, he really makes 5.08 million a day? I only make 50,000 a year. This sense of superiority is sickening. Isn't a 79 yuan eyebrow pencil expensive? That's 985 yuan per gram. Gold is only around 400 yuan per gram. Expose Li Jiaqi. Expose the past and present of Waxizi and Li Jiaqi. Waxizi's glorious journey from 10 yuan to 79 yuan thanks to Li Jiaqi. Waxizi isn't domestic, it's made in land. Damn it, I've supported him all this time, and he's been lying to me? The heat kept rising. Major video portals flooded households with trending posts and videos about Li Jiaqi. Criticism against him intensified. Another day passed swiftly. Li Jiaqi then rushed out to apologize. But his apology came too late. Everyone said he only apologized to avoid paying breach of contract penalties. In just one day, Li Jiaqi lost 2 million followers. Manhwa Cosmetics gained 800,000 followers overnight. Those who had criticized Li Jiaqi gradually began praising Shen Yan instead. The new 9 vases product, priced at 18 yuan, instantly elevated Shen Yan to cult status. His recommendations were widely praised. Buying domestic products. Within a single day, this phrase had even trended on social media. However, most people had no idea what domestic products to buy or where to find reliable ones. Their lives were saturated with foreign brands. Domestic products were synonymous with low quality and had long been automatically filtered out. Suddenly told to seek out domestic options, they didn't even know where to start. They immediately called Manhwa, urging her to go live and recommend reliable domestic brands for everyday use. But Shen Yan had left on a business trip yesterday. After much deliberation, Mu Xiaoxiao ultimately called Shen Yan. Soon after, Manhwa's daily chemical products livestream began. This time, Shen Yan wasn't seated in the livestream booth, but several young ladies washing hair. Shen Yan jumped right in, grabbing 7 or 8 bottles of shampoo and conditioner to create a mega bundle priced at 79 yuan. With nowhere else to vent, everyone flooded into Manhwa's livestream. Chapter 25, Daily Sales Hit 10 Million. Shen Yan inspects the mall. The young ladies were startled by the sudden influx of over 30,000 viewers. Ha, this is hilarious. Everyone, come see 79 yuan actually gets you 5.5 pounds of shampoo. Ha ha ha. But I'm laughing out loud. Is manhwa serious? Selling shampoo by the pound? 5.5 pounds for 79 yuan? That's enough to last 2 or 3 years. Holy crap.
If our 6-person dorm chips in, it'd be just over $10 per person for a year's supply of shampoo and conditioner.
That's insanely fair. At this price, can it even be any good? You get what you pay for, right? Sis, you're out of the loop.
Their miracle hair growth elixir, only $18 a bottle, and it's just 3 ounces.
Holy crap. What did you say? Seriously? It actually grows hair? So you came in here knowing nothing? Go search for new 9 vessels, there's tons of trial videos online now. I just saw all the buzz and came in.
I'm here to watch the livestream where everyone's roastingly judgy.
Sisters, I'm off to check out those Xinjius and trial reviews. In manhwa's livestream, the crowd was buzzing with excitement.
The 3 girls running the stream didn't know what to say, just silently washing hair and introducing products. Relax, girls. Everyone urged her. One short-haired girl seemed slightly less reserved.
After some coaxing, she finally loosened up. This conditioner. Forget the product, tell us about your boss. Someone egged her on. Yeah, tell us about Shen Yan. I'm so curious about him. I looked him up online, wasn't he your boss before?
Seeing the comments in the livestream, the girl instantly grew tense again. But after bantering with the netizens for a while, she decided to go for it.
Mr. Shen only became our boss this past week.
Before that, our wages had been delayed for months. As soon as Mr. Shen arrived, he paid us back what we were owed, and now we even get paid for overtime. My sister started working here too. Mr. Shen hired several nannies to take care of the kids and set up a simple playground in the factory. As she spoke, the girl's eyes welled up. She was deeply moved. The viewers in the livestream chat also felt their eyes sting.
They were filled with envy and admiration. So the rumors online were true. Your boss Shen really has a heart of gold. Of course it's true. There's something else you don't know.
The girl opened up, her words flowing freely.
The manhwa new 9 vessels formula is worth a fortune. The Shen family is drooling over it. They've even sent people to block our gates lately.
Boss Shen has been dealing with this situation these past few days.
They want us to hand over the formula.
Boss Shen refused. Mr. Shen said if we handed it over, it'd likely end up in foreign hands.
Then we'd just be working for someone else again. Now that we hold the formula, foreigners have bald heads too. They'll either import it from us at a premium price, or they'll produce it themselves back home. Either way, we'll call the shots. We can also earn a technology premium, just like those foreign brands. Holy. Awesome. God, my God. Selling it for $18 here, planning to recoup from Dale. I crown him the greatest businessman of the new era. The backbone of the Chinese people.
He's the only businessman I truly respect right now.
Respect, damn it. That's how it should be. So many of our industries are just working for foreigners now. They get all those great benefits? We're the ones making it happen for them. Supporting Boss Shen. I'm placing an order.
Too bad they don't have the new 9 vases.
Not everyone's bald.
You can buy it for family members who aren't losing their hair.
79 yuan for 5.5 pounds? What else could you want? It's such a steal.
True. 79 yuan buys years of shampoo.
I'm getting it for my mom. Haha, me too. Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow. Everyone, please shop sensibly.
The short-haired girl panicked at the surge of orders and quickly tried to rein things in. Online purchases can be returned.
Impulse buys once the excitement fades lead to return waves that really hurt businesses. Don't worry, we won't return it. Anyone who does is a fool. 79 yuan for 5.5 pounds of shampoo and conditioner? Who'd return that? It's practically free.
I'm buying one for my mom, my grandma, and my maternal grandma. Just graduated and haven't made much money yet, but this is a practical, affordable gift.
Buy. Spending money on a company like this makes my heart feel all warm and fuzzy.
In an instant, manhwa's livestream was flooded with orders. The 3 hosts were completely dumbfounded. They never in their wildest dreams imagined sales would be this insane. The day flew by, and manhwa's livestream racked up a staggering 300,000 orders. That added up to over 20 million yuan in payments received in a single day. When the figures were tallied, the entire manhwa team froze in shock. They never imagined their products would go this crazy. After all, their annual sales were only tens of millions.
Now they'd hit that in a single day.
And that was before the new 9 vases even launched.
Once the new 9 vases went live, the scene would be utterly terrifying. Quick, call the boss,
stammered the finance manager.
Mu Xiaoxiao shook her head. Shen Yan had instructed them not to contact him unless it was an absolute emergency.
Though she had no idea what Shen Yan was up to, Mu Xiaoxiao dared not disturb him.
Shen Yan wasn't busy with anything important, he was browsing the mall. He'd been wandering the mall for 2 days straight.
Yesterday, Mu Qingqing had invited him to visit her department store.
He discovered this world didn't have Pangdong. A wild idea immediately popped into his head. He planned to focus on daily chemicals and small lifestyle tech products, items easily counterfeited, best sold through physical stores. But negotiating with each mall individually would waste time and leave him at their mercy. So he had a crazy idea: start his own department store chain. The model? He'd emulate Pangdong. Unbeatable quality products paired with an unbeatable service philosophy would absolutely crush the competition. These past 2 days, he'd been consumed by this idea. So, what do you think? You've explored every mall in Yinchang. After comparing them all, how does my department store stack up? Mu Qingqing stood with her hands behind her back, her face lit with an expectant smile. She had immense confidence in her store. Not great. If I had to give it a score out of 10, I'd say 4. Shen Yan replied. What? Mu Qingqing looked slightly upset. Only 4 points? That's actually the highest score I could give after comparing them over these past 2 days. Most others barely scraped by with 3 points or less. Shen Yan explained. Only 4 points at best? What about the other 6 points? Where did they go? Mu Qingqing asked, puzzled. She believed she'd done her absolute best. Her mall was clean and tidy, service was attentive, and product quality was solid. While profits were indeed low, that stemmed from her strict management, she'd refused to bring in certain annoying big brands. This significantly reduced mall rental income. Naturally, profits looked poor in comparison. It just feels uncomfortable, Shen Yan explained. The service seems good, but it's irritating. Having someone follow you everywhere makes people feel uncomfortable. And returns and exchanges require approval. While that step is necessary, it always leaves customers feeling uneasy. Because you hold all the power. Don't rush to argue. Remember yesterday when we bought a durian on the basement floor of your department store? Yeah, we got unlucky that durian didn't have much flesh. Kind of a rip-off, Mu Qingqing pouted. Shen Yan doesn't eat durian, so she ended up eating it all. She really wasn't thrilled. But durians are like blind boxes by nature. If you get one with little flesh, you just have to accept your loss. The ideal supermarket is one where you keep opening until you hit a good one, Shen Yan stated. Huh? Mu Qingqing looked utterly incredulous. That's completely reckless. Doing that would lead to losses, Mu Qingqing frowned. If it were your store, would you allow such a thing? Chapter 26, Returning to the Shen family, the plan begins. Of course, Shen Yan replied. While it might seem like a loss on the surface, it attracts more customers and creates the perception that people must shop at my supermarket. That way, my supermarket can significantly reduce advertising costs and minimize the markup space for merchants. Mu Qingqing lowered her head in deep thought. Also, your fresh produce section is lacking. If you could offer on-site cooking there, I'd give it a 6 out of 10. Frankly, your department store lacks any real gimmick or competitive edge, Shen Yan stated. Mu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. You've run a department store before? She asked. No, Shen Yan replied. Then how did you come up with such a great idea? You're absolutely right. We should set up a cooking station in the fresh produce section. Most people don't know how to prepare fresh ingredients. We could charge a processing fee, clearly marked, cook it for customers, and let them take it home ready to eat. Mu Qingqing clapped her hands. Why didn't I think of that before? It's not too late now, Shen Yan said. You're just giving me advice for free? We haven't even started working together yet, Mu Qingqing pointed out. Shen Yan chuckled, but you helped me out with the security guard, didn't you? Mutual help, let's be friends first. Besides, with your department store doing so poorly, I'm worried it might affect my future product placements. Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Let's talk properly, don't attack my mall. Mu Qingqing huffed. Actually, there are many areas needing improvement, Shen Yan said. We'll take it step by step. Mu Qingqing touched her delicate nose. Tell me about it? It's hard to explain in a moment. This requires a detailed plan. Moreover, what I aim to transform isn't just your Tianmao department store or your Mu family. My products need nationwide distribution. Shen Yan stated. Mu Qingqing froze instantly. You want to transform every department store in the country? She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Amateurs see the spectacle, professionals see the mechanics. Managing a single department store involves shifting billions in capital. How many department stores are there nationwide? If not 1,000, then at least 300. That's a $1 trillion scale operation. Forget Shen Yan, even the nation's wealthiest tycoon likely lacks such reach. Business is business. Everyone trades to make money. As long as it's legal, no one has the right to dictate another's moves. So what if you're the richest man in the country? They might give you superficial respect, but ultimately, they'll do as they please. Let's take it step by step, Shen Yan said. But if possible, I'd like to start with the Mu family. Mu Qingqing shook her head. Don't even think about it. My Tianmao department store can adapt as you suggest, but it must be done gradually. After all, it involves so many aspects. As for the other family malls, they aren't a unified front, and they're not under my control. The family won't discuss those matters with you. They tend to be relatively short-sighted. Mu Qingqing stated. As long as I have enough high-quality products, they'll adapt to meet my standards, Shen Yan asserted.
A nationwide chain of department stores modeled after Pangdongline was a monumental concept, impossible to achieve overnight. It required a step-by-step approach. But having conceived the idea, Shen Yan was determined to put it into action.
With Tianmao's cooperation, he would begin there.
Then we'll start with your Taimao, Shen Yan affirmed. Mu Qingqing paused, then snapped back to attention, extending her hand.
Happy collaboration. Shen Yan shook hers. Happy collaboration. Mu Qingqing chuckled. What about Chen Jialan? Shouldn't you consider her first? I will. But she doesn't handle department stores.
Once she has her own, we can collaborate then, Shen Yan replied.
What? Isn't this an exclusive deal? Mu Qingqing's expression turned serious. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively.
If she ever reaches the point of running a department store, she'll likely do it herself. Her money is no different from mine.
Oh, so we're partners, essentially co-investors then. Mu Qingqing's face lit up again. We'll finalize the contract details later. The signing ceremony will follow after that. Shen Yan said. No problem. Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled. This time I should be able to recoup some of the profits, right?
New 9 vessels, divine water. Shen Yan laughed, his smile carrying a hint of mystery.
Alright, it's almost dinner time. Let's go eat. Mu Qingqing said. Shen Yan shook his head. I've been out for 2 days. I need to head back. Then I'll walk you there, Mu Qingqing offered. Alright. You know the way to the Shen residence, right? Shen Yan asked. Huh? You're going back to the Shen residence? Mu Qingqing's eyes widened. What the hell are you thinking? Shen Yan replied, how else can I see them scrambling around if I don't go?
Mu Qingqing was momentarily speechless.
Let's go. Take me there, Shen Yan said. Shen Yan's visit to the Shen residence wasn't purely out of curiosity.
Over the past 2 days, manhwa had become widely known. He had also instructed his staff to leak the news about the Shen family's attempt to seize the formula. Undoubtedly, the Shen family was now facing immense public pressure. At a time like this, his parents would surely bear the brunt of it. He had to go to the Shen residence to help his parents alleviate the pressure coming from the Shen family. Beyond that, there was another matter to attend to at the Shen residence. That was to reveal the information about his planned cooperation with the Mu family to the Shen family. At this point, the Shen family would inevitably fly into a rage. He could then present some conditions. He planned to establish a chain of department stores. It made no sense for the Shen family's own department stores to be used entirely by foreigners while they themselves didn't benefit. Sitting in the car, Shen Yan closed his eyes and dozed off. This was the first time since arriving in this world that he would face the Shen family members who had driven his family out.
A show was undoubtedly waiting for him next. The Shen residence. Bang!
Shen Xiaoming slammed his hand on the table.
You good for nothing. To accuse our Shen family of stealing his formula. And then elevate it to some grand national cause. Isn't this pushing the Shen family into the fire pit? Third son, this is your son. You tell me, what should we do?
Shen Chaolin and Shen Meiji had been summoned home yesterday. They had been called in the name of the old master.
Shen Chaolin was a dutiful son, how could he refuse?
But when they arrived, the old man was nowhere to be found, reportedly away at a sanatorium.
Even knowing they'd been tricked, Shen Chaolin couldn't just leave.
They claimed the old man would return in a couple of days. If Shen Chaolin left now, the old man would be furious. As an apology, we must at least cede some rights to this formula, Shen Xiaoqing declared.
Shen Lian added, Shen Yan was seen with that little vixen from the Mu family a couple days ago. He hasn't shown his face since. Could he really have gone off to fool around with that little demon? That traitorous bastard. Shen Xiaoqing roared. Shen Xiaoming gritted his teeth. Third brother, call your son. Don't mention anything about severing ties. Just tell him you're dying. See if he comes.
Shen Xiaolin was speechless.
Call him.
If he comes, leave the rest to us, Shen Xiaoqing said.
Rest assured, we won't kill or rob.
We're only interested in the formula.
After all, we're family.
We can't let the Mu family profit from this, Shen Xiaoming said. If you won't make this call, I'll have the old man do it. His health is poor, he knows nothing of these matters.
If he gets upset, his health might collapse.
But there's no choice, the Shen family is at a life or death moment. He must know the situation.
We can't keep this from him.
A flicker of worry crossed Shen Xiaolin's eyes.
Shen Yan is here. Shen Yan is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked up in surprise. It was the old butler's voice. What did you say? Shen Xiaoming asked. Shen Yan has arrived. He's right outside the gate, the old steward replied. Who else? Just him? Shen Xiaoqing inquired. Only him. He was brought by Miss Mu, the steward called out. Oomph. Shen Xiaoming's face darkened instantly. He's come to provoke us. Shen Xiaoming gritted his teeth. Let's go meet him. What's going on? Why did he suddenly show up? Is he here to mock us? Shen Yan's expression was equally grim. Look at the fine sons you've raised. Shen Chaoqing glanced at Shen Chaolin and his wife, shaking his head. Shen Chaolin and Shen Meiji exchanged worried glances. Shen Chaolin even secretly pulled out his phone and sent a message. Chapter 27, Returning Home in Triumph. Outside the Shen family estate. Shen Yan's phone pinged. He pulled it out to find a message from his father. Get out of here immediately. What are you doing here? The Shen family estate isn't playground. Stay another minute and you won't even know how you died. Shen Yan smiled, choosing not to reply. Instead, he stood at the entrance with his hands behind his back, chest puffed out. He had already spotted his eldest uncle approaching with his entourage. He slowly stepped forward to meet them. As he drew near, he greeted them cheerfully. Uncle, it's been so long since we last met. You look as robust as ever. Shen Chaoming's eyelid twitched. He was only in his 50s, hardly the time for robust. Second uncle, take care of yourself. Your eyes look a bit heavy. I'll pick up some goji berries or something to help nourish your kidneys, Shen Yan said. Shen Yan snapped, Shen Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? You're still as fierce as ever. Shen Yan shook his head. I'll go get you a calligraphic inscription. See if you prefer calmness leads to distant goals or endurance. Write your head off. Shen Yan snapped. My temper's only this bad because you provoke me. Shen Yan chuckled. The way you put it, you sound like the one who got kicked out. You brat. Shen Yan started to retort, but Shen Chaoming barked at Shen Yan first. You unfilial wretch. Your parents are right here, and you don't even greet them before bickering with others. How did the Shen family produce such a disgraceful monster as you? Shen Yan replied, Huh? So you still recognize them as my parents, uncle? Then why aren't they at my house? Why did they come to yours? How did you force them to come? This is between us elders. Who are you to butt in? Shen Chaoqing retorted. Shen Yan raised both eyebrows. I originally came today to discuss a business partnership with you. Since you're such noble elders that I can't interrupt, then we won't discuss it. What did you say? Discuss a partnership? Shen Chaoqing perked up instantly. We won't discuss it, Shen Yan stated flatly. You're deliberately playing us, aren't you? Shen Chaoqing snapped. So what if I am? Shen Yan shrugged his shoulders. Shen Yan, don't push it too far. You're still a Shen family member. Just because you've gained some influence outside, you come home acting arrogant. What kind of behavior is this? Shen Chaoqing gritted his teeth. Returning home in glory, Shen Yan replied. The Shen family instantly realized they couldn't win an argument with Shen Yan. Exchanging glances, they stopped arguing with him. That's how true businessmen are. As long as they see profit, they could kill their own mother and still calm down immediately. What kind of cooperation are you referring to? Shen Chaoming asked in a deep voice. I said it's cancelled. Shen Yan pulled his parents behind him. Let's go. Hold on. Shen Yan blocked Shen Yan's path. You come and go as you please? Is the Shen family that easy to push around? But you just said I'm part of the Shen family. Can't I come and go freely in my own home? Shen Yan asked, puzzled. Everyone fell silent. Seeing he'd largely controlled today's conversation, Shen Yan added, the Mu family is much easier to deal with. The Shen family members erupted in fury. While the Mu family's business overlapped little with theirs, the Mu family primarily operated shopping malls. Malls relied heavily on rental income, and the Mu family could easily poach tenants from the Shen family's malls. As the Mu family grew stronger, they would naturally swallow them whole. Naturally, they didn't want the Mu family to grow stronger. How did the Mu family negotiate? Shen Chaoming, being the eldest uncle, grabbed both his second uncle and his daughter by the arms. Let's go inside and talk. Shen Chaoqing had regained his composure by now. Even if they were to kneel now, it wouldn't be before Shen Yan, but for the new 9 vessels formula. As long as they could obtain what they wanted from Shen Yan, what harm was there in temporarily yielding? Lowly origins are no disgrace, the true man bends and stretches as circumstances demand. Why should I tell you? Shen Yan retorted. We can still collaborate. For now, you needn't regard us as family, we could be business partners, Party A and Party B, Shen Chaoming proposed. That's worth considering. Business is business, Shen Yan reluctantly conceded. The entire clan made their way to the lakeside pavilion. The Shen family estate covered a considerable area. Over 10,000 square meters. The pavilion by the artificial lake was breathtakingly beautiful. Servants brought fruit and snacks as the family gathered around the stone table. The Mu family is straightforward. Whatever I say, they do, Shen Yan stated. Shen Chaoming and the others exchanged glances, each slightly frowning. They simply didn't believe it. If the Mu family were that compliant, they would have collapsed long ago. Even with the profits from new 9 vessels, they wouldn't be so easily swayed. Like what? Shen Chaoming pressed. Like when I demanded that the supermarket in her basement level let customers cut open durians until they found one with plenty of flesh, Shen Yan explained. What? Shen Yan immediately looked skeptical. Have you lost your mind? That's impossible. A durian costs over 100 yuan. Cut it open until you get one with more flesh? What if it takes 3 or 4 tries to satisfy a customer? That's hundreds of yuan lost. And that's just one item. Other demands would surely follow. The whole market would go out of business. Might as well turn it into a charity. Shen Xiaoming said, Lian is right. Shen Yan, your story is simply too far-fetched. But that's precisely what I demanded, and they agreed, Shen Yan stated. If your terms aren't as attractive as the Mu families, I absolutely won't partner with the Shen family. The 3 Shen family members wore grave expressions. Directly snatching the formula was now impossible. Shen Yan had become a household name, a major internet sensation. Taking action against him wouldn't be easy. For now, they could only proceed with the partnership and plan their next moves gradually. But the immediate problem was that the partnership itself was unattainable. It wasn't that Shen Yan wouldn't allow it, they simply didn't want to. The terms Shen Yan had set were nothing short of a bottomless pit. Can't meet them? Then there's nothing to be done. Shen Yan stood up, took his parents by the arm, and prepared to leave. Just as Shen Xiaoming was about to speak, Shen Lian gave him a knowing wink. Speak, Shen Xiaoming whispered. Shen Lian didn't respond verbally. Instead, she pulled out her phone and typed a few words. Shen Xiaoming's eyes lit up. What a brilliant idea, he thought. He immediately intercepted Shen Yan. Business is negotiable. Here's the deal, we'll agree to your terms for now and give it a try. We'll see how things go. If it doesn't work out, we'll reassess. Shen Yan had no idea what this family was up to. But he knew they couldn't do much to him, so he agreed for now. Leaving the Shen residence, they rode in Shen Xiaolin's Audi Q7. Xiaoyan, there's a trick here, Chen Meiji warned, nudging Shen Xiaolin with her elbow to signal he should analyze the situation too. Shen Xiaolin replied, a trick? Of course there is. The main problem is we have no leads right now. Shen Yan, you should have just refused. Those shameless bastards only resort to underhanded tactics. It's fine, Shen Yan replied. I want to close this deal. Some sacrifices are inevitable. But they won't be able to pull off anything too outrageous. I'm prepared for it. Just as Shen Xiaolin was about to speak, his phone rang. It was Chen Jialan calling. What? You've been transferred to manage Etienne Mall? Shen Xiaolin exclaimed. Etienne Mall was a poorly performing property under the Shen family. Its location wasn't bad, but foot traffic remained dismal. Chen Jialan's reassignment from the group headquarters to manage a mall was nominally a lateral move, but in reality, it was a demotion. Even if it were a posting to a base for experience, it should have been to a thriving mall. Strong performance data there would make future promotions much smoother. Shen Yan smiled. He understood why the Shen family had suddenly agreed. But he had a countermeasure. He reached for his father's phone and began speaking to Chen Jialan. Chapter 28, Procter & Gamble's Olive Branch. Immediately refuse the transfer to Etienne Mall. Then the Shen family will try to force you to go. At that point, you must demand that the mall be entirely under your control. You must have absolute authority over its operations. This needs to be put in writing, signed and sealed, forming a legally binding agreement. Shen Yan instructed. Before leaving the Shen residence, the family had agreed to most of the terms. But without putting it in writing and stamping it with the company seal, it remained uncertain. Chen Jialan on the other end didn't grasp Shen Yan's meaning, but his words piqued her curiosity. What are you planning? Chen Jialan asked with a smile. I have a new business model, Shen Yan replied after a moment, then shared with Chen Jialan everything he discussed with Mu Qingqing. Chen Jialan was his own person, no risk of leaks, and besides, it wasn't exactly a secret. Besides, he'd already discussed it with the Shen family, and this business model was widely known on Douyin and online. Posts like once I'm rich, I'll open a XXX style mall were everywhere. The challenge with the Pang Donglai business model lay in its implementation. It demanded formidable execution and resilience under pressure. Chen Jialan fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Implementing this business model isn't difficult. The real challenge is sustaining it once the business thrives. Once this model takes off, many malls will be directly wiped out. Cutting off people's livelihood isn't exactly a good thing. Shen Yan raised an eyebrow. Chen Jialan truly deserved her standing in the Shen family. Her keen insight was no joke. Still, Shen Yan considered the issues she raised insignificant. Service comes first. The customer is king, Shen Yan stated. Then I'll give it a try. But what if the Shen family flat out refuses? How will you handle that? Chen Jialan pressed. That shouldn't happen. I've already negotiated with them beforehand. But if they renege? Shen Yan paused briefly. Then I'll just quit. Working for me, we don't indulge them. They'll definitely regret it. Ha! Chen Jialan couldn't hold back her laughter. How much will you pay me? The same as me, Shen Yan replied. Fine, Chen Jialan agreed without hesitation. What nonsense are you spouting? At that moment, Shen Xiaolin, standing nearby, gave Shen Yan a sharp flick on the head. Chen Meiji also shot Shen Yan a disapproving look.
Shen Qiaolin snatched the phone. Jialan, don't listen to him.
This kid's full of half-baked ideas. How could Jialan just quit her job at the Shen family, where she earns such a high salary and profit share?
Exactly, Chen Meiji chimed in. Dad, Mom, Chen Galan's gentle, sweet voice came through the phone.
If Xiaoyan's new 9 Vases shampoo launches successfully, it could unlock at least 100 billion yuan market.
Working for him would truly be an honor. The Shen family is straining to reach 100 billion scale, nothing compared to Xiaoyan. You just keep spoiling him, Shen Qiaolin said.
I won't approve this resignation. Don't ruin your career for him.
Help him when you can, but if you can't, let him figure it out himself.
Chen Meiji chimed in, your dad's right. How could a shampoo unlock 100 billion market?
Though he's been putting in effort lately, don't coddle him too much, he'll get carried away.
Alright, Shen Jialan agreed.
After ending the call, Shen Qiaolin and Chen Meiji flanked Shen Yan. Don't do anything rash, kid, Shen Qiaolin warned. Jialan has a perfectly good job.
Dad, I'm not messing around. If the Shen family keeps doing things the same way, collapse is inevitable.
Jialan might end up joining the ranks of those demanding unpaid wages, Shen Yan countered.
Mom knows your shampoo has achieved some success, but we can't get cocky.
We need to keep our feet on the ground, Chen Meiji reminded him. Shen Yan nodded in agreement. He wasn't getting carried away, he knew exactly where he stood.
Alright. You rarely come home, so we can't keep lecturing you. You did well this time. Keep it up. Shen Qiaolin waved his hand. What do you want to eat today? Your mom and I will go shopping.
We'll cook ourselves.
Want to have a drink later?
Sour cabbage fish, spicy chicken with pork intestines, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mapo tofu. Shen Yan rattled off a list of home-style dishes.
His parents weren't professional chefs.
They lived comfortably with a housekeeper who handled daily cooking, but during family gatherings, they'd take charge of the stove to whip up simple stir-fries.
No problem, leave it to us, Shen Qiaolin said cheerfully. For liquor, just get Moutai, Shen Yan added.
The moment he finished, his phone rang. It was Mu Qingqing calling. Mu Qingqing said she'd discussed it with her family, and they had some suggestions. They also wanted to treat him to a meal to chat.
Shen Yan explained he had to accompany his parents that evening and wouldn't be free. They could reschedule the dinner for another day.
Anyway, there was still plenty of time.
The official shipment of new 9 vessels was at least a week away. The details could be worked out gradually. Mu Qingqing didn't press the matter. After sending regards to Shen Yan's parents, she ended the call. Evening. Shen Yan had a few drinks with his father at home and slept there as well.
Having been away for several days, he missed the feeling of home. Thinking about how busy he might get later, so busy he might not be able to come back often, made him cherish this brief time with his parents even more. The night passed, and Shen Yan slept until late morning. Rarely sleeping in like this, he had quite a few missed calls. Shen Yan glanced at them, mostly unfamiliar numbers.
There were even international calls. He ignored these. He returned the company call.
The call was transferred to Mu Xiaoxiao. She simply said, "Please hold," then sent him a file.
Shen Yan opened it. It was from PG's Longhua regional headquarters.
They expressed strong confidence in the recent performance of new 9 Vases and proposed a collaboration plan. They had been researching similar products and achieved some results, but they hadn't expected Shen Yan's team to be more technically advanced.
After an internal workshop, they decided to acquire Fenghua.
If interested, they could meet in Shanghai at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. After reading the document, Shen Yan called Mu Xiaoxiao.
Boss, PG? That's PG, a global giant in household products. Are you considering selling Fenghua? Mu Xiaoxiao's voice dropped significantly.
No, Shen Yan replied. If they call or email again, just decline.
Don't waste time.
Our priority now is ramping up production while ensuring service and after-sales support.
Let's focus on perfecting this product. Huh? Really?
Mu Xiaoxiao sounded surprised.
You don't want to sell, right? Shen Yan asked. Of course, boss, I definitely don't want to sell.
While PG is formidable, being recognized by a major corporation is proof of our capability.
But if foreigners bought Fenghua, they might not actually produce it. Foreign companies are masters at squeezing toothpaste.
After buying Fenghua, I bet they'll just sit on it, not produce, then slowly drip-feed it out. This year anti-hair loss, next year anti-hair loss max, then advanced edition, ultimate edition. I'm afraid I'll never see the real version of Fenghua's new 9 Vases before I die. Plus, them buying our product is probably mostly to suppress our market. I've only been in personal care for a few years, but I've studied the history of these products in detail. Domestic brands have it tough, really tough, Mu Xiaoxiao said.
If that's the case, handle this properly.
I only want to hear the outcome, Shen Yan replied.
Got it. Oh, boss, one more thing, did you see today's trending topics? Mu Xiaoxiao asked. Chapter 29, Shen Yan's next move. Shen Yan shook his head, saying he hadn't. Just tell me.
If I have to look it up myself, it'll take time, Shen Yan said. Well, Li Zheqi released an apology video, but it seems the entire internet isn't buying it.
Everyone's mocking him. Shen Yan interrupted, what does this have to do with us?
The new Nine Vessels brand has already made a name for itself.
Li Juqi's situation can be put to rest for now.
Since this world's Li Juqi followed a similar fate to his past life, Shen Yan saw no point in fixating on him. Li Juqi had little left to exploit, and a dying beast still lashes out. Pursuing him relentlessly now would be futile. Better to focus on his own affairs and wait for Li Juqi's next self-destructive move to capitalize on.
Boss, it's not just that. Please let me finish.
Mu Xiaoxiao grew impatient, even forgetting to use the formal you. Shen Yan hummed in acknowledgement, gesturing for her to continue. While apologizing, Li Juqi also pledged to hold himself to stricter standards in the future. He then shared clips of his product selection process.
One segment featured an interview about choosing shampoo.
He explained he wouldn't promote shampoos because many contain silicone oil.
That stuff is hair poison. Now tons of people are posting our new 9 Vases formula list. Silicone oil is listed right there. So, we're getting slammed again.
Meanwhile, some silicone-free shampoos from abroad are trending. After Mu Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she paused briefly before continuing. I suspect Li Juqi knows PG wants to buy our formula and is deliberately trying to sabotage us.
Of course, it's not just us, other domestic brands are getting targeted too. He's dissed several brands already. The worst hit was this TV company called Panda TV. The way he mocked them was just pitiful. The Panda TV company was already on the brink of bankruptcy. This might be the final nail in the coffin. Shen Yan's frown deepened with each word. He's apologizing on the surface, but really just flaunting his strict product selection to bash domestic brands? Shen Yan's voice turned icy. Has he lost his mind? Isn't his Waxizi brand also marketed as domestic? He claims Waxizi is one of the few domestic brands with decent quality. Waxizi is like finding gold in.
He's going to great lengths to protect customer rights while supporting domestic brands that genuinely make quality products. He basically wants to position Waxizi as the leader of domestic brands to monopolize traffic. Mu Xiaoxiao explained. You should read the full trending topic thread. My summary inevitably leaves things out or doesn't capture the full meaning. Shen Yan agreed. He originally planned to wait until Li Juqi screwed up again to capitalize on the drama. Little did he know Li Juqi would start messing up just 2 days later. Well, no need to hold back now. Shen Yan opened Douyin. He quickly found the trending topic about Li Juqi's apology. It was an 8-minute long video. Shen Yan clicked play and watched it intently. Mu Xiaoxiao had summarized it roughly, but the original video's infuriating nature was only conveyed about 20 to 30%. No one who watched the original video in full could help but get angry. The barrage of insults in the comments section was the best proof. Shen Yan was furious, but he didn't let his emotions control him. The issue of silicone oil and shampoo was a tactic PG and Unilever had used years ago when suppressing domestic haircare products. Silicone oil is essential for achieving smooth, manageable hair. While it's true that it can damage hair and cause certain effects, discussing toxicity without considering dosage is pure nonsense. The new 9 Vessels formula contains silicone oil, but strictly within safe limits. System optimized, its silicone oil ratio surpassed any shampoo worldwide. Certainly, some foreign shampoos advertised silicone-free. But that didn't mean they were absent. They simply added silicone oil to the conditioner. First, to tout their health benefits and high-tech credentials. Second, to double their profits. This has been clarified before, but that's often how things go. Rumors spread like wildfire, while clarifications go unnoticed. Shen Yan stepping forward now to clarify would be futile. He must wait for the right moment. But he wasn't sitting idle either. Production of the new 9 vases continued. Those who wanted them would still buy them. Meanwhile, he was planning to develop his next product. Before, he'd been indecisive about what to pursue. Now he had a clear goal. To build televisions. He'd just looked up the giant Panda TV factory. Their products had never appeared in major retail stores. They were only sold on Pinduoduo. A 55-inch LCD TV cost around 800 yuan, emphasizing affordability. Yet even this price felt steep for those truly in that income bracket. So during holidays, Panda TV would slash prices to boost sales and retain customers at that level. At its cheapest, a 55-inch color TV could be had for 599 yuan. Even then, Panda TV sales remain sluggish. Their picture quality is subpar, especially with motion capture. You can actually see ghosting when characters run in dramas. And the sound quality isn't great either. Shen Yan isn't well versed in TV technology, but he has a system. Buy a company, get the corresponding technology. The price of electronics depends on R&D costs and technological value. His technology is mature, with zero R&D investment, allowing him to slash prices indefinitely. Having made up his mind, Shen Yan tracked down the Panda TV factory owner's number and inquired about the plant's current status. The owner quoted 67 million yuan, primarily due to the high cost of the production line and the fact that the factory land was purchased outright. This sale included the 7,000 square meter factory site. Shen Yan found this price reasonably acceptable.
But business is business, so he still negotiated. Ultimately, the owner stated he wouldn't consider anything below 50 million. Shen Yan didn't press further, instead requesting a 2-week consideration period. A week later, the new 9 vases would go on sale, and another week would cover the payment cycle. The funding issue would essentially be resolved. With half the deal secured, Shen Yan contacted several domestically produced brands, those previously disparaged by Li Jueqi, that offered decent quality. He offered to promote their products through his livestream. They were grateful for Shen Yan's timely support, but remained wary of top-tier streamers like Li Jueqi, so they didn't commit immediately. Shen Yan didn't blame them. Running a factory meant supporting families and employing numerous workers. If the factory collapsed, those employees would struggle to find new jobs. Especially now, in the latter half of the year, when finding new work was difficult. Stability mattered above all else. After wrapping up these matters, Shen Yan confirmed dinner plans with Mu Qingqing. Just as he hung up, Mu Xiaoxiao burst into his office. "Boss, there's trouble again." Mu Xiaoxiao's beautiful face had gone deathly pale. Chapter 30, International Trade Fair, City Invitation. Shen Yan remained calm. "You're already the vice president. Why are you always so flustered?" "Boss, it's not that I want to panic. This is truly a major crisis," Mu Xiaoxiao said anxiously. "Speak." "Just got word the international trade show was originally scheduled for a month from now. But due to some reasons, the foreign organizers moved it up to 3 days from now. This show has always been for big brands, but this time they've unexpectedly relaxed the requirements. Even our small brand can participate. Isn't this just shoving us small businesses in there to humiliate us? Those are all world-class companies up there. The cream of the crop across every industry." Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes were reddening. Shen Yan's brow furrowed. This move by the foreigners was downright nasty. If we participate, we'll likely get torn apart by those big companies. But if we don't, it'll look like we're cowards and we'll be mocked domestically. Either way, we lose. "What do the other companies say?" Shen Yan asked. "What do you think? Didn't you invite them to our live stream before?" Not a single one showed up. This time for the International Expo, no companies are going either. "I pulled all my connections and asked around, not a single one is attending," Mu Xiaoxiao replied. Shen Yan sighed. "Truth is, some domestic brands aren't bad. They just need a chance to shine," Shen Yan said. "Everyone knows that, including them. But they're all scared stiff by the foreigners. They're masters at twisting the truth and have deep pockets for hype. Unless you have absolute hard power, you'll likely get smeared into bankruptcy. Lotus MSG is a prime example. Everyone's got families to support they can't afford to lose." Mu Xiaoxiao bit her lip as she looked at Shen Yan. "You're asking if I'll go?" Shen Yan inquired. "Will you go?" Mu Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes. "Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I?" Shen Yan smiled. Mu Xiaoxiao fell silent for a moment before saying, "I didn't realize your new formula was this powerful before. I even analyzed it. This trade show was likely orchestrated by Western conglomerates specifically to target us. A hair growth shampoo has such vast market potential. Their goal is to spread the word, making everyone believe our shampoo is ineffective. I bet once we agree to participate, authoritative reports will surface claiming silicone oil in shampoos causes cancer. With that kind of relentless publicity, we might not be able to withstand it. We have to withstand it. If we don't go, first, they'll look down on us, and second, it shows a lack of confidence. Manhwa isn't just a hair care company anymore, it's becoming a conglomerate. If we don't take this step now, we'll have to take it later. Hiding away and passively taking hits will only make us more vulnerable. Ever heard the saying, strike first to prevent 100 blows later? Let's fight them," Shen Yan declared. Mu Xiaoxiao stared intently at Shen Yan, her eyes glistening with tears. "Report it," Shen Yan ordered. "Oh, and one more thing," Mu Xiaoxiao murmured, biting her lip. "Speak up," Shen Yan replied, his brow furrowing slightly. Mu Xiaoxiao quickly continued, "There was a call from the city." Shen Yan watched her, waiting for her to continue. "They said you need to go to the city this afternoon," Mu Xiaoxiao said cautiously. "But didn't we resolve our previous issues?" "A straight back fears no crooked shadow," Shen Yan replied. "I'll handle this matter. You go about your work." Mu Xiaoxiao nodded and stepped out of the office. Shen Yan's phone rang just then. It was actually Mu Qingqing calling. Mu Qingqing asked if he'd received the city's invitation. If so, they could go together. They could also discuss dinner plans. Shen Yan was completely baffled. What was there to discuss about dinner? Half an hour later, Mu Qingqing arrived. Shen Yan rode with her. After handling the city business, they went straight to her place. Today, Mu Qingqing wore a light gray business suit. The suit was a custom Armani design, accentuating her poise and figure. She wore a tailored skirt with subtle slits, her long legs encased in black stockings. She radiated youthful vitality yet carried a hint of mature allure. Noticing Shen Yan's admiring gaze, Mu Qingqing flushed slightly. "What are you looking at? You're driving. This isn't convenient for me." With that, she tossed the Panamera keys to Shen Yan. He caught them, smiled, and drove toward the city center. The city invited us? What could it be about? Shen Yan inquired. No idea, they didn't say. But I'd guess it's just the usual roundtable discussions, labor disputes, corporate assistance programs, corporate social responsibility stuff. Mu Qingqing clearly attended these events often, as she described them with great familiarity. Shen Yan now had a rough idea of what lay ahead, which eased his mind somewhat. Then what's there to discuss over dinner? Why bother the young lady to come personally? Shen Yan inquired. Nothing much, really. It's just that my uncles and aunts are full of nonsense. They kept pressuring me to marry sooner. Don't they just want me to stop monopolizing them all? So, I need to trouble you with something. Mu Qingqing explained. It's not that cliché plot where we pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend, is it? Shen Yan exclaimed. What else could it be? Mu Qingqing replied, sounding a bit exasperated. I have no other choice. I remodeled the mall as you requested, so you owe me a favor. This time, you help me, and we're even. Besides, if I get married, you won't be able to run this mall anyway. Shen Yan said, come to think of it, you're right. So, it's settled then? Mu Qingqing said happily. Wait, among your suitors, are there any young masters from prominent families, or perhaps some heir from a cultivation clan? Shen Yan inquired. But? Mu Qingqing rolled her eyes. Immortal cultivation? They don't even come from major conglomerates. Just a bunch of spoiled brats from families on our level. Rest assured, they're not even as good as you. Shen Yan's mouth twitched. What do you mean not even as good as me? At least you own a factory. They just live off their parents' scraps. Mu Qingqing retorted. Are you sure this won't cause me trouble? Shen Yan pressed. Absolutely. Mu Qingqing raised her hands solemnly. I swear. All right. Shen Yan conceded. Then you'll have to take me shopping later. Shopping for what? Mu Qingqing asked, puzzled. You're going to someone's house for dinner and you're not bringing a gift? Shen Yan was speechless. Oh, that. No need. We're just getting to know each other, not at that stage yet. We're just mutually interested, seeing how things go. Mu Qingqing explained. Shen Yan nodded. Then focus on driving. I'll check my phone. Mu Qingqing pulled out her phone. 20 minutes later, Shen Yan parked in the municipal building's underground garage. We're here. Let's go. After getting out, Mu Qingqing linked her arm through Shen Yan's and started snapping selfies with her phone. Shen Yan jumped slightly, caught off guard by the sudden arm link. Like I'm going to eat you or something. Mu Qingqing said, then immediately posted the close-up selfie of the two of them to the family group chat. Chapter 31, City's Key Assistance Recipients. Ding. 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 Notification sounds rang out one after another. Someone had appeared in Mu Qingqing's family group chat. Ha! Mu Qingqing glanced at the replies and chuckled. What did they say? Shen Yan asked curiously. Nothing much, Mu Qingqing covered her mouth and smiled. Honestly, it's nothing. Just my aunts and uncles saying holding hands isn't enough. They said we should hug and kiss for them to see, then they'd believe it. Shen Yan instinctively leaned back. That was out of the question. Mu Qingqing instantly grew displeased. I'm giving you my first kiss, and you're still not willing? Shen Yan chuckled. What if we develop feelings? We're business partners. Business matters should stay separate. Just kidding. Let's go. It's almost time everyone should be here by now. Mu Qingqing said. The two arrived at the municipal hall, where staff members draped in sashes welcomed them at the entrance. A banner hung above the doorway. It read something like, warmly celebrating the opening of the Municipal Outstanding Enterprises Assistance Conference. Looks like you were right after all, Shen Yan said, his enthusiasm waning. These kinds of meetings were usually just empty talk, platitudes, and going through the motions. Even if some benefits were secured, they rarely trickled down to small and medium-sized enterprises. The lion's share was invariably gobbled up by the top conglomerates. Frankly speaking, people like them were merely window dressing. Sure enough, after nearly an hour of the meeting, the crowd chatted cheerfully without accomplishing anything substantial. By 4:30 p.m., the meeting concluded. Shen Yan and Mu Qingqing prepared to leave. Just then, the secretary of the city's top executive called out to him. Just me? Shen Yan asked, slightly surprised. The secretary nodded with a smile. Shen Yan told Mu Qingqing to wait in the car. He followed the secretary to the office of the boss, Chen Weiman. Chen Weiman was in his early 40s. His lean physique and full head of hair made him appear only in his 30s, giving him a distinctly youthful look. Here you are. Just a moment. Chen Weiman looked up with a smile before returning to his desk work. The secretary poured Shen Yan a cup of tea, then turned and left, closing the door behind her. A little over 2 minutes later, Chen Weiman set down his pen and looked at Shen Yan with a broad smile. Shen Yan smiled back in greeting. You look very young, Chen Weiman remarked. You look young too, Mr. Chen, Shen Yan replied. Chen Weiman waved his hand. Solving your hair loss issue in your early 20s is quite impressive. And I hear you retained employees from your previous factory and even launched a new recruitment plan. I hear you're addressing employment for some homemakers? Yes, I just wanted to do my part, Shen Yan replied. Good, very good, Shen Weiman praised. We need practical people like you, outstanding entrepreneurs. Entrepreneur? I wouldn't say that.
Fengwa is too small, Shen Yan countered.
Shen Weiman shook his head. Size isn't the issue. Your company will definitely grow. If you ever need assistance from the city, don't hesitate to ask. We'll provide whatever support we can. What are the conditions? Shen Yan asked directly.
Ha ha ha, so young yet already so shrewd, Shen Weiman chuckled.
Shen Yan replied, business is business. Let's clarify everything up front to avoid disputes later and prevent any awkwardness. Quite right.
Young yet steady promising, Shen Weiman said, lifting his cup for a sip of tea. The condition is this, the factory must remain in Yincheng. You know how tough things are for us here. We've finally hatched a golden phoenix like you can't just fly away. Shen Yan glanced at Shen Weiman with some surprise. Shen Weiman had secured the second highest position in Yincheng at such a young age. Clearly, he was someone to reckon with. His Fenghua brand had just begun to gain traction. For the city as second in command to take notice was already a stroke of immense luck for Fenghua. And now, it had even made it onto Chen Weiman's important list. Boss, how can you be so sure I can build this up?
Shen Yan asked with a smile. What if I take the policy support and mess things up? Instead of answering, Chen Weiman countered, have you sold Fenghua's formula to Procter & Gamble? Shen Yan shook his head. Don't sell it.
If you ever decide to, I'll connect you with major domestic companies, Shen Weiman said.
I won't sell it, Shen Yan replied.
If you don't sell it, you'll become that major company yourself, Shen Weiman stated. The government offers support policies. You have the technology, we have state backing. If we still can't scale up, then frankly, neither of us deserves the seat we're sitting on.
Shen Yan remained silent.
This was a conversation he couldn't engage in. Whether he deserved his seat or not was beside the point. Shen Weiman was a government official. The last thing he wanted to discuss was matters of position. Then I'll do my best to try, Shen Yan said.
If you need to expand production, call Xiao Zhou.
Shen Weiman picked up his teacup again and took a sip.
Shen Yan agreed, then stood up and walked out of the office. Offering tea and seeing guests off, these were minor protocols. As for Xiao Zhou was Chen Weiman's secretary. After Shen Yan left, Xiao Zhou was waiting at the stairwell. Mr. Shen, can we connect on WeChat? Xiao Zhou asked. And could you leave your phone number? No problem.
After exchanging contacts and exchanging pleasantries, Shen Yan departed.
Back at Mu Qingqing's car, she was scrolling through Douyin. You're all the rage now, Mu Qingqing remarked. Too bad production can't keep up. Shen Yan chuckled. Take it slow. Rushing won't help. You know what?
Your new 9 vases are flying off the shelves.
Lots of people are even giving it as gifts. Especially mom, any video like this gets hundreds of likes. Mu Qingqing added. But there's bad news, 2 counterfeits have already appeared. Shen Yan wasn't surprised. He'd already mentioned this possibility to Mu Xiaoxiao. By now, she'd likely seen the related videos and would clarify the situation. Did Mr. Chun grant you a private meeting? Is there good news? Mu Qingqing inquired. Shen Yan replied, it's okay. He wouldn't be offering you some kind of support, would he? Mu Qingqing perked up instantly. Shen Yan smiled but said nothing. It can't be true, right? Mu Qingqing exclaimed. Mr. Shen, your luck is unbelievable. With Mr. Chen personally overseeing things, your business is bound to grow bigger and bigger. Shen Yan still didn't respond. This couldn't be entirely called good luck. The whole trend hopping thing was orchestrated by him. If he hadn't endured humiliation earlier, how could Plum Blossom now enjoy such sweet success? Impressive.
This makes me feel much more confident about our partnership, Mu Qingqing said.
Wouldn't it be too early to go to your place now? Shen Yan didn't take the bait. His conversation with Boss Chen must remain confidential. Success depends on discretion. Not at all. It's perfect timing to drop by my place, Mu Qingqing insisted. Chapter 32, The Scheming Merchant.
The Mu family estate was vast. It exceeded the Shen family's ancestral manor by more than half. After winding through the grounds in the car, they finally arrived at a grand mansion.
2 young women stood at the entrance.
Spotting the approaching car, they immediately flashed smiles and stepped aside.
After parking, Mu Qingqing glanced at Shen Yan. If anyone acts rude later, just ignore them. Don't take it personally, they don't care for me either.
I'll make up for any humiliation you suffered at my family's hands.
Shen Yan smiled, looking at Mu Qingqing. What kind of compensation?
As the abandoned son of the Shen family, a young man just entering the business world, even with a secret hair regrowth formula in hand, an established family like the Mu clan wouldn't immediately take notice.
Cold treatment was inevitable, and even mockery was unavoidable.
Having lived 2 lifetimes, Shen Yan wasn't particularly affected by such psychological attacks, but the humiliation was very real.
Just because it didn't hurt him didn't mean it shouldn't be taken seriously. Demanding some compensation for that injustice was only natural. Mu Qingqing froze. She hadn't expected Shen Yan to actually ask for compensation. Blinking her large eyes, she tilted her head and asked, "How ungentlemanly of you." "Gentlemanliness doesn't put food on the table," Shen Yan replied. "If I've suffered injustice to help you, then in future business negotiations, you'll have to give me a little leeway." Mu Qingqing's eyes widened instantly. "You're way too calculating." Shen Yan chuckled. "Small business, small profits, you gotta be sharp with the numbers." Mu Qingqing shot Shen Yan a look, then hooked her arm around his and nudged him playfully. "Alright, I'll give you some of the premium boxes we get daily at the mall, they'll be a bargain for you." Though Shen Yan had mentioned business negotiations, the stakes in those deals were substantial. He knew that sacrificing a little now wouldn't sway Mu Qingqing to make concessions later. Aim high, settle for the middle. Getting some of those boxes was a decent outcome. Manhwa was desperately short on them. "Thank you, Miss Mu," Shen Yan replied with a cheerful smile. "You really are a shrewd businessman." Mu Qingqing shook her head. Shen Yan didn't argue. "By the way, shrewd businessman, shall we go inside? I'm actually curious if you can get any benefits from them." Mu Qingqing giggled. Shen Yan chuckled, "That would be even better." Amidst their banter, the two entered the residence. The entire Mu family estate resembled a Suzhou-style garden. The main mansion was an antique Chinese structure, dignified and grand on the outside, simple and spacious within. Upon entering, 7 or 8 chairs stood on each side. Each chair was occupied. Men and women, young and old, were present, the elderly in their 70s and 80s, their hair silvered, the younger in their 20s and 30s, mature and steady. The moment Shen Yan stepped inside, all eyes instantly focused on him. Shen Yan flashed a smile at the group before stepping into their midst and coming to a halt. Mu Qingqing was somewhat surprised. Shen Yan was her age, yet she always felt nervous whenever she returned home. Not just her, even her father felt nervous whenever he faced her grandfather. Yet Shen Yan moved as if he owned the place. His boldness was truly baffling to her. "Introduce me to your family," Shen Yan whispered. "Oh, right," Mu Qingqing replied promptly. "Grandpa, grandma, uncles, aunts. This is Shen Yan, whom I've told you about. Manhwa Daily Chemicals is his company," Mu Qingqing explained. "Shen Yan, this is my grandfather, my grandmother." Mu Qingqing introduced them one by one. The group nodded to Shen Yan in turn, acknowledging the introduction. However, their expressions were all rather cold. It was clear they didn't think much of Shen Yan. Mu Qingqing felt a pang of resentment. Earlier, when her cousin had married some lowly city secretary, the family had celebrated with great fanfare. Shen Yan, however, was a high-caliber talent mastering cutting-edge hair restoration technology, a man who could potentially rival the Mu family in the future. Though she anticipated her family might look down on Shen Yan and give him the cold shoulder. Witnessing it firsthand still stung. "Young man, not bad." Mu Qingqing's grandfather tapped his cane and, supported by his wife, slowly walked away. The already chilly atmosphere grew even colder. Mu Qingqing's uncles, aunts, and cousins scattered, some chatting among themselves, others buried in their phones. Mu Qingqing seethed inwardly, but couldn't openly show her anger. She could only approach her parents and quietly motion them aside. "Dad, Mom, what are they doing?" Mu Qingqing asked reproachfully. Her father didn't turn around, whispering, "Qingqing, maybe we should just hand over the mall to the family. You can't even figure out a dog bites man world, so you'll definitely fail in a man bites dog mall." "Yes, Qingqing, listen to your father," her mother chimed in. This only made Mu Qingqing even more upset. But there was nothing she could do right now, so she can only stew in her frustration. "They're trying to intimidate me. Let's sit over there for a bit. They'll come talk to us soon." Shen Yan's voice reached Mu Qingqing's ears. "Why?" Mu Qingqing asked curiously. Shen Yan just smiled without answering. "Tell me," Mu Qingqing insisted. "We're future partners. You have to help me grow. How does the saying go? To deal with crooked merchants, you have to be even more crooked than them." Shen Yan chuckled. "Ms. Mu, you're hardly innocent yourself. Anyone who runs an online mall, well, you know the rest. Cunning comes in degrees," Mu Qingqing countered. "Tell me, why do you think they'll approach us?" Shen Yan paused briefly, gathering his thoughts. "When a greenhorn like me shows up at your doorstep, there are only 3 possible attitudes. First, they're extremely welcoming. Second, they look down on me. Third, they leave me hanging to observe me. Clearly, we're facing the third scenario. This situation splits into 2 categories. 1, they don't know my background and are watching me. Second, they know my background and want to intimidate me." Mu Qingqing's eyes flashed. "They know your background. They know it all too well. So you mean they have plans for you and want to keep you in check? And if we don't rush to speak up, they'll eventually crack and ask first?" Shen Yan smiled. "Pretty much. They're seriously underestimating hair restoration technology," Mu Qingqing remarked. "This is a field with unparalleled potential." "It's not that simple," Shen Yan countered. "Having great technology doesn't guarantee widespread adoption. If you can't execute it successfully, even the best technology will rot in your hands. Especially now that the foreigners have arrived.
Right now, hair restoration technology is in its darkest hour.
If I get blocked on multiple fronts, manhwa might just wither away. Then what do we do? Mu Qingqing frowned.
That's their thinking, Shen Yan chuckled.
Got a plan? Mu Qingqing asked. Shen Yan naturally wouldn't tell the truth, not right now. We'll just have to play it by ear. Mu Qingqing fell silent. For over a minute, neither spoke. Shen, what was his name again?
After what felt like an eternity, a voice broke the dead silence.
Third aunt, it's Shen Yan, Mu Qingqing replied flatly, though shock surged within her. Shen Yan had been right. Her family members soon approached them.
Chapter 33, Young man, you're still too young. Under normal circumstances, Mu Qingqing might have dismissed this as coincidence. But after Shen Yan's earlier warning, she noticed Auntie Three's peripheral glances toward Uncle Mu whenever she spoke. Though the patriarch held ultimate authority in the Mu family, grandfather was advancing in age. As the second generation, her uncle was both the legitimate heir and capable enough to be a strong contender for the next head of the Mu family.
It was exactly as Shen Yan had said.
Ignoring them at first was a way to intimidate them.
Shen Yan, come sit down.
Auntie waved him over, and someone brought a chair to place beside her.
Mu Qingqing instinctively flinched, but watched Shen Yan stride over without hesitation. She sighed inwardly. How did this guy develop such nerves of steel? He wasn't the least bit afraid. Third aunt, Shen Yan said cheerfully as he sat down. Mu Qingqing's breath caught. Auntie San? You dare call her that? Shen Yan, so you're ready to get married, huh?
Auntie San chuckled. Shen Yan replied, I take relationships very seriously. Regardless of the outcome, at the very least, my current stance is this: dating without the intention of marriage is nothing but fooling around. Very good, very good.
Auntie nodded approvingly. Shen Yan, if you want to marry Qingqing, I'll be the first to support you. But there are many talented young men pursuing our Qingqing. You'll have to be better than them. Mu Qingqing's face flushed crimson.
Even knowing it was a playful exchange, she was still a girl. Shen Yan, seeing this, reached out and took her hand. Mu Qingqing bit her lip lightly, their state is deeply in love, couple plain for all to see.
Uncle Shen Yan, standing nearby, remarked, Shen Yan, your third aunt is absolutely right. We watched Qingqing grow up. We wouldn't want to see her suffer.
Your third uncle might not be the smoothest talker, but he speaks the truth.
This is what you two will face in the future. I hear you weren't exactly welcomed in the Shen family? Shen Yan smiled. That was in the past.
His third aunt shot her husband a look.
Why are you still dwelling on the past? We need to look to the future. Shen Yan now holds the key to hair loss prevention and regrowth technology. His future is bound to be bright.
Oh dear, my mind, her third uncle chuckled, shaking his head. When you mentioned he needs to be better than others, I was momentarily distracted and forgot all about that hair loss technology.
Mu Qingqing's heart skipped a beat. This couple meant trouble.
Having navigated the business world for a year, she could spot such tricks. They were clearly playing a double act. She glanced at Shen Yan, who showed no sign of unease.
Shen Yan, for Qingqing's sake, you'd be willing to share your technology, right? Auntie San suggested. Here it comes. Mu Qingqing's heart sank.
Mu Qingqing's parents, seated nearby, exchanged startled glances with their aunt. Qingqing's father swallowed hard, quickly pulled his wife toward him, and slipped away quietly. Mu Qingqing felt a pang of frustration. Her parents were good people, but they were just too timid. They never dared to stand up for themselves, even when something rightfully belonged to them. Now, seeing potential conflict, they'd slipped away. Stamping her foot, Mu Qingqing pursed her lips and looked at third aunt. Third aunt, Mu Qingqing reminded her. This was Shen Yan's company's core technology, its very foundation. Even if they were a real couple, let alone a fake one, she couldn't covet his technology. But third aunt paid her no mind, instead smiling warmly at Shen Yan.
Of course I can share it. Shen Yan said. Mu Qingqing looked utterly astonished. Shen Yan. Mu Qingqing tugged at Shen Yan's sleeve.
Shen Yan shrugged it off, saying, for Qingqing's sake, I'm willing to share my technology.
Third aunt and third uncle both froze. They hadn't expected Shen Yan to be so accommodating. Soon, they regained their composure, their hearts racing with excitement. However, also for Qingqing's sake, I hope third aunt will agree to one condition, Shen Yan stated. Mu Qingqing's third aunt swallowed hard, her excitement overwhelming. Speak. Based on market valuation, the anti-hair loss and hair regrowth technology is worth over 10 billion. I wish to contribute this technology as equity into the Mu family. From now on, I'll be the head of the family. Shen Yan said with a smile. What? Aunt Mu and Uncle Mu jumped to their feet in shock. What did you say? The rest of the Mu family had been eavesdropping. Hearing Shen Yan actually wanted to become the head of the Mu family, they were both shocked and furious. Even Mu Qingqing looked stunned. She never imagined Shen Yan would play this card. Young man, watch your tone, Mu Qingqing's uncle said coldly. Shen Yan replied indifferently, you're the ones lacking tact, and now you're lecturing me? Mu Qingqing's uncle frowned slightly. Mu Qingqing's aunt gritted her teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? When have we ever been tactless? You're the one pursuing Qingqing. I was merely testing your sincerity. You claim to have watched Qingqing grow up. I'm testing your sincerity too. If you won't even let us be family, that means you don't take us seriously.
Shen Yan stated matter-of-factly.
Young man, you're not old, but you sure talk big.
Mu Qingqing's third uncle's husband snapped angrily.
Shen Yan replied, what era are we in, still judging everything by age? Only turtles live longer than anyone. Oomph. Don't you dare think your technical skills give you free rein in the business world.
Mu Qingqing's third aunt, enraged that her husband had been called a turtle by Shen Yan, stood up.
Of course I do, Shen Yan replied.
While having technical skills doesn't guarantee big profits, one might fail in the struggle, losing money and inviting trouble. But Shen Yan possessed more than one skill. As long as he could secure funding, he had countless new technologies at his disposal.
He couldn't keep failing in every battle. Ha ha ha. Young man, you're truly naive. As far as I know, Procter & Gamble has already sent representatives to Longwa. You've already had contact with them. You don't seriously believe your technology can break through their blockade, do you?
This kind of technology needs a major platform to truly shine.
And the Mu family is your best option right now. Mu Qingqing's uncle stated. The Shen family doesn't seem too shabby either, Shen Yan countered. The Shen family scale is decent, but they're used to handling foreign brands. Plus, their retail expertise doesn't match ours. We're the perfect partners. Mu Qingqing's uncle chuckled.
Don't tell me you never considered the Mu family.
Did you date Qingqing without considering the resources behind her? Mu Qingqing's face flushed crimson. Shen Yan had indeed considered it, but he hadn't actually dated her. Shen Yan replied, of course I considered it. Why else would I want to become the head of the family?
Becoming the head of the Mu family, mobilizing its resources for my own use, just thinking about it makes me feel pretty good. The expressions of all the Mu family members present darkened.
Her great-uncle's expression turned particularly grim. Young man, you're being far too naive.
Mu Qingqing's great-uncle practically spat out each word.
Chapter 34, Mr. Shen, do you want the land or not?
At her great-uncle's rebuke, the entire Mu family stood up, glaring angrily at Shen Yan.
Mu Qingqing was startled and quickly gave Shen Yan a discreet warning glance.
Shen Yan merely grinned, looking at them cheerfully.
You're still smiling?
Mu Qingqing's third aunt pointed at him.
Shen Yan cleared his throat. I just remembered something amusing. What is it? Mu Qingqing's third aunt looked skeptical.
I'm going to be the head of the Mu family, Shen Yan said, pursing his lips.
You good for nothing. Mu Qingqing's uncle trembled with rage. The position of family head was his. He'd been waiting decades for it. Shen Yan paid no heed, continuing on his own accord. Chen Jialan might be taking over Etian Mall. The others looked utterly bewildered. And you still have the nerve to smile? Everyone knows Chen Jialan is your sister. She got transferred to that godforsaken place because of you. Mu Qingqing's third aunt sneered. Shen Yan merely waved it off. If my new 9 vases were displayed on Etian Mall's shelves, do you think it would still be a godforsaken place? The Mu family members froze. This was the era of traffic. As long as the quality wasn't too poor, traffic practically meant everything. If the new 9 vases entered Etian Mall, there would undoubtedly be long queues at its entrance. Combined with Chen Jialan's skills, the mall could very well be revitalized. But what did that have to do with him becoming the head of the Mu family? Third aunt Mu Qingqing voiced the question on everyone's mind. Sigh. The old patriarch saw you hand over the golden goose to others. How could he not be furious? If I marry Qingqing, as the most promising young man in the Mu family, naturally I'll be the one to take charge. Who else would the Mu family rely on? You, who only know how to wail, or your eldest uncle, who just stands there with his hands in his pockets pretending to be profound? Shen Yan sighed. You. Mu Qingqing's third aunt pointed at Shen Yan, her finger trembling. The Mu family's eldest uncle's mouth twitched violently, unable to utter a word for a long moment. The rest of the Mu family immediately surrounded them. Calm down. This is a society governed by law. The city authorities know I'm here at the Mu residence. Now, don't say I didn't warn you. I'm a refined gentleman, delicate as a flower. If you touch me, I might just collapse. Shen Yan finished with a couple of coughs. The entire Mu family gritted their teeth, faces ashen, occasional knuckles cracking audibly. Mu Qingqing tugged relentlessly at Shen Yan's clothes. Shen Yan chuckled. Sweetheart, my words may be harsh, but I'm doing this for the Mu family's good. My partnership with Etian Mall is strictly confidential business information. Mu Qingqing's third aunt tried to retort, but Shen Yan raised a hand to silence her. He lifted his teacup, took a sip, spat out the leaves, and continued. Third aunt, no need to wail at me. The more dire the family's situation, the more we must stay calm. I suggest we bring out the old master. Only he can keep his cool. Even after I've been disparaging the Mu family like this, he hasn't uttered a single word. The Mu family members immediately exchanged glances. Mu Qingqing's eldest uncle's heart pounded wildly. How did this kid know the old master was observing nearby? The Shen family has produced a talent, an aged voice sounded from behind Shen Yan.
The numerous Mu family members immediately turned toward the old master.
Mu Qingqing shot Shen Yan a glance, warning him. Shen Yan turned, stood up, and bowed politely. Good day, Grandfather Mu.
If you truly wished me well, you wouldn't be so eager to become the family head, Grandfather Mu chuckled. It's just that, knowing I'll be part of the Mu family someday, I felt compelled to speak my mind.
Shen Yan replied.
Sit. The old patriarch waved his hand, refusing to engage in a war of words with Shen Yan.
Shen Yan sat back down.
Dad, he just. Mu Qingqing's aunt started to speak, but the old patriarch raised his hand to silence her. She shot Shen Yan a glare, then sat down nearby, clearly displeased. Today, the young man from the Shen family is our guest. I said no business talk, yet you insisted.
How is Qingqing supposed to get along with him?
Old Master Mu swept his gaze over the group.
You're supposed to be the elders here.
This is unacceptable. Everyone fell silent, letting Old Master Mu scold them. After a few more words, a smile returned to Old Master Mu's face. Shen Yan smiled too, though inwardly he'd already given Old Master Mu a nickname.
Old Fox Mu.
From the moment he arrived at the Mu residence, to the old Fox's departure, to the rest of the Mu family turning against him, and then his reappearance, this entire sequence of events? Only a fool would believe it was coincidence. Even if we don't say the old man orchestrated it all, at the very least, he must have given his approval. The purpose? To test his depth. After all, he had the Shen family backing him. Though his family had been expelled by the Shins before, blood was thicker than water. The rivalry between clans was nothing short of a life or death struggle. He hadn't chosen to cooperate with the Shins but had instead come seeking the moose. Who knew what he was up to? But setting aside the decision to cooperate, which had genuinely caught Shen Yan off guard. If they discussed it, he held the technology and thus the upper hand. If not, the Mu family maintained the advantage for now. Shen Yan, sorry to make a spectacle of you. Let's move to the inner room, Old Master Mu said, his eyes narrowing to slits.
Shen Yan could only agree with a forced smile.
Since the old master was determined to discuss only trivialities today and not business, he couldn't bring it up himself. Otherwise, the initiative would shift entirely to the Mu family. Of course, Shen Yan wasn't without countermeasures. The technology remained firmly in his hands. Prolonging the talks would ultimately disadvantage the Mu family. After all, there were plenty of others eager to collaborate. Once inside the inner room, the elder indeed steered clear of business matters, instead sharing anecdotes from years past and his perspectives on the international landscape. Even after dinner, the elder made no mention whatsoever of the hair loss prevention and regrowth technology. At 9 p.m., Shen Yan left the Mu residence. Having had a little wine, Mu Qingqing followed him out under the pretense of offering him a ride home. So, what do you think? Are my family members difficult to deal with? Mu Qingqing asked as they sat in the car. Shen Yan smiled, paused briefly, and replied, not too bad. From the looks of it, you've really rubbed them the wrong way. Our collaboration probably won't go smoothly, Mu Qingqing sighed. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Shen Yan replied without elaborating. You can teach someone, but you can't teach them everything. Experience teaches best once is enough. Mu Qingqing still didn't fully grasp the rules of the business world. Saying more would be pointless. The profits from his technology were clear. How could the Mu family possibly stand in the way? Their interference was merely about who would pocket the money and claim the credit. The project would definitely continue. Shen Yan glanced at Mu Qingqing and shook his head gently. Whether she could hold on to this project was entirely up to her now. Back at the company, Shen Yan took a shower, planning to sleep soundly. New 9 Vessels was now in explosive production, and manhwa had made it onto the city officials' priority watch list. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Unexpectedly, just as he lay down, Secretary Zhou's call came through. Before he could exchange pleasantries, Secretary Zhou cut straight to the point. Mr. Shen, do you want the land or not? Secretary Zhou's blunt question left Shen Yan momentarily stunned. Chapter 35, How could I possibly take advantage of the villagers? After a long silence, Shen Yan snapped back to reality. Brother Zhou, Shen Yan called out with a smile, don't tease me like that. What's with all the mister? And mister? I'm fresh out of school. I'll definitely need your guidance going forward. Privately, just call me Brother Shen, it feels more genuine. If you keep calling me Mr. Shen, I'd be too intimidated to ask for help when I need it. They couldn't be too familiar in the office building, lest rumors spread. Secretary Zhou was Chen Weiman's chief aide, holding a full section chief rank. When reassigned, he'd likely become a town elder or county deputy. He was a dragon in hiding. Ha, Brother Shen, your modesty borders on insincerity. Though young, your ventures are no small matter. Your hair restoration technology, at its most modest, is a business with immense returns. With this technology, becoming Yingqing's wealthiest individual is merely a matter of time. On a grander scale, it's a powerful tool to break through foreign market barriers. For this, I hold you in high regard. Secretary Zhou chimed in with a chuckle. Shen Yan replied, Brother Zhou, you really think big. When I first researched this, I just wanted to make some money. I never imagined you'd see its global potential. Truly, one conversation with you is worth more than 10 years of study.
Cut the crap. Don't you know my ambitions?
Just the fact that you arranged jobs for housewives before even securing your footing in the company earned you high praise from Boss Chen.
Enough with the pleasantries, we're family here. Are you available right now?
Secretary Zhou was genuinely intrigued by Shen Yan.
Of course I'm available, Brother Zhou.
From now on, just call me directly whenever you need something, no need to ask if I'm free.
Like you said, we're family.
Shen Yan replied with a smile. Then meet me at Liuli Han in Xiushui Tower in half an hour, Secretary Zhou said.
After hanging up, Shen Yan changed into casual clothes.
Xiushui Lu was in the city center, nestled within an ancient architectural scenic area.
Nearby was a food street. Louis Shou was the name of the grilled fish restaurant.
Meaning their mint drinks were likely on the agenda.
About 20 minutes later, Shen Yan parked his car.
The grilled fish place was packed, with no seats available.
He crouched by the steps near the entrance for a moment. Secretary Zhou arrived.
Shen Yan had spotted him early and stood up, greeting him with a smile. Secretary Zhou was also dressed casually. From choosing a grilled fish stall for a late-night snack to this outfit, it was clear he genuinely intended to treat him like family.
Sorry to keep you waiting. Just got here. Couldn't snag a table, Shen Yan chuckled. Secretary Zhou explained, their flavors are always authentic and they're always packed. Without a reservation, we'd have to wait longer.
I'll grab 2 stools, Shen Yan offered.
No need. After sitting in an office all day, it's good to stretch my legs, Secretary Zhou replied. Shen Yan didn't press the issue. Brother Zhou, why bring up land matters suddenly? Any good news? We'll talk over dinner. The main guest hasn't arrived yet, Secretary Zhou chuckled. Shen Yan nodded.
About half an hour later, a table finally opened up and the legendary guest of honor arrived.
His name was Niu Jida, the village chief of Yangnupo village. Niu Jida was a burly, rugged man, a genuine farmer through and through.
Upon seeing Shen Yan, he immediately bent his waist in a deep bow, his face breaking into a beaming smile.
Mr. Shen, long admired you. Niu Jida clasped Shen Yan's hands, shaking them vigorously. Shen Yan chuckled. No need for formalities. Let's sit down and talk. Yes, yes. Niu Jida promptly sat beside him, legs pressed together like a timid young bride. Old Niu, relax. Mr. Shen is straightforward, Secretary Zhou interjected. Got it, got it. Niu Jida stood up to pour water for both men. After some small talk, Secretary Zhou cleared his throat and got down to business.
Brother Shen, here's the situation.
I heard you're planning to expand production soon, right? That'll definitely require land. Well, right now, there's some land for sale over at Yangnupo. I thought I'd inquire on their behalf.
Shen Yan thought to himself, I don't need land right now.
But since Secretary Zhou brought it up, Yangnupo's location on the city outskirts offers excellent geography and transportation.
Plus, he would indeed need to expand eventually. If the price was right, it was worth discussing.
Land is indeed something we need, Shen Yan replied. But Brother Zhou, you know I'm just starting out. I'm afraid I can't afford much. Our land is very affordable, Niu Jida replied. Secretary Zhou explained, Nyopa village plans to establish an agricultural products company. Their cured meats and sausages are exceptional. They supply the largest cured meat company in our city. Unfortunately, they struggle to build their brand, and the company's management has faced issues. Now, they need to set up their own company to handle sales directly. The first batch of land they're offering is about 200 mu. Based on our city's demolition compensation rates, we'd pay farmers around 110,000 yuan per mu. With all paperwork complete, it's 330,000 yuan per mu. For larger quantities, we can negotiate down to around 280,000 yuan. It's July-August now. In a few months, it'll be the winter solstice when cured goods start selling. They're pretty strapped for cash. Niu Jida stared at Shen Yan with eager anticipation. Shen Yan's heart raced. Nyonyo Slope was right on the city outskirts with excellent transportation links. It also bordered a county that might be incorporated into Yincheng. Even if that county wasn't annexed, the value of land in Nyonyo Slope would easily surpass 1 million yuan per mu. Now it could be acquired for just around 300,000 yuan. This was an incredible bargain. But 200 mu would require a significant sum. Shen Yan did a quick mental calculation. 1 mu was 667 square meters. 200 mu meant over 130,000 square meters. A soccer field was about 7,000 square meters. 200 mu equaled roughly 20 soccer fields. Such a vast area was more than he could use right now. The capital alone was a significant sum. He still planned to buy the TV factory. While the land deal was a steal compared to buying a TV factory that came with free technology, it just didn't measure up. But passing on this bargain? That would be a bloody loss. Shen Yan knew he'd be tossing and turning for at least 2 nights. Brother Shen, I know you might be tight on cash right now, but the new 9 vases haven't officially launched yet. 200 acres, at most 5 or 6 million yuan, it shouldn't be too difficult.
Besides, you can pay in installments as long as it's settled within 2 months.
After all, the land paperwork takes time too. Secretary Joe explained. That made it a bit more feasible. Shen Yan cleared his throat. Brother Zhou, wouldn't this be taking too much advantage of the village?
Secretary Zhou grinned and looked at Niu Jida.
Niu Jida hastily waved his hands. This is a huge help to us. How could it be taking advantage?
Both I and the villagers will be deeply grateful. From now on, whenever you or anyone from the factory comes to buy cured meats, we'll give you a flat 20% discount. Shen Yan nodded, not rushing to reply but instead studying Niu Jida for a moment. Despite his burly appearance, Niu Jida was quite perceptive and immediately understood.
This kettle's running low on water.
I'll go fetch some, Niu Jida said cheerfully, standing up and carrying the kettle away.
Brother Zhou, what's your connection to this Yang Yupo place? Shen Yan asked.
If it was just a casual relationship, he wouldn't need to consider the land issue.
But if they were close, those tens of millions might be worth discussing. Future expansion or even relocation of Fenghua was inevitable. Moreover, land was a non-renewable resource. Each plot used meant one less available.
It's a key project in my poverty alleviation work, Secretary Joe explained. But if funding is truly difficult for you, then forget it. Your situation takes priority.
Shen Yan's expression remained unchanged, but his mind cleared.
He had to find a way to buy this land. As Mr. Chen's chief secretary, Secretary Zhou was the de facto second in command. Connections of this caliber weren't typically accessible to him.
First, the land did come with some favors for him. Second, Secretary Zhou likely couldn't find a more suitable candidate.
He needed to help Secretary Zhou pull this off. Beyond blood ties, all relationships required mutual benefit to endure.
This plot of land served as the bridge between him and Secretary Zhou.
However, funding for the television factory project alongside this land acquisition posed a minor financial challenge.
He needed to give it serious thought.
But just as he reached for his phone to call the TV factory boss, the call came through first.
Talk about coincidence knocking on coincidence's door, it was uncanny. Chapter 36, Mr. Shen, thank you. Stepping aside, Shen Yan pressed the answer button.
On the other end came the slightly hesitant voice of Mr. Hu, the boss of Panda TV Factory. Shen Yan remained patient, letting Mr. Hu finish his rambling.
Well, Mr. Shen, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Shen Yan nodded. Go ahead. I'm only in my 40s, still in my prime.
After selling the factory, fishing every day just feels pointless, Mr. Hu chuckled, his words meandering aimlessly. On any other day, Shen Yan might have given him a minute or two to ramble, but he had guests present now.
He cut him off. Mr. Hu, I have friends here. They're calling me over. Oh, alright.
I'll get straight to the point then, heh. Mr. Hu cleared his throat lightly and continued, after selling the TV factory, I'm thinking of investing in a shopping mall.
A new mall needs a gimmick, you see. I was wondering, could we discuss placing new 9 Bases merchandise in your store? Shen Yan's eyebrows shot up. Of course they could discuss it, more than willing to.
He hadn't expected such good fortune, with the mall's layout advancing effortlessly.
Moreover, Mr. Hu's request shifted the initiative from him to the other party.
He had planned to approach Mr. Hu himself, asking only for the equipment, not the land. Yet here Mr. Hu was, coming to him first.
Since that was the case, let the show begin. Shen Yan couldn't exactly come across as too accommodating.
He needed to play hard to get. Shen Yan hummed for a long while, making Mr. Hu on the other end of the line grow increasingly anxious.
Mr. Shen, Xinjiuzhen is booming. I know orders are flooding in, and many want to partner with you. But us meeting across 1,000 miles, that's fate, isn't it? We Hu people have a saying, 3 marriages are predestined, 7 depend on hard work. Our meeting? That's fate.
So, let me show my sincerity first. I'll shave 3 million off the original price. With a sweeping gesture, Mr. Hu slashed the factory's asking price from 50 million to 47 million.
Shen Yan's eyes lit up. Life's all about acting, our ancestors never lied.
He hummed in acknowledgement.
Mr. Hu, your sincerity is clear.
But I've already committed new 9 bases to 2 local malls.
Our local government also wants me to build the factory here. As you know, Mr. Hu, the area desperately needs tax revenue.
Mr. Hu's vision darkened, his breath catching.
He cautiously asked, Mr. Shen, are you no longer planning to acquire the TV factory? I was just urging you to get to the point earlier. It's not that I lack patience, I'm actually in a meeting right now. Our local leaders mentioned a plot of land they want me to acquire. But I'm just starting out, where would I get that kind of money? If I buy that land, then the TV factory will naturally sigh.
Shen Yan sighed repeatedly, his lamentations tugging at Mr. Hu's heartstrings.
Snap. Quickly, Mr. Hu came up with an idea. He clapped his hands sharply and said, what about just buying the equipment? Separate the land. Just the equipment? 10 million should cover it.
Hearing Mr. Hu speak up, Shen Yan replied, Mr. Hu, that's actually a good solution.
But transporting all this equipment is a problem, and funding is still a bit tight.
Oh, Mr. Shen, you're making this difficult.
To be honest, I've taken advantage of you. The most valuable part of this factory is actually the land. If you don't want my land, I can sell you the machinery at a discount. If I could get new 9 vases on the shelves of my mall, I'd consider this TV production line a gift to celebrate our new friendship. We Hujian people love making friends above all else. Ha! Shen Yan was genuinely stunned. He couldn't tell if it was the promising future of new 9 vases or Mr. Hu's remarkably forward-thinking vision. He'd researched the TV production line. Even if somewhat outdated, it was still worth tens of millions. And now Boss Hu was giving it away for free. But there was one more question. Free shipping? Shen Yan asked. Boss Hu was instantly speechless. Boss Hu, I'm definitely making you my friend. Putting new 9 vases on your shelves is no problem. And in the future, whenever I have related quality products, I'll prioritize your mall, Shen Yan said. Free shipping? Of course it's free shipping. My signal was a bit spotty earlier, Mr. Shen. You're truly a good brother to me. Not only are you not taking my land, but you're also thinking to prioritize me for future good products. Mr. Shen, Brother Shen, give me your address. I'll bring you some good tea along the way. Boss Hu was extremely excited. He didn't know the future of new 9 vessels. But the people who pulled him in for investment knew. The entire Hujian Chamber of Commerce knew. They'd all been inquiring about new 9 vessels lately, waiting for the moment it wouldn't sell to PG so they could rush in to negotiate partnerships. He didn't know if Shen Yan would sell the product. He was just asking. He never expected the deal to close so quickly. And Shen Yan hadn't demanded his land. This phone call had been worth every penny. Brother Shen, thank you. Amidst Boss Hu's gratitude, Shen Yan hung up with a satisfied smile. With the TV equipment issue resolved, Shen Yan could now purchase the Yang Nupo land plot with peace of mind. As soon as he sat back down, he grabbed a tissue to wipe his brow. Though it was summer, Yinchang was renowned as a summer retreat, with temperatures hovering around 20 degrees Celsius. Sweat was rare unless one engaged in strenuous activity. Secretary Zhou, ever observant, immediately sensed something was amiss. He looked at Shen Yan with concern. What's wrong? Is there anything I can help with? Shen Yan smiled. Nothing serious. Just a previously agreed upon deal. You know, buying that land in Yang Yupo? Funds were tight and I ended up standing someone up. Apologizing left me sweating buckets, ha. Secretary Zhou's brow furrowed slightly. He patted Shen Yan's shoulder and glanced at Niu Jida. Niu Jida had just brought over water and promptly poured Shen Yan a cup. Shen Yan drank it down and chuckled, nothing major. Family matters come first. Secretary Zhou nodded, but Niu Jida was deeply moved. He sprang to his feet. Mr. Shen, thank you so much. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. I'm the one who should be thanking you. After all, I couldn't pay the full amount up front. No problem, no problem. Mr. Shen didn't haggle over the price and agreed to buy the entire lot. That's already a huge help, Niu Jida replied. When I get back, I'll prepare 100 cured pork legs for Mr. Shen. I hope you won't look down on them. Don't say that. They're top-notch goods. Shen Yan said, his mouth practically watering. Cured pork legs, not to mention the premium ones costing over 100 yuan per pound each leg, was worth nearly 1,000 yuan. The product itself was a top-tier ingredient. However, there's one more matter to discuss. Shen Yan paused briefly before bringing up the television production line. But instead of free shipping, he offered a massive investment of 10 million yuan to acquire it. Televisions? You want to produce televisions? Secretary Zhou was taken aback. He couldn't follow Shen Yan's train of thought. Back when we were researching the new 9 vessels formula, some passionate young people were just like us, driven to develop technologies foreigners had that we lacked. Things like mobile phones, washing machines, televisions. But these technologies weren't quite mature yet. The reason I want to make televisions is to create a low-end series. Our Yinchang region is mountainous and economically underdeveloped. Many household appliances that have long been commonplace elsewhere still aren't widespread in our impoverished areas. I want to give it a shot. Shen Yan stated. Secretary Zhou stared at Shen Yan for a long moment. Niu Jida's eyes suddenly turned red. He gave Shen Yan a thumbs up. Mr. Shen, I've lived decades and rarely looked up to anyone. You're one of them. I'll make sure to toast you properly later. Shen Yan smiled. You're too kind. Secretary Zhou said, for the factory setup paperwork, find someone to liaise with me. I'll submit it for approval. We'll push for faster production startup. Get those machines running first. Thanks, Brother Zhou, Shen Yan replied. Secretary Zhou nodded with a smile as the grilled fish arrived. Come, let's eat and talk, Secretary Zhou said cheerfully. By the way, what are your thoughts on that international trade show in 3 days? Chapter 37, Hey, come eat. The charcoal grilled river fish exuded an enticing aroma. Sautéed lotus root slices, wood ear mushrooms, zucchini, and rice cakes were arranged atop the fish. Beneath, the charcoal embers simmered, the fragrance mingling with the bubbling broth, tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Shen Yan took a crisp lotus root slice, accepted the drink Niu Jida poured, and said, Let's go all in.
Nyo Jida immediately leaned back slightly, his face brimming with admiration. Secretary Zhou, however, furrowed her brow ever so slightly.
Is this an impulsive decision, or one made after careful consideration? Secretary Zhou inquired.
Shen Yan replied, a decision made after careful consideration.
Nyo Jida gave him a thumbs up.
Secretary Zhou's frown deepened.
I looked into it this afternoon.
Not only our Inchang, but no company from our entire province is attending this trade show, Secretary Zhou stated, turning to Shen Yan. Shen Yan blew on the steaming fish belly.
Does not going mean we won't be suppressed? Secretary Zhou paused. Shen Yan smiled. We still have to go.
At the very least, we need to make a statement. I may not be able to beat you, but I'm not afraid of you.
Secretary Zhou fell silent. But provoking them like this, won't it just make them hit you harder? Secretary Zhou pondered for a moment, his concern evident.
Shen Yan replied, the launch of new 9 vessels is a devastating blow to the entire global haircare and skincare industry. Even if I do nothing, they'll still resort to the most extreme retaliation. The new 9 vases have only been popular for 2 days, yet Procter & Gamble's people are already here, and the international trade show was moved up by so many days. If it's meant to be a blessing, it won't be a curse. If it's a curse, there's no escaping it. Secretary Zhou said nothing, only contemplating quietly.
Nyo Jida, however, raised his cup and declared, I say we take them on.
Mr. Shen, I'm a country boy, never seen much of the world, never had much schooling.
Their fancy tech stuff? I don't get it. But I know one thing, when they come knocking, you fight back. Foreigners think like bandits, the more you back down, the more they push. Beat them until they're howling, and they'll respect you. Shen Yan raised his own cup to clink with Nyo's. Old Nyo, don't stir trouble. This isn't that simple.
Secretary Zhou's eyes flashed as he lifted his cup.
Nyo Jida nodded and fell silent. Shen Yan turned to Secretary Zhou, waiting for his analysis. You know the exhibition is being live-streamed, right? Secretary Zhou asked. Shen Yan nodded.
Then 2 scenarios could play out. Secretary Zhou tapped the table with his chopsticks.
1. Foreign brands currently dominate the market. With their inventory piling up, they'll target you. Don't assume your product's excellence alone will conquer all. Bad money driving out good is a common occurrence. 2. Current product certification standards are set by foreigners. They might spread rumors about your products causing cancer or similar issues. This live stream is scheduled before your new 9 vases officially launch. They likely have this in mind. Either scenario will make distributors afraid to carry your products. But whether distributors refuse your goods or rumors spread, your current traffic 1T collapse immediately. The most troublesome issue is substandard product quality. Authorities will conduct random inspections on the new 9 vessels. You must understand our internal ranks aren't monolithic. Some individuals are quite eager to serve foreign interests. Secretary Zhou finished speaking and cleared his throat twice. I'm not feeling my best today. Hardly touched my drink, yet I'm already feeling tipsy. Shen Yan shot him a grateful glance.
I'll take Brother Zhou's advice to heart and handle this carefully, Shen Yan replied.
Handle it? How exactly?
Secretary Zhou shook his head.
For this, you need to go to the boss. Shen Yan's heart sank.
He realized he was still too young. Secretary Zhou's words had jolted him awake.
The compradors and certain clueless domestic players were the toughest nuts to crack. This required leveraging official influence. If Boss Chen was determined to protect his new 9 vases, he could lobby the provincial level. Then when the higher-ups wanted spot checks, the provincial office would just snap their fingers, come on over. He was just a small-time Fengwa Daily Chemicals, they'd step on him like an ant. But provincial-level bosses? Those guys would still be wary. Alright, then Brother Zhou, help me lay the groundwork with the boss first. Shen Yan said. Secretary Zhou nodded with a smile. Shen Yan didn't approach Chen Weiman directly.
Everything Secretary Zhou had was provided by Chen Weiman. If he bypassed Secretary Zhou to go straight to Chen Weiman, Secretary Zhou would lose his value. That would also completely alienate Secretary Zhou. I'll speak with the boss first thing tomorrow morning, Secretary Zhou said after a moment's thought.
Even with Boss Chen's backing, you can't afford to be complacent. This time, we're facing the entire world.
Nyo Jida's heart lurched. He considered it a major achievement just to gain a foothold in Yincheng.
He never imagined Shen Yan would start his venture by declaring war on the world.
Shen Yan, however, felt no fear whatsoever, only boundless excitement. In his previous life, he'd been driven to depression by the exploitation of global factories.
Amidst the foreigners' maniacal laughter, the refrain echoed, "Hey, come eat."
Never did he imagine he could now challenge them in this world. His blood began to boil.
10 years of icy endurance, yet his fervor remains uncooled. Tonight, the storm returns. My heart still surges. He longed for the day
when he could stand on the world stage, surrounded by foreigners. He would say, enunciating each word, "Hey, hey, hey, come eat." Youth is truly wonderful, Secretary Zhou chuckled.
Nyo Jida added, Mr. Shen is so full of drive, it makes my blood boil too. Old Nyo, focus on building up that food company too.
A successful food company holds great potential, Secretary Zhou advised.
Got it.
I'll prove myself worthy of you and Boss Chen, Nyojita pledged. Secretary Zhou waved his hand. It's not about proving yourself to me or the boss, it's about proving yourself to your fellow villagers. Look at how few young people remain in the village now.
It's just the elderly and children. What a tragedy. Nyojita's smile instantly faded. I know. We'll work hard. Come on, eat up. It's rare to have grilled fish and a little wine.
Secretary Zhou raised his cup with a smile. First, I'll toast you both.
Nyojita filled his own glass.
Amidst the bright lights and clinking glasses, Inqing's nightlife quietly began. At 11 p.m., Shen Yan returned to his residence.
Slightly tipsy and in high spirits, he slept soundly until dawn. Sleeping until you wake naturally, counting money until your hands cramp.
These are life's two greatest pleasures.
Shen Yan relished them thoroughly. But now wasn't the time for enjoyment.
There was still plenty of work to be done. The first thing he did upon waking was summon Mu Xiaoxiao. Within 10 minutes, Mu Xiaoxiao arrived at his office, heels clicking on the floor.
Good news brings good cheer.
With the company's recent string of successes, Mu Xiaoxiao looked radiant. She wore a white chiffon dress today, her long hair pulled up in a high bun. Nude stockings beneath the dress gave her a look that was simple yet youthful and vibrant. As she entered, a fragrant aroma instantly filled the room. It was the scent of meat buns.
Mr. Shen, these are homemade buns from my mom.
Try one, Mu Xiaoxiao said, pointing to the lunchbox on the desk.
Shen Yan had just finished washing up. Smelling the aroma, he emerged from his room and gestured for her to sit down.
He sat beside her, grabbed a large meat bun, and took a bite. The dough was fluffy, and the meat filling was seasoned to perfection. Mu Xiaoxiao's mother was a culinary master. These buns are excellent, Shen Yan remarked with a smile. If you like them, I'll bring some again next time, Mu Xiaoxiao replied cheerfully.
Shen Yan said, all right, but let's discuss business first. What are your instructions, Mr. Shen? Mu Xiaoxiao asked curiously.
Shen Yan handed her the TV factory job posting he'd drafted during a previous idle moment.
A TV factory job posting?
Mu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded.
Chapter 38, Why? Shen Yan didn't respond, instead grunting as he devoured the bun. If it's delicious, then eat more.
Boss, how can you even stomach this? Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but speak up at Shen Yan's heartless eating.
Why wouldn't he be able to eat it? Last night before bed, he'd asked the system.
The system had previously stated that acquiring a company would grant the corresponding technology.
He'd been a bit worried since he hadn't directly purchased this TV factory.
The system had given an affirmative response. After all, he had paid for the factory land and workers.
The system just hadn't granted the technology yet because the company wasn't officially established. But getting the tech was inevitable.
With that peace of mind, he could even eat a whole chicken.
Shen Yan set down his meat bun and chuckled, the company's branching out into new ventures, how could I not eat? We're a daily chemical company, how did we suddenly start making televisions? Plus, a transformation this massive? I haven't heard a thing about it. Equipment aside that can be bought, but what about the relevant talent?
Televisions don't just materialize out of thin air, Mu Xiaoxiao countered.
Shen Yan replied, isn't this exactly why I'm asking you to recruit talent?
Mu Xiaoxiao was speechless for a long moment. She felt it was only because she was young. If it were those vice presidents in their 40s, they'd probably have fainted with a gas by now.
Boss, you can't just come up with ideas on a whim. We're a household products company.
Our core business is the hair and body care line, Mu Xiaoxiao insisted. Shen Yan shook his head and offered half his steamed bun to Mu Xiaoxiao. Mu Xiaoxiao was in no mood for this and waved him off hastily.
This is the last one. If you don't eat it, I will. Shen Yan happily continued munching on his bun. Boss, there's another problem.
Even if we want to make TVs, we don't have the space for it, Mu Xiaoxiao pointed out.
I just bought a plot of land.
Shen Yan's words were nothing short of shocking.
Ha!
Mu Xiaoxiao felt like the man in front of her was practically a ghost. His actions and words were utterly unpredictable.
200 acres. Manhwa won't just be cosmetics anymore, we'll become a tech industrial company. Shen Yan paused thoughtfully before adding, the future is bright. What the hell? 200 acres? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief.
She stared at Shen Yan, waving her hand in front of his face.
Boss, do you even know what 200 acres means? What does it mean? Shen Yan asked. It's as big as 20 football fields.
Where on earth did you get the money for such a huge plot of land?
Mu Xiaoxiao looked utterly incredulous. Shen Yan understood her shock perfectly.
He chuckled and said, hurry up and start hiring. Once we return from the international trade show, we need to prepare to break ground on the TV factory. I want to see the first television set unveiled within a month.
Boss. The buns are good.
Shen Yan wiped his hands and motioned for Mu Xiaoxiao to get back to work. Mu Xiaoxiao left, her face still a mix of shock and doubt.
Shen Yan sat for a while. By 10 o'clock, he still hadn't received a call from Secretary Zhou or Chen Weiman.
After some thought, he decided he should make the call himself.
He dialed Secretary Zhou's number. You finally called, Secretary Zhou murmured. What's up? Shen Yan asked curiously.
The boss said if you didn't call, it meant what you said yesterday was just a momentary outburst.
If you slept on it and still insisted on calling, it means you're serious about this. Secretary Zhou explained.
Shen Yan thought to himself, city folks sure know how to play games.
He chuckled and said, Mr. Chen is perceptive. Ha, I'll put him on. You two talk, Secretary Zhou said. Do your best. Shen Yan sullenly agreed.
He was certain that if he committed to this, it would have far-reaching consequences.
He couldn't back out halfway. This is Chen Weiman.
A few seconds after Secretary Zhou hung up, a steady, warm voice came through the phone.
Hello, Mr. Chen, Shen Yan greeted. You've decided? Chen Weiman asked. I've decided, Shen Yan replied. On what basis? Chen Weiman pressed. You must know that bad money drives out good has always been a reality. The expectations of 1.4 billion people. Shen Yan paused briefly before continuing, we desperately need something to hold our heads high. Even if it's just a bottle of shampoo. Chen Weiman said, have you considered that no company might step forward? You'll become the target of everyone's criticism. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? If the sky falls, tall people will hold it up. With you here, no eagle can snatch away the chicks. Shen Yan chuckled. But that's a world-class conglomerate. You've given me quite the dilemma, Chen Weiman sighed.
Shen Yan fell silent for a moment before saying, then.
I won't go? I'll just post a video on Douyin later. Incheng Fenghua won't be participating in the international trade show. You little rascal, Chen Weiman laughed heartily. If you want to court trouble, do you think I'd stop you? Go ahead. It'll be good to see how the big dogs play. I've got a meeting. Work out the details with Zhou. Got it. Shen Yan waited as Chen Weiman handed the phone to Secretary Zhou. Brother Zhou. I've got a meeting soon, so I'll cut this short.
According to the city's projections, PG will make their move soon.
Handle it carefully. Secretary Zhou instructed. After a few more reminders, Secretary Zhou hung up.
Before Shen Yan could put his phone away, a knock sounded at the office door.
Come in. At his call, 7 or 8 people flooded in.
All were mid to senior management, though Mu Xiaoxiao was absent.
Did you see the TV factory's job ads? Shen Yan asked with a smile. Boss. The group hesitated, words caught in their throats. Shen Yan gestured for them to sit down.
Boss, we don't mean to challenge you. Having weathered the previous company's internal turmoil, they still held a measure of respect for Shen Yan.
Boss, we produce daily chemical products. Making soap or even toilet cleaners, we could accept. But suddenly jumping into TVs? It just feels off. Boss, I heard you made a trip to the city, and now we're suddenly making TVs. Did someone force you to buy those failing factories? Boss, we can unite and speak up for you.
The group grew agitated, chattering all at once.
No one forced me.
I bought them myself, Shen Yan replied.
Alright, everyone get back to work. The daily chemical division remains unaffected.
The TV factory is just an experiment, it won't cost much.
Shen Yan offered no further explanation. Explaining to Secretary Xiang Zhou and Chen Weiman required their support.
Within the company, however, he was the captain, the helmsman. They simply needed to follow his lead.
Boss.
Several people tried to say more, but Shen Yan waved them off.
The group could only give up, exchanging glances before leaving the office. Knock knock knock.
The moment they exited, the door knocked again. Shen Yan frowned slightly, his tone tinged with irritation as he said, come in. A faint, fragrant breeze swept in, instantly refreshing the room's atmosphere.
Shen Yan's mood lifted considerably. The scent was familiar. It was Chen Jialan. Chapter 39, Avoiding His Mother. A smile spread across Shen Yan's face. Sis, what brings you here?
Chen Jialan poured 2 glasses of water and handed one to Shen Yan.
It's hot out. Remember to drink plenty of water. Shen Yan took a sip and looked at Chen Jialan.
I came to discuss 3 matters with you, Chen Jialan stated.
3 things?
Even though Shen Yan knew Chen Jialan wouldn't show up unannounced, he hadn't expected her to have so much to discuss.
Did something happen?
Shen Yan furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of anxiety.
Chen Jialan seemed to sense his worry. She waved her hand dismissively and glanced at the elegant watch on her wrist. Everything's fine at home. Don't worry. I'm here to talk about work. Work? Shen Yan pondered briefly. Could it be about the mall partnership?
Chen Jialan had been transferred to manage the mall. If she failed to achieve the required results, even if the mall's inherent issues were largely to blame, it would still tarnish her career prospects. Both her family and the outside world held high expectations for her. The standards demanded of her were naturally beyond what ordinary people could meet. Even the worst mall would shine under her leadership. But Shen Yan had already planned to support her fully, there was no need for her to come all this way. Sis, you're being too polite, Shen Yan chuckled.
This isn't about our partnership, it's something else.
Chen Jialan set down her water glass, a serious expression crossing her beautiful face.
What I'm about to say requires your full attention. Shen Yan's expression sharpened as he nodded earnestly. Start with the most critical matter, Chen Jialan began. Has Procter & Gamble contacted you since then? Shen Yan shook his head. Have you heard any related rumors? Chen Jialan pressed. Shen Yan shook his head again. PG has been moving funds recently, Chen Jialan pursed her lips. They're doing it very discreetly. They're starting with some obscure, small countries. The international trade fair is in 2 days. Companies attending will receive orders then. Your Fenghua brand will get plenty of orders too. With so many orders, Shen Yan should have laughed heartily, but instead, his heart skipped a beat. Sis, are you saying? Shen Yan rubbed his chin, his expression grave. PG will flood me with orders, then forcibly seize my production lines, preventing new 9 vases from hitting the shelves normally? No, that would be too costly. Shen Yan lowered his head in deep thought. Chen Jialan remained silent, quietly observing Shen Yan as she gave him time to process. A minute later, Shen Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. His experience as a small business owner in his past life sent a chill down his spine. He'll flood those raw material suppliers with orders. By choking off just one of my sources, they'll cripple my supply chain. But the penalties for breaching our contract would be astronomical, he'd bleed me dry. If I refuse their orders at the trade show, they'll spread rumors that my products fail EU quality standards. This will incite domestic consumers, accusing me of double standards using lower standards for compatriots while imposing higher ones on foreigners. Then my new 9 vases line will slowly die. Shen Yan's eyes blazed as his mind raced, formulating countermeasures. A flicker of light danced in Chen Jialan's dark eyes. A fleeting look of surprise crossed her pretty face, ultimately transforming entirely into relief. There's another issue. Once you take the order, if new 9 Zoon's production can't keep up, they'll spread rumors about carcinogens. Paid commentators will amplify the narrative. Headline news about Fenghua new 9 Zoon being ordered to rectify issues due to carcinogens will trend on social media. At that point, Fenghua will be in a situation with no way out. Chen Jialan added. After speaking, she continued, so my suggestion is, don't go. If PG wants to meet you in any public setting, don't agree. Discuss matters at your factory. That way, if you don't take the order, the outside world won't be able to criticize you. Shen Yan shook his head firmly. I can't not go. Chen Jialan's dark brows furrowed slightly. You have a plan? As far as I know, you need to divert funds to purchase that plot of land in the near future. Asking you not to buy it isn't realistic, and Fenghua's future development genuinely requires that site. So my advice remains, don't go. Don't act on impulse. We have a saying in our country, bide your time and build your strength, make your moves discreetly. Shen Yan gave a bitter smile. He knew full well it was like hitting a stone with an egg. But crisis it holds both danger and opportunity. Being forced into a corner during the live stream at the exhibition could also be a chance to soar to new heights. Success would make Fenghua's path much smoother. If his projections were correct, that massive wave of traffic could easily bring in tens of millions more in revenue. Moreover, deep down, Shen Yan couldn't wait to face off against the foreigners in the public eye. The humiliation from his past life, the worker driven to suicide, kept flashing through his mind like scenes from a movie. Avoid their sharp edge? That. Live again only to endure their bull? Shen Yan took a deep breath and swallowed hard. No counterplan. But sis, since you came to me, you must have more than just advice to bow my head. You've got a backup plan, right? Chen Jialan smiled faintly and shook her head. I know a few material suppliers, they were all companies the Shen family wanted to partner with before. The old man once considered launching his own line of shampoo and skincare products, but unfortunately, he gave up halfway. You should reach out to them first and have them set aside some of their current inventory for you. At least get through the initial batch of products hitting the shelves. We'll figure out the rest later. Shen Yan hugged Chen Jialan briefly, laughing heartily. Thanks, sis. Now for the second matter, why the old man abandoned the project midway, Chen Jialan continued. Shen Yan looked at her with curiosity. She wasn't one to dwell on the past. The old man fell ill, Chen Jialan stated. Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat, his brows furrowing. Early onset dementia, Chen Jialan paused before continuing. That's also part of why I agreed to let you take this risk. Dementia is irreversible. He'll gradually forget who he is, and the family estate will slowly be divided between those two branches. Their caliber isn't enough to uphold the Shen family's legacy. But that's not my concern. I worry that if they grow powerful, they'll become 2 stumbling blocks for your future. Besides, even a rotten ship has its nails. I hope you'll grow strong enough to take charge of the Shen family affairs. That way, not only will you avoid being tripped up, but you'll have the Shen family as your ally. Shen Yan fell into deep thought. He felt little emotional attachment to the old man. From childhood onward, the patriarch had been a distant figurehead, much like the leaders he'd encountered in his past life, a man with whom he'd had little interaction. By the time they grew up and could have a relationship, the Shen family had kicked them out. Though the old man was ill, he might not have been the one who orchestrated it.
But his illness wasn't severe, they were dismissed for a mere 100 million.
For this, the old man bears undeniable responsibility.
Taking over the Shen family was a decent suggestion, but he hadn't considered it before, so he needed time to digest it. Third thing, come back for dinner before heading to the exhibition. I need to go grocery shopping, Shen Jialan said. Shen Yan froze for a moment. By the time Shen Yan regained his composure, Shen Jialan had already stood up. I'm full. Let's go fight them. Chapter 40. You don't want me alive? Then you die first. Shen Yan nodded and smiled. Sis, you sure are well prepared. Don't you think I know your temperament? Shen Jialan chuckled. Remember to come home for dinner. Shen Yan replied, alright, I'll walk you out. Oh, and your new 9 Vases shampoo was great. I just started using it and lost a lot of hair, Shen Jialan added. Shen Yan burst out laughing. Sis, you're kidding me, right? You're complimenting me after losing hair? Shen Jialan replied, that's what the beauty bloggers online recommend. Hair loss is a good start. These people sure know how to spin things, Shen Yan chuckled. They reached the lobby, helped Shen Jialan into the car, and Shen Yan called the factory driver to take them out. He needed to fly out immediately to contact the material suppliers. The raw materials for new 9 Vases weren't particularly complex. They were nearly identical to those used by other haircare brands, differing only in specific ingredient ratios and aging requirements. Surfactants and silicones were manageable, but the most critical factor was the precise formulation of nourishing and conditioning components. These nutrients included collagen, silk protein, vitamins, plant extracts, and more. Yet even the most skilled cook can't make a meal without ingredients. The finest techniques are useless without the right materials. After a call to the production department head in verification, the most urgently needed materials were silicone oil, collagen, and plant extracts. 7 suppliers were involved in these 3 items. Shen Jialan had already sent profiles of all suppliers to his phone. These 7 were no exception. Shen Yan couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Shen Jialan remained as steady as a rock within the Shen group. Her execution skills were truly formidable. Seated in his car, Shen Yan studied the profiles of the 7 individuals intently. 5 of them seemed manageable. Money would do the trick. He summoned Mu Xiaoxiao to handle those 5, reserving the remaining 2 for himself. These 2 were Wang Chunhua and Ji Qingzhong. Wang Chunhua was a native Sichuanese. Born into poverty, he had fought his way up, carrying a rough and tumble demeanor yet fiercely protective of his pride. Consequently, his business dealings often weren't about money. Sometimes, if the other party uttered a single wrong word, he'd simply turn on his heel and walk away in a huff. Ji Qingzhong was the complete opposite. Hailing from Shanghai, he came from a middle-class family and embodied extreme, meticulous self-interest, a paragon of penny pinching. Doing business with him meant he'd feel cheated if he didn't gain an advantage. Such people were usually easy to deal with. Offering concessions was the simplest solution. Now that the PG consortium had entered the market, Shen Yan knew he couldn't compete on price. After careful consideration, Shen Yan decided to focus on securing Wang Chunhua first. Ji Qingzhong could be dealt with if possible, if not, then so be it. As a last resort, he could pay double or triple the price to procure goods from other small suppliers to tide him over. Half an hour later, the driver pulled into the airport garage. The flight wouldn't depart for another hour. With time to spare, Shen Yan called Mu Xiaoxiao to check on her situation. She said she was also at the airport. 10 minutes later, they met up. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't seem very enthusiastic. You haven't even gone yet, and you're already losing your drive. Did something happen on their end when you called? Shen Yan asked. He inquired because the intel showed the people he'd assigned to Mu Xiaoxiao should be relatively easy to handle. It was highly unlikely they'd need to fly out for face-to-face negotiations. The fact that Mu Xiaoxiao had appeared at the airport already hinted at certain issues. Boss. Mu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips. Has PG already started making moves? There are many shampoo suppliers. The ones Miss Chen selected were those PG might easily overlook the easier ones to negotiate with. But today, the moment I called, those people just kept dodging the issue. Each one claimed to be too busy to handle it, acting all high and mighty. Something feels off, so I plan to fly over for face-to-face talks. Shen Yan chuckled. Don't bother with those Chan, Li, Zhang, Wan, he types. Given their capabilities, no matter how much they put on airs, they'll never reach the caliber of Shi, Liao, Lin, Bai, Kai. Chen, Li, Zhang, Wan, he referred to common surnames, a collective term for mass-market merchants slightly more polite than Zhou Shmo. The Shi, Liao, Lin, Bai, Kai tier, however, was rare, representing those exceptional clients. Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't heard this classification before and froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Boss, what time is it? Still joking around? Mu Xiaoxiao shot Shen Yan a disapproving look. The greater the pressure, the more you need to learn to self-soothe. Don't keep that garbage emotion to yourself, pass it off to others, Shen Yan said calmly. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned in confusion, but we need favors from them. How can we pass it off? Aren't you worried we won't get our order? Shen Yan chuckled. Worried? Of course. But what good does worry do? We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Mu Xiaoxiao pouted, unconvinced.
Unless you show me how, she countered. You haven't faced rejection yet.
Shen Yan smiled, pulled out his phone, activated the recording function, and dialed Wang Chunhua.
He didn't need to think twice.
If Chen, Li, Zhang, Huang, and he had all received messages refusing to supply them, Wang Chunhua would have heard the win long ago. This call would be rejected 100%.
Sure enough.
The moment the call connected, Wang Chunhua's assistant answered with that distinctive Trump-like accent.
Hello, our CEO is unavailable. Any decisions must wait until he returns. Shen Yan inquired, approximately how long? At most a month, at least half a month, came the reply. So you're saying you won't be doing business during this period? Shen Yan asked sarcastically. Well, you could put it that way. Truthfully, we don't want to do business with you, the voice responded arrogantly. And the reason? We've never crossed paths before, Shen Yan inquired with a smile. PG is offering more money, so we can't partner with you anymore.
Plus, you guys don't even have the proper attitude when asking for favors.
Our boss is really annoyed. If he's annoyed, your business won't last long. Your factory won't survive.
Beside him, Mu Xiaoxiao's pretty face flushed with anger.
Shen Yan shook his head. What if we survive anyway? Impossible.
Came the flat, decisive reply.
Shen Yan smiled. Fine. I'll prove you wrong.
After saying this, he turned to Mu Xiaoxiao. She was trembling with rage. Shen Yan patted her shoulder.
Mu Xiaoxiao snorted, that's too much. Boss, why are the people you have to deal with so despicable? It's fine.
In his previous life, Shen Yan had run a contract manufacturing plant. He'd seen plenty of scumbags who reneged on payments or reported him after getting paid. So verbal provocation from someone like Wang Chunhua didn't faze him in the slightest.
This kind was too easy to handle.
As the saying goes, loose lips sink ships.
Shen Yan saved the recording and silently opened Douyin. Boss, what's wrong? Mu Xiaoxiao, seeing Shen Yan's blank expression, thought he'd been silenced by the insults. Boss, don't take it to heart. Some people do business like that.
Let's just blacklist him and never work with him again, Mu Xiaoxiao consoled him. No sooner had she finished speaking than her eyes widened as if struck by lightning. Shen Yan was typing on his phone at that moment, and those few words left her reeling.
Hello everyone, this is Feng with Shen Yan.
Regarding the launch of the new 9 vases, it may be delayed possibly by half a month, or even half a year or longer. We're actively sourcing materials, but due to pressure from major international brands and the pessimistic outlook of domestic suppliers, I may need more time.
I'm truly sorry.
Mu Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief for a long moment, her eyes fixed on Shen Yan as he posted the video. Then, she watched helplessly as Shen Yan spent 50,000 yuan on Douyin promotion. Finally, she saw the video already garnering thousands of comments get deleted by Shen Yan. Immediately after, Shen Yan spent another 50,000 yuan on Douyin Plus for some recorded topics.
This entire sequence unfolded with seamless fluidity. What are you doing? Ouch.
Mu Xiaoxiao stared blankly at Shen Yan. Shen Yan chuckled, check the Douyin trending topics.
Chapter 41, Family, Domestic Brands are being suppressed, help us out. Mu Xiaoxiao leaned closer to look at Shen Yan's phone screen, utterly bewildered. But it's not, Mu Xiaoxiao said, clearly confused. Last place, Shen Yan stated. Boss, what good is last place? It'll drop off the charts in no time.
Mu Xiaoxiao said anxiously. But as soon as she finished, she snapped back to reality. You? Mu Xiaoxiao stared at Shen Yan in shock once more.
You want to market our grievances? Mu Xiaoxiao grew more stunned by the second. What do you mean market? We've already suffered injustice. Aren't you feeling wrong today? Shen Yan replied calmly.
Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, her face troubled.
But won't this push them into the spotlight? There are so many people looking to buy the new 9 vases now.
This is practically inciting them to cyberbully them.
How is this incitement? Consumers have a right to know. Waiting is agonizing. If we can't supply the goods, we should inform them in advance. As for what they do online, that's their prerogative. If anyone crosses the line, the police will handle it. We're just a shampoo company. Shen Yan stated.
Mu Xiaoxiao was instantly speechless.
Shen Yan's reasoning was so sound she couldn't refute it. But you have a point too. Showing vulnerability can be advantageous. People tend to sympathize with the underdog. Shen Yan added. I didn't say that, you did. Mu Xiaoxiao's eyelid twitched violently.
No need for personality cults, don't attribute every virtue to me alone, Shen Yan waved dismissively.
Remember to manage your emotions and be more confident. Keep this in mind. What is it? Mu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Fengwa isn't what it used to be.
We're major clients now, Shen Yan stated calmly. It's still hard to adjust all at once, Mu Xiaoxiao said awkwardly, smoothing the long strands of hair falling across her forehead.
Are you on China Mobile or China Unicom? Shen Yan suddenly asked.
China Mobile, Mu Xiaoxiao replied, confused.
Shen Yan smiled. Just treat them the way they treat you.
Mu Xiaoxiao still didn't quite get it.
Shen Yan sighed. Dear material supplier, I'm your daddy. Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched violently.
I'm afraid they'll kick me out, Mu Xiaoxiao admitted. After all, this was her first time in a position of authority, and she'd never seen anything like this before. New 9 vessels will inevitably clean up the personal care market. The old players will be weeded out. From now on, if they want to stay in this business, they must supply raw materials that meet our standards. A single win or loss means nothing. What we seek is to set the rules, Shen Yan declared. Mu Xiaoxiao's body trembled, her eyes filled with horror. Before, she'd only thought about growing big and standing out in the market. Never in her wildest dreams did she imagine Shen Yan's ambition was to control the very rules themselves. If he succeeded, every personal care product worldwide would revolve around manhwa. Then it wouldn't be about the market anymore. It would be me being the law. I'd just frown, and your company would vanish. Boss, can we really pull this off? Mu Xiaoxiao asked, her voice trembling. Shen Yan gazed out the window at the departing flight. I don't know. But I'm certain at least 100 million people hope domestic brands can reach that level. We're not alone on this journey, Shen Yan declared. Mu Xiaoxiao swallowed hard, her eyes no longer wavering. The fire was lit. She felt invincible now. Boss, let's strive toward that goal. Mu Xiaoxiao's posture straightened noticeably, her entire demeanor transformed. But soon, she ducked her head again and whispered, but what about what we're doing online now? Could this become our dark history? You're a woman. Women are inherently the weaker sex. Even if you throw a tantrum online, people will forgive you. Besides, everything you do is for the company, for the personal care industry of Dragon Nation. That's called not getting bogged down in trivialities, the true essence of a female tycoon, Shen Yan said. Ha! I didn't do it. Mu Xiaoxiao frowned. Shen Yan stared at her. Yes, I did it, Mu Xiaoxiao admitted. Boss, you represent manhwa's image. Let us handle these menial tasks. Go for it. I believe in you, Shen Yan said, patting her shoulder. Mu Xiaoxiao remained silent, instead messing up her hair and smearing lipstick across her face. She then switched her phone to video recording mode and handed it to Shen Yan. If you won't provide it, then don't. What gives you the right to beat people up? Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat. Watching her masterful performance, he silently admired her. Damn impressive. Yincheng, Shen family estate. By the lakeside pavilion. An elderly man in reading glasses tapped a tablet on the stone table. Beside him sat several Shen family members, each harboring their own hidden agendas. After watching the video for several minutes, Shen Xiaqing, the second uncle of the Shen family, shot a meaningful glance at his daughter Shen Lian. Lian understood immediately and pouted, Grandfather, Shen Yan acts like a clown, constantly stirring up trouble online. He's completely disgraced the Shen family's reputation. We were soft-hearted before, giving them some money so they could live comfortably. But they just don't know their place. We can't stand idly by now. If they keep this up, our family's reputation will be dragged down too. Sigh. In business, partnerships are best when negotiations go smoothly. If they don't, you at least make friends. How could he act like this? This has completely soured things. Shen Xiaoqing sighed. The eldest uncle's eyes flickered, but he remained silent. Shen Lian blinked and said, Grandfather, should we publish a statement disassociating ourselves from them? Shen Yan's stunt will alienate those suppliers for good. Our Shen family can't stand up to those big players. The old man glanced at everyone, his gaze growing unfocused. Where's the third son? Why hasn't he come back for dinner? Today is New Year's Eve, a day for family reunion. The Shen family members exchanged glances, displeasure evident in their eyes. Help Dad back inside. It's time for his medicine, said the eldest uncle. The old man was escorted away, leaving the siblings and younger generation still seated in the pavilion. Big brother, as the eldest, you need to figure something out. Grandfather is clearly feigning senility. Doesn't he remember how he treated third brother's family? Now that his health is failing, he thinks he can avoid offending everyone? He's delusional. Shen Xiaqing snorted. Shen Xiaoming frowned slightly. You good for nothing. That's our father. You shouldn't speak ill of him behind his back. Brother, stop pretending, Shen Xiaqing retorted irritably. Father has been dragging his feet, and you haven't been able to take control of the Shen family. What we need to do now is seize control of the Shen family swiftly. That way, decision-making will be much easier. The Shen family didn't get to where it is today easily. Forget about those suppliers, our family doesn't even produce personal care products. But who's behind those suppliers? PG. PG is a major foreign conglomerate. If we piss them off, we'll lose our chance to represent international brands. Shen Lian nodded emphatically. We have to do something. We can't let him run wild like this. Chuan Province. A private tea house. Whoa, this kid knows how to play dirty. Folks, domestic brands are getting crushed, help us out. Oh, playing the victim now? Ha ha ha. Playing the arrow in your pants, pulling your own balls. A ruddy-faced middle-aged man burst out laughing. Boss, stop laughing. Keep scrolling. His assistant swallowed hard before reminding him. Bam! The man slammed his palm on the table, sending teacups skittering. ING hell.
Get that Shen Yan over here. I didn't hit their deputy director. He's slandering me. Boss, whether you hit that VP isn't the point, they're all calling you a traitor. The assistant delivered the final blow. I'm a traitor my ass.
The middle-aged man nearly fainted from rage.
I'm no traitor. How could I be a traitor? I'm a man of honor. How could I do something that dishonors my ancestors?
But the traitor thing is already trending.
Ouch. The assistant hadn't even finished speaking when a glass smashed into his body. Get out. Get out and find him for me.
I'll confront him face to face and curse him out. I, Wang Chunhua, am not a traitor. The middle-aged man trembled with rage.
Chapter 42. Everyone, please don't cyberbully Boss Wang. The assistant took a few steps back. Boss, confronting him now isn't wise.
We should hire some online trolls first.
The heat isn't too high yet. Right. Hurry up and get people to clear my name.
Wang Chuanhua's face had turned the color of liver from rage.
The assistant smiled. I've already arranged it. We should see results soon.
Wang Chunhua nodded, but soon, he felt unsettled again. Throughout his life, Wang Chunhua had always prized clarity of thought above all else.
After being publicly humiliated like this, merely issuing a clarification left him deeply unsatisfied. Where are my legal advisors?
Where the hell are my legal advisors?
Wang Chunhua shouted. Boss, we can't involve legal counsel, the assistant reasoned. Right now, they're playing the victim card. If we bring in legal, we'll fall right into their trap. Then what do we do now? Just have our trolls engage them in online mudslinging? Wang Chunhua roared. That's our only option for now. Rest assured, boss, everything is under control, the assistant nodded. Wang Chunhua narrowed his eyes. Any assistant could handle this kind of thing. Tell me something special. The assistant thought for a moment, then remained silent. Speak. Wang Chunhua gritted his teeth.
There's no other way, the assistant stammered.
This is outrageous.
Wang Chunhua was on the verge of losing his mind.
I'll go think of a solution right now. I'm leaving immediately. The assistant made his escape under the pretense of an excuse. What could possibly be done? Shen Yan was playing an open game. He was blatantly trying to trap you.
You can't even protest. The more you scream, the more he'll revel in it.
Honestly, the best course now is to stay silent. Just ignore him. But with the boss's temper, how could his assistant do nothing?
Besides, the troll army's numbers are thin, it's just for show.
Give it the cold shoulder, and soon Shen Yan and his crew will feel like punching cotton, utterly humiliated.
Besides, PG had their own PR firm.
If this blew up too big, they'd step in. But things didn't unfold as he predicted.
The half-baked trolls he hired were like they'd swallowed expired medicine, howling wildly. They actually drove many Fenghua supporters to post videos airing their grievances.
This wasn't right. This was very wrong. He immediately contacted the troll agency. At first, they gloated about their team's effectiveness and demanded more money.
After repeated negotiations, the agency finally admitted that the netizens attacking Shen Yan and Fenghua supporters weren't their people. Things had spiraled out of control.
The Mu residence, evening, dinner time. Qingqing, I think you should break up with Shen Yan. Mu Qingqing's third aunt said after taking a bite of lamb chop.
Mu Qingqing looked a bit dazed, but quickly remembered her current status as Shen Yan's quasi-girlfriend.
She immediately asked, why? Haven't you seen it online? Mu Qingqing's third aunt pulled out her phone.
I saw it, Mu Qingqing replied.
You reminded me when I came back earlier. And what do you think? Her aunt pressed.
The other elders also set down their chopsticks and turned their attention to Mu Qingqing. Everyone was deeply concerned about this matter, but as women, they felt it was beneath their dignity to broach such gossipy topics. Mu Qingqing paused slightly before replying. These days, many self-media outlets love to stir up drama.
Things aren't necessarily as they appear.
From what I understand, the city government holds Shen Yan in high regard.
Who doesn't the city government favor?
It's just the strategy of casting a wide net to catch more fish.
Shen Yan is currently being choked off by material suppliers. Even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice.
There's also a new trend now, with some authoritative magazines reporting on the carcinogenic risks of silicone oil. Aunt Mu Qingqing stated solemnly. Mu Qingqing opened her mouth but found herself unable to speak. The silicone oil issue is old news.
Public awareness lags behind. Often, their strong reactions just show they're easily swayed and prone to following the crowd.
If authoritative media resoundingly reports on silicone oil again, Shen Yan will be in trouble.
But that's secondary.
Shen Yan's most pressing problem right now is the lack of raw materials.
Without enough raw materials, how can he produce? Cancel the partnership. Stay away from Shen Yan, Mu Qingqing's aunt advised. Mu Qingqing shook her head. She wasn't keen on that. It wasn't about morality.
It was because new 9 vessels was an incredibly disruptive product.
Even if it weren't carcinogenic, the market would overlook any flaws. First, the price point. Second, the hair-growing effect was simply too compelling.
Besides, she knew her family couldn't just abandon their partnership with Shen Yan. This was merely a tug of war over interests. With Shen Yan's weakened position, they simply wanted to squeeze more benefits out of him. But she didn't want to be part of it. Over the past couple of days, she had thoroughly studied the operational model of the new mall Shen Yan proposed. She felt it held tremendous potential. Foolish, her uncle spat out coldly. "Oh, uncle, it's just a mall. Let me give it a shot," Mu Qingqing whined. Her uncle continued eating, ignoring her. Her third aunt chimed in, "Another thing, this Shen Yan is a scoundrel. Even if you do partner with him, I advise you to keep your distance." Mu Qingqing gave an awkward smile. Shen Yan's act of feigning hurt was indeed hard to judge. Shen Yan's residence. Chen Jialan served her parents their meals and sat down. "Jialan, did you check on that brat at the company? How's he been lately?" Shen Xiaolin's expression remained impassive. "He's doing well, Dad," Chen Jialan replied with a smile. "But I heard he got into another argument," Shen Xiaolin countered. "Well, business negotiations require communication," Chen Jialan replied. "But it made the trending list," Shen Xiaolin insisted, utterly at a loss with his daughter. She always handled everything with such calm composure. "Oh," Jialan said, "it's fine. It's business matters, you can't possibly understand them better than she does." Chen Meiji nudged Shen Xiaolin with her chin, signaling him to eat quietly and stop talking. Shen Xiaolin finally snapped. He's playing the victim online, putting on a show. People are laughing at him. How will he ever save face? Chen Meiji froze, quickly glancing at Chen Jialan. Chen Jialan remained cheerful, everyone can see clearly. But those who see through it, watching a homegrown brand with real potential get crushed like this? Any normal Chinese person would be furious. So even though we know the truth, we're happy to play along with Shen Yan's drama. And there are plenty who don't see through it at all, just burning with passion. Xiao Yan's strategy is brilliant. Chen Jialan paused thoughtfully before adding, "I predict this will conclude within 3 days with Xiao Yan emerging triumphant." "Ha?" Shen Xiaolin and Chen Meiji exchanged glances. Chen Meiji countered, but they could just ignore it. Chen Jialan chuckled. "It takes two to tango. Just hire a few online trolls to play both sides." Shen Xiaolin's mouth twitched. "I'm not cut out for business." Chen Jialan replied, "There's no other way. Procter & Gamble has come to China. A giant like that, forget about Xiao Yan, even the Shen family couldn't hold a candle to them. Getting as many compatriots involved as possible is the best solution Xiao Yan can pursue right now. Isn't this just exploiting everyone's patriotic sentiment?" Shen Xiaolin frowned. "It'll backfire." Chen Jialan shook her head. "Domestic goods are our own country's products. You only see them making money, but you overlook how much tax they pay and how many jobs they create. And when trouble strikes, domestic brands are the first to step up. Buying domestic goods is essentially buying insurance for yourself. Otherwise, when disaster strikes, are we supposed to rely on foreign brands to rescue us?" Shen Xiaolin fell silent. Right. Make that kid donate some of his earnings," Chen Meiji chimed in cheerfully. "He will," Chen Jialan replied, lifting her gaze to the window. The night passed quickly, yet the online uproar escalated rapidly. In just one day, Shen Yan shot to the top of the trending searches. Some hailed him as the shining light of domestic brands, while others accused him of exploiting tragedy for marketing. By noon, several authoritative magazines released a shocking paper. Silicone oil causes cancer. Instantly, new 9 vases and several domestic haircare products were thrust into the eye of the storm. Shen Yan released a video explanation, repeatedly urging everyone that the actions of domestic raw material suppliers Wang Chunhua and Ji Qingzhong were entirely normal business practices, pleading for an end to online bullying. But shortly after the video uploaded, grainy footage surfaced online showing Shen Yan being dragged away by several burly men on the street. That afternoon, Fenghua Daily Chemicals Vice President Mu Xiaoxiao reported to the police Shen Yan was missing. Chapter 43, The Year's Top Trader List. What? Shen Xiaolin, who was walking his bird at home, jolted in shock, dropping the birdseed he held onto the ground. His face strained as he stared at his equally pale wife, speechless for a long moment. Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was kidnapped? Shen Xiaolin stammered. The police just called and asked me to show you the video. You watch it, watch the video. Chen Meiji hurriedly handed him her phone. What video? Why aren't they rushing to find him? Shen Xiaolin was frantic. There's not enough time to file a case. They can only try to locate him using technical means first. Quick, look. That's the video of Xiao Yan being taken away. Chen Meiji shouted. Shen Xiaolin froze for a moment before snatching the phone. The footage was grainy, showing a man resembling Shen Yan being dragged away by several burly men in broad daylight. Where is this? I'll contact my old friends and get them to help search. Panic truly seized Shen Xiaolin. Just as Chen Meiji was about to speak, the phone rang an unknown number. She answered it immediately. Ask them who ordered this. How much they were paid. I'll double it. Shen Xiaolin's heart was in his throat. Triple it. Chen Meiji swallowed hard, her face pale, her voice trembling. Hello? Mom, don't be scared. Listen to me first. I'm fine. I'm staying with a fellow villager right now.
Don't worry about the online stuff, I've got it covered. But you need to act like I'm really missing. Acting is your specialty, after all. Ha?
Chen Meiji froze upon hearing Shen Yan's voice on the other end.
If you have any questions, go to my sister. Tell her what I just said, and she'll guide you through it. Shen Yan's voice came through again. Are you really okay? Chen Meiji asked. Mom, I've got stuff to do. That's all for now. Moi. You little brat. Chen Meiji rolled her eyes. Give me the phone. Shen Shaolin reached out to grab it. He hung up already, Chen Meiji replied. Shen Shaolin felt his defenses crumble. What kind of thing did I raise? He's not even as good as my parrot. What did that brat say? Is he okay? Shen Shaolin was angry, but his son's safety mattered more. He's fine. He thinks there's some kind of conspiracy going on here. It's all because of your Shen family.
Our son used to be so innocent, Chen Meiji said. Shen Shaolin frowned slightly. After a moment of deep thought, he suddenly clapped his hands.
Good heavens, you scared me. Chen Meiji patted her chest. Shen Shaolin gave an awkward chuckle. I get it now. Get what?
Chen Meiji asked, puzzled. He's playing the victim to win sympathy, Shen Shaolin explained.
But what good is sympathy? Getting people to buy a few extra bottles of new 9 vessels? That's unnecessary.
New 9 Vats is already ridiculously strong as a product. I have a few sisters who dance with me, and they're all begging me to save them some.
They're old men at home? Some of them are completely bald already.
I told them I'm not worried about cancer or anything, but they said they don't care.
Having hair is what matters. Chen Meiji said. Shen Shaolin thought about it but couldn't figure it out. Maybe I should call Jialan. She'll worry if she hears the news.
We should let her know first, Chen Meiji suggested.
Shen Shaolin nodded.
Chen Jialan was in a meeting when Shen Yan called, but she couldn't take it.
Just as she finished up, Chen Meiji relayed Shen Yan's message. Chen Jialan gave a faint smile. Just play along.
Pretend he really went missing, Chen Galan instructed.
Why do we have to do this? Isn't it making too much of a fuss? Chen Meiji voiced her confusion. He has no other choice, Chen Galan explained. The opponent is extremely powerful. Relying solely on himself, his chances of winning are practically zero.
Upon hearing this, Chen Meiji immediately understood what she needed to do. Jialan, have a few reporters stumble upon our home later, Chen Meiji instructed.
Understood, Mom.
The eye drops are in the second drawer of your nightstand, Chen Jialan replied.
You're joking. I'm a seasoned actress, why would I need eye drops?
Chen Meiji retorted, her eyes suddenly reddening. Her son was suffering. Born into privilege, he'd been cast out. After finally building something, he faced coordinated suppression from global corporations.
What a bunch of scoundrels. Chen Meiji's thoughts brought tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, on Douyin, a sensational headline captured public attention. Shen Yan, CEO of Manhwa, reportedly missing. The straightforward headline climbed rapidly in popularity. Holy crap, have you seen the video? Shen Yan looks like he was dragged away by several people. No way, is that really Shen Yan? Why? Why?
Once the new 9 vessels launched, every anti-hair loss product would have to bow down.
That's a massive market. See that cancer-related hot topic?
It's targeting the new 9 vessels.
Killing him?
But if Shen Yan is dead and the formula is still at Manhwa,
it won't matter anyway. I think staging an accident would be far more effective than just taking him away. Killing? Forget it. Just take him for negotiations, a hostile takeover.
Sell the new 9 vessels series to a big foreign company.
That's not bad.
Big brands have better quality control, nicer packaging, and their marketing is unmatched. Foreign shoes cost over 1,000 yuan, and their cars don't even come with horns, you have to install them separately.
If domestic brands get shut down, they'll get even worse. I'm all for it. I'm not some extreme patriot, just a consumer. I support more players entering the market.
New 9 vases can help you grow hair for under $20.
You're relying on foreigners? Those skincare products cost over 1,000. You suck-ups don't feel a thing when you're gifting them, do you? Wang Chunhua, you ing traitor. You disgrace Sichuan province. Every time I go online, I'll curse you out. Exactly. Foreigners not backing us is understandable, they're not our kind. But traitors are ing disgusting. I nominate Wang Chunhua and Ji Qingzhong, those two scumbags. Regardless, those supporting Shen Yan's new 9 vases, let's go bomb these traitor dogs' official accounts. In the comments section, voices clamored in a cacophony of opinions. Some were just spectators, enjoying the drama. Others hoped to see domestic brands challenge foreign ones, driving prices down so they could splurge on branded goods to show off. Some voiced support for domestic products, hailing the rise of Chinese brands as monumental. Others declared they only bought brands, nothing else mattered. Overall, however, the majority wanted to see Manhwa's new 9 vases rise. Thus, Shen Yan's disappearance left them anxious. Consequently, Wang Chunhua and Ji Qingzhong's companies were flooded into the trending topics. Traitor of the Year, Wang Chunhua. Trader of the Year, Ji Qingzhong. Both men were neck and neck, their names plastered across the trending charts. In peacetime, the term traitor hadn't been heard in ages. The moment their names trended, they instantly drew a massive crowd of onlookers. Chapter 44, Hidden Agendas. Within 2 hours, Wang Chunhua and Ji Qingzhong had both surged into the top 3 trending topics on Douyin. Chunhua Industrial, CEO's office. With a crash, everything on the desk was swept onto the floor. The severed computer cables sizzled, startling the assistant beside him into a hasty retreat. Damn it! Still unsatisfied, Wang Chunhua delivered a flying kick, smashing the computer tower. With a loud bang, the tower shattered, its hard drive and other components scattering everywhere. The assistant cowered in the corner, not daring to utter a sound. Wang Chunhua still seemed unsatisfied. With his hands on his hips, he scanned the room for something else to smash. Traitor! I'm a traitor now. His eyes were wild, his face drained of color from rage. Boss! The assistant clutched a chair, holding it in front of his chest. Speak! Wang Chunhua gritted his teeth, forcing back his rage. Please calm down, sir, the assistant pleaded. How can I not be furious? You claimed everything was under control. Is this what you call under control? Wang Chunhua's gaze pierced the assistant like a knife. The assistant's heart trembled, instantly speechless. By all logic, he truly had everything under control. But Shen Yan was a beast. He pushed the limits of traffic manipulation and shamelessness to the extreme. This staged disappearance had driven Chunhua Industries straight into a corner. Comments were already disabled on Chunhua's official account. In just 1 hour, tens of thousands of comments had flooded in, all wishing the boss's family ill. Even the employees couldn't bear to read them. Speak! Is this what you meant by under control? Ha! Wang Chunhua pointed at his assistant. Are you competent or not? If not, get out now. Boss! The assistant gave a wry smile. Spit it out. Wang Chunhua gritted his teeth. It's not that I'm incompetent. It's just that Shen Yan is such a beast, the assistant said. Where do you find someone so shameless? When someone has no shame, they're invincible. Right now, we really have no way to deal with him. We can only. The assistant outlined his plan. Wang Chunhua frowned deeply. You mean pretend to cooperate, then renege midway? Then I'll just get labeled a traitor again? But this is our only way to take down Shen Yan. We can't let this guy get away with it. He's already this despicable before he's even made it big. What if he does? The assistant argued. Wang Chunhua fell deep in thought. Boss, this isn't deliberate retaliation, it's planning for the future. The livelihoods of hundreds of people at Chunhua Industries rest on your shoulders. If you don't take down Shen Yan, Chunhua Industries will be the one to fall. The assistant pleaded earnestly. Wang Chunhua nodded slightly. The assistant was right. Hundreds of Chunhua employees depended on him for their livelihoods. If Chunhua collapsed, what would become of these people's livelihoods? Alright, contact him and have him come sign the contract. If he refuses to come, then I'll go to him. Wang Chunhua said, kicking another scattered document on the floor. The assistant, already prepared, stepped aside in advance. Understood, I'll contact him immediately. Shanghai. A historic red brick villa. A middle-aged man in a suit vest stood on the balcony, his hair meticulously combed. His gaze was amused as he watched a pair of birds playing in the tree. The coffee in his hand was growing cold. Mr. Zhong, it's getting late. An elderly butler-like figure spoke with submissive deference. MHM. The man addressed as Mr. Zhong hummed softly, his body remaining motionless. The old butler glanced at him and swallowed hard. Mr. Zhong, the neighbors gossip. Let them talk. If I, Ji Qingzhong, cared about such gossip, the Ji family wouldn't have grown to its current scale. Ji Qingzhong replied. The old steward nodded slightly. The Procter & Gamble people called. Prepare everything. I'm attending the banquet tonight. Arrange for the media. My photos at the event must make the front page. Ji Qingzhong instructed. Mr. Ji, the fervor for domestic brands is borderline manic right now. It's not wise to confront them head-on at this moment, the old butler cautioned. Ji Qingzhong replied coldly, that doesn't stop us from downgrading the specs and raising prices on what we sell them. The world is what it is, these lowly people have no say in it. As long as you have a plan, Mr. Ji, the old butler said with a smile. I'll handle the dinner arrangements. Douyin was the platform with the most active users in the country. From elderly people in their 60s to children just a few years old, Douyin's short videos had captivated them all, turning them into loyal users. The values and worldviews of Douyin users were essentially a projection of the entire Dragon Nation's values. Especially when it came to patriotism. Thus, Wang Chunhua and Ji Qingzhong became overnight sensations. Especially Ji Qingzhong. Because Ji Qingzhong was a native of Shengchang. Shanghai has long been renowned for its bourgeoisie, capital, and extreme self-interest. Most capitalists and compradors are concentrated in this city. The moment Ji Qingzhong was labeled a traitor, the comment section erupted with reactions like, oh, so that's how people from there are.
Then everyone began sharing their own negative experiences with Shanghai.
Wang Chunhua was quickly pushed aside as all attention shifted to Ji Qingzhong.
Within half a day, a new topic had already branched off from Ji Qingzhong.
That topic was, why are there so many middlemen in Shanghai? As soon as this topic surfaced, everyone became indignant.
Soon, the conversation shifted from shampoo ingredients to automobiles.
Most car middlemen hailed from that very place.
A certain Shanghai-based automaker, notorious for downgrading features while raising prices, became the prime example of how middlemen exploit the people of the Dragon Nation. After cars, the conversation shifted to regional discrimination.
The night passed swiftly.
Shanghai shot to the top of all platforms in discussions. Many Shanghai residents who hadn't done anything wrong felt wronged. So they joined the fray, sharing their own stories.
Countless netizens demanded Ji Qingzhong speak up. Seeing him silent, many secretly gloated.
They believed this online campaign denouncing traitors had achieved a tactical victory.
Unexpectedly, at 9 p.m.,
close-ups of Ji Qingzhong attending a PG banquet appeared prominently on news headlines. Those photos delivered a harsh slap to netizens. A traitor dares to fight back. How could this be tolerated? Even those who preferred to stay neutral and just watch the drama couldn't hold back. By 11 p.m. that night, 2 hours after the headline photos surfaced,
Ji Qingzhong's entire past had been thoroughly exposed. Even the name of his family dog and how many times it defecated daily were plastered online.
Ji Qingzhong remained haughtily indifferent, refusing to engage with netizens. But his relatives, friends, and classmates suffered the consequences. They weren't as steady as Ji Qingzhong, and they hadn't gained anything from targeting Shen Yan.
No benefits, but they got saddled with the blame more unjust than Douyi's tragedy. They all rushed to persuade Ji Qingzhong.
At midnight, Ji Qingzhong posted a message through his personal account.
The moment it went live, the entire internet exploded. Chapter 45, What? A body believed to be Shen Yan? The night air was as cool as water at 10 p.m. Normally, Wang Chunhua would either be drinking or already asleep.
Today, however, he'd been lambasted so thoroughly that sleep eluded him, and alcohol held no appeal. He sat in the courtyard of his villa, ostensibly reading a book. In reality, he was scrolling through his phone. Despite his assistant's lengthy analysis and repeated warnings not to check his phone or get provoked by online comments, he still felt it was all fine. But he just couldn't resist. The Wang family must have done something to offend the ancestors. Probably never in generations had so many people curse them. The spectacle was intense. Under their group's official account, within just a few hours, at least 30,000 people had unleashed a torrent of abuse. The insults were all over the place. I'd love to slap that bastard Shen Yan to death. Wang Chunhua was utterly speechless. Stop cursing, stop cursing. The online abuse was truly vile. They didn't even use profanity, yet they managed to insult his entire lineage and every woman in his family. Ha! A dream come true? After muttering to himself for a while, he noticed the rate at which his private messages were increasing had slowed. At first, he thought he was imagining it, but after 10 minutes, he confirmed it. The number of people attacking him had genuinely decreased. What's going on? Wang Chunhua was completely baffled. Just then, his assistant sent a voice message. Boss, it's being diverted. It's being diverted. The assistant's tone carried a hint of excitement. Diverted? Wang Chunhua was utterly confused. The guy who trended with you is siphoning off the traffic. He's from Shanghai, so everyone's gone to attack him instead. If we play it cool here, the haters will dwindle fast. The assistant explained. They're all going after Ji Qingzhong now? Wang Chunhua searched for videos. Sure enough, topics related to Ji Qingzhong were multiplying at a much faster rate. Wang Chunhua let out a long sigh of relief. He even started scrolling through the videos with a sense of satisfaction. Seeing Ji Qingzhong fare much worse than him made the frustration he'd felt that evening dissipate considerably. Soon, an hour passed. Boss, quickly check Ji Qingzhong's new update. The assistant actually called Wang Chunhua directly. At this hour, the assistant would only make such a call for something extremely urgent. I'm already scrolling. What's his new update? Wang Chunhua was puzzled. Log out and re-enter his homepage. He's responded to those criticizing him and Shen Yan, the assistant explained. Wang Chunua's heart skipped a beat. At this juncture, whatever he said wouldn't be ideal. Back down, and he'd be at a disadvantage whenever he encountered Shen Yan. Refuse to back down, and he'd face a barrage of criticism. Playing dead was the only way to go. See it? The assistant's voice was brimming with excitement. Wang Chunhua had just re-entered Ji Qingzhong's official account homepage. A block of text and several accompanying images suddenly appeared before her eyes. In business, it's all about product quality. Buy from whoever has the best goods. Domestic and foreign goods shouldn't be ranked as superior or inferior. Higher prices reflect superior quality, lower prices should prompt self-reflection and relentless improvement. Not bundling in all sorts of nonsense. I've never seen a company exploit national sentiment for marketing. That's a despicable business tactic. A competent businessman cannot and should not be held hostage by such methods. A little tipsy tonight, so I'm talking more than usual. Tonight's banquet was delightful. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Below the text, photos showed Ji Qingjong and PG executives engaged in lively conversation. The most striking image captured them clinking glasses. Both Ji Qingjong and the PG executives wore beaming smiles. They looked genuinely happy. Wang Chunhua narrowed his eyes. This Ji Qingjong sure is bold. Writing this was clearly a public challenge to Shen Yan. While satisfying, it clearly underestimated Shen Yan. Shen Yan possessed formidable agitation skills. Previously, Wang Chunhua hadn't taken him seriously, but after tonight's events, if given the chance to choose again, he would handle this matter with extreme caution. He would absolutely never outright reject manhwa. Saying something like that would likely shoot straight to the top of the trending topics. At this thought, Wang Chunhua's eyebrows shot up and he couldn't help but run his fingers through his sparse hair. Ji Qingjong is such a good guy even when acting like a traitor, he takes center stage. This move has completely exposed him, Wang Chunhua. If he had the chance, he'd even want to toast Ji Qingjong a couple of times. Boss, bad news. Only then did Wang Chunhua notice the phone call hadn't been hung up. What is it? Spit it out, no need to panic. Boss, Shen Yan. It must be Shen Yan's doing. He never went missing. This is all his own staging. His assistant gritted out. What nonsense. Explain yourself clearly. Wang Chunhua was utterly confused. Boss, look at the top trending topic. The assistant urged. Frowning, Wang Chunhua opened Douyin's trending chart. A single glance nearly sent him reeling. He'd been hoping Ji Qingjong had drawn all the fire, but this top trending story shattered that illusion. Ji Qingjong and Wang Chunhua declare, businessmen have no nationality. Holy! When the hell did I ever say that? That single line sent a cold sweat running down Wang Chunhua's back. It was as good as pinning the label of traitor on him. Previously, it was just online backlash, affecting the company's growth. But this headline? It could kill him outright. Even if he hadn't said it, the fallout would bring the authorities knocking. Businessmen have no nationality. That was a killer line. Wang Chunhua couldn't wait any longer. He immediately ordered his assistant, get in touch with Shen Yan right now. Boss, I'm already trying, but I still can't reach him, the assistant replied. Dispatch more people to contact him immediately. Wang Chunhua felt a chill creeping up his spine with every word. Shen Yan was a master manipulator. If this kept up, he feared his life would be ruined. Oh, and by uptrending topics immediately to clarify, we're a homegrown Sichuan enterprise, with Dragon Nation blood running through our veins. The rest is up to you, Wang Chunhua instructed. While Wang Chunhua was scrambling frantically, Ji Qingjong also shot upright from his bed. He never could have imagined this. Shen Yan was such a master at setting the narrative. He'd painted him as a profit-driven, nation-less Jew with no allegiance to any country. The Dragon Nation was different from other countries. From top to bottom, the Dragon Nation placed immense importance on ideology. 5,000 years of culture had forged public order and good customs that, at times, held more sway than the law itself. Patriotism was one such principle. Now Shen Yan had pushed him directly into opposition to the state. This was no joke. This was deadly serious. In this situation, it wouldn't just be the masses online attacking him, the higher-ups would come knocking for a talk. Butler! Butler! Quick, call Dosho. Get them to pull that hot topic. Ji Qingjong shouted, cold sweat pouring down his back. After giving the order, he immediately began flipping through his contacts. He had to find Shen Yan. This matter absolutely required a conversation with Shen Yan. That shameless bastard, he was genuinely starting to fear him. What? A suspected male corpse discovered in the outskirts, surnamed Shen? Ji Qingjong had just called a friend when the other S-word struck him like lightning. Are you serious? Don't be ridiculous. Ji Qingjong's hands trembled. It's circulating in my social circle. The footage is blurry. Some fishermen found it. Cops are already there. Ji Qingjong's face turned ashen, goosebumps rising all over his body. It's trending now, Weibo, Douyin. Lots of people are saying it's Shen Yan, killed by foreigners and traitors. Ji Qingjong's mouth twitched. Chapter 46, Shen Yan, you're truly disgusting. Ji Qingjong was speechless for a long moment. The instant he snapped back to reality, he immediately opened Douyin. Sure enough. The trending list prominently featured a post about the suspected murder of Feng Hua's boss. His fingers trembled as he tapped to view it. It's definitely Ji Qingjong and Wang Chunhua's doing. They're trying to prove their loyalty to the foreigners. Arrest them, no doubt about it. You. Ji Qingjong had lived decades as a respectable man, rarely uttering profanity. The moment he glanced at the comments section, he nearly lost his composure. He hadn't done anything wrong. As a businessman, was pursuing profit wrong? Blame it on the domestic goods being trash. Gritting his teeth, Ji Qingjong kept reading. He wasn't a masochist. He didn't know what to do now, only trying to piece together clues from these scattered online comments.
The entire incident of Shen Yan's disappearance, or even murder, reeked of a staged setup. He believed Shen Yan hadn't gone missing at all, he'd simply gone into hiding. Murder? Absolutely not. But online commenters knew nothing of the truth, they were merely venting raw emotion. The comments were vile beyond belief. After less than a minute, Ji Qingzhong couldn't take it anymore. He wasn't alone. Wang Chunhua was also furious. What the hell? How could he just die? And on the road, no less? Wang Chunhua frantically made call after call. Is it really him? Your officers went to the scene, what's the actual situation? What? Can't disclose details? Beep beep beep. After several calls, Wang Chunua's head was pounding. This Shen Yan had truly disgusted him to the core. Gritting his teeth, he dialed his assistant's number. Any news? His assistant had informed him about Shen Yan's alleged death. Upon hearing the news, he immediately agreed with his assistant's assessment. This was Shen Yan staging his own death. Who would immediately trend on social media after supposedly dying, with headlines like "Suspected Shen Yan"? It was too fake, okay? But the real fear was the possibility of a mistake. What if Shen Yan really had passed away? Then the label of traitor pinned on him, Wang Chunhua, would be cemented forever. No progress yet, but I still think this is staged. At most half an hour, once the police thoroughly examine the scene, they'll make an announcement. So let's not panic just yet. Prepare the goods first. Shen Yan's goal is to secure raw materials, and cheap ones at that. Boss, you need to be ready. The assistant said. But what if he really is dead? Wang Chunhua asked. Then we'll have to dump the materials at rock-bottom prices to domestic brands to salvage some reputation. Go handle it. I'll wait here for updates. Wang Chunhua's teeth ached. He wanted to slap Shen Yan to death. Ever since this guy latched onto him, his life had been hell. Yin Cheng. Secretary Zhou stared at Shen Yan, somewhat speechless. Thud. The phone landed on the desk. Brother Shun, this. Secretary Zhou's expression darkened. We just got a call from Shengcheng about this matter. Though they didn't state it explicitly. Between the lines, they made it clear that your actions have put them in a difficult position. This is a homicide case, the public backlash is disastrous. Secretary Zhou sighed. Shen Yan looked stunned. No way. I've been with Village Chief Niu the entire time. Ask him if you don't believe me. Niu Jida immediately nodded. Director Zhou, he really was here with me the whole time. He's been anxious lately about raw materials and the trade show, so he came to the countryside to clear his head. Could this whole thing be the capitalists doing? Think about it, anyone with half a brain can see through such a pathetic publicity stunt. It's highly likely they orchestrated this to smear our CEO Shen. Secretary Zhou's mouth twitched. Niu Jida's words left him uncertain. Still, the whole affair was just grumbling from Shen City, no real impact on Yincheng. He was just worried about upsetting Boss Chen and wanted to check in beforehand. Since Shen Yan wasn't behind it, there was no need to worry. Alright, but be careful not to overstep and get burned, Secretary Zhou cautioned. Shang City just called. I'll brief the boss shortly to avoid any misunderstandings. Thanks, Brother Zhou, Shen Yan replied with a smile. Secretary Zhou waved it off. Oh, about the serious matter, Village Chief Niu mentioned you seemed anxious. Is there anything I can assist with? Shen Yan shook his head. Just minor details, nothing major. Brother Zhou, you go handle your work. I can manage these matters myself. Understood. By the way, avoid Shinchan lately. They've been murmuring about you, better not give them ammunition, Secretary Zhou advised. Shen Yan nodded in agreement. Alright, to avoid putting them in a tough spot, I'll clarify things myself. Secretary Zhou considered it for a moment. That works. I'll back you up too. I'll say you've been in closed-door meetings these past few days handling agricultural assistance matters. Shen Yan smiled broadly and clasped his hands in a respectful salute towards Secretary Zhou. Brother Zhou, you're truly beyond words. Don't say that. We're family, no need for formalities. With that, Secretary Zhou picked up his phone and called the office to draft a statement. Shen Yan's part was much simpler. Not being an official entity, he could just log into Fenghua's account and post a video. Glancing at the time, it had been about 20 minutes since the body was discovered. The situation had already begun to escalate. His original plan was to make an appearance before the Shanghai police released their statement. Appearing afterward would look like he was deliberately riding the wave of attention. Stepping forward before the police announcement was about promptly calming public opinion. Shen Yan's video wasn't long, only about 30 seconds. He briefly explained that he'd been in the countryside recuperating and clearing his mind due to the new 9 vases raw material issue. His phone was off, so he hadn't known what was happening in the outside world. Naturally, this content sparked a lot of skepticism. That was exactly the effect Shen Yan wanted. No controversy meant no buzz, and no buzz meant no traffic. His ambiguous statement drew attention, while Secretary Zhou would later clarify. This back and forth would generate substantial engagement. Sure enough. Just as he'd anticipated. The moment his video went live, many rushed to express concern, while others unleashed a torrent of abuse. The concerned messages were all the same, warning him to be wary of foreigners and traitors. The insults, however, varied widely. Mr. Shen, that was a masterstroke. Stirring up so much emotion, patriotic sentiment sure is a tasty dish. Nothing but hype. It makes me sick. I'll never buy manhwa again. Even if I went bald and my wife ran off, I'd never touch a single manhwa product. I actually thought you were dead. Sigh, what a letdown. I'm a loyal PG user, can you just take your new 9 Zune and get lost?
Shen Yan glanced at the comments but didn't bother reading further. All he needed was to see the traffic. Within 10 minutes, his clarification video surged to the top of the trending charts. Clearly, the traffic was massive. A few minutes later, just as the online backlash was reaching its peak, the Incheon Municipal Office released another clarification video. Chapter 47, Let him eat that patriotic rice. It must be said, Jomi truly lived up to his reputation, and the municipal office proved its worth. Anyone capable of serving as a chief secretary to a leader or working in the municipal office was, without exception, a master strategist among strategists. The clarification video was crafted to be deeply moving. The content was simple and unadorned. Yet it struck a chord deep within the heart. The entire video lasted only 3 minutes, every second of it tugging at the heartstrings. The scene unfolded in Yangnupo village. Incheon was already a deeply impoverished city, and the village was dirt poor. A drone's perspective hovered overhead. First to catch the eye is the grand camphor tree at the village entrance. Beneath it, several elderly villagers sit, seeking shade. Their gazes are slightly vacant, fixed straight ahead, lost in some distant memory. The camera lifts once more, soaring above the village. As it glides forward, the winding paths and scenes within courtyards unfold before the viewer. Dirty children chase each other playfully, while elders chase after them with sticks, shouting. Some houses are dilapidated, and people trudge slowly along the paths, burdened with heavy loads. Suddenly, the camera accelerates. Seconds later, it slows down. The drone's perspective hovers over a ruined building. It is an abandoned elementary school. Yet inside, it was bustling with activity. The weather was fine today, with sunshine. On the school playground, meat products were laid out to dry. In the open space beside the drying area, several elderly women were busy preparing fresh meat. Their chatter and laughter infused the otherwise desolate village with a touch of vitality. The scene shifted again to a close-up. In the foreground, a few elders and children were preparing a meal. The entire courtyard was filled with over a dozen tables, with dishes and drinks scattered everywhere. Soon, sound accompanied the video. I just called the kids and told them that if our factory really gets up and running, they won't have to go out to work. Village chief, don't stop me, just slaughter our pig. Our pig is a black-haired breed, delicious. It's the best for entertaining guests. Why thank me? It's all thanks to Mr. Shen buying our wasteland, giving us the money to start this factory. Yes, yes, yes. Those left-behind children are so pitiful. Today, when the little girl and little ox heard their parents wouldn't be leaving tomorrow, they ran off happily to play. Sigh, our village has lost many able-bodied workers. After some elders pass away, the young people simply don't return. If this continues, the village will disappear too. Not anymore. With the factory, people will come back. Stop just talking and get to work. Make sure you treat Mr. Shen well later. You need to cook the dishes nicely. Of course. The women are stuffing sausages over at the old factory right now. After smoking them with cypress leaves, they'll be ready to eat tonight. Though the flavor won't match properly smoked ones, we have to let Mr. Shen taste our village's craftsmanship. Another jump. The scene shifts to a hillside. This slope lies southeast of the village, offering a sweeping view of the settlement below. Two figures stand in the frame. One is Secretary Zhou from the city, the other is Shen Yan. Both gaze silently at the village below. Secretary Zhou, why attend the trade fair? Shen Yan, to showcase our nation's strength. Secretary Zhou, manhwa may be rising, but on the global stage, it's still just a small workshop. Shen Yan, decades ago, at the Olympics, we only had one person competing. Secretary Zhou, Mr. Shen, are you serious? This determined? Shen Yan, I wouldn't say determined, but I truly don't want to be a contract manufacturer anymore. Secretary Zhou, I thank you on behalf of the Yangnupo villagers for buying their land. Shen Yan, actually, I'm the one who benefited. Secretary Zhou, you're just saying that. Shen Yan, oh, ahem, just kidding. My vision aligns with yours, the cities, the provinces, even the nations. Secretary Zhou, no need to sound so lofty, it's too fake, too fake. Just stick to what you said yesterday over drinks. Shen Yan, do more research, earn more money, prevent one more child from becoming a left-behind child, and let one more elderly person pass away peacefully. Secretary Zhou, so that's why you bought their land. By the way, allowing stay-at-home moms with children to work at your company, that stems from the same idea, right? Shen Yan, pretty much. But manhwa is still young, so this is all I can do for now. Once she grows up, she'll be able to shoulder more responsibilities.
Secretary Zhou, businesspeople like you, with such patriotic spirit and social responsibility, are rare. Shen Yan, not really. Take Sports, they donate tens of millions annually. There's also that biscuit company that fought in the War of Resistance. It's just that domestic brands never get the spotlight. Secretary Zhou, it's time to change our mindset. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. The clarification video abruptly ended. Many felt left wanting more. Only then did they notice the video had a title. 5 bold characters leapt into view: we must strive to strengthen ourselves. Damn, so he really is in the countryside not just to find peace, but to aid farmers too. Aid farmers? Don't be ridiculous. He's buying land cheap and making a killing. Bunch of idiots. Land in Yinchang isn't worth much. Shen Yan is basically doing charity work. Plus, I looked up the movement. He mentioned they genuinely donate over 10 million every year. Mr. Shen has such a big vision. Just for wanting to reduce left-behind children in rural areas, I'm on his side. I'll definitely buy his products. The authorities debunked the rumors and even released a video. Those villagers' smiles were definitely genuine. Looks like Shen Yan is genuinely helping them. Everyone should support domestic brands. When they thrive, they pay taxes and make donations, we all benefit. Enough. I'm going back to bashing Ji Qingzhong and Wang Chunhua. Those negative comments about Shen Yan earlier were definitely paid for by them. Exactly. Let's keep shaming those traitors. Shen Yan making money is no crime. He earns to help us Chinese people, while those traitors aid foreigners. So what if he's a patriotic entrepreneur? He deserves it. Spiritual shareholder +1. I'm switching to Fenghua products from now on. Within half an hour of the clarification video's release, its popularity skyrocketed. Wang Chunhua in Sichuan province and Ji Qingzhong in Shanghai both spotted the trending topic. Their expressions darkened considerably. Though the video was official, their years in the business world meant they knew exactly what was happening. To them, this only solidified their belief that Shen Yan had orchestrated the entire corpse and traitor ranking incidents. That bastard. Both gritted their teeth in unison. Yet they could only harbor resentment, daring not to take any concrete action. Worse still, they had to sell their materials to Shen Yan at rock-bottom prices to quell the online uproar. Just as they resolved themselves, both simultaneously received calls from the office of Fenghua's CEO. Chapter 48, Rural Encirclement of the City, Nationwide Anticipation. What? Though separated by thousands of miles, Ji Qingzhong and Wang Chunhua nearly shouted in unison. The call was from Shen Yan. His nerve was truly thick. He immediately began explaining that he was in the countryside and hadn't anticipated all the turmoil unfolding outside. He stated that while he hadn't done it himself, he hadn't killed Bo Run, yet Bo Run had died because of him. He expressed deep regret over the incident. Finally, he said that due to the fallout, material prices would inevitably drop, something he didn't want to see. He offered to purchase all their current inventory at pre-incident prices, pledging to do everything in his power to help them avoid losses. Both were stunned. Having navigated the business world for so many years, they'd seen their share of shameless individuals. While they couldn't claim never to have encountered someone as brazen as Shen Yan, such cases were exceedingly rare. What loss were they talking about? There were plenty of domestic suppliers in the raw materials market, but the quality of their goods varied wildly. The reason these two had managed to succeed despite their notoriously shady practices was precisely because their supply was stable and their quality superior. Their prices weren't exorbitant either. In this line of work, they'd never once suffered a loss. Never had, never would. Now that foreign players had entered the market, material prices were clearly rising. Yet Shen Yan was feigning generosity by buying their materials at the original price? Pure fantasy. But Shen Yan's next words stunned them even more. No need to be so shocked. And no need to thank me either. We're all Dragon Nation people. Chinese people don't cheat Chinese people. Don't worry about me going back on my word. I've made a public promise online. I said you two are patriots, you wouldn't team up with foreigners to suppress domestic brands. I decided to stand with you, weather this storm together, and help domestic brands overcome their difficulties. I'm buying at original prices, absolutely no profiteering. If you don't believe me, check the trending charts. The two bosses were stunned into silence. A transparent scheme. Yet another transparent scheme. It was blatantly setting them up, and they could only helplessly be led by the nose into the pit. Mr. G, no need to be surprised. I am, after all, a principled businessman with integrity. Mark my words, with my help, your business will only get better and better. Mr. Wang, don't be surprised. Sure, the business world is full of scoundrels, making my sincerity seem unbelievable to you. But you must believe I'm not like those crooked merchants. I have vision. Money doesn't interest me. I just want to take domestic brands global. Soon, people will line up to buy domestic products, pay premium prices, even enter lotteries to get them. The fact that you targeted me, yet I didn't retaliate, proves my grand vision. Damn it! Both bosses cursed silently to themselves.
Had they known the content of each other's calls, they'd likely have hugged and cursed Shen Yan for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours straight.
I've sent the contract. Have your legal team review it thoroughly? I've already signed it. Shen Yan hung up. Both bosses received the contract he sent. A quick scan showed no issues. But that line "I've already signed it" was a bit of a kick in the teeth. This wasn't a contract, it was an ultimatum. They had to sign it, whether they liked it or not. Neither slept well that entire night. Even when Shen Yan had been stirring trouble, they'd harbored vague thoughts of compromise. But now that they were actually being asked to concede, the feeling was worse than death. The foreigner was offering a 30% premium. That was no small sum. Converted, it was nearly 5 million. Pure profit. As dawn approached, Wang Chunhua still lay awake. This was the first time he'd felt such agony since becoming Mr. Wang. At 8 in the morning, he summoned all the company executives for a meeting. The agenda: whether to proceed with Shen Yan at the previously agreed price. As the saying goes, capitalists fear no death. With a 10% profit margin, they turn their backs on their own kin. A 30% net profit? No need for a meeting. Shen Yan's manhwa company was still a fledgling operation, they had nothing to fear. What's a trader worth? Money talks. Within 10 minutes, the meeting had reached a decision. No partnership with Shen Yan. At the same time, Ji Qingzhong's family meeting concluded. They unanimously agreed to ignore Shen Yan. Once both announcements were made, many material suppliers followed suit. Reputation? Money matters more. If they made a profit, they could just donate some money. Then they'd be hailed as great benefactors of the nation and its people. Thus, after 2 days of hype, Shen Yan's efforts amounted to nothing. However, before the suppliers could celebrate, Manhwa Group issued an announcement. Manhwa Group announced nationwide procurement of relevant materials. Any quantity meeting quality standards could be sold to Manhwa. Pricing would follow the calculations set by Wang Chunhua and Ji Qingzhong. This move sent ripples across the industry. It was common knowledge that the prices farmers received for their produce were worlds apart from market rates. A product selling for 5 yuan in the market might fetch farmers only 50-60 cents, or perhaps 70-80 cents from more conscientious buyers. Shen Yan's direct 5 yuan purchase price from farmers was like poking a hornet's nest. Admittedly, individual farmers held small quantities, but China's vast population made up for it. A little here, a little there, gathering enough raw materials for production became remarkably easy. The challenge lay in inadequate publicity. Many farmers remained unaware. But Shen Yan's tactics, coupled with frequent trending topics and Douyin's terrifying reach, spread Manhwa's raw material procurement news to every household within half a day. Ji Qingzhong, Wang Chunhua, and their group of material suppliers were stunned. They never imagined Shen Yan could pull off such a bold move. They scrambled to gather intelligence through their contacts. By noon, upon hearing the figures, they collectively saw stars. In just one morning, Manhwa had secured all the raw materials needed for the next 3 months of production. The suppliers weren't just farmers, they also included small companies that had previously supplied goods to these distributors. Damn it! He'd managed to activate the entire network. Though scattered, they all cursed in unison. By afternoon, Manhwa's production was in full swing. The official Manhwa flagship store account also released a new video. It assured consumers there was no need to panic, promising Manhwa would deliver high-quality products within days. While the traditional purchasing methods remained, new channels were opened: live stream shopping and mall selections. The exact timing for the mall launch was still pending, but the official Manhwa flagship store livestream would announce it. Livestream sales have become commonplace nowadays, a perfectly normal business practice. But Manhwa's new 9 vessels product was special. This hair loss prevention and regrowth formula had just hit the market. With major foreign conglomerates aggressively pursuing it, no one knew if production would continue. So many were itching to get their hands on it, eagerly awaiting the 9 vessels launch. Beyond that, everyone is inquiring about malls partnering with Manhwa. Some have even booked train tickets to queue in Incheon. For hair loss prevention and regrowth, premium products typically cost thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan. Even top-tier singers like Jay Chou and actors like Huang Xiaoming rely on wigs to maintain their image. They're among the wealthier, more successful individuals. Now, a product promising hair regrowth for under 20 yuan suddenly appears. How could it not become a hoarded commodity? The frenzy from all sides caused Manhwa's upcoming new 9 vases to reach unprecedented levels of hype in less than a day. Those deeply troubled by hair loss needed it as a lifesaver, those with thick hair treated it like a financial investment. It was practically a nationwide anticipation. Chapter 49, Teacher, I want to improve so badly. But almost isn't the same as all. Human joys and sorrows rarely align. Some just found Manhwa's hype annoying. PG executives were among them. They immediately summoned Wang Chunhua, Ji Qingzhong, and several other bosses who'd agreed to block Shen Yan's raw materials. A torrent of gibberish poured out, leaving the translator drenched in sweat. Wang Chunhua and the other bosses listened, equally drenched in sweat. The PG executive was deeply dissatisfied, ordering them to impose certain restrictions on Manhwa. Otherwise, future collaborations would be cancelled, and they reserved the right to pursue legal action. This might not sound severe, but PG is a global conglomerate. They control the procurement pricing for the vast majority of raw materials in the world's personal care products. If PG displeased them, they'd find it tough to survive in this industry. It would be nearly impossible to survive. This was one reason they sided with PG. Leaning on a big tree offers shade. Who would betray that tree to side with Shen Yan? That would be like jumping into a pit of oil. I don't care. You'll crush manhwa, dead or alive. The foreigner spat out his final words, snorted, and stormed out. Wang Chunhua and the others inwardly sneered. If manhwa rises, you'll suffer most, PG. You won't intervene, but watch me step in. Besides, manhwa's doomed to die? Bro, I'm here to do business, not commit commercial suicide. But these complaints stayed private. Though disgusted, they still had to comply. But the new 9 vessels was already preparing for takeoff. How could they possibly stop it? The Mu and Shen families were equally stuck. The Muse hadn't expected Shen Yan to pull through, leaving them in an awkward spot. Now Shen Yan held all the cards. If they didn't cooperate, they'd lose a chance to drive traffic to their own businesses. Agree, and Shen Yan would call the shots in the mall. Mu Qingqing was eager to jump in, but her family's ambiguous stance left her speechless. The Shen family sensed something was off. They'd recently ousted Chen Jialan from the group's leadership, compensating her by making the mall her private property. At the time, Chen Jialan had only uttered a single word of approval. They'd assumed she'd accepted her fate, just like the Shen family. But now, seeing the momentum of new 9 vases, they felt like they'd been duped. The mall itself wasn't worth much, just a few $100 million, a small price to pay for Chen Jialan's complete exit. But the feeling of being outmaneuvered by Chen Jialan and Shen Yan was deeply unsettling. They immediately called Chen Jialan, but she claimed to be busy. Moreover, she was no longer part of the group and saw no obligation to be at their beck and call. Call Shen Yan? The kid hung up immediately. He couldn't even be bothered to give a reason. Though they'd expected this outcome, the sound of the busy tone still sent the Shen family members into a rage. She's gone mad. You've really lost your mind. Manhwa, Shen Yan's office. Chen Jialan's smile bloomed like a flower. She was here to discuss the mall specifics with Shen Yan. Their earlier conversation had only covered broad strokes. The supermarket's core was service customer first. But Chen Jialan still felt uncertain about implementing the details. For instance, how to strike the right balance. And then there was the naming of the mall. Now that it was hers, she needed a new name. Just now, after discussing the details, Shen Yan had suggested the name, Invincible Mall. That name was truly defying heaven. It was essentially trampling all other malls under the heavens. After laughing for a moment, Chen Jialan said seriously, that name probably won't work. Should we tweak it a bit? No need. Either don't do it at all, or do it as Invincible. If they've got the guts, let them try to outcompete us. Let them try to crush us. Shen Yan declared. He'd seen firsthand how formidable Pang Donglai could be. It was only because of strong regional protection in certain areas that Pang Donglai hadn't crushed every last competitor into oblivion. Wasn't that worthy of being called invincible? The people of Dragon Nation were inherently humble. So much so that when learning spoken English, teachers always stressed, if someone compliments your looks, don't say I'm just average, say yes. Shen Yan was desperate to improve. He took his teacher's advice to heart. If he was invincible, then he'd claim invincibility. Oh, you, Chen Jialan chuckled, shaking her head gently. Then let's call it Invincible. Come to think of it, that name's actually pretty brilliant, no need to buy trending spots. I guarantee that once you announce the collaboration between Invincible Mall and manhwa, the mall will dominate the charts. No name could grab more attention than this. Shen Yan nodded with a smile. We've pretty much finalized the mall plans. I have a question one my family also has. Even though you're coming home for dinner, I'll brief them first to prepare them. That way, when you tell them later, they'll already be mentally prepared. Chen Jialan's expression grew more serious. Shen Yan sat up straighter, his eyes fixed earnestly on Chen Jialan. Today, Chen Jialan wore a fitted blue blazer over a white chiffon knee-length dress, looking both graceful and ladylike yet sharp and capable. You bought a plot of land to build a TV factory? Chen Jialan inquired. Shen Yan hadn't expected this question. He smiled and replied, we're in the age of technology. The country is aggressively investing in technological advancement, with a significant increase in R&D funding. It accounts for roughly 1/3 of the national budget. It's the prevailing trend. But you've never worked with related products, Chen Jialan pointed out. Let's give it a shot. The land is our asset. Even if we lose, we won't lose everything, Shen Yan replied. Regarding what he'd told his family, the land could shield them from all anxieties. He couldn't disclose specific plans. Even if he did, they wouldn't understand. Sure enough, Chen Jialan nodded. Alright, once manhwa is firmly established, we can give it a try. I know a few top talents in mobile phones, but for TVs, I'll have to help you find someone. Sis, you can help with that too? Shen Yan's eyes lit up. If you hook me up with mobile talent, who knows, maybe I'll start selling phones someday. Chen Jialan's gaze froze. Even the CEO, known as the female Zhuge of the Shen family, couldn't keep up with Shen Yan's leaps in logic. Alright, I'll introduce one first. She's my junior and an expert in mobile technology. Chen Jialan handed Shen Yan a business card. What about the others?
Shen Yan pressed greedily.
She'll recruit people. Chen Jialan replied. Shen Yan understood.
His phone buzzed with a notification. He glanced at the screen, a photo of a stunning girl wearing glasses, with a fiery look.
Yet this sexy-styled girl was named Bai Ji.
Sis, I'm not looking for a date, I need talent, Shen Yan protested.
Chen Jialan chuckled. Who says talent can't be beautiful?
Her name is Bai Ji, but she prefers being called Teacher Bai.
Teacher Bai? Shen Yan's mouth twitched. That was a bit much.
She's achieved a lot at such a young age, so be mindful when interacting with her, Chen Jialan advised.
Shen Yan agreed.
Geniuses tend to have their quirks. But genius was merely the threshold to meeting him.
He had the system. Alright, it's getting late. I need to head back for a meeting. Release the news about the mall partnership. We should be able to officially open in about 3 days.
Then let's wait until I return from the trade show to open, Shen Yan suggested.
Understood. As you wish.
Chen Jialan stood up and poured Shen Yan a glass of water.
Stay hydrated and get some rest, she reminded him before striding away.
Shen Yan immediately summoned Mu Xiaoxiao and instructed her to have the office draft an announcement.
Its primary purpose was to disclose the details of Fenghua's partnership with Invincible Mall.
After giving these orders, Shen Yan called Mu Qingqing to confirm the collaboration. If the partnership fell through, he would focus entirely on building Invincible Mall. Mu Qingqing sighed heavily on the other end, and Shen Yan didn't press her. Mu Qingqing repeatedly apologized, explaining that over the past 2 days, Shen Yan had been harassed by suppliers. A partnership that seemed nearly finalized had fallen through when the Mu family suddenly backed out. Shen Yan felt some resentment toward the Mu family, but held no personal grudge against Mu Qingqing. He suggested they might collaborate again in the future before hanging up. The phone barely touched the cradle before it rang again. Shen Yan picked up the receiver and froze upon hearing the introduction on the other end. Shen Yan found it hard to believe. Chapter 50, Give Erk Sports some time. On the other end was Wu Tingyun, CEO of Erk Sports. Wu Tingyun called to build a relationship. Shen Yan had spoken up for Erk Sports in the Inchun clarification video, which deeply moved Wu Tingyun. Upon learning this, Wu Tingyun called immediately, expressing regret at not meeting Shen Yan sooner. With Fenghua just gaining momentum, Erk Sports had some solid financial backing. Wu Tingyun stated he'd boldly step up as an elder brother. Should Shen Yan ever face difficulties, he could turn to him. Within his capabilities, he'd offer the utmost support. Shen Yan had admired Erk Sports in his previous life. He never imagined meeting Erk's veteran leader in this world. Naturally, he was both willing and delighted. Without delay, Shen Yan sincerely invited Wu Tingyun's Erk Sports to establish a presence in the Invincible Mall. Moreover, as his elder brother, Shen Yan intended to reserve the prime exhibition space for Erk. This decision rendered Wu Tingyun speechless. After a long pause, Wu Tingyun finally managed to utter a single word, good. Another lengthy silence followed before Wu Tingyun spoke again. Shen, my friend, let's strive together. I believe Fenghua will soar to become the world's finest haircare brand. Wu, my brother, keep up the good work. I also believe Erk will explode in popularity and become the world's top sportswear brand. After hanging up, Shen Yan called Chen Jialan and requested a booth for Erk Sports. This brand is solid with excellent potential word of mouth. Good call, Xiao Yan. To Shen Yan's surprise, Chen Jialan agreed immediately. For a mall to succeed, selecting partners requires careful consideration. Ideally, invite influential brands. Their presence attracts secondary tier brands to join. Think Adidas and Nike in sportswear, or Lancome in cosmetics and skincare. Not only should they not charge rent for these brands, but they should subsidize their renovation and promotional expenses. Given Erk's current standing, it shouldn't qualify for the prime spots in Invincible Mall. Granting them a prime location would severely undermine future tenant recruitment efforts. Yet Chen Jialan chose to support them. This decision stemmed from her unconditional affection for Shen Yan, yet it also unsettled him. Chen Jialan was no longer an executive at the Shen Group, and she had given him all her money. If the mall incurred losses, while he could compensate her financially, it would damage her professional reputation, something he couldn't bear to do. Erk Sports might go viral, Chen Jialan stated. Shen Yan paused, questioning, aren't you usually data-driven? Chen Jialan approached business with exceptional composure. Have you checked their annual donation figures? She countered. Shen Yan's pupils suddenly contracted. Truly the little strategist of the Shen Group. People in Dragon Nation value loyalty. Erk Sports works diligently and honestly no one would let them fail. It's just a matter of time. My own business doesn't require rent, so I can afford to wait. Chen Jialan explained. Mr. Wu from Erk Sports will also attend this trade show. Perfect, you'll have company, Chen Jialan reminded him.
Shen Yan nodded. My side is confirmed Mujia Mall won't be partnering for now. Should I announce our collaboration now? You handle it. I'll manage the mall's tenant recruitment, Chen Jialan replied.
It might not go smoothly, but don't fret, I'll handle it.
Shen Yan agreed. Giving the prime spot to worksports would lower the overall standard, which would indeed impact the mall's tenant recruitment.
But Longwei was a land of miracles, anything was possible.
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Shen Yan used the Fenghua official flagship store account to announce the partnership mall information. Since the mall owned by Mr. Hu from the TV factory wasn't ready yet, he only promoted the invincible mall for now. After posting the video, Shen Yan headed to find Mu Xiaoxiao.
Recruitment at the TV factory wasn't going smoothly.
While there was no urgent need to produce televisions immediately, the current pace was undeniably slow. Mu Xiaoxiao wasn't in her office.
Surprisingly, her phone went unanswered.
He tried several other company executives, but none were available. Just as he was puzzling over this, the security guard's office called. They said they saw him looking for someone and knew what was going on. An employee's family had an emergency, and all the managers had gone to help. They didn't know the specifics, but it seemed related to a trending news story. After hearing the security guard's explanation, Shen Yan frowned and opened his phone. On Douyin's trending list, prominently displayed in the middle, was a hot news story marked with the word trending. An elderly person left behind in the countryside suffered a sudden illness and collapsed. His spouse, panicked and helpless, finally ran to a neighbor's house to borrow a phone and call their son. Unfortunately, they missed the optimal window for emergency treatment and the elderly person passed away. The entire incident was captured by the home's surveillance camera. The footage was silent, yet its content was deafening. Comments on the news post surpassed 20,000 within half an hour of its release. Many expressed sorrow while also blaming the elderly couple's children for not providing them with a phone. The son appeared to apologize, a man in his 40s crying until his voice was hoarse. Both elderly parents had poor health, and their child was still in school, forcing the couple to work away from home. Living paycheck to paycheck, they naturally clung to a sliver of hope, unwilling to spend over 1,000 yuan on a smartphone for their parents. They had previously bought a basic feature phone, but the elderly said they disliked it because they couldn't see their children's faces and didn't know where it had ended up. Under the apology video, while many vented their emotions, more expressed dismay over the price of smartphones. Smartphones easily cost over 1,000 yuan. To some high-income groups, this seems cheap after all. Certain fruit brand phones routinely cost 6 or 7,000. But for many rural and migrant worker families, 1,000 yuan could cover a family's expenses for several months. It's not that they aren't trying. Many work themselves to the bone year-round, yet after paying rent and utilities, little remains. Occasionally, when they're lucky enough to land extra work, they might encounter a shady boss who fails to pay their wages. Or a child might catch a minor cold, wiping out a year's savings. Or an elderly relative falls ill, and a year's work goes to waste. In short, any little setback can plunge a family into hardship. Between food, clothing, shelter, and transportation, they're constantly juggling. Spending on one necessity means sacrificing another. Saving money seems like an abstract concept, never backed by actual figures. 1,000 yuan phone feels like a real luxury. Sigh. As the conversation drew to a close, the comments section was filled with sympathy. After watching for over 10 minutes, Shen Yan closed the Douyin app. Just then, Mu Xiaoxiao called him back. Shen Yan asked for her address. Half an hour later, Shen Yan arrived at employee Zhang Kaiying's rented apartment. Zhang Kaiying lived in an urban village. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room unit. Though simply furnished, it felt warm and cozy. When Shen Yan arrived downstairs, Mu Xiaoxiao came out to greet him and briefly explained the situation. Chapter 51, Making Phones? Mr. Shen, are you out of your mind? Zhang Kaiying was originally from a county under Incheng's jurisdiction. To be precise, from a certain village. She and her husband had come to the city to work, hoping to build their dreams with their own hands. Since Fenghua had been struggling financially, the couple had always rented a single room. With expenses piling up, bringing their child to the city was out of the question. Later, when Shen Yan took over Fenghua and conditions improved, he even allowed employees to bring their children to work. This sparked a new hope in the couple. They upgraded to a 2-bedroom apartment and secured a school placement. They believed a brighter life was finally within reach. But today, the teacher called with alarming news. Their daughter hadn't eaten properly for 2 days and seemed dazed. Zhang Kaiying was terrified. Their home had surveillance cameras. She immediately reviewed the footage from the past few days, hoping to see if the child had bumped her head or encountered trouble. After watching the recordings, the couple nearly broke down. 2 days earlier, their 8-year-old daughter had stood in front of the camera and called out, "Mom, check the camera." Unfortunately, her parents were at work and didn't see it. Receiving no response, the girl went to school feeling hurt. After school, she stood by the camera again and called out, "Mom, Dad." Still, there was no answer. Sitting there, feeling hurt, she cried as she finished her homework. The next day, there was a test at school. The essay topic was My Dream. The sensible girl initially wanted to write about wanting a cell phone, but feared it would put too much pressure on her parents. She worried that buying her a phone would mean they couldn't afford to take her to the city to live with them. So she didn't write a single word. By afternoon, she finally couldn't hold it in and vomited in class. After vomiting, she seemed dazed. The doctor said the child had suffered severe psychological trauma and needed counseling. Mr. Shen, rest assured, we've handled the matter. We've purchased a phone for the child and arranged for her school placement, Mu Xiaoxiao said as she led Shen Yan upstairs. Shen Yan's expression turned serious. Her situation is resolved, but what about the others? The others? Mu Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled. The other left behind children, Shen Yan stated. Mu Xiaoxiao's lips twitched, her expression troubled. Mr. Shen, this is a massive societal problem. We can't help him. Shen Yan knew full well his own limitations. Never mind him, even the nation itself couldn't solve this issue at present. Dragon Nation still occupied the lower end of the production chain. It survived by scavenging scraps from others' hands. But that wasn't the most revolting part. The real disgusting part was that the harder the people of Longwa worked, the less it changed their own lives instead, it just made those Western bastards even happier. Because of brand premiums. Because of the market. The West was always flaunting their welfare systems. Working only 2 hours a day, yet their countries doled out all these benefits many people couldn't help but envy it. Shen Yan always watched it with gritted teeth. Flaunting their mothers. That money is squeezed from the hard-working masses at the bottom. The work is done by the people of Longwa, yet the profits flow into the pockets of foreigners. To solve this problem, one must position oneself at the top, holding the power to set prices and command brand premiums. Boss. Mu Xiaoxiao noticed Shen Yan's grim expression and called out softly. Shen Yan didn't respond immediately. After a long pause, he said, if recruitment for the TV factory isn't going smoothly, let's put it on hold for now. Ha? Mu Xiaoxiao was taken aback. While she hadn't wanted Shen Yan to suddenly jump into the TV business, she also didn't want him to abandon it halfway. Besides, what about the workers she'd already recruited? Switch to phones. I have contacts with relevant experts, I'll handle the negotiations. You focus on recruiting other personnel, Shen Yan instructed. As for the general laborers, those willing to switch to TV production are welcome. Those unwilling can wait, put the TV project on hold for now. Ha? Mu Xiaoxiao's voice shot up an octave. It was already absurd for a shampoo salesman to suddenly jump into TV manufacturing, and now he was suddenly proposing to make phones? Bro, do you even know how phones work? You probably don't even understand all their features. Boss, no offense, but your thinking is jumping way too fast, Mu Xiaoxiao said. Boss, even if we bring in experts and relevant technicians, the phones we make probably won't capture the market. Branded phones already dominate the 1,000 yuan, 3,000 yuan, 5,000 yuan, and higher price tiers. Shen Yan shook his head, his gaze unwavering. I'm targeting the 100 yuan phone market. Maximum retail price, 199 yuan. Ha? Mu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched violently. 100 yuan phone? Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth. Forget the profit margins, the market's already flooded with no-name brands. Besides, you can't start at the low end with this kind of product. Once we choose low end, we'll be branded as low end forever. And what technical expertise does a low end phone even need? We don't need experts at all. Think twice before acting, expert fees are sky high. 100 yuan smartphone, Shen Yan sighed. Can't you be a little more ambitious? When did I ever say I wanted to make those old folks' phones? Ha! Mu Xiaoxiao burst out laughing in exasperation. What was wrong with his brain? Why couldn't this young man pursue something worthwhile instead of diving into the smartphone business? And 100 yuan smartphone at that. What a joke. The cheapest smartphones on the market were already priced at around 1,000 yuan. Chips, baseband chips, smart technology, operating systems, all these cost money. Forget 100 yuan price tag that wouldn't even cover the costs. I've connected with some tech enthusiasts who have scattered technologies. Hair loss prevention shampoo, TV display tech, phone chips, these technologies have almost no cost and I've bought them all. So our costs are very low. At 199 yuan per smartphone, we actually make a profit. Mu Xiaoxiao was stunned. It took her a while to recover, but that doesn't make much money either. Encircled the cities from the countryside, Shen Yan replied. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't grasp it. Once products become cheap, raising prices later becomes difficult. And there's another issue. If the price is too low, it risks alienating the phone manufacturers. This isn't like new 9 vases. New 9 vases is irreplaceable, no other shampoo possesses its hair regrowth function. But how advanced could Shen Yan's smartphone chip technology really be? Just do as I say for now. After the trade show, we start phone production. Shen Yan declared. Mu Xiaoxiao gave a wry smile. With the boss pounding his chest so emphatically, what else could she say? By then, both had arrived at Zhang Kaiying's home. Zhang Kaiying's emotions had stabilized considerably. The train tickets from her hometown were secured, and her child would arrive that evening. Everyone left a little money behind, planning to gather again tomorrow to help console the child before departing.
It was already past work hours, so they didn't return to the office. Shen Yan took charge of driving Mu Xiaoxiao back to her place. She sat in the passenger seat.
After buckling her seatbelt, she started scrolling through Douyin to relieve her stress.
Zhang Kaiying's situation had been a headache.
But Shen Yan's idea of making a phone had already replaced Zhang Kaiying in her thoughts.
She felt that if she didn't relax soon, Shen Yan would absolutely drive her crazy. Making a phone. Like it's chicken to make. Just say the word and it's done. But she couldn't convince Shen Yan.
She opened Douyin, and funny short videos popped up.
Mu Xiaoxiao quickly felt much more relaxed.
However, just as Shen Yan was waiting at a red light, she scrolled past a video Shen Yan had posted using the official flagship store account.
Invincible Mall? She glanced at the popularity and immediately clicked to open the trending list. Sure enough, Invincible Mall was trending.
That alone was bad enough, but there was also a hot news thread calling out Shen Yan's actions.
Hope Shen Yan isn't all talk.
The exhibition is in 2 days, and the attendees are elite foreign companies.
Boss.
Mu Xiaoxiao handed the trending list to Shen Yan. Film a video response, Shen Yan said calmly.
I'm going after the elites. Chapter 52, Forced Pre-Sale. Mu Xiaoxiao quickly stepped back. You can't respond like that.
The one who said that is a PG executive.
Responding like this is basically declaring war.
Shen Yan glanced at the green traffic light and stepped on the gas pedal.
Post it. Shen Yan's expression turned serious. Mu Xiaoxiao's expression stiffened.
When Shen Yan wore that look, he meant business. Anyone who opposed him would be out.
Alright, I'll post it. Mu Xiaoxiao's hands trembled slightly. If you don't post it, do you think they'll let us off? Shen Yan asked.
No way, Mu Xiaoxiao replied. We barely recovered from the material war these past 2 days.
Shen Yan chuckled, so we don't fight and save it for New Year's? Mu Xiaoxiao froze.
She sensed something was off, yet Shen Yan's approach seemed flawless.
Save it for New Year's? Not fight them and just wait to get beaten?
We're really doing this, Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth.
Do it, Shen Yan said.
He flicked his wrist.
The comments section of the 13th most popular video. Holy, that's actually a PG executive speaking?
Not verbatim, but it still tells you something.
Damn foreigners, get cocky and see what happens.
Manhwa will have you crawling on the ground begging for mercy soon.
Ha, didn't see that coming, did you?
We've already been through the whole cancer-causing routine. Now my head's filled with wisdom, you can't pull the wool over my eyes.
Don't get too cocky.
PG's market cap is over $300 billion. Add in Unilever for personal care products, plus, this is practically a $1 trillion market.
Manhwa is just a firefly compared to them.
Plus, the expo covers multiple industries.
Leading companies from other sectors will be there too. It's truly a gathering of global elites.
This is basically companies from Europe, America, Japan, and Korea challenging our domestic brands. As far as I know, only a handful of our companies are participating.
Manhwa launching an invincible mall? That's just delusional. Does Shen Yan really think he's unbeatable? Ha ha ha, not a peep from anyone. See if Shen Yan dares respond? What a joke. Invincible Mall, I thought it'd be something special. Turns out the first brand to sign up is Sports. I saw it too. How ridiculous is that? What tier is Sports? Given Shen Yan's naming style, it should be something like Adidas or Nike, or at least NB or Biobao. Turns out it's Sports. That's it? Sports gets the prime spot? What does that say about this mall's caliber? Probably just selling some cheap junk sold 3 for 10 yuan. Shen Yan's vision is too narrow. This guy's just riding a wave of luck, coasting on a bit of patriotic hype. Long term, everyone will see what he's really made of. You traitorous scum only know how to boost the enemy's morale while crushing your own.
The new 9 vessels can stimulate hair growth for under $20. If it were a foreign brand, this thing would sell for tens of thousands. And they keep upgrading the product like squeezing toothpaste. You brain-dead morons should eat some bone-strengthening ointment. What era are we in that you still can't stand up? How many moms do you have to give to your foreign daddies? Shen Yan's new 9 vessels is invincible, right? What's wrong with them launching an invincible mall? Besides, what's wrong with Sports? They're a domestic brand too. What's wrong with supporting each other? I support Sports. They've been donating millions every year for years. Their profit margins aren't high to begin with, they're the conscience of society. Hurry up and release that 799 yuan bundle, I'll buy it. Bunch of brainless idiots. Keep this up and they'll revoke my citizenship. I'll just use PG products, so what? I refuse to buy new 9 vases. The argument raged on. Just then, Manhwa's official flagship store updated with a new video. Shen Yan responded. Holy, 6. My boss Shen. I'm going after the elites. Ah, that's ing bold. I'm impressed. Even if Manhwa goes down, it'll go down standing. Enough said. For that statement alone, I'm buying 10 bottles of new 9 Zune. You're dreaming.
If you can get 1 bottle of new 9 Zune, you're lucky. 10 bottles? Forget it. Fools are still spouting nonsense online. Smart people are already on their way to the Invincible Mall. Sorry, I'm nearby, I'm already here. Taking on the elite? Easy to say. At the expo, which of those world-class companies can you actually take on? The expo's the day after tomorrow. I'll watch the livestream then. Can't wait to see how this clown makes a fool of himself. Sitting tight. Here's the scoop, this clown's new 9 vessels isn't taking pre-orders. Bottom line? He's scared it won't sell, so he's hyping it up. Exactly. That so-called anti-hair loss stuff is just hype never tested in the market. Who knows what it really is? No one's buying it. He's just a clown. Bull. No one wants the new 9 vases? Then tell him to open pre-sales. Let the numbers speak. He's thinking about consumers, not opening pre-sales. You think everyone's like your foreign dad, only after profit? Getting worked up? Tell him to open pre-sales and show the data. Online, arguments never make the other side back down. The tension only keeps escalating. By midnight, a new trending topic had emerged. Netizens were calling out Shen Yan, demanding he open pre-sales. Shen Yan was sound asleep when the phone woke him. The company's on-duty staff were ringing in their ears. Phones that hadn't buzzed in ages were now buzzing like city hotlines. Shen Yan didn't have any hard and fast principles about pre-sales. Back then, he hadn't opened pre-sales because he hadn't anticipated the traffic would be this massive. Back then, he figured pre-sales weren't worth the hassle, better to produce and sell whatever quantity was available. Take it step by step. Now the exhibition was moved up, and the battle had begun early. He'd also bought land and was launching a phone venture, needing to recoup funds. Pre-sales seemed like a solid option. With current traffic, selling 1 million bottles in pre-sales could bring in 20 million in capital. That 20 million would be enough to get his phone factory up and running. Once the system grants him the corresponding phone technology, he can rapidly expand his territory. No matter how he looked at it, pre-sales carried no downsides. Besides, many companies were adopting pre-sales now. Go ahead. What a fuss. Shen Yan gave the order and went back to sleep. He still had to meet with the expert girl developing the phone tomorrow. Upon receiving the order, Mu Xiaoxiao immediately contacted the company's technical team and reached out to Chen Jialan to open the pre-sale channels. The moment the channels launched, Mu Xiaoxiao's heart tightened, and any lingering sleepiness vanished instantly. Chen Jialan brewed a cup of coffee and picked up her laptop. Alongside the two women, countless others stared intently at the data. The overwhelming attention caused the topic's popularity to skyrocket. Soon, the trending list featured hot keywords about Fenghua's new 9 vessels pre-sale figures. Night Owl's opening Douyin easily spotted the trending charts. Upon seeing the new 9 vessels actually in pre-sale, some immediately started ranting. After all, Shen Yan had previously stated there would be no pre-sale. They assumed Shen Yan had changed his mind. We only opened pre-sales because foreigners look down on us. Guys, $20 for a bottle of anti-hair loss shampoo? Have you ever kicked a drug habit? How could you resist? I'm not bald, but I pre-ordered too. I think this stuff will become scarce. Later, it'll be a treasure to give as gifts. Holy crap, Shen Yan said he's targeting the elite? That's seriously badass, this guy's got guts. Come on, let's chip in. Watch Shen Yan take on the foreigners at the trade show. Unbelievable. Shen Yan isn't going to a boxing ring. You think he trained under Manhwa Shun? That's a trade show. Does it actually work for hair regrowth? Yes, personally tested. Oh, if you don't believe me, check out that video of the guy who quit his job. $18 the price of a bubble tea. Sold. Guys, pre-sale started an hour ago. How many have we sold? The hype kept rising, and pre-order numbers were skyrocketing. Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't slept yet. How could she sleep? Her eyes were glued to the computer screen. This is insane. These people have lost their minds. Is money just paper to them? Chapter 53, New 9 Vessels Unlock the Divine Ascension Staircase. It's only been an hour. Pre-orders have already surpassed 300,000. Good heavens. That's more than a month's worth of sales for Fenghua back in the day. And the numbers keep skyrocketing, not slowing down. At this rate, pre-orders would definitely hit 800,000 within 2 hours. This. Mu Xiaoxiao was starting to panic. She didn't know if the brothers and sisters in the workshop could handle it. By the time this batch was produced, they'd probably be bald. Staring at the insane numbers, she finally called Shen Yan. Boss, do you think we should add more production lines? You need to ask me about this? You're the VP. Production is entirely your responsibility. But, it's not just a little. In just an hour and a half, pre-orders have already hit 600,000. You decide. What? 600,000? Yeah, it's crazy. Everyone's gone mad. It's like the shampoo was free or something. At this rate, pre-orders could hit 2 million today. How are we ever going to produce that much? So, boss, we need to add more production lines and hire more workers fast, or we'll work ourselves to death. Mu Xiaoxiao was both amused and exasperated. Shen Yan felt the same mix of amusement and exasperation. He knew the traffic would be high. But he never imagined it would be this high. It seemed hype really was an indispensable part of selling products. From now on, he would focus on driving traffic too. With his mind made up, he glanced at the time, nearly 3 a.m. He silenced his phone and forced himself to sleep. While the promising launch of Fenghua's new 9 vessels was certainly cause for celebration, even greater challenges awaited him. For him, this was merely the beginning. New 9 vessels would revolutionize the hair care line and dominate the market. Mu Xiaoxiao couldn't believe Shen Yan seemed like he'd undergone detox training. How could he actually silence his phone and sleep through this? Regarding the production line issues, she convened an online meeting with several managers. Everyone enthusiastically shared their opinions. A final plan was agreed upon, preparing them to tackle this major challenge. Longwan Park, Villa District. Chen Jialan removed her blue light-blocking glasses, her beautiful eyes wide with shock. 2 hours, 850,000 yuan in pre-sales. Given this growth rate, especially considering it was still the middle of the night. By the end of tomorrow, pre-sales would easily surpass 5 million. This figure would make even the international brands represented by Shin Group utter a heartfelt. Judging solely by these numbers, New 9 Zune could undoubtedly be called the rising star of the personal care product line. Given time, as long as the quality held up, New 9 Zune was poised to revolutionize the global personal care industry. Which meant, over 80% of the global hair and skin care market will be dominated by New 9 vessels. This is a trillion-dollar business. And it's a monopoly. A technological monopoly. Chen Jialan took a sip of coffee, a faint smile curling her lips. She stood up, grabbed her laptop, and knocked on Shen Xiaolin's door. Jialan, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet? Her mother, Chen Meiji, asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Mom, Xiaoyan's new 9 vessels has gone viral. Chen Jialan replied. Viral? It's been trending online lately, hasn't it already gone viral? Shen Xiaolin asked, puzzled. That's just buzz. Today's figures are from pre-sales real money spent. Chen Jialan turned her computer screen toward them. 900,000 pre-orders. Wow, my son is amazing. Shen Meiji was wide awake now. 900,000 pre-orders? That sounds great, but I remember the previous Snow Skin Essence pre-order was 2 million or something? Xiaoyan still has a long way to go. Shen Xiaolin remarked. This is just 2 hours, Chen Jialan reminded him. Whoa. Ouch. Shen Xiaolin tumbled off the bed. What? Shen Meiji's eyes widened in shock. 2 hours worth of data, Chen Jialan stated. New 9 vessels has already begun its ascent to godhood. 2 hours. What would that mean for a full day? Chen Meiji stammered. 4 or 5 million. Total sales could break 60 million. Chen Jialan stated. It's clear the new 9 vessels series will surpass 2 billion in annual sales. The elderly couple fell silent. They'd only seen figures like this from major international brands. Exceeding 2 billion yuan would qualify as a blockbuster product even within the Shen Group. For a series like this, the Shen Group would have to send his eldest brother to personally negotiate with the other party to show their importance. 2 billion. Chen Meiji and Shen Xiaolin exchanged glances, both their faces filled with disbelief. Chen Jialan smiled cheerfully. Xiaoyan's business is just taking off. We can't get in the way. So whatever decisions he makes going forward, we should support him as much as possible. He's better at business than we are. Chen Meiji and Shen Xiaolin nodded repeatedly. But nothing illegal, Shen Xiaolin added, suddenly remembering something. Don't worry, Dad. I'm keeping an eye on him, Chen Jialan assured him. Shen family villa. Li Yan, what are you doing? It's past 3 in the morning. Can't this wait until tomorrow? These old bones of mine can't stay up late. Even if the sky falls, you still need proper sleep. Xinjiuzhen's pre-sales have hit over 1 million. What? Did you say Xinjiuzhen's pre-sales broke 1 million? In just a few days? He actually surpassed 1 million already? Shen Xiaoming, the eldest uncle of the Shen family, frowned. Uncle, it's not just a few days data. It's less than 2.5 hours, Shen Lian stated. What did you say? The eldest uncle was startled awake. Shen Chaqing, Shen Lian's father, also widened his eyes. You, say that again? The pre-sale figures for new 9 vessels 1.03 million in 2.5 hours. Shen Lian said through gritted teeth. Everyone fell into stunned silence. The entire room was deathly quiet, not even a breath audible. Bang! After a long moment, Shen Xiaoming slammed his fist hard on the table. Everyone jumped in fright. That bastard! Shen Xiaoming roared. We generously shared our wealth with them, allowing them to live comfortably. Never did I expect them to steal our Shen family's formula. Exchanging glances, Shen Xiaoqing immediately added, it's utterly disgusting. Family members resorting to such underhanded tactics. Li Yan, we're filing a lawsuit tomorrow. I'm suing them, Shen Xiaoming declared. This hair loss prevention technology was stolen. I take full responsibility. Shen Yan's eyes flashed.
Uncle, as members of the Shen family, we share responsibility for such vital technology being stolen.
Go to bed now. Everyone go to bed. We'll file the lawsuit first thing tomorrow morning, but it must be done discreetly.
Shen Yan has a significant following now, and the new 9 vessels is selling well. We can't let this affect sales, Shen Xiaoqing said.
Understood, Dad. Shen Yan's gaze was as sharp as a knife.
I'll find the best lawyer.
We will get the new 9 vessels technology back. How utterly despicable. Stealing our family's technology to start his own business? That beast worse than a beast.
Shen Xiaoming gritted his teeth in fury. While the Shen family raged, in the presidential suite of the Wancheng Hotel, someone was muttering excitedly in English.
Impossible. How could it have surpassed 3 million?
It's barely been 4 hours.
Oil. Oil motor. That damn dragon countryman, how could he produce something so powerful? What about our products now? We must seize it, seize it.
This technology cannot fall into dragon country hands.
No matter the cost, we must obtain this.
Just then, a dragon countryman bowed and reported, Boss, Wang Chunhua is here again. Tell him to get lost.
I'm not in the mood to see him.
The foreigner, hands on hips, declared, the negative publicity campaign must continue. And call headquarters immediately, I need to hold a conference call.
Chapter 54, Use Titles at Work.
That night, because of Fenghua, felt exceptionally long for many. Those hoping to see Fenghua soar were excited all night.
Those hoping to see Fenghua crash were miserable all night.
For both sides, it was unforgettable.
But dawn finally broke. Municipal building.
Chen Weiman hung up the phone, his expression grave. It was a call from higher-ups.
They wanted him to come in.
Secretary Zhou, a seasoned observer, could tell his boss was in trouble.
Boss, is it tricky? Maybe I could stall them while you find an excuse to go on a field inspection?
Secretary Zhou suggested.
Chen Weiman shook his head. Can't dodge it. Secretary Zhou frowned.
Seeing Chen Weiman wouldn't elaborate, he dropped the subject.
Then I'll prepare the car. Chen Weiman waved him off. What about Shen Yan? What kind of person is he? I haven't had much contact.
Secretary Zhou gave an awkward smile under Chen Weiman's piercing gaze.
Work necessitates interaction, but we have no personal relationship. Rest assured, boss, our dealings are completely above board. I'm not asking about that. Just answer me, what kind of person is he? Chen Weiman pressed.
A competent businessman, cunning, sly, and utterly unscrupulous. Secretary Zhou continued, but he's also a competent Dragon Nation citizen. Everything he said in the promotional video was true.
Put it this way, he's absolutely reliable for major matters.
Chen Weiman nodded slightly. Prepare the car.
We're heading to the provincial capital. 20 minutes later.
Chen Weiman sat on the sofa as a short, stocky middle-aged man slowly entered the room. This was Vice Governor Liang Buotao, overseeing provincial health and market regulation.
Governor Liang, Chen Weiman stood to greet him. Sit down.
Sorry to keep you waiting, just wrapped up a meeting, Liang Buotao said with a smile.
Chen Weiman waved it off. Governor Liang, you're busy. I just happen to have nothing on my plate. Nonsense.
You're the second in command.
How could you have nothing? Since I invited you here today, I won't waste your time.
I'll get straight to the point, Liang Buotao stated.
Chen Weiman listened attentively.
That Fenghua company has caused quite a stir, Liang Buotao remarked.
Chen Weiman chuckled, a fledgling company just starting out, I didn't expect provincial attention. Truly an honor for them. Ah, it's no longer a small company.
In just one night, roughly 8 hours, their new product pre-sales hit 3,500,000 yuan. That's staggering, Liang Buotao stated.
Indeed impressive.
Chen Weiman had seen Fenghua's figures and was genuinely startled upon first glance.
This growth trajectory was truly gratifying. Yinsheng was about to hatch a golden goose. If they could just protect this golden goose, imagine how many golden eggs Yinsheng would reap in the future.
Deserving of recognition, Liang Buotao remarked, his expression turning serious. But I hear there's a dispute over the company's technology? Not at all, Chen Weiman replied with a smile. If there were any disputes, they would have erupted long ago. They haven't erupted yet, but the lawsuit has already been filed with the provincial court. Originally, the case belonged to your Yinsheng court, but that company is a key provincial support project. They gave us a heads up first. Liang Buotao explained.
Governor Liang, that's unfair.
Shen Yan was driven out by his own family. When he proposed the new 9 Vases project, they mocked him for days. That proves this technology couldn't possibly belong to the Shen family.
Chen Weiman didn't pretend ignorance, cutting straight to the point. Liang Buotao chuckled. Ownership doesn't matter. What matters is fostering the enterprise. Shen Group is already a 100 billion yuan operation. Handing this over to them ensures smoother execution. Fenghua is too small. How could Chen Weiman not see Liang Buotao's scheme to pad his achievements while still in office?
Placing new 9 Vases under Shen Group meant Liang Buotao could feast on this juicy opportunity, potentially propelling him even higher. But doing so would extinguish a rising star, and Incheng's citizens would miss out on the dividends.
Tax revenue impacts everything, funding bridges, roads, schools, factories, bringing immense benefits to the local people. Besides, if Liang Buotao knew how to climb the ladder, did that make Chen Weiman a fool? Did he not want to advance?
Chen Weiman cursed inwardly, but his face remained cheerful. It's not a major issue per se, but it involves legal principles. I suggest pursuing legal channels.
I fully support the Shen family using the law to protect their legitimate rights. First and second trials won't take long, just 3 to 5 years. Liang Buotao's term would end in 3 years at most.
His eyes flickered. If we file a case, Fenghua's current products will have to suspend sales.
They can't resume until the investigation is clear. That can't be helped.
In a society governed by law, we must follow the procedures. Chen Weiman turned to pour water, reaching up to clear his throat.
Ugh.
Chen Weiman gagged, then retched a few more times.
Old Chen, what's wrong? Liang Buotao's mouth twitched violently. I might be feeling unwell. I need to see a doctor. Governor Liang, I'm sorry, but I can't continue this conversation.
Regarding this matter, in a society governed by the rule of law, I fully support them filing the case in Incheng.
With that, Chen Weiman rose to take his leave. Once he was gone, Liang Buotao's expression darkened immediately.
Chen Weiman strode away, got into his car, and immediately dialed the number of Incheng's top official. In any administrative body, decisions made by the top 2 leaders, as long as they were reasonable and lawful, could not be overturned, even by superiors.
Otherwise, if it escalates to the capital, that would be a whole different ballgame.
As the top leader in Incheng, it was his responsibility and duty to keep a close eye on this golden goose. Good heavens, pre-sales broke 70 million in just one night. What would the whole year bring? And this was a product with a technological leap ahead.
This was a money-making industry. Tax revenue aside, the jobs it created, the GDP it generated.
Only a fool would let this slip away. Soon, Chen Xingxuan, the president of Incheng Court, was summoned to the old man's office. Within minutes, he stood ramrod straight, exiting the office after making a solemn pledge. I guarantee the task will be completed.
9 o'clock in the morning. Shen Lian found Chen Xingxuan, requesting he file the case.
Uncle Chen, let us just go through the motions, Shen Lian said with a smile, trying to get on his good side. Chen Xingxuan had visited her home many times, they were quite familiar with each other. Unexpectedly, this time Chen Xingxuan seemed to have lost his mind, his face suddenly turning stern.
How many times have I told you? Use my official title when addressing me during work. Chen Xingxuan said gravely. Ha? Shen Lian was taken aback. Uncle Chen.
Chen Xingxuan ignored her and turned to leave.
Director Chen. Shen Lian called out immediately. MHM. Chen Xingxuan halted, raising his eyebrows slightly.
To file a case, go to the case filing court.
Director Chen, I wonder if tonight would be convenient. Shen Lian, unsure where she'd gone wrong, wanted to invite Chen Xingxuan home and had her elders step in. Chen Xingxuan waved his hand, standing perfectly straight. It's inconvenient. I must avoid any appearance of impropriety.
Young lady, don't assume that pulling strings will get your case handled. We must be fact-based and handle matters according to the law and regulations.
So, please don't call me again. I'd hate for the city to misunderstand.
Shen Lian's eyelid twitched violently, utterly speechless at Chen Xingxuan.
Chen Xingxuan turned and strode away, his steps firm and composed. Damn you, Shen Yan. You've even got connections at the municipal level. Shen Lian gritted her teeth. I refuse to believe your municipal connections could outrank provincial ones. 10 o'clock. Shen Yan stretched lazily and climbed out of bed. That nap had been blissfully refreshing. If only he hadn't been woken up last night, otherwise, he would have been up by 9. Glancing at the time, he was relieved his lunch date with Bai Ji wasn't until noon. He still had time. After freshening up and changing into a crisp outfit, Shen Yan headed out. Chapter 55, The Quiet Teacher Bai Ji wasn't from Yincheng. Her home province of Jiangxi lay 2 borders away, over 1,000 kilometers distant. After their earlier phone call, she'd come to Yincheng on her own initiative. Not because she needed Shen Yan's help, but because she'd been forced to. Forced by her mother. It was laughable, really. Bai Ji's academic achievements stemmed entirely from her aversion to socializing. To escape human interaction, she planned to pursue a master's degree as early as her sophomore year. She had even planned to pursue a PhD, but after her mother barricaded her in her room for a full day and night with a baseball bat, she was forced to abandon that dream. This time was no different. She was already 27 years old. Yet she was as blank as a sheet of paper, having never even dated a boyfriend. Seeing her daughter on the verge of becoming an old maid, her mother was frantic. She arranged one blind date after another, all of which Bai Ji managed to sabotage. Now, with Xinjias in all the rage, her mother suddenly remembered her daughter had a close friend named Chen Jialan. And Chen Jialan had a younger brother named Shen Yan. Well, he was tall, handsome, and rich and still young. With Xinjia's success, he'd become even wealthier and more charismatic. Her daughter needed a husband like that. So her mother, along with most of the family elders, cornered her in her room once more. Her mother gave her two choices. 1. They'd escort her to Incheng for a blind date. 2. She'd go to Incheng on her own for a blind date while traveling. Bai Ji wasn't stupid. On the contrary, she was incredibly sharp. Naturally, she chose the second option. Shouldering a small bag and tucking away the bank card her mother gave her, she bolted faster than a dog. The driver sent by Chen Jialan met her at the airport. Chen Jialan's mall had just opened, keeping her extremely busy. Bai Ji felt a bit troubled. She rarely interacted with men alone. The most frequent interactions were with those old farts at work. But this didn't faze her. She quickly devised a plan. She dressed up meticulously, styling herself into a demure young lady. For this, she even splurged over 1,000 yuan on a new pair of black-framed glasses. Glasses, a ponytail, a fresh cotton linen dress. This prim and proper look screamed introversion. Then she wouldn't have to talk much. And if she got tired of chatting, she could always say her parents were strict and she had to get home early. Perfect. Shen Yan hadn't expected the person he was meeting today to be such a drama queen. True, based on the photo Chen Jialan had sent, the woman he was meeting looked hot and sultry. Still, he hadn't rashly invited a female expert he was meeting for the first time to a spicy hot pot or KFC. He'd booked a Cantonese restaurant. Cantonese restaurants served tea, offered light flavors, small portions, and were quite refined. But when Shen Yan saw the person who arrived, he was completely dumbfounded. Where was the sexy Ms. Bai he'd been promised? How had she turned into Bai the student? This was not the vibe he expected. Shen Yan even wondered if he'd mistaken her for someone else. Yet she was indeed Bai Ji, the woman from the photos. Moreover, she was seated in the private room he'd reserved. Her head was slightly bowed, her large, striking eyes meeting his with a hint of timidity. Shen Yan paused, taken aback. But he quickly adjusted to this absurd contrast. Perhaps she only showed her wild side to those she knew well, remaining quiet and reserved around strangers. Many people were like that. Hello. Shen Yan strode over to sit opposite Bai Ji. Shen Yan felt not a shred of shyness. Having lived 2 lifetimes and armed with his skills, he could hold his head high and carry himself with confidence wherever he went. Hello, Bai Ji murmured softly. Shen Yan remained unflappable, pulling out a chair and sitting down. No need to be formal, teacher Bai. Chen Jialan is my sister. You're her good friend, and that makes you my friend too, Shen Yan said with a smile. He would be working alongside Bai Ji from now on, so getting acquainted was only natural. All right. Bai Ji nodded gently. After that, she kept her head slightly bowed, timid and shy, like a little white rabbit. Shen Yan didn't press further. He'd encountered this sort of situation before. He called over the waiter and began ordering directly. Since she wasn't comfortable interacting with strangers, he'd make this quick. Finish eating soon and send her off to rest. With a few more encounters, they'd naturally become more familiar. The customer comes first. Shen Yan handed her the order pen. Just then, his phone rang. It was Chen Jialan calling. Shen Yan apologized, pressed the answer button, and stepped outside while talking. Wen Jing? Don't trust her. It's all an act. Under normal circumstances, I'd let her be. But time is tight now. Don't waste your time playing along with her. She's actually outgoing and a bit feisty. She just claims she dislikes socializing, so she puts on this goody two-shoes act. If you get drawn into her games, it's a waste of time. You know what I mean. Alright, I've got work to do here. Be direct. Don't worry about upsetting her. I'll handle all the cleanup. She's been spoiled rotten. Shen Yan heard the busy tone on the other end of the line and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Chen Jialan usually presented herself as gentle and composed, only revealing a hint of sharpness around those she knew intimately. It seemed her relationship with Bai Ji was quite close. He glanced sideways at Bai Ji, who was dutifully ordering dishes, cleared his throat twice, and returned to his seat. Ms. Bai, have you finished ordering? Shen Yan inquired. Oh, almost. I ordered 2 dishes. You can pick the rest, Bai Ji replied softly. Shen Yan glanced at the menu. Boatman's congee. Shrimp dumplings. And she calls that 2 dishes? Shen Yan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. But he said nothing. Even if he followed Chen Jialan's advice to be direct, now wasn't the time. Following Chen Jialan's plan, after dinner, Bai Ji would likely ask to leave. That would be his moment to keep her. Then he'd do everything possible to keep her as late as he could. Time was indeed tight. He couldn't afford to waste it on back and forth. He reviewed Bai Ji's background and studied her team's materials. For building a smartphone, she and her team were the perfect fit. Given his limited funds and the technological level he aimed to achieve, Bai Ji and her team were the only ones who met the requirements. He had to secure Bai Ji. Shen Yan ordered roast goose, white-cut chicken, bird's nest soup, greens, and sweet and sour pork. All classic Cantonese dishes. Bai Ji remained silent. The meal passed in quiet. Sure enough. After dinner, Bai Ji suggested leaving. Before Shen Yan could speak, she added apologetically. I need to review some materials later and should head back early. My mom never lets me stay overnight away from home. I just checked there's a flight back this afternoon. Shen Yan remained unflappable. You could invite your mom over. Bai Ji stared at Shen Yan in utter bewilderment. Shen Yan chuckled, invite your aunt over. Stay the night together. Bai Ji's eyelid twitched violently. What did you say? Dark clouds gathered over Bai Ji's lovely face. Teacher Bai, why do you look so upset? Shen Yan feigned ignorance. You were disrespectful to my mother just now. Bai Ji gritted out. Oh my, Shen Yan clapped his hands. Misunderstanding. Teacher Bai, you're jumping to conclusions. Bai Ji's face flushed crimson. She stared at Shen Yan, both shocked and furious. Could she really have misinterpreted? Misunderstanding. I'd never have any improper thoughts toward Auntie. Fenghua is a very humane company. Ms. Bai, you came all this way to work at Fenghua. Naturally, we'll take good care of your family. You said your family is strict and won't let you stay out overnight. Well, why doesn't she just come here? Once she's here, she's home. You're staying with us, so it doesn't count as staying out overnight. Right? Shen Yan said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 56, have you ever seen a researcher hit someone? Right. Yeah, right. Bai Ji recalled Shen Yan's mischievous grin after he hung up the phone. Her guard instantly rose as she eyed him warily. Just as she pondered how to deflect him, her phone pinged. She glanced at the screen, stealing a sideways look at Shen Yan. The message was from Chen Jialan. She immediately connected it to Shen Yan's earlier call. Contrasting Shen Yan's inconsistent attitude, her eyes narrowed slightly. Chen Jialan. My dearest friend. She grabbed her phone, ready to send an angry emoji. Honey, it's Shen Yan's first venture. Don't cause trouble. I'll handle things with Auntie for you. However, upon seeing Chen Jialan's message, Bai Ji's pride vanished instantly. Chen Jialan was the kind of daughter-in-law or daughter any elder would instinctively want to protect. Whenever this woman visited her home, she could coax her mother into offering gifts with just a few words. Oh my god. Bai Ji sent Chen Jialan an emoji. Putting her phone down, Bai Ji glanced at Shen Yan. Shen Yan was calmly watching her. Even though Chen Galan had warned her beforehand, Bai Ji, who wasn't good with people, still felt a pang of panic. Her brow furrowed slightly, and for the first time, she felt a twinge of disgust at this flaw of hers. This Shen Yan, though Chen Galan's younger brother, was a slick operator. She was used to dealing with honest, down-to-earth researchers and didn't care for this kind of smooth talker. Now she'd actually shown weakness in front of him, and that gnawed at her. But with her mother and Chen Jialan keeping her in check, she couldn't just storm off. She'd have to spend at least a few days with this guy before finding an excuse to leave. During those days, she couldn't let Shen Yan lead her by the nose anymore. Bai Ji gritted her teeth inwardly and met Shen Yan's gaze. Staring into those deep, piercing pupils, she found a topic. Mr. Shen, you're in shampoo. Why suddenly venture into phones? The economy isn't great right now. Many companies are diversifying, hoping to find success elsewhere when one area falters. But this leap seems a bit too big. Shen Yan had no idea Bai Ji had just envisioned an epic drama in her mind. He smiled faintly. Didn't my sister mention it? Here's the thing, I used to hang out with a group of friends who loved tinkering with all sorts of bizarre gadgets. Among those inventions were many groundbreaking technologies, though their prototypes were often incomplete, some merely concepts. Fenghua's hair loss prevention and regrowth tech was one of them. I saw the potential, so I organized it and pulled out the relatively complete mobile phone tech. Bai Ji found it increasingly hard to believe. Where on earth did Shen Yan meet this group of mad scientists? Their entire team had spent at least a decade researching mobile phones, only achieving some breakthroughs in recent years. But ultimately, they were 2 steps behind the international competition. The research teams and funding of the American Fruit Company and South Korea's Boomtech were simply too formidable. They pioneered the smartphone before the rest of the world. Then they directly crushed the established Nokia, swiftly carving out the market. Nowadays, the smartphone market is essentially dominated by Apple and Boom. There was one Remi phone struggling to survive in the cracks, reasonably priced and benefiting many people. But that company's phones were merely imitations, lacking any real technology. Their only advantage was being cheap. Trying to compete with Apple and Boom using them? Zero chance of success. Whenever she thought about it, she felt deeply regretful. Hearing that someone had made a breakthrough in mobile technology, she would normally rush to meet them immediately. But the one saying this was Shen Yan. Her first thought was skepticism. Seeing Bai Ji's disbelieving expression, Shen Yan offered no explanation, only smiling at her. He couldn't explain a single thing. The phone manufacturer hadn't been finalized yet, and the system hadn't granted the relevant technical rewards. He couldn't say anything. Why do I feel like you're pulling my leg? Bai Ji pondered briefly before saying, you're not planning to make some cheap knockoff like your Fenghua phones, are you? Let me be clear, core components for phones still have patents, and the costs aren't low. Targeting the low-end market won't be easy. At least not as easy as you imagine. Remi already offers the best value among smartphones. You can't possibly do better than Remy. Seeing Baiji press the issue, Shen Yan waved his hand and said, I have no intention of competing with Remy.
Baiji furrowed her brow slightly. Then what price point are you aiming for? Mid-sentence, Baiji suddenly realized something, her heart racing.
She gasped, You wouldn't be thinking of going after the Apple and Boom phones, would you? Why not? Shen Yan replied. You're crazy.
Baiji shook her head, finding Shen Yan increasingly unreliable.
What makes you think your phone could sell for over 5,000? What competitive edge do you have? I'm not selling it for 5,000. I want to sell it for 199.
Baiji tilted her head, her normally sharp mind now filled with question marks.
But soon, her confusion gave way to anger.
Shen Yan inviting her and her team was an insult.
What kind of phone could you make for 199? A perfectly enunciated voice instantly echoed in Baiji's mind. Witness your moment of excellence. Titanium alloy construction, rugged and durable, safeguarding every moment for you.
88. Master the future of technology. Baiji felt a wave of dizziness wash over her.
She had to go home.
Even if her mom chased her with a shovel, she had to go home. She refused to help produce that junk.
Bye.
Baiji gave Shen Yan a polite nod before turning to slip away.
This sudden move caught Shen Yan off guard.
By the time he snapped out of it, Baiji was already 10 meters away. Shen Yan hurried after her. Unexpectedly, Baiji broke into a run.
Naturally, Shen Yan couldn't let her get away.
Catching up with long strides, Shen Yan blocked her path. Ms. Bai, we were having a good conversation.
Why did you suddenly leave? Shen Yan asked, puzzled.
You don't need to contact me about the 199 phone, Baiji replied, panting slightly, her refusal polite.
Shen Yan shook his head.
Ms. Bai, let's find a place to sit and talk properly.
What's left to discuss about that 199 phone? Baiji frowned.
Even if I agreed, my professors, colleagues, and classmates would never accept it.
Have you ever seen a researcher hit someone?
Probably not, but if you spread this 199 phone idea, they'd beat you to death.
It's brutal.
Shen Yan chuckled at her exaggerated grimace and comical expression. You still have the nerve to laugh, Baiji rolled her eyes. Shen Yan composed himself, his tone serious. Professor Bai, for my sister's sake, give me some time.
Let's talk properly. Shen Yan couldn't let Baiji leave.
He needed Baiji and her team to establish the company.
Otherwise, he wouldn't receive the mobile-related system rewards. Chapter 57, Persuading Baiji, Clashing with the Shorties. Baiji pondered for a moment before sitting back down. You'd better have a convincing reason.
Shen Yan used the communal chopsticks to serve Baiji a piece of braised pork, then ordered the waiter to bring a bowl of bird's nest soup.
Only then did he speak. Ms. Bai, have you observed mobile phone usage in our country's rural areas?
Of course. Baiji didn't touch the sweet and sour pork. She still harbored some resistance toward Shen Yan, and only her strict upbringing prevented her from discarding the meat.
Be polite. Then how many can actually afford smartphones? Shen Yan pressed.
Baiji didn't understand why Shen Yan was asking this, but since she'd agreed to stay and hear his explanation, she answered politely and earnestly. After a moment's thought, Baiji shook her head.
Not many. Our survey shows less than 5% of rural households can afford smartphones.
And that's just in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai. In places like Yunnan, Guizhou, Sichuan, and Chongqing, people are still using knockoff phones, and most rely on feature phones.
What about the growth rate? Shen Yan inquired. Last year it was 2%, this year 3%.
While there's growth, it's not ideal. The Remy phones are cheaper, but even at over 1,000 yuan each, they're still too expensive for these families.
After finishing, Baiji glanced at Shen Yan and smiled. You're not suggesting that your 199 yuan phone is meant to benefit rural areas, are you?
Don't give me some high and mighty excuse like that, or my team will hit you 50% harder.
Too many people exploit rural folks to deceive us. What did these villagers ever do to deserve this?
No one cares about them normally, but when it's time to play the victim card, they're always the ones getting used as shields.
What kind of junk is this 199 yuan phone? Don't you feel guilty selling it to them?
Shen Yan froze for a moment, then chuckled helplessly. Fortunately, he hadn't intended to tug at Baiji's heartstrings by playing the rural victim card. Moreover, after chatting with her for a while, he found her values to be quite sound. With that, there was room for discussion.
Ms. Bai, you're joking. My question was simply to gauge how much you and your team understand the mobile phone industry. Given your level of awareness, surely you also want to bring phones to rural areas?
Baiji raised her hand to cut Shen Yan off, a flicker of irritation crossing her previously composed face.
Mr. Shen, let's skip the pie in the sky talk and daydreaming. Do you have any idea how low incomes are in our country's rural areas? Do you know how many people live in those rural areas? Popularize? With what? We're talking about 7 or 800 million people. 7 or 800 million forget phones. Even if each person got 1 yuan, that's an astronomical figure.
If we're talking phones, we're looking at hundreds of billions, even trillions.
That's not just astronomical, it's hellish. I've only seen that much money during Qingming festival. Let me tell you, if I mention spreading phones to rural areas to my teachers and colleagues, not only would you get beaten, but I'd get kicked a few times too. Then we'd both end up in a mental hospital. After Bai Ji finished, she took a gasping sip of water. The drink calmed her considerably. She shot Shen Yan a skeptical glance. This man was truly peculiar. Somehow he cured her tendency to be silent and reserved. 20-odd years ago, elementary school required over 100 yuan in registration fees, which kept many kids out of school. 20-odd years ago, there were no cell phones. The Big Brother phone was a symbol of wealth, and the pager was synonymous with excellence. A decade or so ago, the small smartphone was the limit for ordinary people. Now, hundreds of millions use smartphones. Tech products will only get cheaper, so a 199 yuan phone is entirely possible. How do you know it won't work unless you try? Shen Yan said. Bai Ji smiled faintly, shook her head, and prepared to stand up. Shen Yan grabbed her wrist. Startled, Bai Ji exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Shen Yan replied earnestly, "Here's the plan, we'll draft a contract for you and your team to sign, then we'll test it out first. I promise you, my 199 yuan phone isn't meant to scam rural folks. If anything like that happens, and you feel I've deceived them, I'll pay 10 times the compensation. We can put that promise in the contract." Put it in the contract? Bai Ji narrowed her eyes slightly, momentarily unsure what Shen Yan was really up to. If you're not deceiving people, you can't possibly make a functional smartphone for 199 yuan. Do you know how expensive those patent fees are nowadays? And that's not even the worst part. The cost of a single chip alone exceeds the price. Bai Ji stated. We can use lower grade components. We're not aiming to compete with international standards. Besides, I possess core proprietary technology, so we can save significantly on costs. Shen Yan replied. Bai Ji frowned. What kind of technology? Shen Yan, trade secret. Bai Ji rolled her eyes. I'm not asking for specifics. Just tell me the field. Chip? Circuitry? Signal reception? Or display technology? State secret, Shen Yan replied with a helpless expression. Bai Ji's mouth twitched. Their team had recruited so many people and spent so much money, yet their ultimate success wasn't even classified at the state secret level. Shen Yan was really full of it. You? Bai Ji glanced at her wrist, reddened from his grip. Let go. Shen Yan grinned. It really is a state secret. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so determined to make this phone. Do you think I'm stupid? Bai Ji studied him briefly. You don't look stupid. Happy collaboration. Shen Yan released her wrist and extended his hand. Bai Ji snorted, clenching his palm tightly with both of hers, gritting her teeth without a word. Shen Yan asked, Are you unhappy? Bai Ji shot Shen Yan a glare. Send me the finalized contract within 3 days. Once we verify it's in order, I'll bring them in. Oh, and your phone can't possibly be called manhwa too, right? Shen Yan shook his head. Of course not. I'll establish a group in the future. Manhwa is just the personal care line under the Daily Necessities subsidiary. The phones will definitely be spun off independently. As for the name, it'll be called Weihua. Bai Ji's face darkened. That name is way too grandiose. For a tech product line, we naturally need to play the national card. Technology has borders, Shen Yan stated. Bai Ji was speechless. What's your reasoning? This patriotism of yours is utterly baffling. I've looked into your background. You weren't like this before. Her mother called her to a blind date. She had to know her opponent, right? Does patriotism need a reason? Does it not? Does it? Shen Yan asked. I guess not, but this sudden shift feels off, Bai Ji replied. I've grown up, Shen Yan chuckled. When a nation's technology falters, its people become prey. Loving your country means loving yourself. Alright, I'm done with this. I'm heading back. Bai Ji said. Just as Shen Yan was about to nod, a heated argument erupted behind their table. What did you say, Shorty? I understand Japanese. Got the guts to repeat that? Someone roared. Shen Yan frowned and looked toward the commotion. It was a Japanese man arguing with a Chinese person. Chapter 58, Stand up, don't kneel. Bai Ji's social anxiety kicked in immediately. She tugged at Shen Yan, signaling for him to leave. Shen Yan waved her off. Not only did he refuse to leave, but he pulled Bai Ji closer and edged toward the crowd. Just as they took a few steps forward, a harsh Japanese voice rang out. Everyone looked utterly baffled, unable to decipher the words, though the speaker's tone made it clear he meant no good. Does anyone understand Japanese? Quick, translate. I do. I've been translating the whole time he is cursing us. A seemingly frail boy shouted. What did he say? What did he say? Bai Ji snapped back, her voice so loud it startled Shen Yan. He says we're poor, yet we decorate our stir-fry joints like palaces, like we only eat this stuff during New Year's. He also said it's no wonder our country's poor, we're reincarnated pigs who spend all our time eating. Someone cursed. Just then, the short Japanese man surrounded by the crowd bellowed again. What did he say? What did he say? The crowd demanded of the frail boy. He said we should apologize. He said we're an inferior race, unworthy of speaking loudly to them. Someone cursed loudly. But the short man was a foreigner after all, and many still felt uneasy, only venting their anger with a few curses. Apologize. Several short foreigners grabbed the nearest person, bellowing at them. Baiji was so enraged her face turned pale, completely unaware that Shen Yan beside her had vanished. Apologize. Seeing the crowd dared not retaliate, the short foreigners grew even more arrogant. They even pushed through the crowd, snatching the frail translator boy. At this moment, numerous diners stepped in to separate the short-statured foreigners, signaling them to stop going too far. The short-statured foreigners let out several maniacal laughs, exchanged glances, and exchanged a few more contemptuous remarks. The frail boy glanced around, then timidly translated, they said we're useless, a cowardly, inferior race. Everyone seethed with anger, yet no one dared to act. Thud. As both sides stood locked in confrontation, a bowl of hot kanji smashed into the face of the shortest man standing at the front. A blood-curdling scream, like a pig being slaughtered, echoed throughout the Cantonese restaurant. Who did that? One of the short-statured men roared furiously. Everyone's gaze swiftly followed the trajectory of the bowl, landing on a young man in the crowd. Baiji's eyes nearly popped out of her head. Shen Yan. It was Shen Yan who threw it. The short-statured foreigners spotted Shen Yan too. Seeing such a youngster dare to act, several of them immediately charged forward. Shen Yan, however, remained unhurried. He grabbed a steaming basket of shrimp dumplings and hurled it at the oncoming attackers. Another loud thud echoed as the dumplings exploded against a short-statured foreigner's face. Instantly, the group of dragon country people surged forward like an electric current, swarming toward the short countryman. Dragon country people were typically law-abiding and wouldn't resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. But once someone took the lead, they swarmed in droves. Dozens of people instantly overwhelmed the few short countrymen, the sounds of flesh colliding and screams filling the air. As the chaos erupted, a short-statured woman frantically stamped her feet. She shouted and waved her arms wildly. No one translated, but everyone understood her plea, stop fighting. Yet everyone was blinded by rage. Who could heed her now? Even if they could, it would only be with fists and feet. Stop fighting. Seeing her pleas ignored, the short woman charged forward, trying to pull her compatriots free. Baiji caught a waiter approaching out of the corner of her eye. Give me a stick, she demanded immediately. The waiter shook his head immediately. Miss, that's illegal. Baiji stared at the crowd with an icy expression, clenching her small fists. There's a broom over there, the waiter said, glancing toward the corner. Isn't that illegal? Baiji frowned. If I hand it to you, it's illegal. But if you take it yourself, I'm not responsible. The waiter turned and walked away. The short woman rummaged around for a while before suddenly realizing something. She immediately pulled out her phone, dialing as she shouted at the frail boy. You! Remember every word I'm about to say. I demand you legally preserve the surveillance footage. I'm calling the police right now. Before the frail boy could respond, the store manager approached. He flashed a smile at the short woman first, saying, Sorry, miss, our surveillance system is broken. Impossible. The short woman snapped, glaring at the frail boy. You're deliberately covering up illegal activity. Damn it! How can your surveillance tech be this crappy? You're rotten, your tech is rotten, everything about you is rotten. A cold glint flashed in the manager's eyes. What? You want to hit a woman? The short woman sneered coldly. Go ahead, hit me. The store manager clenched his teeth. Baiji roared, swinging the broom in her hand with a loud crack, smashing it down on the short woman's head. What's wrong with me hitting you? Baiji demanded, continuing to beat her relentlessly with the broom. The short woman yelped in pain, frantically dodging blows while dialing 911. Soon, sirens blared outside the door. Officers rushed in, immediately quelling the chaos. The lead middle-aged cop demanded surveillance footage from the manager. The result? The camera had been deliberately damaged. Meanwhile, several short foreigners cursed incessantly in Japanese. The officers' expressions darkened. But the other party was foreign nationals, potentially involving an international dispute. They couldn't handle it arbitrarily. After taking all parties back to the station, the middle-aged officer immediately consulted his superior, who in turn consulted his own superior. Within 2 minutes, news of the assault on the short-statured foreigners had spread like wildfire across the city. Moreover, someone had uploaded a video featuring a close-up of Shen Yan. Within 10 minutes of posting, the footage ignited the internet. Less than half an hour after the incident, it had already surged to the top of trending searches across major platforms. This development immediately put the city's 2 top officials in a bind. A prominent local business leader had assaulted Japanese nationals. The situation was extremely serious. Chen Weiman, unusually, lit a cigarette. Standing by the window, his brow furrowed deeply. Knock knock knock. Secretary Zhou knocked on the door. Come in. Chen Weiman's voice was low. Secretary Zhou approached Chen Weiman. Chen Weiman asked, what did he say? He said he wants to release a video, Secretary Joe replied. Release a video? Chen Wayman asked, puzzled. Nothing else? Not really. But when I asked about the video's content, Secretary Joe stammered. Chen Wayman stubbed out his cigarette. Speak. He said the video will urge everyone to stand up, not kneel. Secretary Joe lowered his head after finishing. Damn it, Chen Wayman snorted. Boss, how should we handle this? Manhwa's future is limitless, Secretary Joe gritted his teeth.
Chen Wayman stood with his hands behind his back, gazing out the window for a long moment before letting out a deep sigh.
What else can we do? Offer the highest form of apology to the short people. What is their ultimate gesture of apology again? I think it's bowing? Arrange a press conference.
After he releases the video, have him bow to the Japanese in apology.
Chen Wayman instructed.
Secretary Joe's mouth twitched and she rolled her eyes inwardly.
Bow? That's it?
If I'd known you were such a rogue, boss, I wouldn't have worried my ass off.
Chapter 59, a million-follower influencer can't help but ask.
With the mayor himself stepping forward to back him up, even an international dispute could be resolved without escalation. No casualties meant no big deal.
He immediately inquired about the other party's injuries.
Basically, he was beaten to a pulp, with some kidney issues, but nothing life-threatening.
I'll arrange the press conference then, Secretary Joe said. Chen Wayman pointed toward the door, signaling him to close it behind him.
Once Secretary Joe left, Chen Wayman walked to his desk, grabbed the phone, and dialed a familiar number.
Just checking in on the situation. No, just some minor friction. International disputes, diplomatic incidents.
These were topics the people of Longwo avoided like the plague. Shen Yan sat in the director's chair, scrolling through Douyin on his phone, silently swiping through posts. While many applauded his leading the assault on the short-statured foreigners, others criticized his violent actions for tarnishing Longwo's international image.
Shen Yan didn't blame them.
In this world, Longwo lagged behind technologically compared to his previous life, and even culturally, it remained stuck in a phase of idolizing Korean and Japanese pop culture. Li Jieqi's crappy eyebrow pencil sold for a whopping 79 yuan precisely because, amid the growing suppression of domestic products, he packaged it as the shining light of Chinese manufacturing. Paying premium prices for domestic goods was, in essence, a manifestation of insecurity. Conversely, Shen Yan felt a pang of pain when he saw the comments accusing him of tarnishing the Dragon Nation's image.
It was time to stand up. A mighty dragon needn't explain itself to a pack of vermin. I beat them because I have my reasons. So what if I beat them? Do Dragon Nation people need to pick a day to beat Short Nation people? If I weren't still too weak, I'd wipe out this pack of beasts. Mr. Shun, the investigation is complete.
They initiated the provocation.
Your actions were justified self-defense. You may go now. The station chief entered the office, interrupting Shen Yan's thoughts.
Shen Yan immediately rose from his chair, smiling broadly at the chief.
Thank you for your hard work.
It's my duty, the chief waved it off.
Shen Yan said, I'll leave you my contact information. I'm young and hot-headed, prone to mistakes. I'll need your guidance from time to time. Certainly. The chief promptly exchanged contact details with Shen Yan. I'll head back now. Brother Joe must be dealing with headaches too. I'll pass along your regards, Shen Yan said.
A hint of satisfaction flashed in the chief's eyes.
Yincheng wasn't a first-tier city, just an ordinary prefecture-level city.
Yet the entire city had over 100 police stations. Naturally, the chief had over 100 subordinates. Advancing from station chief to deputy bureau chief, though only half a step, it was a dream beyond the reach of many throughout their entire careers.
He yearned for advancement. Mr. Shen, take your time.
The chief accompanied Shen Yan out of the station with a cheerful smile.
Oh, Mr. Shen, I almost forgot. The expert panel still needs your support. When someone files a report, we have to respond. Bringing you here was truly unavoidable. Expert panel? Shen Yan looked utterly bewildered. He didn't know any expert panel. It's that very beautiful young lady who came with you, it's her side.
The chief's lips curled into a bitter smile.
Comparisons kill.
He'd toiled his whole life, clawing his way up to become a station chief. She was barely in her 20s, already at the forefront of research, holding the secret formula to raking in gold by the bucketful, with powerful factions protecting her from all sides.
Damn it.
Zhoumi was just pressure from the city, but the expert panel was questioning him through provincial channels.
Ahem. Oh, I see. My apologies. She was just worried and got carried away.
I'll go talk to her.
Shen Yan said. Thank you for your understanding.
Thank you, the chief repeated, clasping his fists in a bow.
Shen Yan waved dismissively and strode away.
Watching Shen Yan depart, the chief returned to the interrogation room.
Occasional bursts of gibberish drifted out from within.
The chief's face remained impassive, but inside, he was already cursing. You come to our Dragon Nation's turf looking for trouble, get beaten up, and still don't know you're in the wrong.
What the hell are you barking about? Chief, the precinct called.
They said to release the suspect first. A young officer hurried over.
No release. The chief stood tall. But, it's the precinct. The young officer said timidly. The chief snorted, has the case been fully investigated? You're releasing them? Have you no principles? No sense of discipline? Listen to me. No matter who calls, they stay detained for the full 48 hours. Absolutely no release. If we uncover additional issues during that time, we'll prosecute according to procedure. Chief, are you working at this station or looking to transfer to headquarters? The chief's face darkened. Yes, sir. Understood. The young officer immediately affirmed. Shut them up. If I hear them whining again, use some force. The chief ordered coldly. But, they're short people, the young officer said with concern. I hate international disputes. They're so ugly, why do they get special treatment here? The chief waved his hand and walked away in irritation. International dispute? On Douyin, a major influencer with millions of followers, ID News Sister, was live streaming. Whether Fenghua's actions are marketing or genuine skill, since the product hasn't officially launched yet, let's focus on the incident where CEO Shen Yan assaulted someone. This is the 21st century, a society governed by law. The nation advocates civilized development. Shen Yan's assault was wrong. Moreover, the victim was a foreign guest. As we all know, Longwei is currently striving to enhance its international image. What does Shen Yan's actions say about our country? However, as far as I know, Shen Yan has already been released by the local police station. The justification? The other party was provoking trouble, and Shen Yan acted in self-defense. Yet the video clearly shows he initiated the altercation. I can't help but ask, what standards did the local police station use to release him? And how does this reflect on our international image? Moving forward, how should our nation handle interactions with the short-statured nation? Share your thoughts and let's exchange opinions. After speaking, she took a sip of water and gazed quietly into the camera. In the live stream room, 20,000 viewers were online, chattering away in a flurry of discussion. Can't help but ask, ask your mother. Do you have any self-respect? You beat up a short guy and now you're making a big deal out of it? I liked Shen Yan before, but now I like him even more. Haha, our family group ordered dozens of bottles of Fenghua. Watched the video. My grandpa's thrilled. Damn, he wishes he was there. You violent thugs, spewing hate without a care for our nation's image. Typical Chinese inferiority complex. Bunch of you locks, sobered up again, haha. Hilarious. Such insecurity. He flips out at foreigners. If it weren't a foreigner, Shen Yan would have started the fight, right? Sigh, all the nation's hard work undone by one guy. We overseas students are gonna suffer for this too. Bunch of paid trolls. Think foreign air is sweet? Love it so much? Just emigrate already. Staying here for 996? You guys got something wrong in the head? Cut the noise. What good does arguing do? Go call your short country daddy to beat him back. Shen Yan strolling with a beauty right outside the police station now. Chapter 60, taking them on. The online frenzy raged uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the man at the center of it all, Shen Yan, was basking in the warmth of a beautiful woman. Are you sure you're not hurt anywhere? Bai Ji's worried expression remained as she gently felt over Shen Yan's body. Ms. Bai, I've told you 9 times already I'm really fine. Shen Yan sighed helplessly. But I heard that if you get thrown in the station, you're bound to get a few scrapes. And since this involves foreigners, they might beat you up to vent their anger. Bai Ji said. Shen Yan smiled bitterly. You should watch less TV. It's not from TV. It just happened in Edinburgh City. Didn't it break out earlier? A flicker of resentment passed through Bai Ji's eyes. Shen Yan's gaze fell on Bai Ji. It was now around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Sunlight fell upon Bai Ji's fair, delicate face, revealing even the finest downy hairs. She seemed to shed all traces of a researcher's aloofness, radiating instead a full measure of charm and intellect. You, what are you looking at? Bai Ji suddenly met Shen Yan's gaze, her heart pounding wildly. Shen Yan smiled warmly. Professor Bai looks especially beautiful right now. Cut it out. Bai Ji immediately turned away, hands clasped behind her back, quickening her pace ahead. Don't try to play the emotional card with me. I'm telling you, if there's even the slightest issue with your contract, neither my professor nor my colleagues will sign with you. Shen Yan replied, there absolutely won't be any problems. What I just said came straight from my heart. I'd sooner believe I'm the reincarnation of Wu Zetian, Bai Ji retorted. Shen Yan caught up. Everyone's scared stiff these days. When I clashed with those shorties today, most would have run for their lives. I never expected you to join the fray, and you didn't even blame me for acting impulsively afterward. That's why I said you looked especially beautiful today. It truly came from the heart. Bai Ji paused, then quickened her pace without rebuttal. After walking some distance, she slowed and asked, do you know why my teacher holds me in such high regard? Shen Yan shook his head, listening intently. I have a great-grandfather, Bai Ji began. Back then, he just married my great-grandmother. They had my grandfather and several aunts. War broke out everywhere, and he was drafted to fight elsewhere.
Later, he started another family there. He earned military honors, and his children from that family all lived well.
Starting with my grandfather's generation, our family suffered without parental care. It wasn't until my generation that someone like me, a graduate student, emerged.
Later, they searched for their relatives and found us. They felt indebted, and besides, my great-grandfather had requested before passing that his grave be moved back to our hometown. That's how the family connections over there were renewed.
I have 2 teachers who were students of my cousins. Shen Yan raised both eyebrows.
So it seemed Bai Ji's team was most likely built around her as the core.
Then you'd better not deceive us. They've endured painful times.
They hold a special affection for our country's impoverished compatriots.
If they're willing to help you with this phone project, it's likely driven by sentiment. Don't break their hearts.
Bai Ji stopped in her tracks, looking at Shen Yan with intense seriousness. Shen Yan replied solemnly, I won't act recklessly.
Rest assured.
All right. Considering you beat up those jerks today, I'll trust you this once.
By the way, have you figured out how to explain this to the public? You're not just Shen Yan, you're the CEO of manhwa.
Your every word and action carries social significance.
Plus, this has already trended on social media with insane traffic.
At least tens of millions are watching right now, Bai Ji said. Shen Yan chuckled, I was just about to go back and post a video.
You thought it through?
Bai Ji blinked her big eyes.
By now, she and Shen Yan could communicate seamlessly. There wasn't a trace of social anxiety left. Can you tell me the gist? We've had technical discussions with foreigners before. I can help you draft it, Bai Ji said. This can't be handled carelessly. You need to find a way to gloss over it.
Anyway, your new 9 vases are already showing signs of becoming a huge hit. Stalling for time once you've grown big enough and more interest groups have aligned with you, they won't have much leverage.
Stand up. No kneeling. Shen Yan commanded.
Ha?
Bai Ji startled. What are you doing? Trying to escalate the conflict?
Her eyes widened in disbelief.
Shen Yan replied, this isn't escalation. I'm about to attend an international trade show. That's a battlefield. Speaking nicely to them now won't accomplish anything. Better to confront them head on. Besides, I'm stubborn, I won't bend my back. Bai Ji's mouth twitched.
She wanted to argue but couldn't find the words.
Shen Yan was absolutely right.
He was about to clash with foreigners, sweet-talking them now was pointless.
Then,
I need to inform my professors.
Foreign affairs aren't trivial. Someone needs to vouch for you. Bai Ji said.
My new 9 vases are my strength.
People will protect me, Shen Yan replied.
Once we sign that phone contract. Once the phones are made, even more will protect me.
Don't worry, I'll be absolutely fine.
Bai Ji looked utterly bewildered.
Where does this confidence come from?
manhwa is one thing, but I hear the new 9 vases are genuinely useful.
But phones, what good can your 199 yuan phone possibly do?
Bro, if you could just share a tiny bit of that confidence with me, my social anxiety would have vanished ages ago. Ability is the foundation of confidence. My skills are formidable, Shen Yan asserted.
Let me see, Bai Ji countered. Shen Yan's eyelid twitched violently. Just show me your skills, will ya? Bai Ji demanded. Shen Yan cleared his throat.
Bai Ji finally caught on, rolled her eyes, and muttered under her breath, rogue.
They hailed a cab. Shen Yan dropped Bai Ji off at her hotel first before heading back to the company.
Straight to his office, Shen Yan quickly edited a video and posted it via manhwa's official flagship store account.
New 9 vases was booked solid today, and the official account's follower count skyrocketed.
The video had only been up a minute, yet likes already surpassed 50. Shen Yan set his phone aside and called Mu Xiaoxiao over.
He wasn't very familiar with mobile phone operations, and neither was Mu Xiaoxiao.
He needed her to find a professional to draft the contract in advance. After giving the instructions, he still had to deal with some distributors.
With the product exploding in popularity, the line outside manhwa Tower was now incredibly long.
While Shen Yan was swamped at the company, his video was causing a thunderous stir online.
Holy crap, Mr. Shen is tough. I'm here to watch the paid commenters lose their cool. Paid commenters, stand up. No kneeling allowed. LOL, I suspect Mr. Shen is watching this online. How else would he make such a targeted video? He's basically dancing on the graves of the paid commenters. What video? Did Mr. Shen post something? Chapter 61, Descendants of the Dragon. Hangzhou, a lakeside villa. As dusk fell, the blood-red sunset spread across the villa's swimming pool.
The shimmering water surface resembled blooming coxcombs swaying in the breeze, intertwining with the poppies in the nearby flower beds to create a mesmerizing beauty.
On the balcony, a young man and woman embraced intimately.
The man swiped through his tablet while the woman scrolled through Douyin on her phone.
A table before them held cheese and red wine.
Clearly, both were in high spirits, thoroughly enjoying themselves.
Honey, I just checked the data.
After you confronted Shen Yan during your livestream, your follower count jumped by over 70,000 in less than 3 hours.
Your click-through rate is over 200% higher than before. This Shen Yan guy really is a traffic magnet. But I should warn you, riding someone else's popularity is a double-edged sword. You need to be careful. Oh, and I saw on the trending topics that Shen Yan posted a new video? The man asked. Huh? Let me check.
I was just reading comments on my afternoon livestream, the woman replied, suddenly realizing.
You're not very professional as a news anchor, sis.
If I hadn't reminded you, you'd have missed the first wave of traffic, the man chuckled. Jo-won planted a kiss on his cheek and teased, fine, you're the smartest. The man chuckled and reached toward Jo-won's collar. I just love our big villa. Being rich feels so good. You can scream however you want, and no one will hear you, he whispered into her ear.
Jo-won's face flushed.
She swatted her husband's hand away and said, hey, I need to handle business first. Shen Yan popped up, I need to confront him. Be good, I'll just take advantage of his traffic first. Feeling her weak spot held by her husband, Jo-won bit her lip, suppressing the electric tingle coursing through her body, and clicked on Shen Yan's video.
Friends, something very unusual happened today. I, Shen Yan, hit someone. But that's not the point. The point is, there are roughly two camps online.
One says it was well deserved, those shorties deserved a good beating. The other warns it could spark international conflict and shouldn't have happened.
These two opposing views reveal one thing.
We harbor special feelings toward those shorties.
I think that's wrong. What are these shorties anyway, that we care so much? Today's confrontation was purely because they were causing trouble.
As a law-abiding citizen, I stepped in to stop their illegal actions.
This shouldn't be elevated to a national issue. What's he doing? Jo-won watched for over 10 seconds, still baffled by Shen Yan's statement.
Just being mysterious, the man said, rolling and flattening the object as he spoke.
Keep watching.
Jo-won tapped the pause button, and the video resumed. I am a Dragon Nation citizen, and I've always been proud to have grown up here.
What is the Dragon Nation?
Thousands of years ago, the world's gaze was fixed upon this land, which is why our current slogan is achieving great rejuvenation.
Why is Dragon Nation so powerful? It all comes down to one phrase. Descendants of the dragon. Folklore tells of divine dragons in ancient times.
Truthfully, no such creatures ever existed. Based on dragon-shaped artifacts unearthed at the Regrowth site, the dragon is a pattern formed by celestial constellations. This pattern was discovered by our ancestors over millennia of nightly stargazing, the configuration of stars at the summer solstice. Our ancestors used these celestial patterns to establish the lunar calendar and pinpoint the solar terms, refining and passing down this knowledge through generations. Their purpose was to guide future generations in agriculture and help sustain our race. The descendants of the dragon speak of inheritance. They speak of where we, the people of the Dragon Nation, come from and where we are headed. 5,000 years of history, with so many sages sacrificing themselves for us. Such greatness and selflessness as their descendants, how could I not feel proud? So why should I waste my energy getting angry at some wild child whose ancestors were probably just field rats, river rats, or pine tree rats?
Everyone stand up. No kneeling.
Here, I must publicly condemn a certain influencer with millions of followers. You constantly harp on even if incontinence is involved, you must ask. Even if incontinence is involved, you must ask. You, influencer news sister, bored of the Dragon Nation, yet you speak for the short-statured nation at every turn. You resemble nothing so much as a spineless dog. A spineless dog, yet you dare to bark wildly before me. I've never seen such brazen audacity.
Jo-won's face turned ashen, her breathing labored. Her husband beside her looked utterly grim.
It took them a long while to recover. They'd been running their Douyin account for over a year and had never been berated so directly. And this was a full-blown, over-the-top tirade. This instantly branded them as traitors and lackeys. For a major influencer with millions of followers, any association with such disreputable elements meant their career was essentially over.
Quick, check the comments section.
They knew that if this video swayed the public, their marriage would be ruined. A tarnished reputation meant no quality sponsorships, and no sponsorships meant no income. No income meant no way to pay their mortgage, no way to secure their future.
Is that how the descendants of the dragon myth started? Seriously? What the heck is that Regrowth site? It's an ancient archaeological site. They dug up artifacts our ancestors made based on their imagination.
Heh, you probably didn't know this, but a lot of ancient myths were actually fabricated to make them easier to spread. Take Huafu chasing the sun. He was actually an astronomer. His chase was measuring the sun's shadow to pinpoint the summer solstice, which helped establish the lunar calendar. Sigh, thanks to Shen Yan for the science lesson, otherwise, most folks wouldn't know this.
We archaeologists feel helpless. Our predecessors poured generations of effort into excavating and preserving artifacts like the bronze tree. Yet people credit some tomb-raiding novel for opening their eyes?
They couldn't care less that these artifacts predate the novel by decades.
Whoa. So our heritage is this badass?
5,000 years of history really exist. I feel terrifyingly powerful now. Give me 10 shorties, and I'll take them all on.
News sister is such a...
She's always losing her, demanding answers. Go ask your mother. She's always taking sides and stirring the pot.
Well, she finally met her match. Die already. Ah, this is hilarious. Why did you have to provoke him? Now he's lashing out. A broken-spined dog barking wildly. The mental image is too vivid. Never seen such brazen shamelessness.
The Chancellor's voice echoes in my mind again, but News Sister, you're unworthy. That's our Chancellor's curse.
Does News Sister deserve such a beating? I'm off to check out this sycophant's comments. Go for it. Shen Yan was right, I'm a descendant of the dragon. Why should I care about those bastards so-called international disputes? Damn it, I was ready for bed, but now I'm wide awake. My blood's boiling. What am I gonna do tonight?
The video had only been up for half an hour, yet comments already exceeded 10,000, with likes and shares surpassing 30,000. After reading just a few top comments, Jo Win's face turned deathly pale.
Snap out of it. Pull yourself together.
I can't just sit here and wait for disaster.
Don't let him get to you. We'll post a video too. We have fans too, Jo Win's husband gritted out. Chapter 62, Pick Up Your Pride. Pick up your pride. Hearing this, Jo Win immediately took a deep breath. Right. She had fans too.
It was all Shen Yan's fault for twisting words so skillfully he nearly swayed her off course.
Her follower count far outnumbered Shen Yan's.
And she was a woman. Cry, make a scene, threaten suicide even if she lost, all she had to do was shed tears and claim I'm just a girl, and the public would forgive her.
Even if they didn't, they couldn't really punish her. China had a massive population, teeming with sycophants. With her thoughts sorted, Jo Win's confidence surged back.
A floral scent wafted into her nostrils, drawing her gaze to her flower garden. A standalone villa, worth tens of millions. If she weren't capable, could she afford such a huge house? I can do this. Jo Win pumped herself up, returned to the dressing room, and began applying her makeup. While applying her makeup, she called her team. Together, they brainstormed ways to strike back. A direct argument wouldn't do, that would be beneath her. She needed to impart values to her countrymen. Soon, in less than an hour, her team and she had crafted the script. The script was simple yet highly symbolic. It didn't contain explicit retorts but told stories instead. She planned to tell 2 stories in the video. Both incidents occurred on the subway in Japan. One was at Shinjuku Station, a hub handling over 3 million passengers daily, where order, dignity, and civility reigned. The other featured a 2 or 3-year-old child traveling alone on the subway, eyes brimming with confidence and courage, while nearby adults silently watched over them. Neither story preaches, yet both showcase the virtues of the Japanese people. She doesn't intend to forcefully praise the Japanese, she simply wants to counter Shen Yan's argument good and bad people exist everywhere, and not all Japanese are bad. Overall, the conduct displayed by the Japanese on the subway is truly worthy of emulation. Where did you guys find these 2 clips? They fit today's video theme perfectly. You're amazing. After praising her studio team, Jo Win reviewed the video content once more. Satisfied, she clicked the upload button with determination. Watching the progress bar and the under review status, her heart began to race again. This time was different from before. This battle was playing out on the trending topics. Failure would send her career spiraling down. Success, however, would mean paying off the tens of millions in loans for her villa within months. She might even have a significant surplus left over. Fortune favors the bold. Jo Win clenched her fists, glued to the screen as the video passed review. She watched the likes climb past 100, then 1,000. Comments in the section had surged from 1 to over 100. She scanned the content and finally exhaled a long breath. Most comments were voicing outrage on her and the Japanese people's behalf. Everyone remained rational. Admittedly, those Japanese individuals in the restaurant had started with rude remarks, but that didn't represent all Japanese people. Look at this Japanese person on the subway, they're perfectly fine, aren't they? With millions of daily passengers, it's remarkably orderly. Such a cute little girl traveling alone without incident, she's brave, and that's a testament to the environment, right? Friends from the short country, I apologize on behalf of my fellow dragon countrymen. We were biased. Welcome to Visit Dragon Country. Sigh, some people just love jumping on bandwagons. There are good people everywhere, and bad people everywhere. This little girl is so adorable. Our children in the Dragon Country could never ride the subway alone. At just over 2 years old, they're all spoiled rotten. No wonder they're a developed country. Our inherent flaws truly make us unworthy of a good life. Shen Yan is really addicted to riding the patriotism wave. He overreacts at the slightest provocation. Thankfully he hasn't risen too high yet, otherwise, we'd probably get stripped of our citizenship for saying anything critical. Seriously disgusting. Not only did he hit her, but he smeared her too. Where does he get this sense of superiority? His nonsense only fools ignorant women and children. Our ancestors observed the stars, our ancestors created the lunar calendar? That's hilarious. Stargazing was invented by foreigners, and the lunar calendar was set by foreigners too. All I can say is there are too many fools in China, there aren't enough con artists to go around. Fenghua's new 9 cup isn't worth using. Not only does it have a weird smell, but it doesn't grow hair at all. It just blows it away. Too many suckers out there. The comments section of Jo Win's new video on News Sister ID was filling up.
More and more people were supporting her. The occasional hateful comment was quickly drowned out. Within an hour, Zhou Wen's new video hit the trending list.
Views surged past the million mark.
All within just over an hour. And both subway incidents had trended. Soon, supporters of Shen Yan and onlookers alike stumbled upon Zhou Wen's new video. A crowd of people were stunned. The two subway incidents Zhou Wen exposed left Shen Yan utterly humiliated. They couldn't imagine how he could possibly fight back. Bai Ji also came across the video. She immediately dialed Shen Yan's number. It was already past 8 in the evening. Shen Yan had just finished a hurried meal and was lying down to rest, listening to Mu Xiaoxiao's report on the mobile phone company's progress.
Just a clown. Ignore her, Shen Yan said after hearing Bai Ji's explanation, showing no interest in watching the video himself.
In this world, the Dragon Nation lagged in technology, which also meant its national confidence hadn't been bolstered. Even when foreigners took a dump, some trashy people could analyze it and claim it was full of nutrients.
Responding to that video would just mean endless back and forth.
The urgent priority was to raise the level of technology. Once strength grew, people would speak up for him naturally.
Mu Xiaoxiao, however, wasn't so calm.
Hearing someone insult Shen Yan and seeing it trend on hot searches, she immediately grabbed her phone, ready to defend him.
But the video had undeniable evidence she couldn't find a single point to counter.
It was a comment in the discussion thread that struck her as utterly ridiculous. She saw someone below trying to refute it, only for the other person to post direct reference materials.
This left her questioning everything.
Astronomy was one thing after all. Ancient China lacked telescopes, making celestial observation inherently unreliable.
But claiming the lunar calendar was invented by foreigners?
She simply couldn't accept that. Boss, some people say foreigners made significant contributions to astronomy, and that the lunar calendar was actually devised by them.
Is that true? It's true, Shen Yan replied.
Ha? But your videos? Mu Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words.
Existing evidence shows foreigners did it.
But all the astronomical achievements of their revered forefather Tycho Brahe were recorded 3 days later than China's records. Moreover, he was in the southern hemisphere observing stars only visible from the far side of Earth.
It's like you're looking forward and seeing what's behind the wall. Guess whether I believe it? Plus, all his astronomical records were pure guesswork, no supporting evidence whatsoever.
Back then, he didn't even have telescopes, he relied solely on the naked eye.
Meanwhile, our astronomical records have been documented since the Qin dynasty.
Even the supposedly weakest Qing dynasty possessed an artifact called the Gold Inlaid Pearl Celestial Globe, whose positions of hundreds of celestial bodies were precisely calibrated based on observational data.
So who do you trust, him or our documented evidence and artifacts? As for the lunar calendar?
They can't even get their own calendar right. They have no business criticizing ours. Their calendar is still a defective knockoff of unknown origin, unable to even match the 365 days of a year. Mu Xiaoxiao hadn't expected this.
This foreigner was utterly shameless.
After scowling at the foreigner, Mu Xiaoxiao thought for a moment and finally said, "Well, you have to respond.
Otherwise, many people won't know." Shen Yan pondered.
In his previous life, programs like National Treasures had popularized cultural knowledge. Such initiatives boosted national confidence, naturally making domestic products more marketable. This venture seemed worthwhile.
Given the right opportunity, he might consider investing. Take your time, Shen Yan said. No rush. Continue with the mobile company matter. I want to hear your thoughts on that news anchor's new video.
I had no way to refute it before, but after what you just said, I feel foreigners are shameless. What they put out there is probably problematic, Mu Xiaoxiao said. Seeing Mu Xiaoxiao was clearly not in the mood to talk work, Shen Yan could only shake his head, telling her to rest first while he checked out the situation himself. But as soon as he started watching the video, he burst out laughing.
The Shinjuku subway civility incident? The little girl from that tiny country riding the subway alone? Damn it, pick up your dignity. I told you to pick up your dignity.
Both of these incidents happened in Longhua.
Chapter 63, How can you call yourself young if you don't have that fire? He recognized them instantly because similar incidents had occurred in his previous life.
They had trended on social media, garnering even more attention than now, and had deeply humiliated the nation for a long time.
It left many feeling inferior, convinced they truly possessed inferior traits and couldn't match the civility of foreigners.
During that period, many offered this explanation: we're just too poor right now, so we haven't started building our spiritual civilization yet.
Once our economy improves, we must learn from the short country and from Europe and America. This reminded Shen Yan of a classic example.
It was the argument peddled by certain traders about how foreigners possess strong independence. They claimed that once foreigners turn 18, their parents stop supporting them. They go out to work on their own, unlike the useless people of Longhua who rely on their parents to buy cars, pay dowries, or even take care of their children. These are all smokescreens created by traders. The core ideology of traders is foreign worship. They'll kneel and grovel for any reason.
They'll fabricate any story.
Even if their own mothers contracted AIDS while traveling abroad, they'd kneel in ecstatic gratitude to the Lord, claiming imported AIDS is somehow superior to domestic AIDS. As images of traitorous faces flashed through his mind, Shen Yan couldn't help but snort derisively. Those bastards.
Boss, you're still laughing? We've climbed another spot on the trending list. Hearing Shen Yan's laughter, Mu Xiaoxiao pointed anxiously at her phone. Search for Beijing Xiqing subway station and Hangzhou subway little girl, Shen Yan instructed. Ha? Mu Xiaoxiao froze in surprise.
Shen Yan said no more, merely watching her silently.
Mu Xiaoxiao jolted awake, snapping back to reality.
She immediately opened her browser and began searching frantically.
Within 10 seconds, she was utterly dumbfounded.
This.
Mu Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, unable to speak. How could they do this?
Mu Xiaoxiao exclaimed angrily. Shen Yan, however, smiled.
They're going too far. This is clearly our country's people, yet they insist on labeling them as foreigners.
Then they fawn over the foreigners to belittle us.
How despicable.
Mu Xiaoxiao gritted her teeth.
It's infuriating, isn't it? Shen Yan said. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded.
Shen Yan continued, that's why you need to work hard and wrap up all the matters with the phone company quickly.
Once we've grown strong, we'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Mu Xiaoxiao nodded rapidly.
But she soon snapped back to reality. Wait, boss, I am angry, and I will definitely work hard.
But you were tricked with fake documents, shouldn't you be even angrier? How come you're so calm? This is actually a blessing in disguise.
If this happened in some other backwater country with rare instances of good deeds, it'd just get bogged down in endless red tape, Shen Yan chuckled.
Now it's simple.
I'll just post a video and shut this news lady down for good.
No more trashy influencers bothering me. You're going to counterattack with a video? Mu Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up instantly. Stop just watching the drama unfold.
Get back to your work, Shen Yan instructed. I finished work ages ago, Mu Xiaoxiao protested, sounding aggrieved.
Shen Yan waved her off. That's enough for today. Tomorrow, you'll make the rounds to the relevant departments. If anything stalls, call me. I'll handle it.
Mu Xiaoxiao agreed, tidied up, and left the office.
Shen Yan continued resting, organizing his thoughts for the video. 10 minutes later, he began recording. This kind of video was simple, just speak directly into the camera. Who didn't know how to curse someone?
Especially with all those classic lines from his past life for roasting sycophants. Shen Yan finished recording quickly, hit publish, and picked up his phone.
Tomorrow he'd be heading to Eastern Guangdong for an international expo.
He promised Chen Jialan they'd have dinner together before his departure, but today's chaos had delayed that.
Looks like they'd have to wait until he returned. In the family group chat, Shen Yan sent his parents and sister an apologetic emoji. Setting his phone aside, Shen Yan let out a long sigh. Others saw him fighting left and right every day like he was on a sugar high, but the truth was, he was exhausted. Yet he couldn't stop fighting. Foreigners were just cheap bastards. If he showed even a hint of weakness, they'd push their advantage relentlessly. Foreigners needed to be dealt with. Once they were beaten into submission, they'd behave. Seeing his family send comforting messages, Shen Yan closed his eyes. Just as he was about to doze off and catch his breath, his phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. Unimportant calls he'd ignore, but this was Zhou. Brother Zhou, Shen Yan pressed the answer button and smiled. You really know how to keep your cool, kid. I've been waiting for your call, but you never called me back. I had to come asking. Zhou's slightly reproachful voice came through the phone. Bro, I was just too busy today. Besides, we're meeting tomorrow. I plan to thank you in person, Shen Yan said. Forget the thanks. I just want to tell you, don't rock the boat. We barely managed to hold this down. Whatever you do, don't post that video. At the very least, wait until the new 9 vases has been on the market for a while. Zhou said. I already posted it. Shen Yan replied. A long silence followed on the other end. You. Zhou sighed. What did you post? Let me take a look first. Just open the Fenghua official flagship store account and you'll see it. Alright, I'll take a look. Zhou hung up after speaking. Municipal building. The light in Chen Weiman's office remained on. Everything appeared calm and peaceful on the surface, yet beneath lay turbulent currents. The new 9 vessels project was already under scrutiny, and Shen Yan's stunt today had delighted certain provincial officials. Chen Weiman paid a heavy price for this, choking back his words twice, earning him the nickname throat-closing immortal among provincial circles. Boss, Shen Yan just posted a video. Zhou reported. A bitter flash crossed Chen Weiman's weary eyes. What did he say? He's a bit hot-headed. His words were too absolute, which is why they found a loophole. I hope he doesn't say anything too extreme this time. Play it for me, Chen Weiman instructed. It's already out there. His intentions weren't misguided. He's young. What kind of youth isn't impetuous? Just make sure to correct him promptly in the future. Zhou nodded and located the official Fenghua flagship store account. The moment he clicked in, Zhou froze. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him.
Holy crap, in less than 5 minutes, the comments already hit 2,000, and the reposts are over 5,000.
Jomi's hair stood on end. What did he say?
Chen Weiman, with his back to Jomi, kept his eyes fixed on the window.
Unnoticed by Jomi, his eyelid was twitching violently. Chapter 64, How disrespectful. It couldn't be something too outrageous.
Just the previous actions had already made him sweat buckets.
Don't feel pressured.
Play it, Chen Weiman said indifferently without turning around. Secretary Zhou gritted his teeth and pressed play. Shen Yan's magnetic voice immediately filled the phone speaker. In contrast, the air in the Shen family conference room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere.
Come on, play it again.
Ha, this guy really is getting too big for his britches.
Exactly. Thinking he's untouchable just because the city's got his back? Still too green. You know what? His insults are actually pretty creative. Is what he said in the video true? Did News Sister fabricate the footage? Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. His rant went straight to trending topics. Trouble's coming his way. That's when we'll seize the opportunity to get his new 9 vases formula. It was ours to begin with. Shen Yan stole our formula.
Right. In the Shen family conference room, the gathered members chimed in.
Shoo, watch him make a fool of himself. Keep quiet.
Instantly, the room fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. The video began playing.
Every few moments, laughter erupted from the crowd. Shen Yan's remarks were downright suicidal.
Though he spent the entire rant berating others, 2 words seeped through every line.
I want to die but can't bring myself to say it. This is moving way too fast, Shen Lian remarked.
In less than half an hour, it's climbed 2 spots on the trending charts.
So many people are bashing him in the comments.
It's a sure thing, Shen Xiaoqing said calmly.
Douyin. Evenings were peak hours for Douyin activity.
It could easily be called prime time. After a long day, many people, having eaten and washed up, wanted to unwind by scrolling through short videos. Seeing Shen Yan trending with a heated argument instantly perked them up.
The fruit the Dragon Nation loves most is gossip. Even if their pants were on fire, they'd still devour the scoop. Thousands of users clicked into Fenghua's official flagship store account and found Shen Yan's latest video. Holy crap!
Posted less than an hour ago, it already had over 100,000 likes, more than 110,000 comments, and a staggering 150,000 shares.
What on earth was this about? Curiosity piqued, the crowd hit play.
This video is my response to that stupid, malicious news lady. The 2 true beauty stories she touted, one in Beijing's Xiqing district, the other about a Hangzhou girl, have absolutely nothing to do with the beautiful country she worships. But while I expected her to stir the pot, I never imagined so many Douyin users, supposedly all elite 985-211 grads raking in 6-figure salaries, would cheer her on.
Honestly, it made me laugh out loud. You lot are just pathetic. Maybe you've been groveling too long, convinced that Dragon Nation citizens can't be decent or kids can't be brave. If you really despise Dragon Nation, then get out. Renouncing your citizenship only costs $250. What? No country will take your worthless self? Then why are you here jumping around and slandering your own country? Has China treated you badly? Free compulsory education, medical insurance, student loans if you can't afford college. What exactly have we done wrong?
You're the kind of person who criticizes the cook after eating their fill, or curses the cook after putting down their chopsticks.
How pathetic are you? You're all pathetic.
I know, you scum will definitely trash talk me in the comments.
So I'll preemptively add a few more words. Am I the only one cursing on the entire internet?
Why are you all so hell-bent on hounding a young man who acted in self-defense? The short-statured guy provoked me first, deliberately charging into my fist.
I had no choice. The court even ruled me not guilty.
On this internet, no lackey has the right to judge me. You, traitorous bastards. After watching the video, nearly everyone fell silent immediately. This was way too intense.
At that moment, everyone's mind went completely blank.
It took a long while before they dared to open the comments section. Under a video like this, the comments were bound to be spectacular.
Municipal Building, Chen Weiman's office.
Chen Weiman and Secretary Zhou sat in silence for a full minute. Just a minute, yet it left Chen Weiman tense and rigid. Secretary Zhou covered her mouth, rubbing her chin, speechless.
Shen Yan's curses were brutally direct.
Such language might be tolerated privately, sometimes leaders lashed out during meetings. But publicly posting a video like this? That was a first.
For a moment, neither knew what to say. That Shen Yan.
After a long pause, Chen Weiman finally regained his composure.
Secretary Zhou gave an awkward chuckle, too direct. Chen Weiman shook his head. Do you think the content itself is problematic? Secretary Zhou pondered for a moment before replying. The content itself is fine, but as a company leader, publicly berating someone like this couldn't create a bad impression?
Whether it's good or bad, he has already said it. Besides, his public image has always been mixed.
As long as the content isn't problematic, let him be, Chen Weiman stated. It's trending now, Secretary Zhou muttered, rubbing his forehead with a headache. Chen Weiman's heart skipped a beat. After a moment's contemplation, he said, "We're leaving tomorrow, right? Let's arrange a send-off event. Talk to him today, then have reporters interview him tomorrow.
Get him to say some positive things to salvage his reputation."
Jomi froze. "Boss. Silver City only has him willing to go. Does a company even hold send-off events?" Chen Weiman waved his hand, his voice low. "Let's do it."
Jomi fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled the scene from a century ago when Longhua participated in the Olympics. Back then, Longhua had sent only one athlete to compete thousands of miles away. The image of that lonely yet resilient figure flashed through his mind, and tears welled up in his eyes.
"Boss, should we release an official statement supporting him?"
Jomi hesitated for a moment before voicing his suggestion.
Chen Weiman nodded gently. "Arrange it. Remember to communicate with him and pass on a message from me." "What should I say?" Jomi asked.
"Try to keep a low profile," Chen Weiman replied. Jomi nearly burst into tears.
"Keep a low profile?" Shen Yan couldn't do that.
But it was the boss's order, and he had no choice but to comply. "You really are pouring your heart and soul into him," Jomi sighed.
Etienne Mall. Chen Jialan was still working overtime. She could have gone home already.
But seeing Shen Yan's video had delayed her. She never would have imagined that her gentle younger brother, who had been mild-mannered for 20 years, could erupt with such ferocity.
He'd actually taken to the internet, using his official account to unleash a tirade.
The content itself wasn't too problematic, but the crude language was bound to cause some fallout. Well, it wasn't exactly something you could just PR away.
Douyine's reach was too vast. Now, she could only find someone to clean up the mess.
Chen Jialan anxiously dialed a number she hadn't called in ages.
After 3 rings, the call was answered. Master Zone. Chen Jialan's expression immediately turned respectful. Chapter 65, Truth lies only within the range of the cannon. Hangzhou, a detached villa. An elderly man chuckled as he hung up the phone.
A silver-haired old woman beside him asked, "Master, I checked the weather forecast. It's been scorching in eastern Guangdong these past few days.
So I didn't pack you as many clothes. If things change, we can buy more locally."
The old man replied, "Sister, perhaps you shouldn't come to eastern Guangdong this time.
It's stiflingly hot there. You should rest at home."
The old woman chuckled, "You're the master, I'm the maid.
How could the master go to work while the maid stays home to rest?"
The old man waved his hand, no longer trying to dissuade her.
"Then pack extra medicine. This trip might take longer than expected."
"All right, sir. I'll turn off your lights." The old woman nodded.
"No rush.
I want to check my phone for a bit longer," the old man said. The old woman was somewhat surprised.
It was already past bedtime.
Mr. Zong never had the habit of playing with his phone at night.
"Just need to handle something. You go ahead with your chores."
"I'll turn off the light myself later," the old man said. The old woman agreed and turned to leave. Only after she closed the door did the old man put on his reading glasses and open Douyin.
"Is the entire internet just me cursing people? Traitorous bastards."
A voice filled with indignation blared from the phone. The old man chuckled and shook his head.
"Youth is truly wonderful."
Setting aside his glasses, he opened WeChat, found a contact labeled Chen Jialan, and typed, "Not bad, young man.
Mr. Zone, please get some rest. Good night."
Chen Jialan's reply arrived the moment the old man sent his message.
The old man sent back an OK emoji.
Then he set down his phone and turned off the light.
Night settled back into stillness.
Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Yinchang, a bustling night market street echoed with clamor. "Shen Yan, eat less and focus on memorizing your lines," Secretary Zhou said, tapping the script on the table.
Shen Yan gave a wry smile.
"Brother Zhou, I just can't memorize it." Secretary Zhou's expression darkened.
"Stop laughing. Be serious. You absolutely must memorize this.
We've arranged a farewell event for you tomorrow, and reporters will be present.
This is your chance to clarify things. Treasure it." Shen Yan understood perfectly well what Secretary Zhou and the others intended. Tomorrow was departure day. If it weren't important, Secretary Zhou wouldn't be so tactless.
But what Chen Weiman and Secretary Zhou considered a serious matter, Shen Yan dismissed as trivial. It wasn't that he was clueless or careless, he was all too aware. Chen Weiman and Secretary Zhou were blinded by their position, rarely dealing with foreigners in their daily work.
He was different.
In his previous life, he'd often followed foreigners around, learning from their ways.
He knew their tactics inside out. With them, politeness and humility were useless. You had to win them over with strength. Back when Lucian still ruled the United States, his wife hung a photograph on their Christmas tree. The man in that photo also graced Tiananmen Square. When reporters asked why they'd display a Chinese man, the reply was admiration. It wasn't just the couple, many foreigners at the pinnacle of power held profound respect for that formidable figure. The reason was simple. We couldn't beat him. That man was simply too formidable. Shen Yan had no desire to repeat his past life of blindly following Westerners and getting nothing in return. This time, he absolutely refused to follow Chen Weiman and the others' lead. But refusing to memorize the speech meant failing to deliver, and Chen Weiman and Secretary Zhou would be up all night.
Shen Yan, you must listen to the boss.
He's seen more of the world than we've eaten meals.
Trust his experience. Seeing Shen Yan's silence, Secretary Zhou urged again. Shen Yan had already made up his mind.
He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Zhou.
I'll back it up."
Secretary Zhou exhaled a sigh of relief, patting Shen Yan's shoulder. "This is unfair to you, but there's no other way. Your words were too harsh, risking a minor issue escalating into a major one.
Right now, we need to cool things down.
Oh, and the boss asked me to pass along a few words for you."
"Go ahead, Brother Zhou," Shen Yan said, refilling the secretary's glass. "Bide your time and build your strength," Secretary Zhou advised.
Shen Yan thanked him and raised his cup. After 3 rounds of drinks, both men felt a bit lightheaded.
They'd had enough.
Besides, they'd covered most of what needed discussing. Soon, they were both on their way home.
Shen Yan slept soundly.
Pre-orders for the new 9 vessels had already surpassed the 8 million mark, a triumph in itself. But what truly mattered was that today, he'd given those shorties a proper beating. After enduring years of humiliation at the hands of foreigners in his past life, delivering this blow felt nothing short of exhilarating.
In his dreams, Shen Yan even schemed about how to utterly crush Europe and America. To avenge his suicidal worker. While he slept soundly, many Douyin users were wide awake. Yinchang issued an overnight announcement. Yinchang merchants, only Fenghua will attend the upcoming expo.
A farewell event will be held tomorrow at 9 a.m., where Fenghua's owner, Shen Yan, will address certain issues.
Yinchang City itself wasn't particularly popular, but the announcement was linked to Fenghua's official flagship store account and boosted with Douyin ads.
Within 2 hours of posting, it shot to the top of the trending charts. "Looks like they're backing down," commented some who had just been hyped up by Shen Yan, now feeling a bit sour.
"Don't you dare back down. How else will he die?"
Those who disliked Shen Yan were also kept awake by this announcement. With the company stepping in to force Shen Yan to back down, followed by some official PR, this whole thing might just blow over. They had finally caught a chance to make Shen Yan look bad.
Given Shen Yan's hot-headed temper, going to the International Expo and offending those Western financial groups could easily get him crushed beyond recognition.
The group seethed with frustration, epitomized by the news anchor Zhou Wen and her husband. After Shen Yan exposed the evidence she highlighted in her latest video, the 2 short-statured foreigners' supposed shining moments as the Dragon Nation incident, several of her sponsors pulled out. The other party even demanded massive compensation. After all, she was the one who breached the contract first. The agreement explicitly stated that if a party's reputation issues led to contractual disputes, the party with the tarnished reputation would be liable for compensating the other party's losses.
How can he be so lucky? Zhou Wen was nearly in tears from rage. Her husband's face turned ashen, he was speechless.
His wife's Douyin account had just lost several advertising deals, resulting in a significant loss of income. He quickly ran the numbers in his head. All their savings would cover about a year's worth of mortgage payments if they didn't pay the damages.
But if they paid, next month's mortgage payment would be impossible.
They faced the grim prospect of losing their home to foreclosure. Worse still, the malicious rumors had caused severe social repercussions. His wife, Zhou Wen, could potentially face around 5 years in prison. If Shen Yan really backed down tomorrow and the matter was hushed up, then he'd have to consider divorce.
"Honey, I'm so upset. Why aren't you comforting me? Don't you love me anymore?" Zhou Wen pouted. The man forced a smile. "Of course I love you. I'm just a bit tired and slow today. Let's go to sleep."
"I can't sleep," Zhou Wen said, clearly distressed. "If he gets off scot-free, his supporters will definitely come after me. All my ads are at risk, and we just bought that big house."
"Enough already, just sleep."
The man snapped, turning to go inside, leaving Zhou Wen standing there dumbfounded.
This was destined to be a restless night for Zhou Wen.
For Shen Yan, however, it was refreshingly clear-headed.
At 8 in the morning, Shen Yan was roused by his alarm.
No sooner had he woken than Secretary Zhou called to remind him of the send-off meeting at 9.
He was to represent Yinchang in addressing the merchants heading to the Guangdong International Expo.
Shen Yan agreed with a smile.
How could he not smile? He'd already drafted his speech last night.
Of course, it wouldn't be the lines Chen Weiman and his crew had prepared. The core message carried a different meaning entirely.
Dignity rests only upon the edge of a sword. Truth lies solely within the range of a cannon. Chapter 66, Holding Bones as Torches. Many understood this truth.
But it remains scattered sparks. Or rather, embers buried deep within souls. To gather them, someone must hold bones as torches.
Shen Yan didn't mind being that torchbearer.
He yearned to rise up and become the master. Last night, while chatting with Mu Xiaoxiao, he'd thought about sponsoring programs like National Treasures in the future. To boost national confidence and strengthen national pride. The reason domestic goods struggle to sell isn't primarily about quality. These 2 factors play a much bigger role.
Beyond program sponsorship, leveraging his massive public presence to deliver guiding messages at public events could greatly aid the rise of domestic brands. The farewell gathering arranged by Chen Weiman proved an ideal platform for such a speech. Shen Yan hadn't anticipated that to mitigate negative fallout, the event would be broadcast live. Chen Weiman and his team had truly gone to great lengths. To honor their efforts, Shen Yan pondered briefly before deciding to extend his originally planned 1-minute speech to 3 to 5 minutes.
Yincheng Municipal Government Building, 3rd floor conference room.
By 8:30 a.m., a large crowd of journalists and self-media influencers had already gathered.
Some self-media representatives from other cities and even neighboring provinces had rushed over overnight.
Shen Yan's recent traffic had been enormous. Li Jieqi's livestream picked up followers, punched global haircare products, kicked the short country's old rogue, fiercely slammed the traitorous Big Red network.
Though not a top-tier influencer, he was on par with major internet celebrities. Given enough time, Shen Yan's popularity would inevitably catch up to that of top dancer Cohen. Upon arriving at the municipal building, Shen Yan found Zhoumi's staff already waiting for him.
His speech had been delivered last night.
Now they were escorting him to meet Chen Weiman, instructing him to behave properly. Chen Weiman was reviewing documents.
Yincheng had few major corporations, so most of its revenue depended on waiting. Waiting for the wealthy provinces to earn money, pay taxes, and for the state to allocate funds down.
But these allocations weren't handed out freely. They required corresponding projects. As the keeper of Yincheng's purse strings, Chen Weiman had to be accountable for every penny. Sometimes, when things got busy, he worked day and night. Logically, Shen Yan's petty issue shouldn't warrant his attention.
But Nu 9 Vessels was too formidable. With Nu 9 Vessels under its 100% ownership, the Fenghua family held more sway than the other 5 families combined. The only saving grace was that Nu 9 Vessels had just gone public and hadn't yet established its reputation. Given a year or two of groundwork, Yincheng could use Nu 9 Vessels to stand tall within the province.
Chen Weiman was planning for Yincheng's future. Fenghua could not afford any missteps. Seeing Shen Yan enter the office, Chen Weiman set down the documents he was holding. Rubbing his slightly sore eyes, he said, "Do you feel wronged?" Shen Yan certainly didn't feel wronged.
A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Besides, he hadn't lost out. Punching that brute had been incredibly satisfying.
Still, since the offer was made, it wouldn't do to stubbornly insist everything was fine. He wasn't one to take advantage. But if Boss Chen was offering compensation, how could he not be understanding? It's not that much of a hardship, really. Ah, never mind. Shen Yan sighed. Keep pretending. Spit it out. What policy support do you want? Just so you know, I won't agree to anything too outrageous. You know Yincheng is pretty backward. There's very little I can do to help you, very little.
Chen Weiman fixed Shen Yan with a piercing stare, his eyes like flames, utterly commanding.
Shen Yan smiled. Being underdeveloped isn't all bad. We've still got so much land lying idle in Yincheng.
Chen Weiman shook his head sternly.
Land is a finite resource. Besides, what do you need so much land for? Didn't we just approve one plot for you?
I'm thinking that once the mobile phone business takes off, I'll start expanding into other sectors. All those ventures require land.
Shen Yan explained.
Don't get caught up in all that flashy nonsense.
Greed leads to ruin.
If you perfect the Nu 9 vases, your Fenghua brand will already hold its own on the global stage.
Regarding the mobile phones, I saw the documents your company submitted. I'd planned to discuss this after you returned from the International Expo. But since it's come up, let me say this. This isn't just a simple cross-industry move. Personal care products and smartphones are entirely different markets.
As far as I know, Hongqing Real Estate, with its trillion yuan assets, ventured into the elusive electric vehicle sector and has reportedly lost hundreds of billions so far. If they keep going down that path, Hongqing Real Estate itself could be in serious trouble. If you rashly switch tracks now, Nu 9 Zun might get crushed.
Chen Weiman cautioned. Shen Yan's heart skipped a beat, taken aback. Based on the timeline, Hongqing's collapse wouldn't happen for at least another 3-4 years.
That Chen Weiman had already spotted issues at this stage meant he'd been seriously tracking both the real estate and electric vehicle sectors.
Surprised?
Chen Weiman chuckled, noticing Shen Yan's expression.
Shen Yan replied, not exactly. I'm just surprised you know Hongqing so well.
No need for flattery, and don't change the subject. Chen Weiman waved his hand.
Back to business. How much land do you need? You've finished tinkering with your phone, and I hear there's also a TV factory?
About 100 times our current scale, Shen Yan said.
Let's reserve that much for now. Chen Weiman's mouth twitched. You think Yincheng is your backyard?
No, Shen Yan replied earnestly.
I consider Yincheng my hometown. Chen Weiman waved his hand, glancing at the time. It's almost time. Get ready. Remember to speak well, say the right things. Shen Yan nodded and turned to leave. Hey! Chen Weiman called out.
Shen Yan paused and turned back to face him.
Bide your time, Chen Weiman said solemnly. Shen Yan just smiled.
Arriving at the 3rd floor of City Hall, the crowd had swelled. As he entered, a flurry of camera clicks erupted. Shen Yan scanned the room and noticed media from neighboring provinces had arrived, proof his name was gaining traction.
He was certain his upcoming remarks would trend on social media, sparking a wildfire of attention. Shen Yan is here. Shen Yan is here. The buzz wasn't confined to the venue. Livestream chat rooms were abuzz with excitement.
The buzz instantly surged.
Each livestream channel only showed a few hundred or 1,000 viewers.
But with over 20 channels broadcasting simultaneously,
the combined audience exceeded 10,000 within moments of going live. Shen Yan waved to the crowd, offering a brief greeting. "Don't apologize."
People screamed inwardly, both in the livestreams and at the venue. Apologizing to the short people was utterly unacceptable to them. Still, some spectators were rooting for Shen Yan to apologize. The two sides clashed in the chat, trading insults about each other's mothers.
The tension quickly boiled over. Shen Yan, however, remained silent. He was waiting. Every second he delayed was another second.
Every second gave more people a glimpse of the fire burning within him.
Chapter 67, 3 Unsolved Mysteries of the Old American.
To everyone else, however, the scene looked utterly ridiculous. In the livestream, Shen Yan stood completely still, motionless like a statue.
What? Is he frozen? Everyone was puzzled. Even the on-site crew began questioning reality. At such a crucial moment, they couldn't possibly make a low-level mistake like network glitches. Could it be our streaming equipment malfunctioned?
A group of content creators murmured among themselves.
It's not frozen.
He's still breathing, even blinking, someone suddenly called out. Everyone stared intently at Shen Yan for a moment, then fell into stunned silence.
What the hell was this? Shen Yan, Secretary Zhou reminded him. Shen Yan smiled and said, "Sorry, I got a little nervous." Everyone rolled their eyes.
You spit and hit people so naturally, you're clearly a tough nut to crack.
You're nervous? No one believes that.
Seeing this, Shen Yan laughed heartily and said, "Alright, I was stalling for time."
Stalling for time?
Oh, I get it, he's about to apologize.
Sigh, he finally backed down. Who said he's apologizing? He's stalling. If he's not apologizing, what's there to stall about? Exactly. With his temper, if he wasn't apologizing, he'd already be all over the place. Viewer numbers surged across the major live streams.
20-odd channels combined had 50 to 60,000 people watching live. And this was just the beginning.
Why the delay? A female blogger asked.
Shen Yan replied, "Because I want more people to hear what I have to say today."
The self-media influencer's eyes lit up instantly. They quickly sensed the tension in the air. Not an apology. Shen Yan was up to something again.
Secretary Zhou, standing not far behind Shen Yan, frowned slightly, his heart pounding.
Just then, his phone rang.
It was Chen Weiman calling. Secretary Zhou immediately retreated to an unoccupied corner and pressed the answer button. He clearly has no intention of apologizing, Chen Weiman stated. Secretary Zhou's face paled slightly.
If he refuses to apologize, what do you plan to do? Chen Weiman pressed.
Secretary Zhou was momentarily speechless. He'd never encountered such a situation before. A graduate of a prestigious university, he'd started high and was transferred to the township for only a few days before being seconded to the city's secretarial training program. Later, his exceptional writing skills earned him a gradual promotion to Chen Weiman's secretary. His career had been smooth sailing, his reputation formidable. He'd never encountered anyone who wouldn't listen. He'd made arrangements with Shen Yan beforehand. He hadn't anticipated Shen Yan would disregard their agreement. This youth may not yet be fully formed, but he already possesses the spirit of a bull, Chen Weiman remarked. At this stage, you should listen to him more and observe his actions closely.
Secretary Zhou froze.
See the person, understand the heart, hear the words, grasp the meaning. Chen Weiman's words were essentially providing the answer he hadn't been able to formulate himself. He was being instructed to learn from Shen Yan.
Shen Yan was no ordinary man. He couldn't be approached like an ordinary person. But by saying this now, was Chen Weiman planning to demote him?
At his current rank, he was at least the top official in a township.
With the right opportunity, he could even be promoted half a rank, starting as a deputy county head or a deputy position in a district. Boss, I won't let you down, Secretary Zhou immediately pledged. If he doesn't apologize shortly, handle it appropriately. Alright, I have an urgent meeting now. I'm leaving this to you, Chen Weiman said. Mission accomplished. Secretary Zhou responded emphatically.
This was essentially making him the fall guy for Shen Yan. With a sigh of reflection, Secretary Zhou glanced at Shen Yan's retreating figure and couldn't help but examine his own shortcomings. Years of smooth sailing had dulled his edge. If he handled this well, he could take on greater responsibilities in a district or county.
On camera, Shen Yan grinned cheerfully.
To those who despised him, his already repulsive face now seemed even more detestable.
They were already cursing him internally. Why aren't you speaking up yet?
Some self-media bloggers were getting on edge from the live chat's impatient prompts. I told you I'm stalling for time, Shen Yan replied.
How long do you plan to drag this out?
The bloggers complained in unison. See, getting impatient already, Shen Yan chuckled, glancing at the time.
Has it hit the trending list yet? It has, someone answered. Alright then, let's begin. Shen Yan straightened his posture and voice. Everyone instantly perked up, waiting to hear what he would say. Many of you are waiting for my apology, right? Shen Yan scanned the room and said indifferently. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Since there's still some time, let me tell you a few stories.
Shen Yan waved to a staff member nearby, requesting a chair and a cup of hot tea.
The crowd was taken aback. This guy's mentality was truly formidable.
In a situation like this, he actually dared to sit down and speak.
I once knew someone from the United States.
He said they have 3 unsolved mysteries in their hearts. Shen Yan sipped his tea and continued. First, why did 800,000 Qing troops fail to defeat 7,000 British soldiers in the First Opium War?
Even the Brits couldn't grasp it.
They also wondered why the Qing government would crush the anti-British resistance at Sanyuanli.
Strange.
They'd never understand that was a government selling out its own country.
2. How come during World War II, only in the Dragon Nation theater were there more traitors than Japanese devils? A single squadron of Japanese devils, leading 200-300 soldiers, could control an entire county. Third, why did the United States suffer its first defeat on the Korean battlefield at the hands of the so-called sick man of East Asia, the Chinese? Do those who claim to act in China's best interests by advocating friendly exchanges with other nations know the answers?
You shall address these 3 questions from our international friends. Shen Yan rose to his feet, his expression grave, his gaze sharp as a blade. You know the answers, but you're too ashamed to say them. The third question, our soldiers rose up, armed with the great man's ideology. The first 2 questions reveal that admiring foreign cultures is the ideological foundation of traitors. They always think foreigners are superior, that the Chinese are inferior. Even when we do things better, they still find angles to criticize. This is the mindset of a traitor. At the US Military Academy, the 2 most popular figures from the Dragon Nation are
Sun Tzu and that great leader.
They are hailed as the Eastern sages of military strategy.
Hearing this, the traitors grew perplexed. Why would Americans revere these 2?
Simple foreigners worship strength. They deeply admire Genghis Khan in history and the great leader in modern times. Some might jump in claiming this is nonsense, so let me share a real news story. During the Washington-class carrier's exercises in China 2 years ago, it opened its doors to the public. A Hong Kong journalist toured the ship and discovered a large portrait of the great leader in the operations room.
He asked the captain, "What's this about?" The captain replied, "I admire him. If he were here, we wouldn't have come." You'd never guess what happened during Lucian's first Christmas in the White House. His wife set up a huge Christmas tree in the residence. Hanging on it was a portrait, the great leader's photo. Chapter 68, Strength is always the foundation of justice.
Shen Yan paused here, taking another sip of tea.
Is that true?
After Shen Yan finished speaking, nearly everyone froze in disbelief.
Could Longboy really be that formidable? Was Shen Yan just talking nonsense?
Some immediately opened their browsers to search. They didn't dare look, but once they did, they fell silent.
Everything Shen Yan said was true. Holy crap, Shen Yan's story is legit. Could it be foreigners only respect force?
Barbarians fear might, not virtue.
Wasn't that how the Tang dynasty handled things 1,000 years ago? They beat those foreigners into submission until they came to Longwei to pay homage to Emperor Taizong. Why bring that up? That's ancient history. Longwei's tech can't compete with theirs now. Don't you know what Taoguan Yanhui means? We can't provoke those Westerners now. Exactly. And what era are we in, still fighting? This is a civilized society. Civilization my ass. Who's fighting in Afghanistan? Why don't you go lecture your American daddy about civility? Shen Yan is spot on. Admiring foreign powers is the ideological foundation of traitors. That's a killer line. What about that short country? They're not going around attacking others now, are they?
Shen Yan started it just like barbarians.
The livestream instantly erupted into chaos. At that moment, a female blogger dressed in a blue casual suit entered the scene. The crowd gasped in unison. It was News Sister. She actually made it here.
Her makeup was heavier than usual today, but her exhaustion was still evident.
Sister Incontinence is here. She clearly hasn't slept well.
Shen Yan must have given her a rough time.
Don't try to flatter your master.
She just bought a huge villa. It's normal for her to be tired from work.
Why do you guys get so uncomfortable whenever you see a woman excelling? The internet really has all kinds of people. Rarely can you find rational discussions.
Some of News Sister's views are worth serious consideration. In this globalized world, constantly belittling other countries is unwise. Shorties have their flaws, but they also have their strengths. Strive to be a rational observer, and your parents will ascend to paradise. What possible strengths could shorties have? The live chat erupted in another heated argument. On stage, however, the crowd refrained from loud commentary out of deference, their eyes fixed on News Sister as she approached Shen Yan. Zhou stared at Shen Yan with piercing intensity. She had come prepared this time. Her strategy remained unchanged.
Still psychological warfare. I seem to recognize you. You rushed here overnight from Hangzhou. Looks like you have a lot to say to me. Just as Zhou pondered her opening line, Shen Yan spoke first. Since that was the case, she wouldn't be blamed. She smiled, picked up the microphone, and said, "Not really. When words don't connect, even half a sentence is too much." "Then why are you here? To grab some snacks?" Shen Yan asked with a cheerful smile. The morning press conference had laid out plenty of fruit and pastries. But most people, constrained by so-called etiquette, had barely touched them. Hearing Shen Yan's remark, the room erupted in laughter. Zhou Wen's eyelid twitched violently. She pinched herself silently. She couldn't engage Shen Yan in a war of words. Shameless as he was, he could say anything. She needed to get straight to the point and set the pace. Ahem. Clearing her throat, Zhou Wen composed herself and stated, "Shen Yan, you're here pontificating about how the people of the Dragon Nation are this or that, but you seem to have forgotten that the Dragon Nation has always been a land of etiquette, where gentlemen use words, not fists. You struck someone and refused to apologize. What kind of logic is that? What face do you have to call yourself a son of the Dragon Nation? And with what authority do you label us people who seek goodwill as traitors?" After speaking, a flicker of satisfaction rose in Zhou Wen's heart. She admired her own talent. Those useless people at the studio couldn't even find the right image, but she was different. What she wrote had clear arguments and was highly aggressive. Let's see how Shen Yan responds. Not just her, the entire live chat audience craned their necks in anticipation. Shen Yan motioned for a staff member to bring him some pastries and fruit. "Care for some?" Zhou Wen froze, furrowing her brow. "No need to curry favor. I'm just stating facts, not targeting you personally." Shen Yan smiled. China has indeed been a nation of etiquette since ancient times. But being a nation of etiquette doesn't mean being weak, nor does it mean tolerating everything. Otherwise, what's the point of having laws? What's the point of having police? There's another ancient Chinese saying, first courtesy, then force. When that bunch of shorties came to China, we treated them to fine food and drink. We didn't strike them immediately for their past wrongs. They were rude first, so we acted. What's wrong with that? If you disagree, then stand by your nation of etiquette principle. I'm about to violate you now. With that, Shen Yan leaned in before everyone's eyes. Everyone fell silent. Holy, you can play like this? You say a nation of etiquette must be tolerant? Then lead by example. When someone attacks you, you can't fight back. If you fight back, you lose. Playing such dirty tricks is hardly gentlemanly, Zhou Wen said, her face turning pale. This isn't dirty, it's a fair game. A fair game means I tell you exactly how you'll lose, and you still fall for it, Shen Yan replied. My strategy works because you're standing on the wrong principle. You have to admit, Westerners believe in the law of the jungle. They worship strength from birth. Beat him into submission, and he'll call you master. Propose peaceful coexistence, and he'll see you as a pushover, a fool. So, why should I apologize? Fortunately, Zhou Wen had come prepared, otherwise, Shen Yan's counterargument would have stumped her. Fine, let's say you're right. But if we go to war, can you beat them? Everyone knows Dragon Nation's tech is still catching up. You can't beat the pretty country, right? Zhou Wen retorted. In 2002, during the World Cup co-hosted by Japan and Korea, the leader of Short Nation, Little Dog, was watching the game. His secretary rushed over and whispered something in his ear. He jumped up instantly. The secretary had just reported a missile approaching from the Dragon Nation's direction, fast and furious. There was no time to report to the American Godfather at that critical moment, leaving the emergency response team utterly dumbfounded. Just as they were scrambling frantically, the secretary rushed back again, saying the missile had vanished. The Dragon Nation was testing it. Its trajectory automatically shifted, swerving sharply, and vanished into the sky. Bull! Zhou Wen snorted. If they dared act like that, war would have broken out already. Besides, how could Longhua's officials be as outrageous as you describe? They're all mild-mannered. Zhou Wen had almost said weak, since the strongest response they'd ever shown was condemnation, never once taking action. The crowd present shared her confusion. Indeed, the Dragon Nation's officials always gave off an impression of being easy to bully, of being weak. When had they become such thugs? After this technology test succeeded, Shenzhou 4 launched. The Americans immediately locked onto it with their surveillance screens and began tracking it. Then we did a little roll and vanished. We disappeared from the American surveillance screens for 12 hours. During those 12 hours, we flew over American airspace 4 times. Meaning, if I really wanted to strike you, you wouldn't even know where the firepower came from. After that, the Americans became much more restrained. Why? Admittedly, some of our technologies still lag behind, but we now possess the capability to fight back fiercely. Therefore, in international relations, strength is always the foundation for upholding justice, and national defense is the true backbone of diplomacy. Dignity resides only at the tip of the sword. Truth exists only within the range of the cannon. Chapter 69, He really is a young man. The entire hall erupted in uproar. Shen Yan's remarks were far too sharp, far too extreme.
Those in agreement wanted to clap wildly, while opponents wished they could strangle him on the spot. Secretary Zhou, standing nearby, shot Shen Yan a piercing glance before clenching his phone and striding out of the hall.
Zhou Wen, standing directly before Shen Yan, frowned deeply. The livestream chat exploded into chaos. Whoa! Just got goosebumps. Shen Yan 666. Truth lies only within cannon range. Dignity rests solely upon the sword's edge.
Think about it, we became a permanent member because we beat up the other 4.
Curry Nation applied for decades and still got rejected. Doesn't that prove might makes right?
Don't know why, but seeing us act like such thugs suddenly makes me feel satisfied. Bunch of losers hiding here fantasizing about punching little countries and kicking the US, yet in reality we use their toothpaste and shampoo.
Exactly. Total face slap moment. Saw people scrambling for that Sony TV yesterday. The more insecure you are, the more you care about this. Shen Yan's just feeding off patriotism like he's actually patriotic. Breaking news. This line is trending now. Lots of marketing accounts are reposting it. It'll hit the hot search list soon. Let's see how foreigners react. Ha ha ha, he's about to head to the International Expo. Can't wait to see him get beaten up by foreigners.
Hope he stays this tough when facing those foreigners.
Comments poured in like a torrent across all major live streams.
Viewers had already surpassed 250,000, a clear sign of growing traction.
Given more time, Shen Yan's farewell event would undoubtedly storm the top trending spots. On a downtown street in Incheon City.
Inside a black sedan, Chen Weiman set down his phone and somewhat out of character leaned his arm out the window.
The weather today was exceptionally fine. Damn it.
Truth lies only within cannon range, that's far too extreme.
How are we supposed to hold our heads up internationally? A sharp rebuke echoed from his phone.
Chen Weiman paid no heed, feigning poor reception. Leaning back in his seat, he fell asleep instantly.
At a shopping mall preparing for its grand opening.
An exceptionally beautiful woman halted her steps, gazing at the azure sky as she sank into deep thought. At the airport, an elderly man known as Elder Zong set down his phone.
Today's youth are so much stronger than my generation. Conference hall. Zhou Wen gave a cold snort.
On her way here, she had repeatedly reminded herself.
The tougher the situation, the calmer you must be. Sure enough, that composure proved invaluable.
She swiftly identified the flaw in Shen Yan's impassioned speech.
All this fiery rhetoric you've spouted, isn't it just empty talk? There's a saying, empty talk harms the nation. That's exactly what you're doing now.
So-called patriots like you are actually a burden on the country.
Don't rush to counter me, think carefully. Do you actually have any effective solutions?
I know plenty of people like you, shouting about what's best for the country, who later flee abroad.
It's all just business. Zhou Wen's voice was icy, each word cutting like a blade. The room erupted in commotion. Zhou Wen's words stung, but they were mostly true. This left Shen Yan struggling for a response. All eyes turned to Shen Yan, wondering how he would counter. If you believe your homeland has shortcomings, then go build it up. If you think the leadership is inadequate, then study hard to serve the people. If you feel the populace lacks refinement, start by becoming a model citizen yourself. If you see your compatriots as ignorant, begin educating yourself and transforming those around you. She has flaws, but we correct them together, not by constant scorn, complaint, or withdrawal. Face the world's scorn with a frown, yet bow your head to serve the people like an ox. The ground beneath your feet is your dragon nation, as you are, so shall Dragon Nation be what you embody, Dragon Nation embodies. If you shine brightly, Dragon Nation will no longer be shrouded in darkness. May the youth of the Dragon Nation cast off apathy and strive upward, heedless of those who wallow in self-destruction. Those who can act, act. Those who can speak, speak. With but a spark of warmth, emit a ray of light, even a firefly can illuminate the darkness. We need not await the torch. Should no torch ever come, we shall be the sole light. I, Shen Yan, admit I'm no great success, but I'm doing what I can within my means. My new 9 vessels can help people overcome hair loss, and my prices are fair. I've never evaded taxes, nor do I plan to. News sister, I've been working to build this society since my early 20s. You're over 30, what have you been doing? News sister opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but no words came out. She never imagined Shen Yan could answer this and so flawlessly. All the other bloggers in the venue fell silent. The entire livestream audience quieted down too. Especially those who'd been opposing Shen Yan. First, they heard his impassioned, lofty rhetoric. Their initial reaction was to dismiss him as just spouting empty rhetoric, ready to counterattack. But when they saw Shen Yan actually produce the new 9 vases, and learned he genuinely bought them for just over 10 yuan a bottle, it felt like getting punched in the gut. He truly was patriotic. He truly was building society. He was just a young man barely out of his 20s. I'm so damn angry right now. Their eyes turned red with fury. Damn it, this is infuriating. Here they were, still scraping by in their 20s by posting online to make a living, while he, also in his 20s, was already preparing to save the world. How could the gap between people be wider than that between humans and pigs? Longwood Daily, News Coordination Department. Yang Yiyao sat at her computer processing tasks assigned by her superiors. Staring at the over 100 documents before her, she felt somewhat speechless. These were all submissions from the newspaper's correspondents stationed across the country. The directive was to select exemplary cases for the paper to feature. As one of the most authoritative state-run media outlets, Manhwa Daily held immense prestige within the country. Being featured meant, personally, a massive traffic boost. Professionally, it provided significant leverage for promotions. Thus, the paper approached this task with considerable care. Yang Yiyao had just glanced through these 100-plus documents. Frankly speaking, they were mostly garbage. Not only was the content blatantly fabricated, but it reeked of cheapness. The forgeries lacked any semblance of sincerity. Either they were treating their own staff like fools, or they were treating the public like fools. The most important thing with this kind of work is getting it approved. An older woman glanced at Yang Yiyao and advised. Yang Yiyao had only recently been assigned here. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't have bothered. But her father's position was special. Help was needed where it was due. After all, it takes a village to build a reputation. Sister Wang, I can't get past my own standards, Yang Yiyao sighed, glancing around. She was starting to doubt whether getting this job was the right choice. She felt that no matter how lofty her ideals or ambitions, they would be ground down by these 4 bare walls and the meaningless tasks assigned to her. Can't get past your own hurdle, huh? Then take a look online. Sister Wang smiled. Her smile seemed gentle and sincere, but in reality, it was just a superficial gesture. She was truly raised in a honeypot, yet she couldn't even get past her own hurdle. Thanks, Sister Wang. I get it. Yang Yiyao didn't know Sister Wang's true thoughts. She just figured Sister Wang was letting her off the hook from closely monitoring the materials sent by these organizations. She could find some touching stories online to praise instead. Those heartwarming stories online, as long as they happened in Longwa, they had a local connection. That was essentially praising that region. This way, she wouldn't feel guilty, could complete her tasks, and stay informed about current events. Killing multiple birds with one stone. Yang Yiyao opened Weibo. The moment she scrolled to the trending topics, she froze. No need to wait for the torch? Chapter 70, Longwa Daily's shocking special feature. No need to wait for the torch. If the torch never comes, we shall be the only light. What a powerful statement. Yang Yiyao instinctively leaned closer to the computer screen. She scrolled down, wanting to see exactly what this was about. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. The author of these words was Shen Yan, the same person behind the recent new 9 bases controversy. Truthfully, she hadn't followed Shen Yan. But her best friend had gifted her 2 bottles. The gift had been given half-jokingly. That day, after working overtime, her friend complained that her job kept her from hanging out with friends, then quipped, "Watch out for baldness from all that overtime." So her friend somehow got her 2 bottles of new 9 treasures and insisted on giving them to her. Those bottles of shampoo were cheap, only about 10 or so yuan each. She didn't believe such an inexpensive product could have any real effect, but since it was a gift from her friend and her apartment was spacious enough, she didn't throw them away. After that, she didn't pay any further attention to them. Now, after browsing the news for a bit, she was stunned to discover that Xinjiuzhen might actually promote hair growth. This was a shampoo capable of dominating the world. She immediately searched for news about Shen Yan. Right below the trending topics, 2 hot stories popped up. She clicked straight in. Shen Yan assaults short-statured foreigner in public. You have to admit, Westerners worship the law of the jungle. They're born to revere strength. You beat him, make him cower, and he'll call you master. You propose peaceful coexistence, and he sees you as a pushover, a fool. So, why should I apologize? Dignity lies only at the tip of the sword. Truth resides only within the range of the cannon. Yang Yiyao was dumbfounded. This guy was as tough as her battle-hardened grandfather. And she could tell he wasn't just spouting slogans, he genuinely believed it and lived by it. Spirit and integrity. Yang Yiyao felt her blood boil. Unconsciously, she scribbled Shen Yan's name several times on her manuscript paper. Hey, shake it off. Sister Wang called out when Yang Yiyao hadn't moved for ages. Found your story angle? MHM. Yang Yiyao nodded instinctively. Found it. What's the angle? Sister Wang asked with a smile. Yang Yiyao, the one trending thing was boss, Shen Yan. I plan to run a special feature on him for Douyin. This? Sister Wang's smile faded. Longwa Daily features are short, just 3 minutes. But every single one gets over 100 million views and at least 100,000 comments. You could say whoever gets featured is guaranteed to go viral. And this going viral isn't just about online buzz or money. It also signifies social status. If an ordinary boss gets a feature, it's like Longwa Daily is backing their products. It's essentially giving them a golden seal of approval. For government officials, it meant promotions were practically guaranteed. Be cautious, Sister Wang cautioned, having never heard of Shen Yan. Sister Wang, your hairline is in serious trouble. You should try Fenghua's latest product, new 9 bases. It strengthens and promotes hair growth, and it's only about $10, Yang Yiyao suggested. Ha! $12? Sister Wang was speechless. I spent over 1,000 on stuff abroad that didn't work. I even considered hair transplants tens of thousands with no guarantee. You're not a kid fresh out of school anymore. You work for the Longwood Daily. Watch your words. It's true, Yang Yo insisted earnestly. I just checked. Lots of people use it and it really works. Fine. I won't bother you at work. I'm just going downstairs to grab a package. Sister Wang smiled and got up to leave. Yang Yo said nothing more. She searched for information about Shen Yan on Douyin. There were many negative reviews, but also plenty of positive ones. She needed to study this carefully, how to structure this feature video. Shen Yan's story was compelling, but the video currently lacked a strong closing statement. She needed to figure out how to craft the closing script. At the farewell event, Zhou Wen's face was grim. She didn't know how to counter Shen Yan anymore. This guy was too cunning. He was barely in his 20s, yet acted like a seasoned veteran in his 40s or 50s. He was shameless from every angle. He always managed to protect his own interests perfectly. No. Stay calm. Stay calm. There must be another way. Zhou Wen forced several deep breaths. Finally, another psychological tactic came to mind. Mr. Shen, you're truly exceptional, Zhou Wen managed to smile. So you're finally admitting I'm exceptional, Shen Yan chuckled. Zhou Wen narrowed her eyes. She'd fallen for it. You're so accomplished, building society in your early 20s, unlike those young people still living off their parents at that age. I can't help but wonder, do you resent foreigners as much as you resent those unambitious youths? Zhou Wen asked. Everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. This Zhou Wen was truly locked in a battle with Shen Yan. She'd actually found this angle to take him down. If Shen Yan answered poorly, his reputation would plummet. That's how the internet age works. One well-chosen phrase could catapult you to stardom, skyrocketing your net worth. One misstep could blow you up on the spot, even dragging your own mother into the fire. Li Jieqi, still being dragged through the mud, was a prime example. Over 400,000 viewers had already tuned into the farewell livestream. All eyes were fixed on Shen Yan before the camera, waiting to see what he could possibly say. If Shen Yan was truly as Zhou Wen described, then why the hell would they still support him? Every word he spoke, every action he took, was nothing more than selling products. What difference was he from Li Jieqi? News Sister truly lives up to her name. She excels at stirring up conflict. That's a valuable talent for a journalist. But I don't like you. Do you know what the core of news reporting is? Social conscience, Shen Yan said calmly. Zhou Wen waved her hand. Answer my question first. Whether I have conscience or not can wait. Speak up, I want to see if you genuinely have conscience, or if it's all just for selling products. Shen Yan smiled. Building society is a vast topic, yet it's intimately connected to each of us. People mock themselves as society scraps, but that's not true. I don't see it that way. If you move fast, you'll have a family by 22, surrounded by admiration. If you move slow, you'll still chase dreams at 30. Some toil their whole lives for cars and houses, others buy a motorcycle to roam the vast landscapes. Who you want to be, how you want to live, as long as you have no regrets, that's what matters. Not everyone can rise at 7 in the morning, and you shouldn't judge someone's appetite by the size of their bowl. Some prefer to wolf down their food, others savor every bite. Let others be themselves, and allow yourself to be you. Each age has its own flavor, just follow your heart. Not every choice demands the right answer. Choose what you love, if that's what you desire. Flowers will bloom along the way, and so will the road ahead. Wishing you well, and me too. This is my stance: anyone who lives honestly, working hard with their own hands, deserves respect. Chapter 71, I'm fuming right now. Zhou Wen stared blankly, unable to believe her eyes as she looked at Shen Yan. Despite her deliberate attempts to trip him up, Shen Yan swiftly found the correct answers. By comparison, she felt like a clown. A clown who only served to highlight Shen Yan's brilliance. Across all major live stream rooms, screens were flooded with non-stop 666 comments. From the farewell event until now, every one of Shen Yan's responses had been brilliant. Many female viewers' eyes were already sparkling with admiration. Soon, the live stream comments began to converge on a single refrain. Flowers will bloom along the way, and so will the road ahead. Wishing you well, and wishing me well too. Flowers will bloom along the way, and so will the road ahead. Wishing you well, and wishing me well too. So impressive, my darling. I never noticed before, but after today's stream, my CEO Shen is truly outstanding. It's not just about tech expertise, there's cultural depth too. His words are truly captivating. I'm cheering wildly for CEO Shen. You guys get it, right? I'm totally hooked on Fenghua now. Yang Yao scrolled through the comments, a smile creeping onto her lips. This Shen Yan was truly a hidden gem of a boss. Not only tech-savvy, but deeply insightful too. He reminded her of the big shot she'd met before, truly a man of substance inside and out. But what made her happiest right now was that Shen Yan had even crafted the closing copy for her Douyin feature. Flowers will bloom along the way, and so will the road ahead. Wishing you, and wishing me. This line was so powerful. After the farewell press conference livestream ended, Yang Yao happily started editing her video. Farewell event venue. Shen Yan waved to everyone, ready to depart. The flight was scheduled for around 1 p.m., so heading to the airport now meant a bit of a wait. The international convention officially commenced at 9 a.m. the next morning. Today was merely for attendees to arrive and familiarize themselves with the venue. Once in the car, Shen Yan felt quite satisfied with his morning livestream performance. Still, his back was drenched in sweat. That news reporter was downright vicious, always digging up tough questions to target him. Had he not spent his free time in his previous life scrolling through Douyin, he wouldn't have performed so well today. Many of his responses were borrowed from articles in a certain newspaper from his past life. He wondered if his remarks would make the headlines in this world. When he browsed Douyin before, he had flipped through works from the Dragon Nation daily, but none contained the content he had spoken today. This made him repeatedly verify whether Li Jieqi's death day truly matched the one he had calculated. Shen Yan watched the landscape trees recede outside the window and let out a long sigh. Regardless, he had finally passed another hurdle. Mr. Shen, please take a moment to rest. I've heard many people from the haircare industry have already gathered in eastern Guangdong. There are also quite a few reporters waiting for you there, a female staff member reminded him in the car. She was an official representative from Yinchang City, dispatched by Secretary Zhou. Should Shen Yan encounter any issues requiring official intervention while away, she would mediate on his behalf. Hearing this, Shen Yan felt somewhat speechless. Never ending, huh? He was furious. Once they arrived in eastern Guangdong, he'd vent his anger by giving someone a good scolding. Carrying this pent-up emotion, Shen Yan drifted back into a nap. Online, the buzz was electric. Shen Yan's morning livestream had been too compelling, stirring up emotions in many. Some who had previously doubted Shen Yan switched sides after learning the facts. The best evidence was that the new 9 vases were selling for just over 10 yuan, and Shen Yan had even hired stay-at-home moms to work in his company. These were actions only a responsible and conscientious entrepreneur would take. And Shen Yan's new 9 vases hadn't even officially launched yet. This showed he had genuine passion. Yet many still harbored deep resentment toward Shen Yan. They couldn't accept that Shen Yan had dismissed the foreign countries they held in such high esteem as worthless. Especially the idea that dragon countries' technology could outsmart foreigners. They refused to believe it. Though a simple online search would confirm it, they refused to look. What if it was true? They'd feel like they'd eaten first thing in the morning. Yet many things defy personal will. Sometimes, they even backfire. The more you resist something, the more it comes. At noon, right during lunch hour, the Dragon Nation Daily released a new piece, titled The New Youth of Dragon Nation. Clicking it revealed praise for Shen Yan. They were stunned. This move by the Dragon Nation Daily made them so sick they wanted to uninstall Douyin. But for those on Fenghua's side, this felt like hitting the jackpot. Longhua Daily. This was Longhua Daily. Getting featured in Longhua Daily meant Shen Yan would be set for life as long as he stayed out of legal trouble. A flood of praise poured out from their fingertips. Within half an hour, the comments on Longhua Daily's new piece surpassed 20,000. And thanks to the Dragon Nation Daily's domestic clout, more and more people were reading the piece. Many even wondered if they were seeing things. For so many years, there hadn't been a strong voice speaking up domestically. Constant condemnation at every turn had left many netizens who once spoke for the country feeling too embarrassed to even speak up. It felt like going out of your way to stand up for someone, only for them to say, never mind. Utterly speechless. But now, the Daily's new content was promoting a hawkish figure. Even if he held no significant position or fame, the fact that his words were being pushed by the Daily suggested the nation might be trying something new. Meanwhile, at the Longhua Daily's News Coordination Department, Yang Yao was summoned to the deputy director's office. Steaming tea filled the room with its aroma. Yang Yao, however, watched Deputy Director Huang Xiao's darkening expression with extreme caution. Director Huang, I have one request. Please don't go bad-mouthing me to my father. He really will transfer me away. I want to do news. Yang Yao swallowed hard. Huang Xia glanced at her, then burst out laughing. Yang Yao stared in stunned silence. My dark mood isn't about you, it's about that old guy, Huang Xia explained. General Zhen? Yang Yao ventured. Exactly. That old man keeps harping on low-key, biding our time, so he's always posting online about how backward our national tech is. But now Shen Yan has called him out. He's furious, yelling at me non-stop, accusing me of releasing the work without consulting him. He says it's messing up his spin operation. His spin account only has a handful of followers anyway, Yang Yao remarked. You're laughing? Go see him later and placate the guy, he's acting like a child. He even said he's going to Yedong to find Shen Yan. Listen, I saw your work, don't take it down. I think it's great. After all that quiet development, we finally have the capital to challenge the world. Occasionally, it's okay to talk tough. Huang Xia said, at least, our superiors gave your work a thumbs up. Really? Yang Yao's eyes welled up with tears. Hurry and find that old man, don't let him go to eastern Guangdong, Huang Xia urged. Oh, and I heard the new 9 vases really prevent hair loss and promote regrowth? Yang Eo's breath caught. Only then did she remember director Huang's husband was completely bald. People online say it works, lots of folks have tested it, Yang Yao replied, not daring to guarantee results. Too bad it's sold out.
Listen, you young folks spend so much time online, keep an eye out for me.
If it becomes available, grab some for me. Huang Xia suggested. I have a bottle at home.
I'll bring it over this afternoon, Yang Yao offered.
My best friend gave it to me.
That's not quite right, it's a gift from your friend, Huang Xia said, her eyes lighting up.
Director, what's the harm? I can buy more.
You try it first.
If it doesn't work, I'll go settle accounts with Shen Yan, Yang Yao chuckled.
Alright then, go find that old man.
Don't worry about the pressure at home.
You're doing just fine, Huang Xia chuckled.
Yang Yao happily bowed to Huang Xia, thanked her, and skipped out of the office.
Chapter 72, My Precious Reputation, Treated Like My Own Life. Zhang Zhong watched the girl blocking his car, his thick eyebrows twitching. He hadn't even driven out of the compound yet. Those who could enter this compound were mostly children of familiar families.
Upon closer inspection, she was from the Yang family.
But he was busy right now and had no time to entertain children.
Tell her to move along, Zhang Zhong said in a low voice.
The driver rolled down the window slightly and relayed the message.
Grandpa Zhang, it's Yang Yao.
I posted the video that made you so angry, the girl called out loudly. The driver's mouth twitched.
Was she trying to die but too embarrassed to say so? She actually came knocking herself.
The old man was fuming over this very issue. Hurry up and leave, don't disturb the old man. The driver glanced at Zhang Zhong through the rearview mirror and hurriedly urged.
If he angered Zhang Zhong, how would he, the driver, fare? Even a passing dog might get scolded.
Let her in the car.
Zhang Zhong, however, wouldn't let Yang Yao leave. Yang Yao flashed the driver a mischievous grin, opened the door, and slid into the back seat.
The driver opened his mouth, then said, Mr. Zhang, I'll pull over.
I'll be nearby. Call me if you need anything.
Go ahead, Zhang Zhong replied.
Only Yang Yao and Zhang Zhong remained in the car.
You little troublemaker. Haven't seen you in ages, and now you're working and still causing chaos, Zhang Zhong said with displeasure.
Grandpa Zhang, what are you talking about?
Where did I cause trouble?
That place is already trending.
I was just riding the wave of attention, Yang Yao replied. Zhang Zhong waved his hand dismissively.
Did your director send you here to persuade me? Let me tell you, I'm definitely going to Yedong. That little brat. I need to have a serious talk with him. What exactly do you plan to discuss with him, Grandpa Zhang? Tell him not to be so proud? Or should he just swallow his pride when troublemakers from that country show up again? Yang Yao asked. Zhang Zhong's mouth twitched. We can't be so impulsive. We need to keep a low profile now. Grandpa Zhang, I've actually been thinking a lot on the way here. I have an idea, would you listen? Yang Yao said.
Speak. Zhang Zhong closed his eyes.
Your account doesn't have many followers, right?
Zhang Zhong glared at Yang Yao and snorted. Yang Yao stuck out her tongue and chuckled. Grandpa Zhang, you don't spend money on it and you don't pander to young people.
It's perfectly normal to have few followers. Lots of people are like that.
Seeing Zhang Zhong's expression soften slightly, she continued, here's the thing, he's super popular right now.
Why not try collaborating with him? He's got a notoriously bad temper.
If you just go demanding things from him, he'll probably do the opposite. But if you approach him to discuss things, he'll definitely be willing to help.
With his popularity, wouldn't your persuasion work be much smoother? Collaborate with a kid? Zhang Zhong frowned. He disliked dealing with young people not because they were inferior, but because they were too boisterous. The youthful energy was overwhelming, he couldn't keep up with their pace. For the sake of the country, will you do it? Yang Yao pressed.
Fine, I'll work with him, Zhang Zhong conceded. Then I'll try to reach out to him.
You don't need to go, it's a long trip. I'll handle the talks and update you afterward, Yang Yao said. Zhang Zhong thought it over and finally nodded. I'll head back to work then. I need to contact him right away. With that, Yang Yao got out of the car and returned to her post. Noon, 12 o'clock.
Shen Yan had just woken up when he received news of a flight delay. The airport food was unappetizing, and with ample time, he simply asked the staff to find a restaurant. He ate his fill before heading over.
Mr. Shen, would you like to wear a mask? Asked Li Qian, the female staff member. Shen Yan was puzzled. Why wear a mask? Are you afraid someone will attack me? Li Qian laughed. Not exactly.
You were asleep earlier, and I didn't want to disturb you. You're on the Dragon Nation Daily.
Dragon Nation Daily? Shen Yan's heart raced.
He had previously quoted numerous statements from his past life that had appeared in the Dragon Nation Daily. He never imagined that in this world, those very statements would still be picked up by the Dragon Nation Daily. The Dragon Nation Daily had over 100 million followers. While it was impossible for that many people to actually exist, there were certainly millions of real readers. Promotion at this scale gave his words a contagious reach, spreading like a plague.
And crucially, it was an official media outlet. The general public wouldn't question its words.
This meant information about certain Dragon Nation technologies being on par with America's would rapidly enter every household. For the development of domestic products, this was undoubtedly a shot in the arm.
Mr. Shen, you're about to become a major sensation. Wearing a mask might be a bit dramatic, but once you reach eastern Guangdong, those reporters will be right in your face. You'd better watch what you say.
These are legitimate media outlets, not the low-level ones from this morning, Li Qian cautioned.
Watch what he says?
The thought of being swarmed by reporters chattering away infuriated Shen Yan. His temper flared instantly. Spread the word, I won't be giving interviews.
Tell those shampoo salesmen to come find me.
Li Qian had never dealt with such a fiery character before. She quickly offered an awkward smile, urging Shen Yan not to act impulsively.
Let them all come at once, I'll take on 10 of them. Shen Yan declared. Li Qian's mouth twitched violently and she fell silent.
She could have slapped herself. She shouldn't have spoken to Shen Yan at all. Fortunately, Shen Yan received a call just then, rescuing her from the situation. She breathed a sigh of relief, hoping the call would last a while. Shen Yan was unaware he'd frightened Li Qian. He was fully engrossed in the conversation on the other end of the line.
Longhua Daily News Coordination Department? You want me to collaborate with that old-timer Zhang Zhong from the military channel? Pull a fast one on someone? Section Chief Yang, I'm a law-abiding businessman. I don't deal in scams. What would it take for you to agree?
My reputation, that treasure I guard like my own life.
You'll need to up the budget. Ha? The Dragon Nation Daily has no funds? Then let's convert it to promotional value. 1 promotion. Ha? You don't take promotions?
Well, for that feature story, we need to flexibly address the public's difficulties.
Deal.
Pleased to collaborate with you. I'll serve you wholeheartedly.
Shen Yan even bowed slightly as he spoke, appearing genuinely sincere.
Li Qian beside him rolled her eyes.
What kind of person is this? How could he be more fickle than a woman?
His mood swings were faster than turning a page. But this shameless guy was surprisingly skilled. He actually managed to book a feature in the Dragon Nation Daily.
On the other end of the line, Yang Eo's mouth hung open.
She stared in disbelief at the number she'd just dialed on her phone.
She was questioning her life. Had she really just spoken with the passionate young man Shen Yan?
Why did it feel like she'd just been talking to a shameless, good-for-nothing scoundrel? This guy was despicable. He'd actually swindled her out of a feature story. She didn't have the authority to book features. She needed Director Huang's approval. But this was for Grandpa Zhang's sake. If she refused, Shen Yan wouldn't be able to handle it, and Grandpa Zhang would definitely come to the office to make a scene.
Arg! Yang Yao clenched her fists. You wait, Shen Yan.
When you get back from Guangdong, I'll track you down in Yincheng.
Chapter 73, come on, I'll take you wild. Achoo! 2:30 p.m. Shen Yan finally boarded the plane.
No sooner had he taken his seat than he let out a series of choppy sneezes.
Mr. Shen, are you alright?
Li Qian asked with concern.
Shen Yan waved her off. Probably someone cursing me, he said.
If you're not envied, you're mediocre.
Let them rant.
Li Qian rolled her eyes. It was likely just the chill from lingering too long in the VIP lounge's air conditioning.
Li Qian asked the flight attendant for a blanket for Shen Yan.
Mr. Shen, please rest for a bit, Li Qian said as she tucked the blanket around him.
Shen Yan nodded, intending to doze off.
Unfortunately, someone in the seat behind him was on the phone. Though the voice was hushed, the proximity was unavoidable. The plane hadn't taken off yet, so keeping the phone on wasn't an issue. Besides, the caller seemed quite urgent. I want to go home and take care of Dad too, second sister.
Just cover for me these next couple days. I need to go handle this shipment. Damn, financial crisis is hitting hard.
I'm not trying to dodge you, but my coppa is dropping 2 or 3 yuan a day.
I have to go deal with it.
I bought copper at 28 yuan per gene.
The financial crisis signals have only been out for 2 days, and it's already dropped to 23. That's a 5 yuan loss per gene. I've got over 200 tons. Over 200 tons. That's more than 400,000 pounds. I've just lost over 2 million yuan. If it drops further, I'll jump off a building. Just cover for me a couple more days. Once I handle this batch, I'll come back and compensate you. How could I have predicted this financial crisis? It's the Americans' doing.
Their banks collapsed, then they dragged the whole world into filling their hole.
If anyone's to blame, it's those damn foreigners.
A barrage of frantic words bombarded Shen Yan's ears, causing his brow to furrow slightly.
That's how the Americans are.
Relying on their technological superiority, they've positioned themselves as the world's leader.
Their goal?
To make the dollar the currency for transactions across most of the globe.
Fluctuations in its value directly reap profits worldwide.
There was a joke from my past life.
Back then, $1 equaled 8.3 yuan.
An American brought $1 million to China, exchanging it for 8.3 million yuan. After spending 2 million on eating, drinking, and entertainment, he had 6.3 million left. Then the exchange rate shifted. Now $1 only bought 6.3 yuan. That foreigner pocketed 6.3 million yuan, converted it back into $1 million, and happily returned home.
That 2 million Longhua currency was essentially Longhua footing his bill.
And they had no choice but to pay.
Nowadays, internationalization is the norm. In global transactions, the US dollar is unavoidable. It's like everyone sitting at the same mahjong table. The Americans, leveraging their technological edge and position as the global superpower, owe the other players a lot of money. So how do you play your hand? You go for a pure suit, but they push their tiles away and say, no more playing.
No money left.
You try to appease them, saying your hand is just a small win, worth only a few bucks, so let's keep playing.
They reply, oh, a small win? I'll owe you then. How to break this deadlock? A new power must rise.
But new powers don't emerge so easily. Their standing in the world is forged through real battles. The more Shen Yan thought about it, the more frustrated he became, his expression darkening.
Currently, the Americans are crucial to this world. In the future, the world will be even more dependent on them.
He must find a way to knock this irritating force down.
A virtual panel appeared before Shen Yan's eyes.
His fists clenched involuntarily.
Mr. Shen, are you feeling unwell?
You look terrible, Li Qian asked anxiously. Shen Yan snapped back to reality and smiled.
Nothing serious. Probably just didn't rest well. Shen Yan didn't elaborate further with Li Qian.
This concerned matters of grand strategy, not something to confide in others.
Li Qian nodded. Then please get some rest. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Shen Yan sneezed violently once more. Gazing at the Regent Hotel before him, Shen Yan exhaled deeply. Finally, he had arrived.
Those foreigners are so rude, cursing me all afternoon and making me sneeze non-stop, Shen Yan muttered from the car as he prepared to exit. Li Qian started to explain that he was just a bit under the weather, but quickly pulled him back. Mr. Shen, be careful, something's off in the hotel lobby. Shen Yan glanced over and narrowed his eyes.
Something definitely felt off.
Logically, a 5-star hotel like this, not a tourist attraction, shouldn't have many people in the lobby. Yet the Regent Hotel lobby was packed with over 100 people. So this must be the press corps you mentioned, Shen Yan remarked.
Mr. Shen, those foreigners wouldn't dare curse you.
You're just catching a cold, Li Qian suddenly interjected. When you have a cold, you need plenty of rest.
It's not suitable for interviews.
With that, she produced a mask from somewhere.
Shen Yan put on the mask, raising an eyebrow. That's true. I might actually have a cold. Get out of the car. We'll say hello, then refuse interviews and head back to rest.
Li Qian looked utterly incredulous.
If you're not giving interviews, why even show your face? Can't we just skip town? How would they know I'm not giving interviews if I don't tell them? Shen Yan replied. Li Qian's mouth twitched, utterly speechless. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? It was like someone came begging for money. Why not just hide? Why insist? I have money, but I won't lend it to you. Get out of the car, Shen Yan ordered.
Ms. Li, don't think I'm looking for trouble.
Remember what I told you before. I can take on 10 of them.
Li Qian's pretty face paled.
Mr. Shen, please don't. Stay calm, you say? Shen Yan chuckled. Can't stay calm for a second? If I don't curse them today, they'll curse me anyway.
Better to go mad first than be driven mad by others.
How does that saying go?
Pretending to be tolerant of others is just a mask for your own incompetence.
When you lack the courage to hurt someone, you cowardly and feebly call it magnanimity. Li Qian gave a bitter smile.
Mr. Shen, this will cause trouble.
Tomorrow is the International Expo. Don't worry.
They moved the expo up so long ago, they won't cancel it lightly. Besides, I'm the public enemy of the personal care products sector.
Let me put it this way.
Even if I piss on them today, tomorrow's expo will still open in grand style.
With such a golden opportunity, why not enjoy it? Come on, I'll take you to let loose. Shen Yan declared.
Li Qian covered her face. This guy was a born businessman. Not only shameless, but also cunning.
Hey, Mr. Shen.
She'd barely lowered her hands when she saw Shen Yan step out of the car. She hurried after him. Shen Yan's analysis made perfect sense, but analysis was one thing, reality another. If things got out of hand and a fight broke out, it would be a real mess.
With Shen Yan's swaggering gait, he'd clearly be ready for a showdown. Fists as hard as iron. Hey everyone. What's up? Shen Yan arrived at the hotel entrance and bellowed. Every head in the lobby whipped around toward the door. Shen Yan swayed his way inside. Come on, everyone. Gather around me. Shen Yan waved his arms in all directions. Whoosh.
The moment he finished speaking, the crowd that had been pretending to admire the scenery instantly transformed into professionals, swiftly forming a circle around Shen Yan.
However, some among them weren't holding microphones. Instead, they held cardboard signs. We want food.
Resolutely oppose malicious smear campaigns and unfair commercial competition.
Shen Yan, get out of the personal care industry.
Chapter 74, I'm not targeting you. Slogans like these were all written in red ink on white paper. Shocking to behold. In front of Shen Yan, the journalists mingling with the placard holders clicked away with their cameras. Others circled around with video cameras. It was clear they were planning something big. After a minute or two of preparation, they all turned their lenses toward Shen Yan. The protesters began chanting in unison. We need to eat. Shen Yan, get out of the personal care industry. We want to eat. Shen Yan, get out of the hair care industry.
The whole scene made it seem like Shen Yan was some heinous criminal who had swindled thousands of households.
Mr. Shen Yan, in response to the heartfelt pleas of so many merchants, do you have anything to say? Mr. Shen Yan, please don't evade the question. Answer directly. Mr. Shen, our interview will be televised. Please consider your response carefully and thoughtfully before answering. Mr. Shen Yan, please.
Shen Yan coldly laughed for a full minute, watching this group perform before him. You guys are having quite the party. Shen Yan snatched a microphone from a female reporter and said indifferently. No sooner had he spoken than a middle-aged man also grabbed a microphone and approached Shen Yan.
Shen Yan, what do you mean having a great time? Can't you see?
These are all businesses you've ruined.
That's right.
Because of your unfair competition, many factories have lost orders and may soon shut down.
The corresponding shopping malls might collapse too, leading to mass unemployment. Have you considered these consequences?
Shen Yan, we saw your interview this morning. You're so great, so lofty, so patriotic.
We're all traitors in your eyes. But have you considered that you're actually the selfish one?
You're only concerned with your own growth, completely disregarding your fellow countrymen's survival. In this world, it's not that advanced things are inherently good.
Many of our people are still lagging behind.
If you run too fast, you'll leave them completely behind.
How will they feed themselves? Everyone has families.
The middle-aged man tried to continue, but Shen Yan cut him off.
Who are you? Shen Yan demanded. Easy enough.
I'm Liang Guochao, Vice President of Lianhua International for the Dragon Nation region. Our Lianhua Mall and its subsidiary stores rank among the top 5 in all of Southeast Asia.
Products that gain entry into our Lianhua stores come with built-in advertising.
Our Baijia chain stores are also industry leaders. Across Southeast Asia, our rankings are 1 or 2 spots higher than Lianhua's Dragon Country chain stores.
Another middle-aged woman stepped forward.
Moreover, we primarily operate daily goods series, encompassing over 1,000 varieties.
The woman finished with a look of pride.
Shen Yan's voice turned cold.
Over 1,000 items? Yet you only consider about 100 of them superb? Is that why you call yourselves Baijia? He asked.
A wave of laughter swept through the room, and the middle-aged woman's face flushed crimson. Mr. Shen, please control yourself. I am Huang Yueying, head of the South China region for Baijia chain stores under the Baijia Group. We may cross paths again, so it's best to keep things civil, the woman said.
Any more self-introductions?
Shen Yan ignored her, scanning the entire room. A young man in his early 30s, clearly dressed like an elite, stepped forward from the crowd.
I'm Lu Jian, head of Tianlong Selection. We specialize in cosmetics and personal care products.
In just 2 short years, we've reached a 5 billion yuan scale.
It's safe to say we'll soon become the industry leader.
Personally, I graduated from Harvard University in the United States and also hold dual master's degrees from Cambridge.
The USA's Harvard University and dual master's degrees from the UK's. Cambridge? Shen Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. The young man took 2 more steps forward. Who invited you here? Who gave you permission to approach? Shen Yan's expression darkened as he barked.
Everyone startled. No one expected Shen Yan to explode like this. The young man clearly hadn't witnessed such a scene before. They were all civilized individuals, members of high society. Even if conflicts arose, they were resolved privately. Even if one slept with another's wife, outwardly they'd maintain smiles. This was the refinement of high society.
Haha, just kidding. Shen Yan's expression suddenly changed again. Everyone's eyelids twitched violently. We don't find that humorous, said Liang Guochao, the deputy general manager of Lianhua.
I don't care what you think, I care what I think, Shen Yan said indifferently. Right, I have a question for you all, Shen Yan said.
Everyone looked at Shen Yan curiously. Have you all been cursing me? That's why I've been sneezing nonstop on the way here, Shen Yan stated. Everyone rolled their eyes. Liang Guochao admitted, I sneeze too.
Oh, then tomorrow's weather will be nice, Shen Yan suddenly declared.
No one could follow his train of thought. Shen Yan, why are you bringing up the weather again? Liang Guochao snapped. You've been at Lianhua International too long and don't quite grasp Dragon Nation culture.
We have an old saying here, when a dog sneezes, it'll be sunny for 3 days, Shen Yan replied earnestly.
You? Liang Guochao's expression darkened instantly. Shen Yan burst into laughter again.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Mr. Shen, your repeated insults.
Liang Guochao was about to express his anger when Shen Yan cut him off ruthlessly.
Shen Yan sighed.
Truthfully, my relentless criticism of foreign shampoos aims to reshuffle the global shampoo industry. I firmly believe our new 9 Vases is the world's finest shampoo. Therefore, I feel the shampoo market should only need Fenghwa's products, all others should go bankrupt and exit the market.
What do you mean by that? Only your Fenghwa? What about our other products? Everyone's brows furrowed deeply, their tones distinctly displeased. Ah, good question. Shen Yan grinned, scanning the room. If you're interested, you can become exclusive retailers for Fenghwa. But you'll need to pass a selection process first. I only want the elite, not the trash who rode the trend to success. Why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm trash? Liang Guochao, Lianhua's deputy general manager, frowned.
Shen Yan immediately waved his hands, looking slightly flustered. Hey, no, don't misunderstand.
I'm not targeting you personally. I meant everyone here is trash. You? Shen Yan. You really are. Wow, that's outrageous. You've gone too far.
Not only the executives and heads of several billion-dollar corporations, but even the crowd gathered around Shen Yan were stunned by his words.
What kind of person is this? Does he want to die but can't bring himself to say it? How dare he be so arrogant? Take him down. Someone shouted loudly. Shen Yan plopped down onto the ground. Come on, take me down.
But think carefully, it was your masters who invited me to this international expo.
And I'm the star attraction of this expo. Without me, their international expo is utterly boring. If you hurt me today, how will you explain yourselves back home? The group exchanged glances in disbelief. What master? Nonsense. Shen Yan, you've insulted us time and again. Don't blame us for being ruthless.
Liang Guochao gritted his teeth in fury. Shen Yan flopped onto the ground. You keep calling me selfish, yet you're the one selling out your country for personal gain. Dare you swear on the lives of your wives, children, and elders that you weren't sent by PG to cause trouble for me?
Slander. You're slandering us. Liang Guochao roared. Not hitting me? If you don't hit me, I'm leaving. Shen Yan scrambled to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the journalists. Got all that footage?
When you air it later, make sure not to apply any beauty filters. When I'm out here hustling, it boils down to one word.
Handsome. Chapter 75. What the hell are you barking about?
Stop right there, growled a young man beside Liang Guochao.
Shen Yan's eyes flickered in his direction. You insulted everyone here, then just stroll off like nothing happened?
The young man snorted coldly.
I doubt it's that simple. Shen Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Then what should I do?
You must apologize for your earlier behavior.
Plus, the Fenghwa matter isn't settled yet. How dare you leave?
The young man gritted out.
Shen Yan looked genuinely surprised. I thought I already proposed a solution. Fenghwa only partners with elites. We absolutely won't accept trash. Every company here today is a top-tier domestic enterprise. Calling them trash, one after another? That's downright audacious.
The young man spoke with palpable agitation, finally pointing a finger at Shen Yan, barely holding back from cursing him out.
Shen Yan shook his head. Audacious? No one responded.
Behind Shen Yan, Li Qian whispered, extremely arrogant.
Utterly arrogant.
When Shen Yan had suggested taking her out to cause a scene, she'd secretly reported it to city headquarters. Their instructions were clear, avoid a physical confrontation. She understood exactly what that meant. This Mr. Shen had powerful connections and knew his limits, nothing major would happen. So she kept her heart in her throat. Though she still trembled with fear, at least it wasn't leaping out of her chest.
Is that so?
I think it's not enough, Shen Yan chuckled.
Li Qian lowered her head and silently took half a step back. Shen Yan looked at the young man, whose face was twisted with rage and agitation. Do you all think I've gone too far? Shen Yan turned to the others. No one answered. But the answer was clear in their murmurs. Yes, it was truly excessive. Shen Yan smiled. What have I done to you? Are foreigners any less ruthless? When foreign brands move into your mall, not only do they pay no rent, but you grovel to them. Forget the renovation subsidies you're constantly bending over backwards. What's the point? They have money. They can give you opportunities to make money. What's wrong with Fenghwa? My new 9 vases are also world-class products. They can bring you huge profits too. Why do you get so worked up just because I gave you a little attitude? If I had blonde hair and blue eyes, would you dare say another word? Whoosh! A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Words that didn't shock were not worth uttering. Before Shen Yan could finish, the entire hall erupted in uproar. Li Qian's pupils contracted as she stared at Shen Yan. This perspective, she'd never considered it. So, at its core, was it still the mindset of worshipping foreign things at play? Offer the same benefits. Foreigners are treated like royalty. Fellow countrymen are given the cold shoulder. That's a double standard if ever there was one. Speak, Shen Yan commanded. No one responded. Speak. Answer me. Shen Yan suddenly roared. Everyone flinched. Why so quiet now? What were you barking about earlier? Shen Yan fixed the young man with an icy stare. When foreigners exploit and oppress you, do you ever feel that righteous indignation you showed earlier? No, right? You'd probably cherish even their slightest smile.
If they demand oil 3, not 3 times, you'd analyze whether midnight is the best time to serve them.
Back home, you'd even open a browser to check if you pronounced a certain word correctly. But when it comes to me, you can pronounce every syllable perfectly to call me arrogant and excessive.
Son, you're quite the player. The young man's face paled. He opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word.
So, can I leave now? Apologize? Calling you trash is flattering. To me, you're nothing but a pile of. You can't even be a competent lackey running here only to be silenced by insults.
Your skills are too poor.
Shen Yan shook his head and turned to leave. The entire lobby fell deathly silent. Only after Shen Yan disappeared into the elevator did the crowd exchange grim glances. Everyone listen up. Not a single word about what just happened is to be leaked. Liang Guochao gritted his teeth.
The others nodded in unison.
Inside the elevator,
Li Qian said, Mr. Shen, you didn't leave any room for negotiation.
Leave room? Shen Yan's gaze grew cold. If I were eating off the crumbs of those foreigners, do you think they'd show me any mercy? Li Qian's breath caught. No. So why should I? Shen Yan countered. Strike first to prevent 100 strikes later.
If we don't fight this battle now, our descendants will have to fight it forever.
Domestic brands must make a name for themselves. Li Qian fell silent.
She finally understood why her uncle insisted she accompany Shen Yan to this international expo.
It was a learning experience.
If she weren't still in the elevator, she'd have called her uncle immediately.
But she couldn't.
If Shen Yan discovered her uncle was Chen Weiman, their interactions would lose all naturalness.
Mr. Shen, what's the plan next? Li Qian asked as they stepped out of the elevator. Free time. I want to rest for a bit. Don't bother me, Shen Yan replied.
I won't, Li Qian insisted.
Shen Yan chuckled. They won't release that interview footage. But that's exactly why it'll leak.
Forbidden things are always the most valuable.
It'll definitely trend soon and cause some stir. Don't bother me.
Li Qian paled slightly. But Shen Yan had already closed the door and hung a do not disturb sign outside. He reclined on the hotel room sofa for a while, then took a quick shower as dinner time approached. After resting a bit more, just as he was about to head out for dinner, he received a call from Mu Xiaoxiao. She said the matter of establishing the mobile phone company was essentially settled, just waiting for the final signatures from above. Secretary Zhou had already begun coordinating that aspect.
Hearing Secretary Zhou was involved, Shen Yan knew things would move quickly. In 2 or 3 days, the related technological awards for the phone would likely be deposited. The thought of soon possessing yet another world-leading technology lifted Shen Yan's already cheerful mood even higher. While he couldn't discuss the matter itself, he could certainly share his joy. He changed clothes, intending to take a proper stroll and pick out some gifts to send home. He felt somewhat guilty for not having been able to dine with his family upon arrival. Unexpectedly, after browsing for a while, he found himself stumped about what to buy. The greatest specialty he knew of in eastern Guangdong was its exquisite dim sum and cuisine. These things couldn't be shipped, they had to be enjoyed fresh and hot. After pondering, he decided to call his mother. He asked the elderly couple if they wanted to fly directly to eastern Guangdong. He figured he'd mostly be shooting the breeze over the next couple of days with nothing urgent to attend to. He could spend time with them, letting them get out and relax a bit. His mother flatly refused the moment she heard the suggestion. She insisted he focus on the conference in eastern Guangdong and that they would visit after it concluded. Unable to persuade his mother, Shen Yan dropped the matter. After hanging up, evening had already fallen. He found a Cantonese restaurant and ordered stir-fried beef with rice noodles. From the neighboring stall, he picked up half a dozen oysters and some grilled skewers. Blowing in the evening breeze, Shen Yan watched the bustling crowd pass by, feeling quite content. What's going on? Didn't you say no street vending was allowed? Tomorrow's the International Expo with lots of foreigners. I gave you advance notice because I knew you had someone sick at home. I'm so sorry, but we really need the money. I'll pack up after this customer. No, you must pack up now. The barbecue stall owner approached Shen Yan with an apologetic expression and returned his money. It's fine. Shen Yan spoke before the vendor could. I'll come back next time. I'm truly sorry, boss. I'll set up again once the expo ends. I'll give you a discount when you come. The vendor said, bending over. All right. Shen Yan pulled out his phone and scanned 1,000 yuan to the vendor. Before the vendor could react, he strode away. Chapter 76, Survival of the Fittest. He had barely taken a few steps when murmurs reached his ears. The management here got fined before, so they're being much nicer now. Why are people still ignoring them? They're rushing to set up stalls like there's no tomorrow. Money never stops flowing. Business is business, it's always there. Give each other some face and we can all scrape by. Oh, you mean old Zhang? Poor guy. His father passed away and his mother was left unattended back home, so he brought her here.
But with the pressure mounting, both he and his wife had to go out to earn money, leaving the old lady at home alone. The kid was boarding at school, and then the old lady went missing. They found her later, but she de-injured her leg, and they ended up spending a fortune on unnecessary medical bills.
Oh, that's how it is. How awful. By the way, why didn't they get the old lady a cell phone? They did. You don't know this neighborhood? With all these high rises, there's no signal anywhere.
There are phones that supposedly get great reception, but they're expensive, easily 1,000, even several thousand yuan.
Let's be honest, it all comes down to being poor. Talking about this signal really gets me steamed. It's disgusting. I miss calls all the time. I wonder why they even built these towers so high. You're telling me. Anyway, never mind.
I came out to buy some oysters for my grandson.
Guess we're out of luck now.
Shen Yan had only stopped by to eavesdrop on the commotion, never expecting to stumble upon a topic related to his upcoming field of work. Especially when he heard about the poor cell reception, he instinctively pulled out his own phone.
No service. He shook his head. Back in the day, if a call didn't go through, people would joke, you must be in some remote mountain valley.
Nowadays, poor reception mostly happens in areas packed with high rises.
Mobile signal issues were indeed worth paying attention to.
In fact, for certain specific groups of people, signal strength was practically the only consideration when it came to phones. He needed to mention this to Bai Ji, see if there was any way to improve signal experience within limited costs. Unexpectedly, just as he habitually found Bai Ji's number and dialed, the call failed due to poor reception.
Shen Yan chuckled.
Just moments ago, he'd seen his phone display no service, yet he'd already forgotten about it. He held his phone up, searching for a signal for a while. Finally, he found an area with 2 bars of reception and managed to connect with Bai Ji.
Mr. Shen, I'm a researcher, not some immortal cultivator. Signal reception technology is just very expensive right now. At your price point, it's not even remotely possible.
Moreover, the patents for advanced signal technology are all held by foreign companies.
Acquiring those patents would cost a fortune, money we simply can't spare. Otherwise, why do you think I accused you of messing with me when we met?
At your price point, it'd be nearly impossible to build a phone capable of making normal calls. All I can say is, if you aim to make phones accessible to every household, you don't need top-tier quality.
At that price, it might just be feasible. Shen Yan wasn't ready to give up. Could you make one that still gets signal on a street lined with 40 or 50-story buildings? Impossible. There's a saying, anything is possible. But at your price point, a lot becomes impossible.
Shen Yan tried to say more, but Bai Ji was so furious she started yelling, threatening that if it weren't for
Shen Yan wisely hung up the phone.
If he pressed further, Bai Ji would surely hop on a train to Yadong to confront him.
Putting away his phone, Shen Yan decided to continue searching for a night market.
It was only around 6 or 7 in the evening, yet the streets were bustling with people, lively and vibrant.
People truly understand how to live. Without that vibrant energy, life feels like a lonely journey.
This phrase seemed tailor-made for barbecue. Skewers were the fundamental form of grilled food, and meat itself was humanity's universal theme for barbecuing. Having decided to eat barbecue, Shen Yan refused to go to bed with regrets if he didn't get his fill. He hailed another taxi to find a night market. Amidst the crowd, he feasted to his heart's content. After eating, he lingered on the street for a while longer. Not out of sheer idleness, but to observe life. This world mirrored his past life in some aspects, diverged in others. He needed to observe and uncover the underlying patterns.
At 8:30, Secretary Zhou called he arrived in Yadong.
Shen Yan asked why he'd come, but Zhou refused to say, insisting on meeting in person. Rushing to catch his flight, Zhou hadn't eaten properly.
Shen Yan ordered him some chaozhou kanji.
The steaming hot kanji was served just as Secretary Zhou arrived.
Shen Yan had added some shrimp and beef to it.
The autumn weather was damp and muggy in the evenings, making lighter fare preferable. Inqing's climate was cool, favoring heavy spices and salt, which was hard to adjust to upon arrival.
Sipping on some chaozhou kanji would ease the transition considerably. Do you really think I can eat any more?
Secretary Zhou asked with a wry smile.
Shen Yan chuckled, thunder doesn't strike those who eat. Take your time.
Secretary Zhou shook his head.
You're going to wear us out completely.
With that, he handed over his phone.
Shen Yan glanced at it and burst out laughing. Still laughing? You're trending. You're #1 on the hot search list, big brother. Secretary Zhou's expression was as sour as pickled intestines. That look, you knew about this already? Then why didn't you answer my calls? Do you have any idea how worried I was?
Secretary Zhou was at a loss for words.
Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively.
I didn't see it, but I could guess.
The more you try to suppress something online, the more people will post it.
But whether it gets posted or not, don't dwell on it too much.
Once you've done something, don't fret over the consequences. If I couldn't handle the fallout, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. How are we supposed to handle it? Do you realize this has put your phone project on hold?
The provincial government has spoken. They say you're a ticking time bomb, highly unstable.
They're launching an investigation into your project. Secretary Zhou retorted. Look at what you're saying. You called everyone here trash. Do you even know who these people are? Each one is a top executive at a world-class company. Our province has their businesses here too. They're all major taxpayers. If they want to take you down, it'd be a piece of cake. It's survival of the fittest. You've got no way to fight them. Do you think I'm here to talk about manners? Shen Yan, I came all this way because I consider you a friend. The boss also stressed again that you should lie low for now. Why don't you try talking things over with them?
Secretary Zhou spoke with a worried frown.
Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. Who in the province is stopping me from building a phone factory? Don't ask. It won't help.
You can't even meet someone at that level, Secretary Zhou replied.
Forget whether I can meet them. Who did this? Shen Yan demanded.
Secretary Zhou rolled her eyes.
Liang Buotao, of course.
Market supervision falls under his jurisdiction.
While factory construction might seem outside his purview, subsequent regulatory issues could become a major headache if they don't pass.
So if he speaks up, he can block you. After Secretary Zhou finished, Shen Yan pushed the cool porridge toward him.
Eat, you still have an appetite?
Secretary Zhou closed his eyes.
So frustrating.
But Shen Yan hadn't broken any rules, and his intentions were even good.
He couldn't really blame him. No worries. My team has the tech.
The provincial government will be begging me for it soon, Shen Yan replied.
I know your team. Developing new tech isn't that simple. Here's the deal, let's tackle the immediate problem first. Give me your stance. How do we resolve this? Secretary Zhou pressed. Chapter 77, I target the elite. Shen Yan didn't answer right away.
Instead, he pointed at the cooled kanji. Eat something first.
Oh, I can't eat a thing. Just tell me already.
Secretary Zhou said with a frown.
Brother Zhou, calm down. Eat first, Shen Yan urged. Fine, I'll eat. Secretary Zhou picked up his bowl and chopsticks, taking a bite.
It must be said, the Chaozhou people really know how to make kanji. The fragrant rice porridge contained bits of seafood, making it both nutritious and refreshingly sweet. Exhausted and famished, Secretary Zhou quickly scooped down several large mouthfuls of the seafood kanji. But with unresolved matters weighing on his mind, he forced himself to stop eating, setting down his bowl and chopsticks.
Can you tell me now?
Secretary Zhou said.
Shen Yan nodded.
Truthfully, there's no way to resolve this.
It's an irreconcilable conflict. Business people shouldn't have conflicts, it's all about interests.
Though I didn't see or hear it myself, experience tells me what happened.
Given their unequal positions, they must have signed unfair contracts.
For instance, to secure a foreign brand of personal care products, they fronted the payment upfront. Or to secure a brand's entry, they offered renovation subsidies and advertising support. They even paid top dollar for celebrity endorsements. All these expenses added up to a massive investment, now jeopardized by my new 9 vases. If they switched to working with me, breaching those contracts would mean paying hefty penalties. So they just gnashed their teeth at me whether hair grew or not, they couldn't care less. The emergence of new 9 vases meant nothing to them. What mattered was that new 9 vases didn't exist.
Secretary Zhou fell silent. He deconsidered this possibility on the way over. It wasn't exactly rocket science.
But circumstances were stronger than people. Sometimes, when the situation was laid out like that, certain things simply had to be done.
Then what should we do? Secretary Zhou lamented. Fight back, Shen Yan said. Decades ago, when they stormed in, did we beg for peace? Secretary Zhou paused, then sighed. But with your little arms and legs, can you really hold them off? We'll hold out whether we can or not, Shen Yan declared. But what about Liang Buotao? Secretary Zhou's face darkened.
He's the deputy governor, and this falls squarely within his jurisdiction. Even if you run to the provincial government or all the way to the capital to complain, it won't do any good.
Resolving conflicts sometimes requires a direct confrontation, and sometimes it doesn't, Shen Yan explained.
If I possess a game-changing technology, the others in the provincial government will handle him.
But that team? I'm not limited to just that team. How did new 9 vases come about? Shen Yan countered. Don't worry about this, Brother Zhou. But this technology is a trade secret. To secure approval for the mobile phone factory, we have to disclose it first. Couldn't that lead to leaks? Secretary Zhou frowned. Wrong. It's a state secret. Shen Yan stated.
Secretary Zhou's heart skipped a beat, his face turning pale with alarm.
State secrets?
Secretary Zhou's voice was thick with bitterness.
Is such technology even real?
It is real, Shen Yan said. Go back and tell the boss this. I can't produce the technology for verification right now, but I can pledge my new 9 vessels formula. If the mobile phone company gets approved and I can't deliver the unique technology, I'll donate the new 9 vessels formula to the city. Secretary Zhou's mouth opened slightly, goosebumps rising all over his body. This was playing with fire.
Auctioning off the new 9 vessels formula? Starting the bidding blindfolded at 2 billion yuan would be absolutely no problem.
Its market value was roughly estimated at over 100 billion. Using this as collateral, if the city still didn't dare to secure Shen Yan's new company, they might as well go back to selling sweet potatoes. Otherwise, what enterprise would dare to invest in Incheng in the future? Well, regarding this factory matter, the city could indeed force a decision through a meeting. You know how it is, any matter decided by the responsible officials of the 4 leading bodies at any level, as long as it's reasonable and lawful, cannot be interfered with by higher authorities. But you've offended those big players in supermarkets and live stream sales. How do you expect to sell your new 9 vessels? You're ruthless, offending both online and offline players. Frankly, these are elite players across industries, super elite, who've been feeding off foreign conglomerates. Secretary Zhou was utterly speechless. I'm targeting the elite, Shen Yan chuckled. This brings me to my sister's mall. I've already laid the groundwork. But how much can one mall sell? Not just one. There's another one in another province, the CEO who sold me the TV production equipment earlier. That's still only 2. Secretary Zhou shook his head. There will be many more. Don't worry. Shen Yan said. Let's eat. How long are you planning to stay this time, Brother Zhou? Stay how long? Secretary Zhou sighed. I'm very busy. I'm catching the earliest flight back tomorrow morning. Did you book the hotel? Shen Yan asked. It's all set, Secretary Zhou nodded. Alright, then we'll meet up back at the hotel. This international expo lasts 3 days. I'm counting on you, Brother Zhou, to handle matters at my phone factory. Shen Yan said. You dared to use the new 9 vases as collateral. This phone venture must be a moneymaker. The city government will definitely approve it. Profitable and high-tech, this is a huge opportunity for Incheng. Secretary Zhou remarked. Shen Yan said no more, and the two chatted pleasantly for the rest of the evening. At 9 in the evening, Shen Yan parted ways with Secretary Zhou, each returning to their respective hotels. No sooner had he arrived at his hotel than Li Qian tracked him down to his room. My dear Mr. Shen, why did you take so long to return? And why couldn't I reach you on the phone? Later, Secretary Zhou called me, telling me not to look for you. He'd also come to Yedong. Did they send those statements you gave during the afternoon interview to the provincial government? Li Qian had some background knowledge and quickly grasped the crux of the matter. It's taken care of, Shen Yan replied. Ha? Li Qian handed him her phone. Want to check the online buzz? Our province held an emergency meeting this evening specifically about your situation. Get some rest early. We've got more confrontations tomorrow. Shen Yan chuckled. It's over. It's over. They know things will get messy now, so they're planning to cash out and run, Li Qian muttered to herself. Shen Yan had been called out by the provincial authorities. Breaking this deadlock would be incredibly difficult. If Shen Yan had 10 years, or even a few years to grow and develop, and new 9 vessels became a major player, the provincial government would undoubtedly stand by him. But right now, Shen Yan was still too weak. Mr. Shen, I have a bottle of melatonin here. If you really can't sleep tonight, just read the instructions and take some. Li Qian pulled a small medicine bottle from her pocket and placed it on the table. Shen Yan knew exactly what she was thinking, but he didn't bother explaining. He simply thanked her politely. Close the door behind you, Shen Yan called out before turning to take a shower. Night fell. Shen Yan, who had spent the entire day berating people, fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the presidential suite at the Regent Hotel was packed to the rafters. Chapter 78, The Real World. Over 100 people crammed into a space barely 200 square meters, transforming the opulent presidential suite into something resembling a sales center. A British-dressed foreigner politely ushered people out. Please return to your rooms. I'll contact you if the gentleman requests to see anyone. The foreigner repeated this, but the crowd paid no heed. We must see Mr. Xiaolu. After being humiliated like this today, he must come out and seek justice for us. Right. It's past 10 at night. After berating us, he casually went out for a late-night snack and returned to sleep comfortably. Oomph. Think putting a little pressure on their provincial leaders will suffice? What nonsense about his phone factory being shut down. As if Fenghua ever sold phones. If anything got shut down, it was his Fenghua factory, not some phone factory. Total cover-up. Get Mr. Lu out here and give us an explanation. We're respectable people, for crying out loud. Getting cursed at like this, now it's all over the internet. We've lost all face. Everyone, please calm down. Mr. Lu is entertaining an important guest. The crowd grew increasingly rowdy, yet the British-dressed foreigner remained utterly unruffled. He stood like a statue, devoid of any emotion. Important guest? What important guest? When he needed our help, weren't we his important guests too? Liang Guochao snapped, thoroughly annoyed. Today, Shen Yan's arrogance was matched only by Liang Guochao's humiliation. Rubit had to give him some explanation today. Right. We're important guests too. Why should we go back and wait for news? The International Expo starts tomorrow. If you don't give us an answer today, we're pulling out tomorrow. If all of us walk out together, even if Rubit is Procter & Gamble's vice president, he won't be able to handle the fallout.
Get Rubat out here. Don't think you can hide or send some junior staff to take the heat. Over 100 people shouted louder and louder. Some even stormed up to the British-dressed foreigner and roared in his face. Finally, the foreigner's expression shifted under the spray of spittle. His eyes, once devoid of emotion, now burned with murderous intent. If you want to die, keep shouting. Let me tell you something, the guests my boss is entertaining come from an ancient family. The combined wealth of all of you here doesn't amount to 1,000th of his fortune. What? A collective gasp erupted from the crowd. It was immediately followed by a collective shudder. 1,000th? The combined wealth of the 100 or so people present wasn't even 1,000th of his? Even if they pooled their resources, they'd easily reach billions, perhaps even tens of billions. 100 billion times 100 billion? A trillion. What level of wealth was that? Goosebumps rose on everyone's skin. Rubat going out of his way to entertain someone late at night, plus that person hailing from an ancient family? The answer was obvious. Go back. The gentleman will handle it. Keep calm. The British-dressed foreigner had resumed his statue-like demeanor. The group exchanged glances. Let's go. Finally, they dispersed, their faces heavy with disappointment. Shake hands. Trending rankings number 2. This was the video of Shen Yan berating executives from major listed corporations at the Regent Hotel. The comments section remained lively. Just watched this video for the 21st time. So satisfying. Wish it were even more intense. You really enjoy the drama, don't you? He's taking on the upper crust. These people's resources are terrifyingly powerful. Once Shen Yan's new 9 vases go on sale, I bet he'll surpass them in no time. Exactly. New 9 vases could easily unlock 100 billion yuan market. Why would Shen Yan fear them? PG's market cap is over 1 trillion yuan. Even the ones he's berating average over 5 billion yuan each. Shen Yan really has his work cut out for him. Challenging, yes, but not hopeless. As the guys earlier said, the new 9 vases could easily surpass 10 billion, even 100 billion is possible. Ha! You're all frogs in a well. What's 10 billion? 100 billion? Even 1 trillion? You have no idea how terrifying those conglomerates are. PG is just a leaf on the ancient conglomerate's giant tree. Shen Yan is still too young. He just took over manhwa and already provoked PG. New 9 vessels is the kind of thing that could reshuffle the entire global haircare market. If it stirs up the old guard lurking behind the scenes, that's when the real trouble begins. Dude, you've been reading too many novels. Ancient families? Truth is, I'm a core disciple sent out for training by a certain immortal cultivation clan. Don't believe me? Give me 10,000 yuan, and I guarantee you'll live to 60. That's hilarious. Ancient families? Is that clan called Rothschild? It's been written about in so many novels. Could it be that ancient families are real? Just not called Rothschild. A sigh echoed from room 1808 of the Regent Hotel. Shen Yan, leaning against the headboard, shook his head and set his phone aside. He slid off the bed, shuffling in his slippers to the window. Outside, lights shimmered in the night, the unique romance of a global metropolis. But Shen Yan had no heart for such sights. His brow furrowed as he stood by the window, lost in thought. In his past life, he'd been just a lowly laborer. He never had to think about anything else, just do his job well and collect his pay on time. Now, he held the secret formula for the new 9 vases. Soon, he'd have cutting-edge mobile phone technology. Before long, he'd be a newcomer on the wealthy list. The world he faced now was completely different from his past life. Just moments ago, lying in bed, he'd been exhausted but couldn't sleep no matter how he tried. Back when his temporary job dried up, he had a group of workers depending on him for meals. He had to find ways to scrape together more money. So he began looking into some shady factories and black markets overseas, trying to figure out ways to make a profit. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon information inaccessible to ordinary people. It was an encrypted forum. Many posts discussed news of a major domestic figure being arrested for treason. He had no interest in such gossip, but certain discussions about industries and finance caught his attention. Just a few glances at the information completely shattered his worldview. In this world, the shadows of a handful of families loomed over most commercial activities. Berkshire Hathaway, Goldman Sachs, Morgan, Citigroup. These families, known as the ancient families, virtually controlled the economic lifelines of the entire world. Shen Yan felt nothing about them personally, but the companies under their control were household names. Google, Tesla, Microsoft, Apple. These supercorporations that openly dominated the world were merely a small part of these families' business operations. This alone made Shen Yan feel somewhat suffocated. What truly nearly broke him was the fact that one of these families, the Bear Stearns family, had taken over all state-owned enterprises within Ukraine. In other words, the entire nation of Ukraine was essentially a subsidiary of one family's empire. After reading this information, Shen Yan was stunned for over a minute. Later, his utter despondency stemmed partly from this revelation. Without groundbreaking technology, he was doomed to remain a contract manufacturer forever, never to rise above his station.
The more he thought about it, the more meaningless life seemed. Thus, he sank into depression. Huff.
Shen Yan exhaled a long breath.
Fortunately, in this lifetime, he possessed countless earth-shattering technologies.
Depression? Not happening in this life.
He would vent all his pent-up frustration on foreigners and those sycophants who worshipped Western culture.
This thought instantly recharged him with energy. Time to hit the sack.
Sleep now, so he'd have the strength to rant tomorrow. He'd have to live under the shadow of those bigwigs for a while longer, might as well collect some interest first.
Chapter 79, Miss Yi-san.
The next day, the sun was already high in the sky when Shen Yan finally rubbed his sleepy eyes. Glancing at the time, it was 11 a.m. The International Expo had been underway for 2 hours already. Shen Yan scrolled through Douyin for a while longer, planning to grab some dim sum first, then stroll over to the expo for the afternoon session.
The management at the Yedong International Expo was notoriously strict. A slacker like him would be disqualified in a heartbeat.
But Shen Yan knew full well he had no business being at this expo in the first place. He was only here because the bigwigs from PG had pulled strings.
With such powerful connections backing him, how could he not act cocky? Wouldn't that be a waste of their goodwill? Ding!
His phone buzzed again. It was a message from Li Qian. Since 10 a.m., she had sent at least 8 messages. He had warned her beforehand not to disturb his sleep, otherwise the calls would have started bombarding him since 8 a.m. Other messages came from Mu Xiaoxiao, the company, and city officials,
all asking why Fenghwa's booth was empty during the morning exhibition livestream.
"Don't panic, I'm brushing my teeth," Shen Yan replied. Soon, Li Qian sent over a few points. Shen Yan set his phone aside and began his morning routine. He had to hurry any later and he'd miss dim sum. Shen Yan had long wanted to experience the dim sum culture of eastern Guangdong, especially the boat kanji.
Good boat kanji had a clean, sweet aftertaste of flavor he adored.
Another favorite was stir-fried greens.
Cantonese cuisine used Chinese broccoli from Ning province.
After stir-frying, they glistened with a vibrant green, tasting crisp and refreshingly sweet, as if instantly transporting one back to springtime. He casually picked a crowded teahouse, waited for a window seat, ordered his dishes, and settled in to quietly savor the meal. The International Expo lasted 3 days, no need to rush. Besides, he wasn't here to secure orders. Instead, he reveled in the delights of Eastern Cantonese cuisine, while a group of foreigners and domestic personal care distributors felt utterly miserable. These past few days, they'd spent every spare moment plotting how to intimidate Shen Yan. Yesterday's attempt backfired spectacularly, earning them a thorough scolding from Shen Yan instead. Last night, they stayed up until 3 or 4 a.m., devising every possible scheme to crush Shen Yan. They even upgraded the promotional budget for the livestream. But this morning, when they arrived at Fenghwa's booth brimming with ambition, ready to make their move, Shen Yan simply didn't show up. That punch, packed with pent-up force, slammed into thin air. It nearly made them vomit.
But that wasn't the worst part. The real nausea came from knowing they couldn't get the organizers to disqualify Shen Yan.
If that happened, the game would truly be over. They refused to let Shen Yan walk away so easily. At 1 p.m., a group of billionaire tycoons hastily finished their meals and reconvened for a private meeting. When these private meetings first emerged, everyone had scoffed at them.
Little Fenghwa? Ridiculous.
A mere workshop worth tens of millions, not even worthy of their glance.
And now they were being asked to band together against it?
That was like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito, making mountains out of molehills.
Yet the longer the meeting went on, the more silent they grew. Though small, Fenghwa held core technology. Money? They wouldn't sell. Tricks?
They had a manager named Wayman standing behind them. Neither public nor private approaches worked. For now, they could only resort to petty schemes, but Fenghwa's boss had mastered the art. When it came to dealing with scum like them, Fenghwa's boss was even more despicable. It was truly a case of scum breeding scum, utterly despicable.
What? Not a word?
This group of high and mighty bigwigs was genuinely stumped.
How about letting Ruba test the waters first? At most, we can only influence the deputy provincial level. Rubat could approach their provincial chief. Worth a shot.
Otherwise, this Shen Yan is too cunning. We're completely stumped.
Rubat hasn't returned yet. I just checked with his steward. Still, entertaining that lady? Wait it out. No better options right now. Shen Yan is deliberately provoking us. We must keep our cool. Online comments are unbearable. Shen Yan didn't show up this morning, but the organizers haven't removed his booth. People are just self-indulging over there. Don't bother with online comments. They're just a bunch of nobodies. Pay them attention when you're making money off them, but otherwise, they're nothing.
Enough about that disgusting stuff.
Let's go find Rubat first. One of the presidential suites at the Kempinski. Rubat stood respectfully at the doorway.
His legs trembled slightly. Dark circles hung heavily under his eyes, clearly revealing a sleepless night.
The lady is going out to dine.
You needn't stand here, a beautiful Asian woman in white gloves said coldly.
Miss Lianyue, I need to see Miss Yi-san. Rubat's voice was hoarse.
He hadn't drunk water all night.
The woman named Lian Yue's voice remained icy. She said she has no interest. Miss Lian Yue.
The young lady has other business to attend to during her visit to the Dragon Kingdom. Please do not waste her time or disturb her mood. Rubit, however, shook off his previous exhaustion, his eyes gleaming. For Miss Yi-san to travel such a great distance, this matter must be of great importance.
Is there anything I can assist with? I have many followers in the Dragon Kingdom. Miss Lian Yue, you must understand this land is vast and its people diverse. One needs local connections.
A flicker of emotion crossed the Asian woman's eyes.
Wait here.
After about a minute, she returned to the doorway.
Enter. Wait in the hall. I'll bring you water. Thank you, Rubit replied repeatedly.
Upon entering, Miss Yi-san was inside the room. He dared not sit down, remaining standing in the hall to wait respectfully.
Rubit, how is modern warfare conducted?
A gentle, alluring voice suddenly drifted from the room.
Rubit's body trembled, then his mind raced.
Modern warfare is information warfare, he replied after a moment's thought.
Disrupt the enemy's signals, then unleash firepower.
You're quite sharp, the gentle voice remarked.
Then can you guess why I've come to the Dragon Nation? Rubit pondered for a moment before venturing. Something related to signal technology?
Arrange meetings with the CEOs of relevant tech companies, the soft voice instructed.
Acquiring Dragon Nation's major signal-related tech firms? For warfare? No, starting a war isn't that simple. The Dragon Nation isn't what it used to be. Is this about cutting off their supply lines? Rubit's eyes lit up. Yes. It was about cutting off their supply lines. Admittedly, the official technology research institutes in the Dragon Nation were formidable, but the private enterprises also possessed impressive technological capabilities. Sometimes, cutting-edge technologies were even pioneered by private companies first. If key enterprises in the Dragon Nation were acquired, the development of signal reception equipment and related upgrade technologies would inevitably slow down. Sooner or later, it would hamper military capabilities. You seem quite interested in my work. The gentle voice remained calm, yet sent a chill down Rubit's spine.
No, I just wanted to analyze things more thoroughly to better serve Miss Yi-san, Rubit hurriedly explained.
Proceed.
The gentle tone turned slightly colder. Rubit nodded quickly, offered a flattering remark, and then made a hasty exit.
Chapter 80, The Rage Begins. 3 p.m. The afternoon session of the International Expo commenced. Shen Yan still hadn't appeared. Rubit was nowhere to be seen either.
A group of domestic distributors felt their scalps tingle. They had no choice but to shut down the live stream comments. They couldn't fathom how someone could twist the same Chinese characters from their own country into something so revolting. Not a single vulgar word was used, yet just one glance made them want to bang their heads against the wall. The convention proceeded as scheduled.
The executives gathered once more in their room, brainstorming solutions. Quick! Find a way to take him down. Where the hell did he go? He must know we can't kick him out of an international expo. This is deliberate. We need a plan to force him out. This is our only option. Rubit isn't showing up either. My people tracked Rubit down. He's at the Kempinski. Haven't seen him out all day. Which floor? Is the person he's meeting also staying at the Kempinski? No idea. The guy I sent out sent that update and then went silent.
The group sucked in sharp breaths, their eyes flashing with alarm.
Forget about Rubit for now.
We need to figure this out ourselves.
Right, no panic. Let's sort out the current situation.
Based on our existing distribution channels, let's map out the routes Shen Yan could take.
Right.
Once we understand his routes, we can set up roadblocks and intercept him.
Online, I can shut him down completely. He's already been flagged by Li Juqi.
If we a Tianlong selection team up with a few others to target him, he won't be able to sell through live streaming. As for malls, it goes without saying. With giants like Lianhua and Park Shop blocking him, his Fenghua products won't get shelf space in domestic supermarkets. On pricing, PG and Unilever's shampoo brands can crush him. Let's push more news and research papers about its carcinogenic risks. Many people are already criticizing it. I feel they're starting to wake up. You're kidding. With China's massive population, you have to believe in the concept of information silos. Modern big data intelligently pushes content users like. Forget official papers like ours, they don't even know about local news happening right beside them. And trust me, good news never travels far, but bad news spreads like wildfire. Rumors get shared by crowds, but hardly anyone has the patience to read debunking posts. That doesn't quite add up. Wawaha is a perfect example. When the dating group tried to acquire him, didn't they just stir up a little drama? Wawaha's market value plummeted by tens of billions in just a few months. The group instantly grew excited. What are we waiting for? Let's shut him down. Hey, Rubit's calling. Liang Guochao made a shushing gesture. He pressed the answer button. After just a few seconds, his cheekbones nearly popped out. The moment he hung up, the group swarmed around him. What's up? Good news? Rubit said he's got urgent matters to attend to lately and can't handle Shen Yan's case.
Liang Guochao replied. How is that good news? Old Liang, you haven't gone mad from Shen Yan's antics, have you? Everyone, calm down. Liang Guochao remained unruffled, smiling as he spoke. The group instantly quieted.
If Liang Guochao said so, there must be more to it.
Rubit said he can't abandon Shen Yan's case either.
Since he lacks time, he's delegating authority to us. Funds and such will be reimbursed by him. For connections and contacts, just go straight to his butler.
Whoa. Doesn't that mean we're basically Procter & Gamble now? Pretty much. Then what are we waiting for?
I say we even team up with the courier companies to strangle him.
Let's strategize.
Also, we need to ramp up the pressure from their provincial office. Oh, forgot to mention since yesterday, some people have been trying to approach manhwa about agency deals, but our guys shooed them away. But honestly, manhwa still has a huge market share, so those guys just won't budge.
Let them negotiate.
When they can't deliver or meet deadlines, the penalty fees alone will bankrupt them.
But what if we fail to block them and he secures those orders? No problem. They're just small-time buyers, domestic department stores and such. We'll just keep a closer eye on them. A conference room in a hotel near the International Convention Center.
The meeting room, designed for a dozen people, was packed with 60 or 70. Shen Yan sat at the head of the table, a glass of water before him. He turned his head and sneezed again.
These bastards never stop. They're always secretly cursing me. Mr. Shen, there are people here. Mind your language.
Li Qian stood nearby, whispering a gentle reminder.
Oh, Ms. Li, that's just Mr. Shen being himself.
Exactly. A group nearby chuckled in agreement. Li Qian covered her face.
Shen Yan smiled.
No need for flattery, everyone.
I'll be honest with you.
Right now, those big chain supermarkets are closing in on me from all sides. It's rare that you're still willing to cooperate with me. Personally, I'm very eager to make this partnership happen.
The crowd had been grinning broadly, but their smiles froze upon hearing the latter part.
This meant there was definitely a but coming.
Li Qian also furrowed her brow. No cooperation at all?
With the chain stores completely blocked off, and even smaller players coming to you refusing to cooperate, who are you going to sell your goods to?
Sell them to aliens? Mr. Shen.
The group of small business owners called out.
Shen Yan waved his hand. Everyone, please calm down. Not giving you the goods now doesn't mean I won't cooperate. I just have other ideas. This is what we'll do, I can sign an order with you.
But for this batch, you need to give me some time. And you know, manhwa is being chased and blocked everywhere right now. If you ship the goods now, you'll easily become targets. The group of small business owners looked at each other and then, surprisingly, tears welled up in their eyes.
Mr. Shen, you're such a kind man. Mr. Shen, we'll host a dinner tonight.
You must come, I'll toast you 3 times.
Exactly. Let's all have dinner together tonight.
The meeting room buzzed with enthusiasm.
Dinner can wait, there's still much to settle. Shen Yan shook his head. Everyone, head back first.
I'll have the company draft the contract and send it to you.
Mr. Shen. The group looked disappointed. We'll cross paths again.
This isn't a one-time deal, Shen Yan said as he stood up.
I'm heading to the convention center to give someone a piece of my mind. Anyone coming?
The group's expressions changed.
They certainly wouldn't dare. Head back, Shen Yan said, glancing at his watch.
He took a sip of water and strode toward the door.
Outside the hotel, Li Qian asked, what was that idea you mentioned? Your path is completely blocked now. Is there anything we can do? Shen Yan chuckled. Not for the moment. What other options could there be? Li Qian was utterly perplexed.
Lost in thought, they unexpectedly arrived at the International Convention Center in no time. Please show your credentials, the security guard at the entrance said. Shen Yan flashed his ID and strode in confidently. Li Qian quickly presented hers and followed. The guards exchanged puzzled glances.
Ignoring their reactions, Shen Yan headed straight for an American tech company's booth. This company produced transformer coolant.
The lubrication and thermal stability materials were poorly selected.
Fail.
The molecular structures related to electrical performance and oxidation resistance weren't optimized.
This is just sloppy work. Fail. Your product never passed testing. To cover it up, you slapped a future prospects label beside it to confuse people. But that's just naive. You met someone as handsome and smart as me. I saw right through you. Fail. The most outrageous part is the service life, it doesn't even meet basic standards, lasting only 2 years. What's the difference between this and a pile of? Hey, I said your product is a pile of. Did you hear me? Hey, you're a pile of. Chapter 81, The World is One Big Shambles.
The blonde-haired, blue-eyed women standing beside the booth stared in disbelief.
Their wide eyes fixed on Shen Yan, their expressions thick with incredulity. It took a full 10 seconds for them to snap back to reality. Yet they still seemed unsure, doubting their own ears. After exchanging bewildered glances for a while, they finally refocused their gaze on Shen Yan. Sir, this is Herman's Power Equipment. We are among the world's most advanced electrical equipment companies. Sir, such defamatory remarks constitute a violation of relevant laws. We reserve the right to pursue legal action. Sir. Funny mud pea. Shen Yan spat into thin air. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed women were once again dumbfounded.
Though they couldn't decipher the meaning of his final utterance, the insulting gesture of spitting was clear enough for even a fool to understand.
This Dragon Nation man was toying with them. When had they ever witnessed such a spectacle?
And this was happening in Dragon Nation.
The very Dragon Nation that showed them foreigners such profound respect. Not just them, but the entire livestream audience was dumbfounded.
Shen Yan had spoken entirely in English, incomprehensible to most. Still, everyone could tell he wasn't being particularly polite to the foreign girls.
Where's the translator? My translator, come here immediately. Hurry up. You always brag about being top-tier university students, yet you can't even follow this drama? Useless bunch. Move it. The translator's here. Everyone, quiet down. I'll type it out in the comments now.
The live stream, boasting over 100,000 viewers, fell into an unusual silence at that moment.
Soon, several lines of text appeared in the chat.
The lubrication and heat-stable materials weren't selected properly. Failure.
Hey, I said your product is a piece of. Did you hear that? Hey, you're a piece of. The entire chat fell silent. Almost everyone instantly began suspecting the translator. You're messing with us, right? If this is real, Shen Yan is way too bold. It's real. I'll translate what he just said in English next. Dude, stop joking. My English isn't great, but I passed CET 4. Where's the phrase funny mud pea? Ha ha, poor compatriots.
So insecure they need emotional projection, clinging to fantasies of Shen Yan being some war god to comfort themselves.
Did he really just insult the foreigners? I doubt it. They're an international corporation, this could get him sued. Dude, what's the last English line mean? Let's see how well you translate it. Off, you idiot. That's easy as pie.
Type the guy who'd done the translation earlier.
Holy. Seriously? Damn, I kinda feel like Shen Yan really did curse out that foreign power equipment company just like the translator said.
That offline is pure gold, totally his style.
Both English speakers and non-speakers fell silent.
I just checked with a senior grad student, and she confirmed.
Shen Yan did curse at the power equipment company. The meaning matches what the translator said. Whoa. Let me calm down. Has Shen Yan lost his mind? Lost his mind? He's just been suppressed and got angry. That's normal. I support Shen Yan doing this. Shen Yan's hooked on riding the patriotic wave. He'll get sued into bankruptcy. The livestream chat exploded into chaos.
Some praised his actions, others called it playing with fire.
Meanwhile, the International Exhibition Hall descended into utter pandemonium. Shen Yan's antics had drawn security.
Guards warned him to stop causing trouble.
Shen Yan demanded they fetch Liang Guochao and his team. How could the security guards not recognize Shen Yan's tactics?
They knew they couldn't handle this situation themselves and immediately notified Liang Guochao. In less than 2 minutes, Liang Guochao descended from the conference room upstairs, accompanied by a group of bigwigs.
Seeing Liang Guochao approach, Shen Yan tossed his credentials straight at him. I'm done playing. I'm outta here. Shen Yan turned and strode away.
The group of bigwigs froze in stunned silence.
Viewers watching the livestream burst into laughter. Shen Yan's move was just too bold. But their laughter quickly turned to concern. Playing this game, Shen Yan might actually get thrown out.
Unexpectedly, the group of bigwigs picked up the badges, handed them back to Shen Yan with magnanimous expressions, and instructed the security guards to leave first.
Holy crap, that worked? These guys are so sneaky. If I'm not mistaken, they definitely let Shen Yan keep ranting.
What a vicious business war. They're setting Shen Yan up to piss off everyone, then gang up on him.
Serves him right.
All he cares about is riding others' coattails instead of improving his own products.
I'd love to see him beaten to death by a bunch of foreigners. +1. He's nothing but a clown. How dare he act like a jerk in front of those advanced foreign tech companies? Trending again, huh?
Shen Yan berating foreign power equipment companies at the International Expo. This is getting wild. Another wave of viewers flooded into the livestream.
Online numbers surged from 110,000 to 130,000. And the count kept climbing.
More and more people were flocking to the livestream to watch the spectacle.
Mr. Shen, I didn't realize you had expertise in power equipment too, Liang Guochao remarked. Empowered by PG's delegation of authority, Liang Guochao felt confident. He eyed Shen Yan like a cat eyeing a mouse. I know a thing or two, Shen Yan replied.
Actually, we have similar technology domestically.
It's just that we don't brag about it like these foreigners do. Liang Guochao approached Shen Yan, grabbed his arm, and urged, these technologies may look similar, but they're worlds apart. Besides, you're not a specialist in this field. Let's check out other booths instead. I'll handle the earlier misunderstanding. Herman's is an international corporation, they won't hold it against us. Shen Yan raised his eyebrows. After all these years, is it really that hard to develop an insulating coolant that lasts over a decade? Selling products has always been about marketing, brainwashing, and throwing dog food. Technological innovation is worthless as. Let's check out the others. Liang Guochao suggested. Shen Yan nodded and strode forward. After a few steps, Shen Yan halted before the famed Iyun mineral water stall. This water retails around $5 a bottle, a luxury item many swear by. Take a sip, close your eyes, and you'll roll back in ecstasy. Ah, this tastes like sipping the crisp, icy world of the Alps. This sip, it's like tasting the unique romance of France. But then, convulsions, foaming at the mouth. You bastard. This water tested positive for excessive drug residues. Who put it in here? This expo seems pretty mediocre after all. Might as well not participate. Saying this, Shen Yan reached up to tear off the exhibitor badge hanging around his neck. Liang Guochao and the group of bigwigs twitched their lips in disbelief. Iyun's water had indeed tested positive for excessive pesticide residues before. But many still trusted the brand, and Iyun's PR was solid. Sales remained strong. Shen Yan's public criticism at such a high-profile international expo would deal a devastating blow to Iyun this time. He really has the guts. The bigwigs felt a rush of satisfaction, exchanging knowing glances with Liang Guochao. Liang Guochao understood immediately, promptly leading Shen Yan forward. Shen Yan also left Iyun's booth, shaking his head as he walked. This world is nothing but a huge shambles. Those big international brands up ahead are no better. Just wait, I'll tear them all apart one by one. Chapter 82, that's it. The world is just a huge amateur production? What a bold claim. Whether at the venue or watching the livestream, those who disliked Shen Yan couldn't help but gasp. Even those who had previously sided with him were stunned. This remark. It hits too broad a target. Can Shen Yan even backtrack now? This is an international exhibition, after all, featuring some of the world's leading products. Admittedly, both products had flaws earlier, but this expo featured countless other innovations. From massive AI systems to simple water purifiers, every industry was represented. Some will surely say my criticism is too broad. This expo has countless exhibits, and I just happened to encounter two subpar ones. Well then, let's start with the most technologically advanced AI robots. When it comes to AI robots, many might wonder how they relate to our daily lives or why we even study them. In truth, humanoid robots are like training methods in martial arts. The actual combat techniques are another matter entirely. Next, we'll examine products from a company called Ecovacs. Those in the know recognize this as one of the top 3 companies in robotics applications. Their products absolutely represent the pinnacle of current technology in this field. Frankly speaking, their technology also embodies the world's most advanced AI robotics applications. Before Shen Yan had even finished speaking, Liang Guochao and the others exchanged glances. Shen Yan seemed to have come prepared. Ecovacs products were located on the south side of the exhibition hall, a 2-minute walk away. Along the way, Liang Guochao inquired, Mr. Shen, you must have put in considerable effort to uncover these products' flaws. While your perfectionist attitude is commendable, technological advancement requires a process. Just a few years ago, we didn't even have smartphones, we were still using bulky mobile phones. Now, while not everyone owns one, it's become commonplace for every household or two to have at least one. You're trying to help the foreign company with some PR first, so when they embarrass themselves later, it won't be quite so awkward, right? Shen Yan retorted. Liang Guochao knew Shen Yan would spout such nonsense. He feigned indignation on the surface, but inwardly he was overjoyed. The exhibitors were all top-tier companies. The more Shen Yan antagonized them, the faster he'd be finished. Sigh, I was considering our fellow countryman status and giving you some leeway. But you're like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, unable to recognize a good deed when you see one. Liang Guochao sighed and continued walking forward. The group came to a stop in front of the Ecovacs booth. Ecovacs had quite a few exhibits. There were floor-cleaning robots, window-washing robots, air-purifying robots, and the self-service robot from the bank exhibition hall. But Shen Yan's gaze was fixed on the humanoid robot. All these robots touted artificial intelligence, but in reality, they were just tools. This was due to their fundamental purpose. Take the floor-sweeping robot, for instance. Its function was simply to sweep floors. A series of programs were developed around that core function, requiring little advanced technology. Only the humanoid robot truly showcased technological prowess. Simulating human form was already extremely challenging, let alone creating a core intellectual system. In the short term, tools like floor-sweeping robots wouldn't reveal major flaws, but the humanoid robot was riddled with them. Shen Yan glanced at Liang Guochao. Liang Guochao looked puzzled. You go talk to them. If you don't communicate properly, how can I just test their product? Why are you so slow? Do I have to teach you everything? Shen Yan said. Liang Guochao's mouth twitched. He couldn't very well say he'd already made arrangements, so he gritted his teeth and approached to engage in some perfunctory small talk. Half a minute later, he turned back and gave an okay gesture. He looks like a dog, Shen Yan remarked suddenly. The group's expressions instantly soured. The livestream chat exploded with reactions.
Shen Yan was a master of verbal jabs.
The most amusing part? Liang Guochao and the others couldn't truly get angry. The moment they frowned, Shen Yan would turn and walk away. Why did you provoke him?
LOL, when you meet a jerk, you gotta be even more of a jerk. Shen Yan is the perfect example of that.
I couldn't take the heat. I had to take a bite out of Shen Yan.
If you bite him, you're playing right into his hands.
He'll just turn and walk away, quietly farming with manhwa, and in the end, you'll be the one eliminated. A thug with brains?
That's genuinely disgusting, ha ha ha. The live stream had now surpassed 200,000 concurrent viewers.
At the exhibition venue,
Shen Yan chuckled, Mr. Liang, young folks like us just speak our minds.
Don't take it personally. Poof. How could Liang Guochao not be furious? Should I leave then?
Shen Yan leaned forward, pointing at himself.
Everything's been arranged, Liang Guochao retorted irritably. Watch your language, this is a live broadcast. Got it, got it. I'll be careful. Shen Yan then gestured toward the Ecovacs humanoid robot. Have it show us a dance. The Ecovacs staff immediately issued the command. The robot executed a fluid, natural routine.
Its performance was flawless. Staff members and Liang Guochao's jaws lifted slightly, their faces breaking into smiles.
In the live chat, those who disliked Shen Yan instantly got excited.
Shen Yan, however, remained unfazed and continued, have it walk. Take 20 steps.
Didn't it just dance? It did pretty well. Why lower the difficulty now? A CEO asked.
The staff member chuckled, dancing doesn't require particularly advanced technology, maintaining balance is sufficient. Walking, however, demands equilibrium across all four limbs, placing finer demands on the robot.
The finer the requirements, the greater the technical complexity. After inputting a secret command, the robot immediately began walking.
Its stride was steady and flawless, showing not a single flaw.
Liang Guochao led the applause.
The livestream chat erupted in cheers once more. Pick up this egg, place it on the other side of the display case, then crack it open, pour the contents into a bowl, and stir it into a paste with chopsticks. The staff member's expression changed.
Liang Guochao also sensed something was amiss. Can't do it? Shen Yan inquired. No, it's not that.
The staff member took a deep breath and entered the command. The robot received the order again and walked toward the raw egg Shen Yan had placed on the display case. It moved with purpose, appearing confident and assured.
But upon reaching the display case, all its movements slowed considerably.
The entire process of reaching for the egg was painstakingly slow, slower than a knife cutting through snow. Finally, after a minute or two, the mechanical fingers made contact with the egg.
Crack!
The egg shattered from the force of the impact. The staff member's face drained of color.
Liang Guochao and the others sucked in their breath. Every viewer watching the livestream gasped in disbelief.
The world's top artificial intelligence application technology company can't even make a robot pick up an egg, let alone make scrambled eggs. And yet, this is what they've achieved with a market value of hundreds of billions.
So tell me, is this world just one big charade? Chapter 83, Planting a Seed of Doubt. The entire venue fell silent.
In the livestream chat, the 20,000 viewers saw a sharp drop in comments.
Shen Yan's series of actions had been utterly mind-blowing.
In everyone's minds, tech companies that reached the world's forefront were supposed to be formidable. This belief typically manifested as you get what you pay for.
If something was expensive, it must be worth the price.
This notion was especially pronounced when dealing with foreign products. TVs, a 75-inch domestic model sells for just over 3,000 yuan, while the mediocre domestic brand Sovi starts at 12,000 yuan for a 75-inch model, with higher spec versions reaching 19,999 yuan. Cars, with comparable specifications, an Audi, Mercedes, or BMW would cost at least 100,000 yuan more. Orthokeratology lenses for children with myopia, domestic versions cost 3,000 yuan, while imported ones cost 8,000 yuan. Cosmetics are even more extreme, just slapping imported on them doubles their whitening, acne-fighting, and anti-aging claims, promising instant transformation into a celestial beauty. But now, Shen Yan proves with facts that foreign brands aren't all that special. True, foreign countries entered industrialization earlier, gaining some head start, and their tech level is marginally higher. But it's nowhere near as vast as a 3- or 4-story building.
Transformer coolants baffled them, so they tried spinning futuristic narratives to gloss over the flaws.
The luxury water brand Ayun wasn't the pristine, crystal clear wonder it claimed to be. It actually contained excessive pesticide residues, worse than urine.
Robots from the top-tier robotics application tech company couldn't even lift an egg. A price premium of 10%, even 30%, might be understandable.
But imported products are usually more than double the price of domestic ones.
It's time to wake up, everyone. How long are we going to keep paying this IQ tax?
Suddenly, Shen Yan roared.
The CEOs present jumped in shock. The live stream audience snapped back to reality too.
Holy crap, this is terrifying when you think about it, folks. We've been getting fleeced all along. This is awkward. I've bought Ecovacs products like their robot vacuums and they're not great.
They get stuck in corners sometimes, not exactly smart. But domestic brands are even worse, they refuse to clean corners.
So I thought Ecovacs was passable. After seeing this test, I feel totally ripped off. The price gap doesn't reflect the tech gap at all. Heck, I could buy 2 domestic ones for the price of one.
I can tolerate most things, but buying a car is truly disgusting. They're overpriced with barely any features, and you even have to pay extra to get one. No wonder my Volkswagen keeps having EPC faults, and my husband's car keeps leaking oil.
Turns out they're just not good enough.
They rely on marketing hype and stories to fool people.
What a bunch of amateurs. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. Bull. It's just a case of equivocation. How do you explain Coke then? It tastes great and is cheap.
Plus, technological gaps are like the last mile of a 100-mile journey. A small gap can be a breakthrough. If it costs twice or 3 times as much, that's justified.
Do domestic brands not want to make that money? They just don't have the capability, okay? Shut up. Back when soda cost 10-20 cents a bottle, didn't Coke still sell for 2 yuan? Wasn't that expensive?
It only seems cheap now because they've monopolized production and distribution. They deliberately set it at 2 yuan to crush any competition.
Technology is the last mile, sure. But if you can't even lift an egg, what the hell are you talking about technology for?
The livestream erupted in another heated argument. Shen Yan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping the room. He wasn't aware of the livestream's quarrel, but he knew his actions today would undoubtedly trend on social media.
When that happened, countless people would see it.
He didn't expect everyone to change their minds. He didn't even dare hope for 30%.
As long as 10% began questioning foreign brands, that would suffice.
Over time, the seed of doubt would take root and sprout.
When domestic technology finally rose to prominence, they'd be the first to rally behind it. Today, his goal was to plant that very seed. So, just 3 products weren't enough. Merely declaring imported goods inferior wasn't enough either. Comparison was needed. He had to show the public that while some domestic technologies fell short, the gap wasn't insurmountable.
If conditions and time permit, it might be worth waiting.
That's not entirely accurate, Liang Guochao interjected. Technological progress, even incremental, demands immense effort. Research funding is costly, so charging a premium in the early stages is understandable.
Oh?
Shen Yan chuckled.
Just as he was about to praise a domestic product, Liang Guochao had handed him an opening.
Don't be too extreme, Liang Guochao chuckled. With so many products, there must be some worthy of praise.
Indeed there are, Shen Yan replied.
The crowd instantly grew expectant. After all his criticism, could any product actually earn his praise?
Ha!
Wait, why was he heading left? The group watched Shen Yan's retreating figure in confusion.
That direction led to the daily necessities section, and further off to the side, the area for domestic brands.
Shen Yan soon arrived at a stall named Wawaha.
Several stunningly beautiful women stood by the stall, but Shen Yan walked straight up to an elderly man.
Mr. Zong, hello. Shen Yan extended both hands. Everyone frowned.
The livestream chat erupted in chaos.
What was Shen Yan doing? How could someone so arrogant extend both hands to an old man selling water?
After all, offering both hands for a handshake signified extreme respect, even reverence.
Mr. Shen, good day.
The elderly man addressed as Elder Zong reciprocated with both hands, signaling his own respect. Shen Yan flashed a radiant smile, the first genuine one since arriving at the expo. Master Zong, I'd like to review your company's purified water.
Would you mind? Not at all.
Thank you for the exposure, Master Zong replied with a smile as warm as spring sunshine.
Shen Yan nodded and addressed the camera. Wawaha purified water is practically a household name.
But with so many brands flooding the market, mostly big names, people tend to buy water casually. Occasionally, some might notice Wawaha disappearing from supermarket and convenience store shelves.
They might think, Wawaha must be struggling, but that's about it. Now I'll tell you why. Shen Yan picked up a bottle of Wawaha purified water, unscrewed the cap, and took a big gulp. Everyone knows lab-grade purified water has strict requirements. Conductivity must be below 5 cm. Wawaha's purified water achieves 1.56. It's the purest water on the market.
Not only that, but its bottles meet standards for single-use sampling containers. So, it's not that it's not selling well, it's being snapped up by labs.
How much is a bottle like this? 2 yuan. Isn't that better than drinking stuff with pesticide residues over the limit? Holy crap! Wawaha is that awesome? You guys didn't know? Our lab water is Wawaha. It's really great and cheap too. Making our own is time-consuming and expensive.
I told you earlier, too bad there's too many people, can't see my comments.
Why did Shen Yan use both hands to find Elder Zone?
Elder Zone truly deserves the title of entrepreneur.
As a man, I'll give him my highest praise, he's hotter than me. Is Wawaha's purified water that insane? Guess I need to switch brands. Shen Yan might be exaggerating, but data doesn't lie if labs use it, it's legit.
The live stream room erupted in lively chatter once more.
Meanwhile, at the venue, Liang Guoqiao and his group fell into silence. Their gazes locked, each catching a fleeting glimpse of ruthlessness in the other's eyes. This Shen Yan, he can't be left alive. We must team up and take him down.
After finishing his introduction, Shen Yan held the water bottle and smiled.
Next, we'll be checking out Porsche's Panamera. See for yourselves how a luxury car costing over $1 million requires an additional 20,000 in upgrades. What does that say about its technological prowess? Chapter 84. Who let him attend the exhibition?
The Porsche sales staff remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation.
Seeing Shen Yan and his group approach, they even flirtatiously offered him tea. Gentlemen, how may I assist you?
A stunning saleswoman in black stockings approached Shen Yan and his companions. Shen Yan led the way, his companions surrounding him like stars orbiting the moon.
Though Shen Yan's attire looked unremarkable, neither fine fabric nor expert tailoring, Liang Guoqiao and the others were dressed impeccably.
The saleswoman had keen eyes and instinctively recognized Shen Yan as the group's wealthy young master.
A poor man dressed like that would be tasteless. For a young master, it signified nonchalance. Besides, this was an international exhibition, not just anyone could enter.
Look at the cars, Shen Yan stated bluntly.
The saleswoman's eyes lit up. Right. Exactly. That's how the wealthy are direct. Because they're confident. Sir, would you mind sharing your requirements? She asked with a smile. Shen Yan waved him off.
I'll look around myself.
The salesman nodded obediently.
The personalities of the wealthy are hard to pin down. Some crave a crowd of attendants, others prefer solitude.
So, how does one figure out which type someone is? No need to figure it out. Just be obedient.
The salesman quickly backed off to a distance of 10 meters, leaving Shen Yan and his group to walk toward a Panamera.
Shen Yan opened the door and slid straight inside. He knew the Panamera inside out.
As everyone knows, broke eyes know cars best. Badges, specs, rev ranges, 0 to 100 times, spotting the model and series just by glancing at the interior.
Broke eyes? They know it all.
Back when Shen Yan was broke in his past life, his greatest dream was buying designer labels and driving luxury cars. Despite his loathing for contract manufacturing, he harbored deep-seated insecurity. Foreign air felt exceptionally sweet. Back then, he'd fantasize about buying a Mercedes, a BMW, or a Panamera. Once he made it big, only then could he hold his head high. He even believed driving a Panamera through traffic jams was the ultimate display of prestige. When roads were gridlocked, everyone wasted time stuck in congestion, time that felt like stolen life. But he, driving his Panamera, was flaunting his own life.
Back then, those damn capitalists knew how to play the game. They constantly touted that every man's life must include a Mercedes, BMW, or Audi. Until he was slapped awake by reality, time and again, overseas. Now, sitting back in the Panamera's cockpit, Shen Yan's eyes held not a trace of excitement or longing. Instead, they were filled with utter disgust. Everyone sees this the so-called dream car for many. Base price, 1.08 million yuan. Minimum required options, 180,000 yuan.
Whether it's the exterior or brand prestige, most would deem it worth the price.
Because many need a car like this to speak for them.
Now, let's test drive this $1 million luxury vehicle, the best-selling one in its class.
Shen Yan spoke calmly before starting the engine. But he didn't rush to press the accelerator. We're not in a hurry to hit the road. First, let's savor the feeling of sitting inside a luxury car. Shen Yan beckoned to Liang Guoqiao and the others. 3 executives climbed into the vehicle. Aren't we turning on the sound system?
This car has excellent audio quality, Liang Guoqiao remarked. At his level, he could afford any car. Though he hadn't purchased a Panamera himself, he knew vehicles of this caliber boasted exceptional audio systems.
Why turn on the sound? This is just a test drive model.
For premium audio, you'd need to select the optional package, Shen Yan chuckled. This is essentially a bare-bones setup.
Liang Guoqiao's lips twitched slightly, a hint of awkwardness visible.
Gentlemen, and everyone watching the livestream, you'll have to judge for yourselves. Shen Yan gently pressed the accelerator, maintaining a steady 10 kilometers per hour.
The display car was stationary and couldn't be driven. The test drive was merely an on-the-spot experience inside the vehicle. Squeak, squeak. A teeth-grinding sound echoed. Liang Guoqiao snapped, "Don't pick at the plastic." Everyone looked utterly dumbfounded. Shen Yan explained, "No one touched it.
That's probably transmission noise, plus the mixed sound from the chassis when you press the accelerator."
The expressions of several executives in the car darkened. "Stop the car. I need to get out," Liang Guoqiao ordered. "Are you kidding me?" This was Baojie. Though they'd secured Baojie's authorization, this international expo wasn't entirely controlled by Baojie alone. Most companies were there as a result of Baojie's negotiations.
Many even held higher market valuations than Baojie itself. Baojie was one such company. They were a red-hot luxury car brand, a cash cow that could rake in hundreds of billions annually with eyes closed.
What were they doing now? collaborating with Shen Yan to ruin Portia's reputation. This was truly disastrous. Get out? Shen Yan chuckled. Mr. Liang, do you think this Panamera will make a fool of itself? Liang Guochao's eyelid twitched violently. We're already here, Shen Yan said cheerfully. In the live stream, many viewers were stunned into silence. $1 million luxury car, no great sound system is one thing, but it actually makes strange noises? Squeak. As everyone pondered their thoughts, Shen Yan stepped on the brakes. The shrill sound made everyone frown. Shen Yan laughed. A 1.08 million yuan car, 100,000 yuan in taxes, plus 200,000 yuan in optional extras, roughly 1.3 million yuan total. And the brakes squeak. The atmosphere in the car instantly turned awkward. In the livestream chat, the audience snapped out of their earlier shock. Holy crap, a car costing over $1 million, yet it's practically the same as my 100k ride full of cheap issues. Proves Shen Yan right, the world really is a big, shambolic stage. That's spot on. Just got dumped, crying my eyes out. Then I remember I'm an emotional coach? Makes me laugh. Haha, I'm a lonely student living alone, yet I write harem novels online and they're actually popular. Damn, this feels like you're talking about me. A friend borrowed 50,000 from me 3 years ago and hasn't paid a cent back, and I'm a lawyer. My husband's a reconnaissance soldier. When he came back, his phone got stolen. And I was the one who sent him money for the ticket. Who here gets it? I'm a top salesperson, but I bought a house that turned out to be a construction dump. Wah! In the livestream, countless viewers were struck right between the eyes by Shen Yan's amateur production remark. Looks like we're all in the same boat, it just depends on who can spin the best tales and who's got the guts. Even Baojie cars make weird noises? Suddenly I feel confident about tomorrow's interview. Sigh, come to think of it, most cars have issues, yet they still dare to charge such high prices. Complaints surged like waves, one after another, as the livestream's audience swelled. The sales team received a call. Their faces turned ashen. The sales manager for Baojie was a middle-aged man in his 50s, Zhang Weidong, Baojie's vice president for the Dragon Nation region. He'd just stepped away for a break when this major incident erupted. Usually, customer complaints were just minor ripples that never caused major waves. Today was different. Today, many people were watching the livestream and it featured Shen Yan, that troublemaker. If this wasn't handled properly, sales in the Longwo region would suffer major setbacks this year. Then, as vice president, he'd definitely be kicked out of the company. Who the hell let him come to the exhibition? Zhang Weidong grew angrier the more he thought about it. Chapter 85, Countermeasures. Zhang Weidong jogged over to the booth. Before catching his breath, he strode up to Liang Guochao and the others. But after scanning the area carefully, he couldn't find Shen Yan. Where is he? He's gone. Gone? Zhang Weidong gritted his teeth, scanning the surroundings. Did he just step away, or did he leave for good? Zhang Weidong demanded. He said he had business to attend to and left. Why didn't you stop him? Zhang Weidong roared. Liang Guochao and the others immediately bristled. They were all CEOs here, and this was live on camera. Who did he think he was talking to? You brought people here to create this mess, then let him walk away? Is this how you handle an exhibition? Zhang Weidong's eyes seemed ready to shoot fire. Liang Guochao and the others flushed crimson. But they weren't entirely displeased. True, they'd created a mess, but it wasn't entirely within their control. Blame Shen Yan. Mr. Zhang, you know Shen Yan's tactics. When rules favor him, he talks rules. When morality suits him, he talks morality. When nothing works for him, he muddies the waters. He came to the expo today, walking the entire way while berating a string of international brands. It was all just to forcefully validate his claim that the world is a giant shambles. So, the flaws he pointed out in each product? They were nothing but his malicious nitpicking. We need to set the record straight and demand compensation. Liang Guochao suggested. Yes, we should clarify and demand compensation. Mr. Liang is absolutely right. Zhang Weidong knew perfectly well these old men were trying to drag him down with them. But right now, he had no other options. Shen Yan held the formula for new 9 vases of fortune, couldn't he kill him? I'll contact legal. This is outrageous. Zhang Weidong snorted and strode away. Tens of thousands of viewers left the livestream. Because Shen Yan had started his own broadcast. Hit and run, what a thrill. Mr. Shen knows how to play. Baojie's boss is howling with rage, ha ha ha. Mr. Shen, if you keep this up, you'd better prepare deep pockets for compensation. They're all going to sue you. Mr. Shen, where's our next target? Sitting in his car, Shen Yan smiled and shook his head at his phone. He hadn't planned to go live. But firing shots at the international trade show would inevitably draw a pack of bigwigs closing in. So he needed to plan ahead. Truthfully, he already had countermeasures ready. Their tactics to corner him boiled down to 3 things: choking off his sales channels, waging price wars, and applying pressure through official channels. With Chen Weiman and the Dragon Nation daily shielding him from the authorities, he wasn't worried for now.
For distribution channels and price wars, he could set up his own curated Douyin account to sell products. Regarding price wars, he planned to launch a 79 yuan package.
This package wouldn't consist solely of Fenghua products. He intended to exclude Fenghua's flagship items from the bundle and instead bundle products from several other domestic companies.
Using Chen Jialan's retail shelf space as the sales channel, he would break through all blockades with his sales model. For the domestic brand market to grow, relying solely on his company was impossible. Regardless of the approach, he needed to generate buzz through live streaming. After all, the foundation of everything was traffic.
Mr. Shen, if we support domestic brands, can the environment for domestic brands truly improve and then benefit ordinary people in our country? That's a really deep question, brother. Mr. Shen, you take this one. Pull over.
Shen Yan first told the livestream audience to hold on, then instructed Li Qian to pull to the side.
What's going on?
Li Qian asked, puzzled.
Shen Yan smiled. There's an auntie collecting bottles over there.
I'll toss the bottles from the car to her. Ever since one of his workers committed suicide due to depression, Shen Yan had developed an instinctive concern for the impoverished. A single penny can truly be the death of a hero.
A Wawa water bottle could fetch 10 cents. 10 of them could buy a steamed bun enough for breakfast.
Once you grasp how this society operates, the answer becomes clear, Shen Yan remarked.
What do we truly need to live?
Clothing, food, shelter, transportation, education, healthcare.
All these require money to sustain. Especially education, healthcare, and public transportation infrastructure.
In plain terms, that means schools, health insurance, roads, bridges, highways, high-speed rail, and subways.
These sectors rely entirely on tax revenue. Foreigners make money and leave, but domestic enterprises generate profits that the state can tax. Tax revenue naturally funds these sectors. Setting aside the corrupt elements, this is how society operates. Therefore, the larger domestic enterprises grow, the more tax revenue they generate. Haven't you noticed that public infrastructure like roads and bridges has improved significantly in recent years?
Friendly reminder, over 20 years ago, elementary school wasn't compulsory education, you had to pay over 100 yuan to attend. Back then, dialysis for uremia wasn't covered like it is now, where nearly 60-70% is reimbursed.
The live stream suddenly quieted as viewers mentally recalculated.
Shen Yan continued, take the auntie I'm giving the bottle to, for example.
With the country having more money, wouldn't their medical coverage be better? Could her son work at a factory in their hometown instead? Could her grandson avoid becoming a left-behind child?
The stream of comments dwindled further. I know there are still areas that aren't perfect now, but overall, our living conditions are improving, Shen Yan said. I'll stop here for now, that auntie is coming over, Li Qian remarked, glancing sideways. The bottle collector, her head of silver hair and weathered face bearing the marks of hardship, was shuffling toward them. She didn't know Shen Yan had water bottles here, she was just walking along, hoping for luck.
Auntie, I have some water bottles here.
Shen Yan picked up several bottles and walked over, including the half-full bottle he hadn't finished.
Thank you, the elderly woman said, accepting the bottles with a bright smile.
She opened the caps of the empty bottles, crushed them flat, replaced the caps, and deftly stowed them into the woven bag on her back.
But she didn't pour out the water from the partially finished bottle. Instead, she tilted her head back and drank every last drop.
Hey! Shen Yan reached out to stop her, but it was too late. The viewers in the livestream were instantly stunned.
Thank you, the elderly woman nodded repeatedly as she walked forward. The chat exploded with comments. Heartbreaking. This grandma couldn't afford to buy water, so she downed every last drop of Shen Yan's leftovers. I'm such an idiot, I just bought a pair of 2,000 yuan hook shoes today. Shen Yan's heart melted too. Li, move the camera up a bit. Shen Yan was genuinely moved.
Knowing that life is tough for some is one thing, but seeing it with your own eyes is another. Especially when someone caught the water he'd left behind, water he'd intended to throw away, and drank it all in one gulp.
This left Shen Yan feeling deeply unsettled. Auntie, wait a moment.
I'll buy you a few bottles of water. By the time Shen Yan snapped back to reality, the elderly woman collecting water bottles had already walked several meters away. He hurried after her.
No need. Boss, I'm heading back to my hometown tomorrow, the elderly woman replied. Is life inconvenient here? Shen Yan asked.
A hint of worry flashed in the old woman's eyes.
I'm going back to help sell corn. Corn isn't selling well today.
Before Shen Yan could speak, the livestream chat exploded with messages.
I'll buy some for you. Post the link. Quick. Homegrown corn from the farm, great stuff. I'll grab some. Li Qian was deeply moved and couldn't help but say, Mr. Shen, could you help promote it for her? Chapter 86, is distribution king or is content king? Promote it? That's easy enough. But Shen Yan didn't agree immediately. Being kind is one thing. But what one perceives as kindness isn't necessarily kindness. Helping the elderly sell their goods could boost their income and improve their family's livelihood. It might even change the course of her future. But consumers are people too. What if the corn sold by the elderly woman is of poor quality, yet she blindly leverages her traffic and influence to sell it to consumers? Where would the consumer turn for justice? His own reputation would also suffer greatly. Of course, he still really wanted to make this product promotion happen. Coincidentally, he'd just been pondering how to build distribution channels, with an initial model inspired by a streamer named Dong Yue from his previous life. Seizing the moment, he decided to test the waters with the farm's corn. "Auntie, how's the quality of your corn?" Shen Yan asked. "Good, very good. The kernels are plump. They're crisp and sweet when eaten raw, and chewy and sweet when cooked. It's just that too many people planted corn this year. We had a bumper crop, but that actually made it harder to sell." When the old woman spoke of the corn, her dull eyes suddenly sparkled with life. But when she mentioned the bountiful harvest, her expression dimmed once more. The viewers in the livestream felt heartbroken. A bountiful harvest should be cause for immense celebration for farmers. Yet, as the saying goes, scarcity breeds value. The inevitable price drop after a bumper crop is precisely what farmers dread most. "Pity the thin clothes on my back, yet I pray for cold weather when charcoal prices fall," Shen Yan murmured with a sigh. He had pondered these lines while studying before, but the emotions stirred by personal reflection were worlds apart from witnessing reality firsthand. Especially when he looked at the old man's hands, cracked and chapped everywhere, it made his heart ache. Damn, I thought of that poem too. Who knew Mr. Shen had such literary depth? Holy crap, I never felt much for those lines back in school. Now my heart aches. Whoa. Never knew poetry could be studied like this. Holy crap, I've got goosebumps all over. The livestream chat was buzzing with tens of thousands of heated discussions. Li Qian glanced at Shen Yan with surprise. She knew Shen Yan was a man of deep humanistic concern, but she never imagined he could recite such lines at this precise moment. Seeing the old man's awkward expression paired with the verses, Li Qian felt her eyes grow warm and moist. Her uncle's words, "serve as an official for a term, benefit the people of the region," now carried even greater weight. "Auntie, could you have your family send some corn over? I'd like to try it. If it's good, I'll help you sell it," Shen Yan said. What? The old man hadn't expected such a wonderful opportunity. Li Qian presented her credentials. "Auntie, I'm a staff member from Yincheng City. This gentleman is Shen Yan, one of our city's outstanding young entrepreneurs." The old woman stared blankly for a moment, her eyes instantly reddening. She exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my, thank you both. Boss, I have some corn from home right in my pocket. My family sent it a few days ago. Eating out in the city is expensive, so I brought 2 raw ones and boiled them for meals." She fished a plastic bag from her bosom, revealing half a cooked cob and 1 raw cob inside. "It's just dirty, you know. Dirty. I have clean ones at my place," the old woman said. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. "It's in a plastic bag. If you can eat it, why can't I? I'm not that picky." "Well." The old man hesitated. Shen Yan smiled broadly, took the plastic bag, opened it, and first tasted the raw corn, then the cooked. In the livestream chat, the comments exploded once more. "Nanchan Shen Yan bullies me, an old man with no strength, snatching my corn right off the street. Fenghua CEO bullies the weak, snatching an old man's dinner in broad daylight. Shen Yan, I misjudged you. You just snatch things from old folks like that? This is almost tear-jerking. Such a big boss doesn't look down on us country folk at all. I'm thanking this milkmaid on her behalf. Sigh, back when I moved from the countryside to the city, I endured nothing but cold stares. Mr. Shen truly comes from a well-mannered family." The comments flooded in, and the livestream's popularity skyrocketed, drawing even more viewers into the chat. After tasting both types of corn, Shen Yan felt genuinely surprised. This is the real deal. The authentic taste of the fields and countryside. This corn? He'd give it full marks. "Why don't you video call home right now and have them take a picture of the corn in the field?" Shen Yan suggested. I don't have a phone," the old man said awkwardly, rubbing his hands together. "Here, use mine." Shen Yan pulled out his phone. The old man gave him the number, and Shen Yan dialed it. The phone his family used had poor resolution, so he borrowed the village chief's. After about 10 minutes, Shen Yan confirmed the approximate quantity and quality of the corn through the choppy video feed, which looked like a PowerPoint presentation. The corn left in the field was even better than what they'd just eaten. What they'd consumed themselves were inferior seconds. The good ones were saved for sale. The elderly man mentioned the purchase price was just over 1 yuan per pound. City supermarkets sold corn for 4 yuan per jin. If she sold it herself at a stall, she could offer it cheaper than the supermarket 10 yuan for 3 jin. If Shen Yan helped her sell it, she could charge 3 yuan per jin. Shen Yan did indeed reject that price. This corn tastes way better than supermarket corn, and with shipping costs factored in, the price should start at 6 yuan per pound. The moment he announced the price, the old woman gasped in shock and the livestream audience erupted. "Shen Yan, you've got to be kidding me. 6 yuan per pound for corn? That's 2 yuan more than the supermarket. You're ripping people off." "Yeah, once you get popular, you start ripping people off. The old lady offered $3 and I'm unfollowing you." No one's good when they start selling stuff. My bad, folks. I thought he was a decent guy.
But the flood of criticism didn't faze Shen Yan. Maintaining a calm smile, Shen Yan took a sip of water and said, "Low grain prices hurt farmers. I won't take a single penny of this money, it all belongs to the elderly.
My scythe never swung at you guys. Low grain prices hurt farmers. Alright, I guess I'm not so opposed to it now.
Come to think of it, since the money's going to the elderly, I could actually use that cash."
Still hard to swallow. It's just too expensive.
Shen Yan snapped off a few kernels of ripe corn and popped them into his mouth, chewing with relish.
This corn is exceptionally sweet.
Once you taste it, I'm sure you'll recall your childhood just as I do. Recalling those carefree days. Back when we'd come home with our school bags, without piles of homework to do. No one else's feelings to manage, no troubles to deal with. And no agonizing over so many pains. You'd come home after playing all day, and seeing how tired you were, Mom would scoop corn from the popcorn picked fresh from our own field, its aroma filling the air. Starving, you couldn't wait to spear it with chopsticks, running off with it in your hand, nibbling as you went. The warm sunlight behind you spilled across the ground, casting a shadow your size before you. You ran and chased it, the faint sweet aftertaste and rich aroma of that corn still lingering in your mouth. All these years later, you remember it clearly.
Back then, you hadn't experienced the complexities of society yet.
So if we talk about finding good food, behind that food, there must be an emotional connection. Years later, as you recall it now, the exact taste of that corn has faded.
It seems familiar, yet what remains vivid are those midsummer nights, stars twinkling, leaves rustling, a gentle breeze blowing.
Back in your youth, you didn't suffer from headaches or neck pain. You didn't toss and turn in sleepless nights, nor did you wake up in the morning feeling groggy and disoriented. Back then, your parents were still healthy and young, filled with peace and joy.
Grandpa and Grandma were by your side.
What you truly crave isn't just corn, it's a glimpse of your younger self.
Holy, this corn is only $6? Never mind, just send the link. Holy, I'm on fire right now. I'm buying 100 pounds.
Whoa, bro, your sales pitch is different this time.
Now you've got me thinking this corn is worth $60.
Where's your shopping cart?
Taking pre-orders? I really need this corn.
That was a perfect pitch, Shen.
Anyone got a recording?
I'll make my kid copy it down.
Damn, no wonder you look down on Li Jiachi.
Bro, you're seriously on another level.
Bring out the corn. Bring out the corn. Chapter 87, Cultural Confidence Through Putting Others Down.
The live stream chat exploded with comments. Apart from a few newcomers asking what was happening and a handful of haters accusing Shen Yan of money grabbing, the entire screen was flooded with requests to buy corn.
Li Qian watched the comments stream, utterly stunned. Shen Yan's sales prowess was truly impressive.
What used to sell for just 3 or 4 yuan was now flying off the shelves at 6 yuan a bag. If she'd heard this from others before, she would have thought these consumers were being scammed. But her own experience just now proved that if she were in their shoes, she'd buy it too.
To recapture the joy of childhood, 6 yuan was a mere trifle.
The elderly man beside her had no idea what was going on. Seeing Shen Yan and Li Qian both silent, especially Li Qian's stunned expression, made her face turn pale with alarm. These two young people were kind souls, trying to help her get a better price.
But corn wasn't worth 6 yuan. Still, they meant well, and she couldn't blame them.
"Auntie, you should call home right away," Li Qian suddenly said.
"It's getting late today. See how much corn you can harvest tomorrow."
The old woman thought for a moment and replied, "No need to worry.
They're not asleep yet. We can probably harvest about 100 pounds. She figured that since the two young people hadn't objected, 100 pounds must be enough. Unexpectedly, Li Qian smiled. 100 pounds? That won't be nearly enough. Right now, Shen Yan is setting up pre-sales, and there are at least 10,000 people wanting to buy. 1 pound per person would already be 10,000 pounds. Even if we discount some who are just joining the hype, we'll still need at least 1,000 or 2 pounds. What?
The old man was stunned.
1 to 2,000 pounds.
And that's at 6 yuan per pound.
The old woman felt her mind couldn't process it.
A single livestream had just overturned her decades-old worldview.
"Auntie, the pre-sale is all set up. I'm using Fenghwa's platform, and they'll handle the after-sales for now.
Talk it over with your family, see if you can hire some help or get the neighbors to pitch in and harvest the good corn.
I estimate we'll sell around 20,000 jin over the next 3 days.
You mentioned having 7,000 to 8,000 jin of corn at home. For the remaining quantity, you can discuss with the village.
Quality and quantity must be guaranteed. Substandard goods will be returned." Shen Yan handed the phone to the elderly woman.
The number was already dialed.
The old man stared at Shen Yan in utter bewilderment. Sell 20,000 pounds in 3 days? What kind of scale was that?
They had dealers come to buy from them before, and they'd sold that much before. But back then, it was 1 yuan per pound, often not even reaching that price.
Now it was retail price, and a premium retail price at that. 6 yuan per pound, 20,000 pounds, that's 12,000 yuan. She wasn't the only one stunned.
Even the village officials were stunned. Fortunately, Li Qian was a state official and Shen Yan had some reputation, otherwise the village officials might have thought they were dealing with some unscrupulous scammer. Overwhelmed with excitement, the village officials pledged to fulfill the order. They would immediately mobilize personnel to ensure the corn supply. This phone call was also being live-streamed. In the live-stream chat, many who had paid deposits felt a surge of pride. They felt incredibly powerful knowing that by making a purchase, they were also helping others. Hearing the repeated thanks on the other end of the line made them feel invincible. Forget 6 yuan, they'd gladly pay 60. Overjoyed, the crowd couldn't help but praise Shen Yan once more. In the process, they also praised how important it was to be educated. Before long, the conversation among tens of thousands drifted further and further, even touching upon the culture of the Dragon Nation. Everyone proudly declared that Chinese characters were unmatched for expressing emotions, capable of conveying so much depth. Immediately, someone countered. Back and forth, the two sides began to argue. Shen Yan's sharp eyes caught one comment in particular, someone praising the beauty of the short country script. Shen Yan immediately sent Mu Xiaoxiao a message, instructing her to buy a trending topic. He had already drafted the relevant topic and content on his phone. Mu Xiaoxiao didn't know why he wanted to buy a trending topic for the short country, but she did as instructed. Holy! That bastard saying short country's language is beautiful is trending now. What's beautiful about that short country's culture? The moonlight tonight is beautiful. Seems pretty nice, actually. Nice my ass. That's just the Chinese translation anyway. What the hell do those shorties know about culture? Exactly. Their language is full of Chinese characters. This is infuriating. Shen Yan watched as viewers in the livestream room furiously pounded their keyboards in anger, the volume of comments nearly doubling from before. He almost laughed out loud. But there was nothing he could do about it. He needed to boost the cultural confidence of the Dragon Nation people. In his previous life, by the summer of 2017, thanks to the efforts of the toilet-themed TV station, effeminate men still dominated the domestic scene. The campaign to demasculinize and de-emphasize culture had been remarkably successful. It wasn't until the summer blockbuster Wolf Warrior 2 hit theaters that year that the murky cultural landscape began to clear. It was also around that year that online videos promoting Chinese culture began to proliferate. It wasn't until around 2020 that domestic products began to gain recognition. Without a foundation of cultural confidence, even the highest quality domestic products could only serve as contract manufacturing at best, a cheap alternative. Anyway, the trend of cultural live streaming has already begun. Borrowing trashy foreign cultures to elevate oneself is just collateral damage. This trend didn't start with Shen Yan. Years ago, trashy publications like Reader and Yilin turned foreign crap into something fragrant. Ha! What's trending? Li Qian noticed too. Seeing the heated arguments in the livestream chat, she opened the trending topics list. There was this video from some short country, a proper classroom session, taught in English. The teacher was Natsum Mokrishiki. Natsum wrote a sentence in English on the blackboard, "I love Tiger Bomb." The students translated it as "I love you." Natsum shook her head, explaining that people in that country were subtle and indirect, never speaking so plainly. She suggested translating it as "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful." The content was passable, so she clicked on the comments section. But even a cursory glance made her feel physically uncomfortable. The language of the short country is so gentle, whereas Chinese is rather stiff. The language of the short country is more emotional, better suited for expressing feelings. Yeah. In songs and plays, the language of the short country feels more elegant too. Li Qian frowned deeply. This infuriates me. Li Qian had just reviewed the comments again and whispered, "It's clearly their lack of understanding of our own culture, yet they've twisted it into a deficiency in our culture. How is our traditional culture inferior to the language of that tiny country? They're just asking for a scolding." Shen Yan thought to himself, they're asking for it. The depth of Dragon Nation's culture, how could those little punks possibly compare? What nonsense! But she still said aloud, this isn't good. It could cause international disputes. Li Qian rolled her eyes. The livestream chat exploded with activity. Cursing is so uncivilized. I've had a higher education, I'm a civilized person, Shen Yan added with exaggerated emphasis. Chapter 88, Never dare to look at Guanyin again. Give me a break. You're the last one who should talk. LOL, Shen Yan calling himself civilized? PG must be crying. Got nothing to say now, huh? The language of this short country is so beautiful, so subtle and profound. Can't argue back? Just call yourself civilized. Truly a 360-degree defense strategy, huh? Shen Yan's troll army really needs to take a break, especially that cultured persona. What culture does he have? Reciting one poem makes him cultured? Hold on. Shen Yan's team is already hunting for answers. The poem was easy enough to track down, but coming up with a proper comeback now? That'll take some time. You guys must be sick. If you're feeling dizzy, go find Yilin and the readers to help you recover. 666, the moonlight is beautiful tonight. Isn't that just how Chinese makes things sound so subtle and romantic?
What the hell does it have to do with Mandarin? The livestream chat erupted in chaos. Shen Yan, however, didn't respond immediately.
Even as Li Qian urged him from the side, he remained unmoved. It wasn't that he lacked a way to handle it, he just knew rushing things wouldn't get him anywhere. No matter how intense the buzz, it still took time to spread. After all, the Dragon Nation was vast. Every second delayed meant tens of thousands more people tuning into the situation. However, his approach directly caused many fans to turn against him. Not everyone possesses the capacity for independent thought, many require external influence to guide their actions. The people of Dragon Nation have always despised the people of Shorty Nation, it's a rejection ingrained in their genes. They were swayed by online trolls, leading them to despise Shen Yan. This also meant that many who had just learned about Shen Yan were swept up by the negative news, leading them to believe he was a trash capitalist feeding off patriotism. Regardless of their background, however, awareness of this incident has spread far and wide.
Shen Yan's trending topic remained firmly at the top spot all night long.
That night, not only Li Qian, but even Mu Xiaoxiao and Secretary Zhou, who was far away in Yincheng, were pacing anxiously. They all wanted to offer advice to Shen Yan, but expertise lies in specialized fields. Where could they suddenly find those elegant words to fire back? Mu Xiaoxiao considered paying Chinese literature professors and top students at the university campus for help, but Shen Yan shot down the idea. He claimed he had a solution.
Early morning. Li Qian was awakened by the ringing phone. It was Secretary Zhou calling. He says he has a way, so he has a way? What the hell kind of way is that? If he had a way, would he have gone all night without responding? Don't you know his temperament? He can't stand losing out overnight.
Secretary Zhou sounded visibly shaken over the phone.
Li Qian turned to Shen Yan with a grimace. Mr. Shen, I can't take this call. No rush.
Tell him to wait a bit longer, Shen Yan replied. Before Li Qian could finish, Secretary Zhou grew impatient again. With no other choice, she switched to speakerphone.
See, you're getting worked up again, Shen Yan chuckled. It's not me being impatient. This has such a huge impact, it's trending #1 on Weibo, and it's also #1 on Douyin's hot list. It's been trending all night. The city government is under immense pressure. Secretary Zhou explained. Did Mr. Chen send you to pressure me? Shen Yan asked. Secretary Zhou paused.
He's not in a rush.
Just wait a bit longer, Shen Yan said. Trust me to handle this.
I wish I could relax, but how can I not worry when you keep dropping bombshells every day?
Secretary Zhou sighed deeply and hung up helplessly. Just as Shen Yan was about to enjoy a leisurely breakfast, the phone rang again. This time it was his own phone. Glancing at the caller ID, it was actually his mother. Do you need me to have Jialan find someone to help you?
His mother had also been terrified by the trending news. It took Shen Yan several minutes to calm her down. But his phone kept ringing.
This time it was Bai Ji. Are you even capable? Getting attacked by those short country trolls and not even daring to speak up. Shen Yan didn't say much to Bai Ji. This woman valued results over the process.
So there was no point in saying more.
Tonight. I'll go live tonight and chat with the netizens about it. Shen Yan hung up on Bai Ji after saying that.
Meanwhile, through Li Qian and others, he had already spread the word that he would address the trending topic at 8 p.m. that evening. The buzz was unprecedented. Shen Yan had originally planned to purchase a trending topic to warm up the audience. But before he could even begin, marketing accounts spontaneously pushed the buzz skyward. By evening, the heat had reached terrifying levels, surging straight to the top of the trending charts. Beneath the trending post, a sea of comments flooded the page. Some anticipated Shen Yan tearing into the culture of the short country, others came for the spectacle, while some desperately tried to link Shen Yan's failure to Feng Hua's new 9 vases. Every kind of person imaginable. Finally, the clock struck 8 p.m. Hello everyone, today's live stream about traditional culture begins, Shen Yan announced, slowing his pace as if telling a story. The already dense barrage of comments piled up several more layers thick, causing the server to lag noticeably. There's been a little story circulating online these past few days. When Xia Mumushir was teaching an English class, a student mistranslated "I love tiger oil" as "I love you." He told his students that people in their country are subtle and indirect, and wouldn't speak like that. He suggested translating it as "the moonlight tonight is truly beautiful" instead. When I first saw this little story, I smiled knowingly, thinking the lesson was quite well taught. Though just 6 simple words, saying tonight's moonlight is beautiful to someone you like carries so much adorable, unspoken meaning. But while it's lovely, what made me uncomfortable was the flood of comments like this in the story's discussion section. The language in Korea is so gentle, whereas Chinese feels rather stiff. The language of the short country is more emotional and better suited for expressing feelings. Yeah, in songs and plays, the language of the short country feels more elegant too. I don't know when it started, but what's clearly a lack of cultural awareness among some people has somehow been twisted into some kind of deficiency in our own culture. Honestly, seeing comments like these makes me furious. So to help everyone understand the cultural depth of the Eastern nation, I went live tonight to share the beauty of Chinese characters with you all. Let the showdown begin.
Damn, you're right, how dare these ignorant people trash our Chinese characters like that? I'm getting pretty fired up. Yeah, I'm going to drag my classmate over, he made similar comments before. He needs a proper education.
As soon as Shen Yan finished his opening remarks, the live chat erupted with enthusiastic support. Shen Yan composed himself and continued. Take confessions of love, for instance. Chinese has plenty of gentle and subtle ways to express affection.
Liang Shanbo was quite the expert in this regard. He asked Zhu Yingtai, if you're not a woman, why do you have pierced ears? Yingtai replied, the earring marks have their reason. Brother Liang, why raise doubts?
The village holds temple fairs to honor the gods, and every year I dress as Guanyin.
Brother Liang, focus on your studies. If you don't care about your future, then you must be thinking of hairpins in skirts.
Liang Shanbo replied, from now on, I dare not look upon Guanyin. What Liang Shanbo meant was, you tell me to focus on my future, but whenever I think of you, I simply cannot concentrate.
From now on, I can't even look at Guanyin, because seeing her only makes me think of you. Holy crap! Is that even possible? This woke me right up. Was flirting like this back in ancient times? Shen Yan, tell me more, I want to learn this stuff. Wow, what a find tonight. Came here for the drama, but ended up hearing this amazing story. Brilliant.
Shen Yan glanced at the comments and chuckled, everyone, if you think tonight's moonlight is truly beautiful, hit 1.
If you think Brother Liang Shanbo's story is even more wonderful, hit 2. Chapter 89, What do words mean?
The moment Shen Yan finished speaking, the chat flooded with Arabic numerals instead of Chinese characters. 22222. 222. 2. Liang Shanbo, we love you. I love Japanese. Damn you. 2 is clearly much better. I think 1 is simpler. 2 feels forced. This script lacks soul, overly contrived, making it seem too contrived. While the bullet comments overwhelmingly favored option 2, quite a few still chose option 1. This infuriated many viewers watching the livestream. Especially that line, I love Japanese, which prompted many to track down the person who said it and bombard their account. Meanwhile, new tensions flared within the livestream. Love traditional culture without overreacting, keep up with the times. Similar comments were mass copied, visible to all viewers. While this viewpoint itself isn't inherently flawed, many genuinely harbor deep-seated resentment toward Japan. So in moments like this, so-called neutrality just comes across as repulsive moral relativism. The internet has long had its own judgment for such reasonably neutral individuals. Strive to be a reasonably neutral observer, and your parents will ascend to paradise. Yet the harsher the criticism, the more excited the reasonably neutral individuals become. The more wrong they feel, the more they attract those not aligned with Shen Yan. Moreover, they can secure funding from those bosses who despise Shen Yan. Just as they had anticipated. The neutral perspective quickly drew a large following of anti-Shen Yan fighters, surging to around 40th place on the trending list in under a minute. Though this ranking wouldn't land on the homepage yet, it was a sure bet to hit the homepage trending list within an hour or so. This is taking things way too far. What's wrong with liking foreign culture? What era are we living in? Hey, this just shows how insecure we are. We really need to reflect, why is their culture so popular while ours barely gets discussed? Pfft, just riding the hype train. I don't see what's wrong with not studying traditional culture, like, is a piece of flesh going to fall off? These trashy things. Comments under the trending topic erupted in criticism. In Shen Yan's livestream, many viewers were urging Shen Yan to lash out. Shen Yan, however, smiled and said, show some manners, okay? Insulting people in the livestream will get your account banned. I've never seen someone so shameless. You're lecturing us about manners? Damn it, do you have any idea how many people you've driven to the brink with your insults? This is hilarious, ha ha ha. Shen Yan, don't hold back, go on, tear them apart. He's run out of words. His whole Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai routine has hit a dead end. This post appeared out of nowhere, and he wants to make a targeted response at least tomorrow. Get lost. Stop coming out here to disgust people. What era are we in? We're globalized now. You're still stuck in your own little bubble? Exactly. If you're so bold, get the government to ban foreign stuff. I watch Japanese anime, I use Japanese products, so what? I love Japanese. Some of the comments were downright brazen, making many netizens grind their teeth in frustration. They tried venting under trending posts, but typing just didn't hit the same as yelling in person. So everyone hoped Shen Yan could speak for them. No name calling. We can't be as uncivilized as them, Shen Yan remarked with a smile as he scanned the comments. The audience immediately grew impatient. Shen Yan sternly replied, see? You're getting worked up again. I was planning to let things simmer a bit longer, wait for more traffic to build up, then strike back. That way, I could generate another wave of traffic. But you guys? You really can't keep your cool. Damn it, what time is it now, and you're still thinking about traffic? Bro, what are you even thinking? Hurry up and tear them apart. You just want traffic to sell more stuff, right? Win this argument, and I'll get my whole class to follow you. Hurry up, hurry up.
I can't hold back any longer. Shen Yan sighed and said, have any of you ever taken the last lesson? Ha! Many looked utterly bewildered. What the heck is the last lesson?
But someone who had studied it immediately replied in the comments, yeah, it was written by a French author. Even though this lesson was written by a foreigner, it actually has pretty sound values.
Oh, I remember now. I studied it too. The text itself isn't problematic, but it doesn't have much depth either. I wonder why it's even in the textbook. You wouldn't be implying it was included because of blind admiration for foreign cultures, would you?
That's a bit of a stretch.
Shen Yan, this example is a bit off base. Shen Yan glanced at the comments. Aren't they saying we're in an open and inclusive 21st century? We can't just work in isolation, we should embrace some advanced ideas and practices from abroad.
I'm bringing up this lesson not to criticize it, but to revisit it together with everyone.
If you didn't pay close attention in class back then and aren't familiar with this text, just treat it as a story to listen to.
Now, I'll briefly read through the text first. After a pause, Shen Yan searched on his phone. Soon, he found the original text.
That morning, I arrived late.
Just as I was feeling puzzled by all this, Mr. Hamail stepped up to the podium. His voice remained as gentle yet solemn as when he had spoken to me earlier.
He said, my children, this is the last time I will teach you.
An order has come from Berlin, only German may be taught in schools throughout the provinces of Yarsha and Luolin.
New teachers will arrive tomorrow. Today is your final French lesson. I ask you to listen carefully.
These words instantly sent my heart racing.
This is my last French lesson.
I've only just managed to learn how to write essays.
From now on, I can never study French again. This is where it ends. From now on, those people will have the right to say to us, what?
You consider yourselves Chinese, yet you can neither read nor speak Chinese. Then Monsieur Hamill spoke of the language of the land of sycamores. He said it was the most beautiful language in the world, the clearest and healthiest, and that we must preserve it among ourselves, never forgetting it.
For when a nation is enslaved, preserving its language is like holding the key to its prison cell. Well, that's the end of the story. Shen Yan took another sip of water. The comments flooded in again. What's this story about? It's about France, no relatability. What does it have to do with whether we study traditional culture or not? I actually think that line about the keys to the prison cell was pretty powerful.
It was okay, but nothing special.
Still didn't resonate with me. Honestly, when I first heard this story, my reaction was the same as the critics. Shen Yan began speaking again.
Everyone fell silent, waiting for him to finish.
Back then, I thought French language, if it disappeared, so be it. What's it to me? Until
just now, seeing the whole world talking about universal English tutoring, seeing everyone thinking about moving with the times and abandoning traditional culture, I suddenly remembered this story. I believe we all now understand what language truly signifies, not just me, but everyone here.
Chapter 90. What does carving a mark on a boat to find a sword mean? Many fell silent.
When they studied the content of the last lesson, it hadn't made much of an impression. Even when Shen Yan read it aloud just now, it hadn't stirred much emotion.
But when Shen Yan delivered his final summary, it struck them like lightning, sending shivers down their spines.
Indeed, everyone was now frantically catching up on English.
Everyone thinks traditional things are outdated.
Yet these very things are the keys to unlocking the prison.
The roots of a nation. Why can people from different provinces of the Dragon Nation constantly roast each other, yet instantly unite when criticized by foreigners?
It all comes down to that cultural recognition ingrained in their very blood. Even when they look down on each other day to day, they know the other is a fellow Dragon Nation person who speaks Mandarin, writes Chinese characters, visits graves on Qingming, and wants to set off firecrackers during the new year.
Heritage. Bloodline. Our roots.
The soul of our nation, language and culture.
As long as these endure, they symbolize China's eternal legacy. This is our path home. Holy, the prison keys suddenly make perfect sense now.
Only our written language and history can be passed down through generations. Shen Yan chuckled, the culture of that puny nation barely spans a few hundred years. Their horizons remain narrow, they gaze upon our Dragon Nation like a frog at the bottom of a well, seeing only a sliver of the moon. When it somehow manages to survive 1,000 years, it will see our Dragon Nation as a mayfly glimpsing the blue sky.
666. Well said. Where are those who just claim to love Japanese culture? Can you refute Shen Yan's words? Those traitors aren't saying a word now. Shen Yan didn't completely reject foreign ideas, didn't he praise them in that final lesson? Come to think of it, I used to resent foreign themes in textbooks. Now I realize I was wrong, we should absorb the essence of good ideas and stories from outside too.
As the saying goes, learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians.
Shen Yan scanned the comments and chuckled, you know why the third brother has so many people but can't unite them at all?
Ha, that place where people eat with one hand and wipe their asses with the other, each succeeding dynasty erased the culture of the previous one. There's no shared recognition, so of course their hearts drift apart. It's like stacking layers of pancakes, those crushed beneath are the lowly tribes, doomed to eternal oppression because they lack cultural heritage.
Holy, yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. My magnificent ancestors. They read the stars to guide agriculture, unified writing and chariot tracks. Long live the Dragon Nation. A flood of comments streamed across the screen. Mr. Shen, I deeply regret not studying our traditional culture properly before. How should I begin learning now?
Mr. Shen, please guide us.
Come on, Mr. Shen, I'm ready. Don't hold back, keep teaching. I've brought my little stool, I'm here to listen intently.
The livestream room buzzed with enthusiasm. Few bothered to argue with those ignorant fools or short-statured foreigners anymore. Everyone had realized their own culture far surpassed that of the Japanese. It's beneath an elephant to squabble with ants. Watching the traffic surge, Shen Yan was delighted to see many who'd previously shown little interest in traditional culture now drawn in with renewed enthusiasm.
But continuing the lecture at this moment wouldn't do. Besides, learning should be gradual.
But shutting down the livestream outright wasn't ideal either. He was counting on building an account to drive sales.
After pondering, Shen Yan decided to assign some homework to keep these viewers hooked. Your interest is a great starting point.
Our culture spans thousands of years. No matter where you start, it's a great entry point.
The most important thing is to make learning a habit.
A little bit today, a little bit tomorrow, gradually accumulating knowledge until you suddenly realize how much you've learned. As the saying goes, a tree that takes 2 arms to embrace grows from a tiny sprout. A 9-story tower rises from a pile of earth. A 1,000-mile journey begins with a single step.
Let's start today.
I'll assign a small homework task for after class.
Next time we go live, I'll collect the assignments and discuss them with everyone. Great. I'm all in. If my teacher taught like this, would I have failed Chinese? Hurry up. I'm ready to take notes on the assignment.
Li Qian stood by, utterly dumbfounded.
Shen Yan really knew how to stream.
In no time, he'd drawn 90,000 viewers to his live channel. And these weren't just curious onlookers, at least half of them were genuinely here for Shen Yan's content. Today's homework is a multiple-choice question, Shen Yan announced.
Li Qian perked up her ears. What does carving a boat to find a sword mean? Shen Yan asked.
Li Qian spit out the tea she'd just swallowed.
What the hell? What kind of homework is this?
Don't give me questions a 3-year-old knows. If you've got the guts, give me a 4-year-old's.
That's hilarious. That's it? That's all? Who do you think you're looking down on? This is way too easy.
In the livestream, tens of thousands of viewers agreed Shen Yan's homework was utterly worthless. A. The idiom carving a boat to find a sword means being rigid and inflexible, unable to adapt to changing circumstances. Pick A, of course pick A. It's so easy, sigh, not a bit challenging.
Ha ha ha, what's there to think about? My first-grade daughter could answer this. Shen Yan, didn't you see the comments? We're telling you to make it harder. Change the question already, hurry up. Viewers in the livestream chat began tapping their keyboards in frustration. B. Revisiting old haunts. Shen Yan said indifferently.
Just as the viewers were about to scoff, they all froze in unison.
Marking a boat to find a sword, revisiting old haunts?
The crowd fell silent, lost in thought. The flood of comments naturally subsided. Still, many hadn't snapped out of it yet, continuing to argue for option A and wondering what on earth B was supposed to mean. Shen Yan continued reading aloud. See, I wish to buy osmanthus flowers and share wine together, but it will never be like the carefree days of youth.
The comments dwindled further. D. All of the above are correct.
After Shen Yan finished reading the answer, over 90,000 viewers remained online in the livestream, yet the bullet comments were sparse. Li Qian, sitting beside him, was already in tears.
Carving a boat to find a sword, who knew it could be interpreted this way? Those damn regrets.
Li Qian wiped her tears.
Then the lipstick I bought myself with my first month's salary after landing that job?
That was my own in marking the boat to find the sword from my college days.
This question. Li Qian sighed deeply.
Shen Yan, however, proceeded to continue the live stream. Earlier, I saw many people saying this question was very simple.
Now, can someone tell me what your answers are? Carving a mark on a boat to find a sword, have you all experienced that?
Shen Yan gave a bitter smile and said, I once had a friend who ran a contract manufacturing plant. He got strangled by foreign companies using technological barriers.
His factory was forced to shut down, and his workers, driven to desperation by poverty, took their own lives.
He eventually succumbed to depression and died before my eyes. My takeaway from marking the boat to find the sword is this: the day I achieve success, I will crush those foreigners' technology. I will prevent such tragedies from ever happening again. The entire livestream had now surpassed 100,000 concurrent viewers, a full 100,000 people, yet the room was utterly silent.
Chapter 91, The Lick Dog is truly impressive. After a long while, the crowd gradually snapped back to reality. So that's how it was.
No wonder Shen Yan harbored such deep-seated hostility toward foreign technology and culture. It was because a friend had suffered deeply at their hands. In an instant, nearly everyone was swept up in Shen Yan's emotional outburst. They too began harboring negative impressions of foreign products. Only a handful of paid trolls and those who genuinely disliked Shen Yan once again expressed their contempt. They believed Shen Yan was fabricating stories to stir up the livestream audience's emotions. At the end of the day, it was all about cashing in on patriotism.
You're still streaming right now. Do you even know what network you're using? Internet, it's foreign.
Your phone, computer, car, all foreign made.
All this talk about patriotism, why don't you shut down your stream and disconnect from the internet first? The livestream chat once again filled with confrontational remarks.
Such remarks naturally drew a barrage of abuse.
But they couldn't sway the haters and paid trolls. The internet truly is a global network, and they are undeniably using foreign products.
Even if they brought up that old woman from Xishi who supposedly paid for it back then, that excuse was still pretty flimsy.
So everyone turned their gaze toward Shen Yan.
It wasn't that they expected Shen Yan to come up with a compelling rebuttal, but rather a mentality akin to a struggling student copying someone else's answers. If others chose A, there must be a reason for it better than rolling the dice themselves. Though Shen Yan didn't see the audience's glances, he could tell from the comments that many couldn't refute the so-called internetwork theory. Yet this question had long been answered on Jihu in his previous life. He picked up his cup and took a sip of water, waiting until the trolls had finished their outburst before speaking calmly. China's been in the WTO for nearly a decade, and yet some idiots still demand the country develop in isolation.
Oh, and I know what you're going to say next, that I've been looking down on foreign products all along. I too want to develop things in isolation. But you're dead wrong.
There's a saying, learn from the barbarians to defeat the barbarians.
That's right, we should learn.
Take the last lesson I mentioned earlier.
But we should discard the bad stuff. We can't just take everything others produce and bring it home. If we're talking about independent development, how many of the 4 great inventions did foreign countries borrow or outright copy? Alright, you may speak now.
I'm eager to see how you'll continue to suck up and argue. Of course they're advanced, they entered the industrial age so many years ago.
Even the air is. Shen Yan cut them off. Enough. Stop repeating the same old arguments. I bet none of you bootlickers have ever even set foot abroad.
Scraping together pennies by posting daily, you'd struggle to afford a plane ticket all year round. Use your spittoon-sized brains and figure out how high heels and perfume were invented. The livestream erupted in chaos. They say high heels were invented to avoid stepping in poop, and perfume was made because people didn't like bathing and needed to cover up the stench.
LOL, I looked it up, turns out it's true. Holy crap, that's disgusting.
Looking at my closet full of high heels, my brain's shrinking.
It's true. I'm studying abroad in England.
You have no idea how awful the food is here. If I'd known, I'd never have come, not even if you paid me. Sai, my friend, is an international student.
He ate an entire serving of Westlake vinegar fish. Honestly, foreign countries aren't that great. We're just held back by the Qing dynasty.
Give us a few years to catch up, and those places will be no different from backward villages.
Seriously? Then why do so many people still go?
Tens of thousands gathered, some sharing first-hand experiences, others looking utterly bewildered.
Shen Yan said, because our country hasn't fully developed yet. In some areas, we're still behind them.
That's why we all need to work hard. However, his words clearly didn't resonate with the haters and paid trolls.
Shen Yan didn't intend to persuade them anyway. These people were just here to argue. He couldn't change their minds.
In fact, each time he called them out, he gained a new batch of followers. Some viewers unfamiliar with foreign countries also learned about the real world through the information shared in these heated debates. Glancing at the time, today's livestream was nearing its end. Shen Yan chatted casually for a moment before saying, "Let me tell you all a story."
Another story?
The livestream had already attracted 130,000 viewers at that moment.
Shen Yan didn't respond, instead launching into his tale.
In a dilapidated temple, a young man had traveled over mountains and rivers to find Master Huichan. The young man told Master Huichan that he didn't know how to let go. The master chanted a Buddhist mantra, then instructed the young man to pick up the cup from the tea table before pouring him some tea. The tea was scalding hot. Before he could finish pouring, the young man let out a cry of pain and dropped the cup. The master's voice came slowly, "Truthfully, there's nothing in this world you can't let go of. When pain comes, you will naturally let go." The young man fell deep in thought.
So this story's telling us that only when foreigners knock some sense into you will you finally bow your head?
These trolls are seriously messed up.
That's not what we're saying at all. Stubborn as a dead duck.
They hinted it all through little stories, and you still claim victory? The chat exploded in chaos. Meanwhile, in the livestream, Shen Yan continued speaking. The young man paused for a moment before telling the master, "Change the cup." With that, he pulled out a new cup, and the master poured him hot tea once more. The cup soon filled halfway, but the young man gritted his teeth and refused to let go. The master kept pouring. Only when the cup was completely full did the young man, his face contorted in pain, finally let go. The master kept pouring. The steaming hot tea overflowed from the cup, spilling onto the young man's hands. Shivering with pain, the young man still did not let go. The master looked astonished and asked, "Don't you feel the heat?" The young man smiled and said, "Of course it's hot." The master asked, "Then why don't you let go?"
The young man replied, "She gave me the cup." Faced with the young man's actions, the master fell deep in thought. Everyone in the livestream was utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Now it was the master's turn to fall into deep thought? Why isn't the cup hot anymore just because it was given by a woman? Is this about love? Is he giving us another lesson in traditional culture? No one knew what Shen Yan was up to.
Shen Yan paused for a moment, chuckling softly. After a long while, the master exclaimed in astonishment.
That dog really is something else. Chapter 92, No Skin, No Hair.
The livestream fell silent at first, then filled with screens of 666 comments.
Moments later, a flood of comments appeared on the screen. LOL, never heard anyone curse like that before. This story's gonna go viral, LOL. What kind of hellish cold joke is this?
But seriously, reading more really pays off. You can just pull these little stories out of thin air and insult people without even using swear words.
I've already transcribed the text version. Anyone want it?
Of course, those who were insulted would naturally post their own comments.
Given the current atmosphere, trying to attack Shen Yan from a patriotic angle just won't fly anymore. They needed another tactic. After a group vented their anger in the livestream chat, one person came up with a plan.
There's a strategy in military tactics called flattery to death. Since opposing Shen Yan's patriotic stance and championing so-called traditional culture theories were both futile, they might as well embrace his arguments. If he's so patriotic and champions traditional culture, he should at least back it up with action. Fortunately, a related news story had recently gone viral.
Opera performers earn too little to support their families. Opera is a legitimate form of traditional culture, right? Since Shen Yan supports traditional culture, shouldn't he help them?
The moment this suggestion was raised, a group of people immediately agreed it was feasible. So, a group of people started trending related topics in Shen Yan's livestream.
Many frowned deeply. These haters have evolved. Instead of spouting their usual trolling slogans, they're now citing military strategy. This was nothing short of a blatant scheme. Shen Yan couldn't possibly pretend not to see it, but seeing it meant he had to act. If he didn't act, then sorry, he wouldn't be worthy of claiming to support traditional culture. But traditional culture isn't something you can just help out with. It's not just a matter of money. There are tens of thousands of people involved in related industries. Even if each received a 10,000 yuan subsidy, that would require over 100 million yuan in cash. And 10,000 yuan wouldn't last them long.
10,000 a year, 100,000 over 10 years. If you were to distribute funds to all practitioners, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even the wealthiest tycoon in the country couldn't sustain such a burden. To truly revive and promote traditional culture, we must rely on the entire nation. When people attend events and purchase tickets, practitioners in traditional industries naturally survive, and traditional culture endures. But it's not that easy. In fact, it's incredibly difficult, as hard as climbing to the heavens. The government spends significant sums annually on initiatives like Confucius Institutes to promote traditional culture domestically and internationally, yet the results are negligible. Their videos garner a paltry few thousand views per episode. Virtually no one watches them.
Shen Yan, are you playing dead? What do you think about the low incomes of opera practitioners? Aren't you going to help them?
After trolls flooded the chat with comments about opera performers struggling to support their families, they turned their fire on Shen Yan. Li Chen beside Shen Yan had furrowed her brow into a deep frown. She glanced at Shen Yan, only to find him looking utterly unfazed. She was puzzled.
Could Shen Yan not see the comments?
That couldn't be. She could see them clearly from right beside him.
Why pretend to be dead?
The decline of traditional culture will negatively impact sales of our domestic products.
To sell domestic products well, we must first cultivate a favorable cultural environment at home. As the saying goes, if the skin is gone, where will the hair attach? That's the point. Shen Yan smiled and suddenly spoke up.
Li Chen froze for a moment, then reached out and tugged Shen Yan's sleeve. This was no time for careless words or actions. Sometimes a moment of impulsiveness leads to eternal regret. This was clearly beyond Shen Yan's power to change. Opera was an aging art form, already discarded by the market. Like those VCDs and DVDs, no matter how much money or manpower you poured into them, they were beyond saving. If Shen Yan waded into this murky water, it would be courting death. Better to play dead than court death.
Shen Yan understood her meaning perfectly well.
But he wasn't what Li Chen and the others imagined him to be. He had traveled through time.
Reviving opera? He could do it effortlessly.
Hold your horses.
Let me get the full story first and figure out what's going on. I'm curious, if I manage to help out a bit, will you keep bashing me, or will you keep bashing me?
Shen Yan chuckled as he spoke, then took the news articles Li Chen had already gathered and began reading them.
He Guangzhong is an outstanding opera performer.
He has performed on provincial stages numerous times. We tend to imagine such talented performers living in mansions and driving luxury cars.
But the reality is quite different. For years of performing, He Guangzhong earned only 1,500 yuan per month. I couldn't help but wonder, where did the money go? Opera is a treasure passed down by our ancestors.
It is profoundly worthy of our attention and preservation. Yesterday, I met with Han Shuxian, a renowned veteran artist promoting opera in eastern Guangdong. When discussing the future of opera, the veteran artist spoke sparingly, her expression clearly heavy with concern.
Li Qian shook her head repeatedly. Traditional opera faces immense challenges.
Yet it still struggles on,
seeking that glimmer of light.
Though she herself didn't listen to opera, she could deeply empathize.
Find me teacher Han's number.
I want to grab dinner with her, Shen Yan said.
Ha? Li Qian looked utterly bewildered. Shen Yan continued, artists like teacher Han are such a rare find.
Right, I should wrap up the broadcast now. Perfect timing to reach out to teacher Han.
Li Qian picked up the phone and said, opera isn't that easy to promote.
Shen Yan countered, actually, opera is quite beautiful.
The audience will definitely love it.
Li Qian rolled her eyes. Fortunately, Li Qian wasn't on camera, otherwise, she'd have been bombarded with criticism in the livestream chat.
This was an ideological issue.
Even the supporters of Shen Yan in the livestream didn't believe opera had any hope of revival at this point. Shen Yan said no more, simply shutting down the livestream before instructing Li Qian to dial the number she'd found.
Teacher Han Shuxian answered promptly.
Hearing Shen Yan wanted to learn about opera, she was puzzled since she didn't know much about him.
After Li Qian introduced Shen Yan, Han Shuxian was so moved that she proactively invited him to dinner. The meeting was set for evening at the Li Yuan Hotel. As the premier restaurant for Cantonese cuisine in eastern Guangdong, Han Shuxian had clearly gone to great lengths.
After hanging up, Li Qian felt quite worried.
Shen Yan smiled. Suppose, and I mean suppose. What if we blended traditional opera with modern elements? Wouldn't that be worth exploring?
Li Qian burst into laughter.
Li Qian said, you just say combine and it's done? The idea is good.
But writing songs requires skill.
Even if the fusion works stylistically.
Even if it does, you'd still have to convince those veteran artists to sing pop songs. You don't understand, Li Qian continued.
They've sung traditional opera their entire lives. Deep down, they still harbor a bit of resistance toward pop music. Shen Yan knew this while the older generation held on to their principles. Sometimes, their principles even earned them the label of stubborn old fogies from the younger generation.
Don't dwell on it, Li Qian advised.
Just do your best. Let's give it a shot, Shen Yan replied.
Let's go up first, meet them, then grab a bite.
We can talk over dinner. Chapter 93, Young Mr. Shen's Emotional Intelligence.
Li Qian was speechless. This guy really had a stubborn streak, nothing seemed to get through to him.
But she couldn't do much about it. After all, Shen Yan was both talented and hugely popular now.
She'd just have to indulge him. As long as it wasn't illegal, her uncle and his crew would cover for him.
Go on, go on. Watch my cues later, don't push too hard.
Don't get yourself into trouble, Li Qian reminded him.
Got it. Shen Yan replied.
The two headed upstairs and went straight to the private room. 6 people were already seated inside. The youngest among them appeared to be over 40. They sat arranged like stars surrounding the moon, with a woman of striking presence and graying hair seated at the center. Even from a distance, she radiated an aura of gentle grace and timeless serenity. Mr. Shen, Mr. Li, the group stood up and greeted them warmly as Shen Yan and his companion entered.
Teachers Han and Lu, sorry to keep you waiting, Shen Yan said cheerfully. You must be hungry. Let's order and discuss over dinner.
The silver-haired woman was Han Shuxian, approaching 70, a renowned opera artist frequently featured on television. Within the Opera Association, she held considerable influence. The artists beside her were also renowned masters in the opera world. Any one of them walking out would be a star sought after for photos by opera circles everywhere.
You're the guest.
You go first, the silver-haired woman said with a smile.
Shen Yan waved his hand. Teacher Han, you're scolding me. How could I possibly let you treat me to dinner?
Please order with the other teachers.
Li Qian nodded in agreement, signaling she'd follow Shen Yan's lead.
But the gray-haired woman called Teacher Han and the others accompanying her visibly stiffened. Shen Yan's polite refusal was clearly a rejection of their offer to help. The group grew anxious, turning their eyes to Han Shuxian. Han Shuxian smiled, composed herself, and said, Mr. Shen, we are your seniors in years. Your kindness in respecting elders means I should follow your lead. But we've already purchased the tickets. Refunds are only possible if the difference is in our favor.
Since it's not feasible to return it, we won't insist on this matter.
Mr. Shen hadn't expected the elders to be so gracious. Pressing the matter further would have been awkward, so he reluctantly agreed.
After ordering, the waitstaff brought the dishes quickly. Everyone, don't be so formal, let's eat.
Han Shuxian cheerfully urged. Shen Yan was hungry, and with such delicious food before him, he dug in heartily.
Li Qian sighed inwardly.
Mr. Shen, oh Mr. Shen, you're so young.
If you eat someone's food, you'll have to work for them.
Look at him chowing down like that. He's enjoying himself now. But he'll suffer for it later.
Try the dish, it's their specialty, Han Shuxian urged Li Qian.
Li Qian smiled, Teacher Han, no need to be so polite.
I can manage.
The others exchanged glances with Han Shuxian, their eyes drifting toward Shen Yan, who was busily shoveling food into his mouth.
Han Shuxian nodded gently and ladled a bowl of spare rib soup for Shen Yan. Mr. Shen, try this soup.
After working all day, a warm bowl will do you good, Han Shuxian said with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Han, Shen Yan replied, accepting the bowl with both hands.
Li Qian shot him a glance, warning him to beware of sugar-coated bullets. Shen Yan thought to himself, what nonsense. Enemy sugar-coated bullets. What a fellow countryman offered was pure deliciousness.
He smiled, blew on the soup, and took a satisfying sip.
Delicious, Shen Yan smiled. Teacher Han, I heard you came to Eastern Guangdong to promote traditional opera. And you've even created a Qinchi Cup program? The entire private room fell silent.
Li Qian gave Shen Yan a gentle kick under the table, while Han Shuxian and the others beside her beamed with delight.
He's willing to talk, that's a good sign. Mr. Shen, you're so busy yet still pay attention to this matter.
I'm ashamed to say our work hasn't been thorough enough. We've been promoting the event for days, but few have signed up.
But we're outdated, it's only natural young people wouldn't be interested. We don't have high expectations anyway.
As long as the young people in our field can make a living.
As long as they can make a living, the art can be passed down. Han Shuxian said.
Shen Yan's smile faded as he replied, making a living certainly isn't a problem.
Young people actually enjoy opera. Take me, for instance, I'm quite fond of it. I can even sing a few tunes. Li Qian's mouth twitched. Like hell you can sing. Stop messing around, you'll take on any challenge. Ha? Mr. Shen enjoys opera too? And you can sing it? Han Shuxian's eyes lit up.
This could work. If Shen Yan was willing to help push things along, their Qinchi Cup should go off without a hitch. Every word she'd just spoken came straight from her heart.
She didn't expect it to go viral after all, opera was undeniably outdated. Young people have plenty of entertainment options. But as long as a small group could make a living from it and keep the tradition alive, that would suffice. Opera must not cease its legacy with their generation. How about a song from Mr. Shen? The elderly gentlemen beside Han Shuxian were sharp as tacks. Since Shen Yan claimed he could sing, wouldn't they seize the chance to bond? Ha, my voice isn't up to par, I sing terribly, Shen Yan replied. Just give it a try. It's not like you're performing on stage just for us here, the elders urged in unison. Shen Yan nodded and cleared his throat. Blue-faced Doerdun steals your horse.
The expressions on everyone's faces instantly changed.
What on earth was that supposed to be? Not only could he not hit the high notes, but his vocal transitions were all over the place. And the lyrics were all wrong. This won't do, this. If we're going to promote Mr. Shen at this level, he needs practice.
Li Qian, however, narrowed her eyes.
This guy knows how to play games. His voice isn't nearly that bad. Though I've never heard Shen Yan sing, his vocal range isn't bad. That howling, wailing style he just used was clearly meant to give Han Shuxian a chance to join in. Mr. Shen seems to genuinely appreciate our opera. But there's a trick to handling the vocals. Han Shuxian said with a smile. Oh? I've always struggled with singing, so that's why. Could you demonstrate, Teacher Han? Shen Yan's eagerness to learn was written all over his face.
Li Qian's breath caught, her face flushing slightly.
This guy is deliberately handing Han Shuxian an invitation. Singing that badly earlier was all an act.
Barely in his 20s, yet his emotional intelligence is off the charts. The elders around Han Shuxian exchanged meaningful glances. This young Mr. Shen. He sure knows how to play the game. Han Shuxian cleared her throat, her hand swaying gently as her gaze shifted. Her melodious voice filled the private room. The blue-faced Dalton steals the imperial horse, the red-faced Guangdong battles at Changsha. A clear, resonant, and richly melodic opera voice rang out. Though it was just a simple line from a song, it captivated everyone in the private room.
Bravo!
Applause erupted from those seated beside Han Shuxian.
Shen Yan and his companion also joined in the applause.
I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself, Han Shuxian said with a smile.
Shen Yan hummed softly, sounding slightly better than before, though still far from pleasant to the ear. He chuckled, my talent is limited. This is the best I can manage. It's best to let the gifted young ones carry on the tradition. At this, Han Shuxian grew somber. She sighed.
Only 3 people signed up for the Qinchi Cup.
How can that be? Shen Yan exclaimed in urgency. Han Shuxian replied, that's precisely why we invited Mr. Shen today. We wanted to discuss strategies with you. You're a master at publicity. We'd appreciate your advice on this matter. Chapter 94, The Opera Master's Shock. That's easy, Shen Yan replied. Han Shuxian's entourage felt a surge of hope she'd taken the bait. Li Qian's heart skipped a beat. She was hooked.
I have a song here that perfectly suits young people's tastes.
It's guaranteed to be a hit.
If it doesn't take off, I'll personally sponsor the opera arts with 5 million yuan.
If it does take off, I hope Teacher Han won't look down on me, a businessman covered in the stench of money. Shen Yan said. Opera masters hold little value in the eyes of ordinary folk.
But in high society, they held prestigious status.
Han Shuxian frequently performed at major national events. Her connections commanded respect even at the provincial level. Han Shuxian and the elders exchanged puzzled glances. They didn't doubt Shen Yan's sincerity, nor did they doubt he could come up with 5 million yuan. But that voice of his just now, could it possibly produce a good song? Besides, Shen Yan's songs were likely pop tunes utterly incompatible with traditional opera. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. That's easily solved. We'll just incorporate pop elements into the opera. Just as expected.
The elders all turned to look at Han Shuxian. Li Qian shook her head gently.
Incorporate pop elements? Han Shuxian's expression hardened at the suggestion. She declared firmly, no way.
Li Qian shot Shen Yan a look that screamed, this is going to be messy. Shen Yan, however, remained unfazed.
Han Shuxian's core belief was promoting traditional opera.
For the sake of opera, she was willing to make sacrifices. Therefore, as long as the essence of opera remained intact, everything else was negotiable.
Shen Yan cleared his throat and said, Ms. Han, I truly love opera.
What I sang earlier wasn't about technique, it was all about emotion.
I'm definitely on your side.
But just like this classical Chinese text, if you don't mix in some modern language, many people simply won't read it. You must consider our vast populace who lack extensive education.
If it were anyone else, I wouldn't dare say this.
But you're so knowledgeable and experienced, with such a pure heart dedicated to opera.
That's why I feel comfortable bringing this up with you. Otherwise, given your seniority, if you were to scold me outright, I wouldn't have anywhere to turn for justice, right? Han Shuxian nearly laughed out loud. This Mr. Shen certainly knew how to talk.
She had always been averse to pop songs, but now she realized it was her own lack of openness and consideration for the ordinary people struggling on the front lines. They lacked the resources she had to access high art, so it was only right for her to cater to their tastes. Only what the masses cherish could endure through generations.
Teacher Han, right then and there, I made a vow. I would write a song for the veteran artists that blends pop and opera. Then I'd invite those veteran artists to perform it so everyone could see what true artists are made of. What it truly means to be a guardian of China's traditional culture. Later, I spent a fortune commissioning a songwriter to create it, but I couldn't find anyone to sing it. Sigh. Shen Yan grew impassioned once more. You didn't write it yourself?
Han Shuxian and the elders paused, their breath catching as they stared intently at Shen Yan.
Of course not.
I was merely one of the contributors, Shen Yan blurted out without a second thought.
Shen Yan immediately pulled out a pen and asked Li Qian to fetch a sheet of paper from her bag. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Shen Yan swiftly began scribbling lyrics onto the paper. Everyone froze, staring at Shen Yan in utter amazement.
Li Qian was utterly astonished inside.
When did Mr. Shen start writing songs?
Han Shuxian and the others were deeply moved. Mr. Shen is such a great guy. He remembered all those lyrics so clearly. This proves opera has always been in his heart. He genuinely wants to help us.
Mr. Shen, the opera community will remember your kindness, Han Shuxian said solemnly.
The other elders nodded in agreement.
Shen Yan felt immense joy.
Drawing a song from his past life's memories to gain such valuable connections, it was a bargain.
A minute later, Shen Yan put down his pen. He had only written one verse. Handing the fragment to Han Shuxian, Shen Yan said, Let me hum the melody for you. Everyone present stared wide-eyed. The melody was beautiful.
Yet when the lyrics were added, Han Shuxian and the others were struck dumb.
This song. It was a perfect fusion of pop elements and traditional opera.
Every line resonated perfectly with the opera style. Especially that line, though lowly, I dare not forget my country's woes. It was clear Shen Yan had poured his heart into it.
Han Shuxian's eyes were red. Teacher Han, could you help me try out the song? The story behind this song is set during the War of Resistance.
A performer, moved by the situation, sang it on stage for the Japanese occupiers, Shen Yan explained.
Han Shuxian nodded. Let me take a sip of water.
She took a sip to steady her emotions. Then, to the melody of Shen Yan's incomplete song, she began to sing.
A scene unfolds, sleeves rise and fall.
Singing of joy and sorrow, parting and reunion, none of it concerns me. A drifting duckweed in turbulent times, how can I bear to watch the beacon fires scorch the land? Though lowly, I dare not forget my country's woes.
Even if no one knows me.
The entire private room fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop.
Li Qian stared at Shen Yan in astonishment. This song is simply too beautiful. However, Han Shuxian's subsequent operatic rendition felt like a bomb.
It exploded in her mind with a thunderous boom.
People pass beneath the stage, yet the old colors remain unseen. On stage, the singer croons a heartbreaking farewell song. SSH.
Li Qian was so startled that goosebumps broke out all over her body. The elderly people beside Han Shuxian also gaped in astonishment.
This song. Writing the song was one thing, but Han Shuxian's rendition was something else entirely.
Han Shuxian's voice was sweet, melodious, full-bodied, and rich, perfect for the Crimson Dancer. The melody itself carried a distinctly feminine sensibility, perfectly suited to a voice that was sweet without cloying, rich yet gracefully melodic. Furthermore, the arrangement complemented the traditional opera melody perfectly. Thus, the combination of the new and old arrangements plus the singer creates a truly seamless whole. While this song may not be considered top tier in quality, it excels at bringing opera out of old shrines and onto the stage for a younger audience.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Pop plus opera, who knew it could be done like this?
After Han Shuxian finished her verse, the shock in her heart was written all over her face. She'd been stunned just watching it earlier. But nothing compared to the feeling after singing it herself. Hearing her own voice sent an instant chill down her spine. It was safe to say she just forced herself through that entire section. Once she finished, she stared fixedly at Shen Yan, speechless for a long time. Shen Yan could guess everyone's shock, but he hadn't expected such an intense reaction. However, he soon recalled some news reports from his previous life about theater troupes.
Many troupes found themselves performing before an audience that didn't listen at all. Yet the troupes persisted in performing their classic roles. Through bitter cold and scorching heat,
they persisted regardless.
Many people couldn't understand this behavior. Shen Yan didn't understand it either at the time.
So he asked when he didn't understand.
Then an experienced elder offered an explanation.
Those words left Shen Yan profoundly shaken, an impact he still carries to this day. When the play begins, all ears listen.
One side represents humanity, 3 sides represent spirits, and 4 sides represent the divine.
Once the opera begins, it must be sung to completion regardless of whether anyone remains in the audience.
This is the rule passed down by our ancestors. Just because mortals don't listen doesn't mean the spirits and gods aren't listening. This is what it means to be professional. This is called tradition. Regardless of money, they have always upheld its rules. They have always upheld its fundamental principles.
It was also around that time that Shen Yan began to hold veteran artists in higher regard.
Mr. Shen, could you introduce your friends? Would they be willing to perform this song for us? Chapter 95, Leave the Hype to Me.
Han Shuxian finished speaking and exclaimed excitedly, "We know songs aren't cheap these days.
But we don't have that kind of money.
Here's the deal, discuss it with your friends. We'll just perform it. All copyrights and proceeds go to you. Then we'll contribute another 100,000 yuan.
The association doesn't have much money, so I'll cover it personally.
I'll personally sponsor 30,000. An elderly man nearby held up 3 fingers.
I'll sponsor 20,000, the other elders chimed in.
Shen Yan smiled.
Are all of you contributing from your own pockets?
Oh, don't even mention it.
The association is broke. We only managed to put on this event because an overseas Chinese sponsor stepped in.
Sigh, when the overseas Chinese heard our plea, tears just streamed down their face. They said the family legacy mustn't be broken, then went out to raise money for us. See, we didn't have enough for publicity costs, and we didn't feel right asking for more. The publicity, well, you all know how that turned out later.
Han Shuxian waved her hand, signaling them to stop. Mr. Shen, if the funds are insufficient, we can raise more, Han Shuxian offered.
Shen Yan shook his head.
It's not about the money.
If word gets out that traditional opera can't even afford to buy songs for promotion now,
it won't reflect well on your publicity.
Han Shuxian and the others paled instantly. So Shen Yan was still talking about money after all.
That was the root of the problem.
It seemed this song was no longer within their grasp. Li Qian was puzzled.
Shen Yan had initially planned to front the money for Han Shuxian and the others, so why was he suddenly talking about money now?
If it were anyone else, Li Qian would have seen this as a scam.
But that wasn't the case with Shen Yan.
She had only known Shen Yan for a short time, but she understood his nature well enough.
Money, for starters, earning it was effortless for Shen Yan.
He couldn't possibly care about a mere few 100,000 yuan in so-called copyright fees.
We'll chip in, Han Shuxian declared, rising to her feet.
Shen Yan froze for a moment, yet felt a pang of emotion.
They instinctively assumed he was just greedy for money. It seemed their efforts to promote traditional opera had been repeatedly stymied by financial constraints.
Shen Yan let out a long sigh.
Not everything revolves around money.
Teachers, Shen Yan called out to Han Shuxian and the others. Han Shuxian and the elderly men looked at Shen Yan curiously.
Money is a good thing, but it shouldn't be the measure of everything.
Besides, this song was originally meant to promote traditional opera among my friends and me. Today, we've crossed paths by fate. So, I'll accept 1 yuan. The copyright and proceeds are mine, but Teacher Han, you may perform it for life.
Whoa! The temperature in the private room plummeted. Everyone stared at Shen Yan in shock.
This young man's vision is truly grand. Li Qian instantly felt a deep respect for him. Han Shuxian and the others were moved to tears. This young man, how could he be so kind? Shen Yan's approach perfectly sidestepped the awkwardness of the opera company being unable to afford the copyright fees.
Moreover, the 1 yuan showed them sufficient respect, proving they weren't getting it for free. Moreover, copyright couldn't be given away for free. Even 1 yuan served as a symbolic gesture. It achieved multiple objectives at once.
You call me comrade, but I can't let you call me that for free, Shen Yan chuckled.
Thank you, Han Shuxian replied. Shen Yan chuckled, this international expo has brought me quite a bit of attention. Our domestic products like silk and fine fabrics are also being exhibited.
Here's what we'll do, I'll set up another livestream and you guys can join in to sing.
The traffic will pour in. Han Shuxian and the elderly performers gazed at Shen Yan with burning eyes. Thank you, Mr. Shen. Thank you, Director Li. Thank you, Incheng. For everything you've done for traditional opera, Han Shuxian said solemnly. We're all family here.
Promoting our own culture is only natural, Shen Yan replied with a cheerful smile.
Eat up, Han Shuxian urged, serving meat onto Shen Yan's plate.
Shen Yan added, oh, and there's one more thing I need your cooperation on, teachers.
We won't publicize this yet. Wait for my word. During the live stream, I expect many people will want to come support the teachers. Thank you.
Han Shuxian ladled another bowl of spare rib soup for Shen Yan.
You've worked hard. Eat more.
Shen Yan wasn't one to be polite, and the food here was truly excellent. After filling himself to the brim, Shen Yan rose contentedly and bid farewell to Han Shuxian and the others.
Teacher Han, I'll call you tomorrow morning.
Please take the trouble tonight to prepare the contract.
Alright, I'll take care of the contract.
I'll be ready for you anytime tomorrow, Han Shuxian replied with a smile.
After the banquet ended, Shen Yan and Li Chen boarded the car back to the hotel. I never imagined you could actually write songs, Li Rome remarked. Shen Yan chuckled, it's all thanks to the city and your excellent guidance.
Li Chen laughed aloud, the city must be overjoyed to hear you buttering them up like this. But seriously, Incheng is incredibly lucky to have you.
Shen Yan smiled and said, go get some rest. The internet is probably buzzing with discussions right now.
Once the buzz dies down a bit, I'll go live again.
Send me the profiles of those fabric and silk companies that exhibited. I'll reach out to them.
Li Chen nodded.
9 p.m. Xi Jinping felt a bit down.
After 3 rounds of drinks, the foreigner in front of him still showed no sign of budging. Their Ruofuxiang fabrics and silks were world-class in quality. Sure, their reputation might be lacking, but that didn't mean they deserved to be pushed around like this. Staring at that underdeveloped face, Xi Jinping felt like kicking him in the shins.
Damn it, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got.
The price had already been driven down to barely any profit margin, yet these bastards still wanted to push it further.
Fine, I'll just give it to you for free. Boss, phone call. Later, Xi Jinping waved impatiently. It's an assistant from Incheng.
She came to the expo with that Fenghua guy, Shen Yan.
Shen Yan from Fenghua? Xi Jinping narrowed his eyes. Shen Yan seeking him out at this moment?
He racked his brain but couldn't fathom the reason.
Shen Yan sold shampoo, he dealt in textiles. There was no overlap between their businesses.
If one were to force a connection, it would be that they both dealt in domestic goods.
But that connection felt far too tenuous.
Boss, Li the clerk just messaged. He says they're in the private room next door.
Xi Jinping took a deep breath and stood up. You handle things here for now.
I need to step outside for some air. Qizenbang apologized repeatedly before heading out to the adjacent private room, where he encountered Shen Yan and Li Chen.
The two rose warmly to shake hands with Xi Jinping. Finally meeting you, Mr. Qi.
It's been a long time coming, Shen Yan said with a broad smile.
Xi Jinping smiled on the surface, but inwardly he was thinking. What exactly have you been hearing about me? I'm just a fabric merchant whose factory is on the verge of collapse. Your flattery feels rather half-hearted. But you don't bite the hand that feeds you. He remained polite and asked, Mr. Shen, what brings you here? How can I assist you? I wouldn't call it a favor. I just wanted to confirm a few things with you, Mr. Qi. Confirm some matters? Xi Jinping was even more confused. Chapter 96, Chanel, lend me your head. Shen Yan smiled. Mr. Qi, regarding your product quality, dare you guarantee it? Do you have any relevant certification or rating documents?
Of course, Xi Jinping perked up at the mention of his products, his pride immediately rising.
My products are among the top in the country. They hold their own internationally too. Could you show us the relevant certificates later? We'd like to take some photos, Shen Yan requested. What's this about? Xi Jinping frowned slightly. What kind of game is this?
Li Chen explained, Mr. Qi, our CEO Shen wants to promote your company's products. So he'd like to understand the relevant details. Xi Jinping's eyes widened and he exclaimed, oh, so that's what this is about. Mr. Shen, I've long heard about your support for domestic products, but I never imagined our paths would cross like this.
My apologies, I've had a bit to drink and my mind's a bit foggy.
Shen Yan smiled warmly and said, your company's products are also among the best of domestic brands. If I'm not mistaken, your products are high quality, yet priced at OEM levels. To put it nicely, they're exported far and wide. In reality, you're just doing the heavy lifting for others.
Mr. Qi, can you really stomach this injustice? What nonsense are you talking about? How could I bear it? But I have no choice. This craftsmanship has been passed down through my ancestors. If I don't do it, it will be lost. Plus, hundreds of people depend on me for their livelihoods. If I stop, what will become of them?
Xi Jinping sighed as he spoke. Shen Yan paused, his thoughts drifting to his past life. Back then, he had felt just as helpless.
Mr. Chi, would you allow us to film a quality inspection-related certification? Shen Yan inquired. Sure. You're helping me promote this. If I don't do it, I'd be a total loser, wouldn't I? Shi Zhenbong replied.
Oh, and if there's anything else you want to confirm, just ask.
I'll tell you everything I know. Shen Yan inquired, what about your production capacity? For example, and I mean hypothetically, if 1 million people ordered your fabric to make clothes, could you guarantee supply? Not overnight, but within about 3 months. 1 million pieces?
Shi Zhenbong stared at Shen Yan in shock.
Mr. Shen, you. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. I haven't even started promoting yet, so naturally there are no orders. I'm just using this as an example. No problem.
That production volume is no issue for us.
In 3 months?
Not just 1 million pieces, even 10 million, we can handle it, Shi Zhenbong assured him.
Alright, one last question, Shen Yan said. Do you know any reliable hanfu manufacturers, Mr. Chi? We need someone as dependable as you, Mr. Chi. Shi Zhenbong chuckled. You've come to the right person.
Most of our products are exported overseas. But within our province, when it comes to producing hanfu and similar garments, most come to me for supplies.
I'll find you their contact information. Shen Yan nodded. Thanks, Mr. Chi. Not at all. I should be thanking you. Listen, I have to entertain these foreign clients tonight. Tomorrow I'll organize another gathering.
I'll make sure to toast you properly, Shi Zhenbong said. Though domestic sales weren't exactly stellar, Mr. Shen was genuinely helping out. This was a friend worth keeping.
Let's skip the drinks for now. We'll have plenty of time in the future.
I need to trouble Mr. Chi to discuss with those garment manufacturers after finishing today's work, then set up a product link.
I might launch it at any time.
That way, when customers want to buy, they can place orders directly.
This will also help build momentum for sales volume. Shen Yan said. Alright, I'll have someone handle it immediately.
Mr. Chi made a call to his assistant right in front of Shen Yan.
A few minutes later, Shen Yan strode out.
That night, Shen Yan slept exceptionally soundly.
Netizens, however, were in an uproar.
Shen Yan's haters had gained the upper hand, lambasting him for cashing in on patriotism while vanishing at the first sign of trouble. Supporters countered, it hasn't even been a full night, can't you wait until Shen Yan wakes up? Bystanders were eager for the drama to escalate. Some were sarcastic, others stirred the pot. But none of it fazed Shen Yan.
10 o'clock in the morning. Shen Yan finally rose from bed with a lazy stretch.
He would have stayed in bed longer, but Han Shuxian's call woke him up. The elderly artist had risen early to warm up her voice. The older generation of artists demanded perfection from themselves to an almost obsessive degree. Even though Han Shuxian was over 60, her voice remained as sharp as a blade, as beautiful as ever. However, she approached Shen Yan's song with caution, always struggling to sing it well. That's why she called Shen Yan, hoping he could offer some advice. Shen Yan told her not to be so uptight, just sing it casually like a pop song.
Han Shuxian initially refused.
But after Shen Yan explained that being too serious might make it hard for the audience to accept, she immediately followed his advice. It must be said, the national team is the national team.
Han Shuxian's voice singing pop songs was like a game changer.
By noon, she had the song recorded. Shen Yan mentioned that the evening would draw a larger crowd, so he planned a live stream where Han Shuxian could chat with viewers and hum a tune. Han Shuxian was deeply grateful to Shen Yan and expressed her desire to treat him to dinner that evening.
Shen Yan, however, said he was busy.
It wasn't that he was making excuses.
He genuinely couldn't make it.
His traffic was high now, but not high enough. To climb higher, he needed a talking point. He had to stir up trouble. Nothing generates traffic faster or more conveniently than a heated argument. As for who to pick a fight with, the International Expo was right there, just head over and stir things up.
At 5 p.m., Shen Yan arrived at the International Expo once more.
The venue opened in the evening, but if he started a fight around 5 p.m., the drama could easily drag on until 7 or 8 p.m. Shen Yan had a clear target: pick fights with foreign companies selling ready-made clothes, fabrics, and similar goods. He'd get warned and sued for sure, but he didn't care. This experience stemmed from a certain gaming company in his previous life. The case would be sent back to the local jurisdiction for trial. He refused to believe Chen Weiman would ignore such a minor lawsuit. Shen Yan's first stop was the Chanel display case. Chanel was a top luxury brand. Most people assume Chanel's luxury peaks at bags costing tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. But that was merely the beginning. The true limited editions require a purchase quota. In other words, one must purchase a certain quantity of items to unlock the purchasing rights for that limited edition bag. Of course, Shen Yan wasn't after bags, his target was scarves. As everyone knows, Chanel scarves have achieved near universal recognition, enjoying immense fame. However, after yesterday's incident, the exhibition organizers held an emergency meeting overnight, instructing all staff to memorize Shen Yan's face. Today, the moment he appeared, especially carrying a camera, the sales staff treated him with conspicuously attentive yet cautious service.
Chapter 97. Let me show you what luxury means in the Dragon Kingdom. Viewers in the livestream laughed out loud at the sales staff's furtive, dog-like demeanor.
Seeing Shen Yan met with such layered defenses before he even started made it much harder for him to find fault, and everyone began gloating.
Your reputation's already in the gutter. Thinking you can cultivate support for domestic brands by picking fights? Not so fast. Take it easy, man. You can't just shear one sheep for wool. You'll go bald trying. It's laughable, but speaking of which, Shen Yan, weren't you supposed to be supporting traditional opera? What's this, planning to back out? He'd never actually support opera. That's impossible, it's a bottomless pit. He'll only exploit everyone's patriotic sentiments to make money. Mr. Shen, you're not that sleazy, are you?
Within 10 minutes, over 30,000 viewers flooded the livestream. Though most weren't haters, Shen Yan hadn't produced any evidence of supporting opera yet, so the haters temporarily held the upper hand. The screen was flooded with mocking comments. Even those who wanted to defend Shen Yan eventually gave up. Though Shen Yan wasn't a savior, they didn't demand he single-handedly rescue traditional opera. Still, deep down, many secretly hoped he might lend a hand. After all, Shen Yan was currently the only one standing up for domestic products and traditional culture.
Their hopes could only rest on Shen Yan. Shen Yan, however, remained silent.
He had now arrived at the Chanel counter and pointed to a silk scarf.
The salesperson politely declined.
She explained that none of the items here were premium selections, and if Shen Yan wished to purchase or view higher-end pieces, he would need to visit a flagship store.
The live-stream audience burst into laughter once more.
They all believed Shen Yan was out of luck today. Unexpectedly, Shen Yan pulled out his phone and dialed the convention center's complaint hotline. He stated that since the booth lacked qualified merchandise, it was unworthy of remaining in the exhibition.
Chanel couldn't care less.
Whether they withdrew or not, it wouldn't significantly impact their brand. But the convention organizers were in a bind.
They couldn't ignore Shen Yan's complaint, yet Chanel was a brand they couldn't afford to offend.
After much deliberation, they summoned executives from major brands like Procter & Gamble, P&G, and Unilever to discuss solutions. The final compromise, Chanel would show Shen Yan the scarf, while Shen Yan agreed not to disparage their product. Shen Yan agreed readily, leaving everyone stunned. His sincere gaze made everyone believe he genuinely intended to purchase the scarf.
But the moment Shen Yan spoke, they knew they were wrong.
They were utterly mistaken. There was absolutely no hope to be found in Shen Yan. The quality of this scarf is rather poor. Everyone's hair stood on end instantly, their eyes fixed intently on Shen Yan. Mr. Shen, please don't say such things. This scarf has a very high artistic value, the saleswoman replied.
Shen Yan chuckled, high? Its quality doesn't even match our domestic products.
No one believed him. People still harbored a certain reverence for luxury goods. They felt that such high prices must be justified. Bring out our silk, Shen Yan instructed.
Li Qian immediately pulled out a large piece of silk from her bag.
The moment the silk was revealed, everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, the texture of this silk looked far superior to Chanel's.
This is Ruofuxiang's Silka proper, time-honored domestic brand. Its certifications rank among the top in the country for similar products.
Globally, they're also among the very best.
However, since it's domestically produced, it lacks recognition, so fewer people buy it. They primarily focus on export trade, though that's just fancy terminology. In reality, they're contract manufacturers.
Shen Yan compared the silk scarf to the silk fabric in his hand. This scarf doesn't even qualify as a substandard piece of the silk I'm holding. Sure, the brand value is widely recognized, but the quality shouldn't be this outrageous.
The salesperson immediately grew flustered. At that moment, the display cabinet supervisor approached. Mr. Shen, there must be some misunderstanding, the supervisor said, squeezing past Ruoxua with a professional smile. Chanel has always been committed to high precision.
No misunderstanding, Shen Yan waved his hand, his expression sour.
You take substandard goods, slap your label on them, and sell them at astronomical prices.
One of your scarves costs nearly as much as 100 pieces of silk of the same size.
Ruofuxiang? Holy crap, is that for real?
I know that one. It's a star enterprise in Donglu province's textile industry, though its performance isn't great.
I looked it up, it's legit.
Their silk fabrics are top-tier quality, among the best brands in the country.
What's the point? I looked it up too, but we don't know how to sew. What good is buying fabric? Exactly. It's like us wanting to buy a car, and you telling me which steel is best? What good is that?
The group went from stunned silence to utter speechlessness.
Shen Yan said, who told you to buy fabric? I'm just recommending this to show you the quality of domestic fabrics. If you can't make it yourselves, you can buy ready-made items. Like Hanfu or silk fabric products. Hanfu? Seriously? You've got some nerve saying that. If Hanfu used this kind of fabric, each piece would cost thousands of yuan.
I can't even imagine how beautiful my little treasure would look wearing Hanfu made from fabric like this.
I can only afford a belly wrap. Do you have samples of Hanfu made with this kind of fabric? The chatter grew louder. At that moment, Ruoxua couldn't sit still anymore.
Though she hadn't seen the live stream comments, someone beside her was watching.
Mr. Shen, promoting domestic brands is your prerogative. Chanel doesn't stand in the way of domestic brands rising and thriving. However, you cannot use us as a stepping stone.
This violates business ethics and may even constitute illegal activity.
We reserve the right to pursue legal action. No need to reserve it, just go ahead and sue me and In Cheng. I don't believe I've done anything wrong.
You think I'm disparaging your product, but every word I said was the truth.
Did I spread rumors? I don't think so. Shen Yan retorted with a smile. Rao Ruishua's voice turned solemn. The Chanel brand isn't something just anyone can slander.
Besides, Mr. Shen, it doesn't seem worth it for you to antagonize Chanel just to promote these smaller brands.
What's so unreasonable about that? True, Chanel is wealthy and powerful. You've also got consortiums backing you. I can't possibly match that.
But even in my humble position, I haven't forgotten my duty to my country. Many of my fellow citizens work themselves to death, pulling all-nighters just to scrape together 3 or 5,000 yuan. They scrape by, eating at your mercy.
If you reject them, they go hungry.
So don't think your existence provides us with jobs and makes you indispensable.
To us, it's more important that you don't exist.
Take scarves, for instance.
We produce the silk and fabric, so why should you get all the profits? We workers who make these goods only get enough to barely scrape by? Why should we? Are we really worth less than your people? Shen Yan launched into a tirade, leaving Ruishua's face turning grim.
Shen Yan's words instantly pitted her against the countless working-class people of Longhua. Yours is merely material, Ruishua retorted. We have top designers, and our brand's high-end luxury positioning caters to the luxury demands of many.
You clearly lack that capability. Have you been eating white people's food for so many years that you've turned into an idiot? China has no luxury goods? Shen Yan sneered, shouting, Teacher Han, it's yours now. Let the world see what Chinese luxury goods are all about. No sooner had the words left his mouth than an elderly man dressed in opulent hanfu appeared in the livestream. The chat exploded with comments.
Chapter 98, The Terrifying Purchasing Power of Dragon Nation.
A dense forest of praise-filled comments flooded the screen, overwhelming the eyes. At least tens of thousands were typing away, expressing their awe.
Even Li Qian, watching nearby, stared wide-eyed.
In this world, hanfu hadn't yet become fashionable.
Rarely did one encounter the sight of hanfu beauties in daily life.
Though Han Shuxian's hair was now entirely white, each stage of life held its own beauty.
Her entrance embodied the saying, don't mock the white hair adorned with flowers if poetry and books dwell within the heart, time never dims a beauty's glow.
How beautiful.
This is just too stunning. I'm genuinely stunned our ancestors' sense of beauty was truly ahead of its time.
Laugh at us for lacking luxury goods? Do you even understand luxury?
Holy crap, I hate myself for being so uncultured. All I can say right now is holy crap.
Han Shuxian. It's Han Shuxian. The opera master. She truly embodies timeless grace and breathtaking beauty. Opera? Opera's coming? Whoa. Shen Yan must have been holding back all this time.
We've been talking about him forever, and he never said a word.
Who is Han Shuxian? She's a legendary master in the opera world of Longhua. Ordinary folks never get to see her.
Let me put it this way, to catch her performance in high society circles, you'd have to be among the top few in your province.
Holy. The entire livestream room erupted in a chorus of holy crap. Shen Yan shook his head. It's not that exaggerated.
Here she is, right before our eyes. People say opera is outdated, but that's just prejudice.
You just haven't reached that age yet.
The genes of the Dragon Nation's people are truly remarkable.
Certain things only unlock when you reach that stage of life.
For instance, in their 30s or 40s, they'll crave fishing and travel. By their 50s and 60s, they'll be thinking about square dancing and buying gold. However, to help the general public learn more about traditional opera, Teacher Han has specially brought a song that blends opera vocals with pop elements.
We hope you'll enjoy it. Please welcome Teacher Han. As soon as Shen Yan finished speaking, Han Shuxian stepped into view before the camera.
The live stream audience was momentarily stunned. The splendor of hanfu attire, no need to sigh over moon-shy beauties or fish-diving swans, but rather over the dreamlike return of Dream of the Red Chamber. On a day when the begonia sleeps in spring, the dream of the Red Chamber awakens.
Shen Yan voiced what everyone was thinking.
Han Shuxian smiled gently, radiating the warmth of an elder doting on her younger relatives.
You all flatter me, Han Shuxian said. Today marks my first time connecting with so many young viewers. I must apologize. Why? Because of my arrogance. Before this, I've been promoting traditional opera, always believing that art requires a certain cultural foundation to appreciate. So while I promoted it, I also resisted catering to the mainstream. Thankfully, Shen Yan enlightened me. He said that what the masses love is what truly constitutes art, and only that can endure and be passed down. My only thought at the time was regret that I hadn't met Shen Yan sooner. And there's another reason behind this thought. The piece I'm about to perform for you was commissioned by Mr. Shen at great expense. Its story is simple yet profoundly heavy.
Shen Yan will display the background story on the screen for everyone to see for themselves. Some things are better experienced firsthand, seen and felt by yourself than heard from others. Just as everyone was about to complain that Shen Yan knew nothing about music, they were suddenly too busy to care. They had to read the background story while also listening to the accompaniment. As the beautiful accompaniment played, everyone was quickly drawn into the story's backdrop, forgetting all about criticizing Shen Yan. During the War of Resistance, the invaders reached a remote county town. They specifically demanded that the renowned singer Pei Yenji perform a solo show. Pei Yenji complied, performing the same piece, The Peach Blossom Fan, with his signature melodious voice. The Japanese quickly became entranced. Later, taking advantage of the enemy's lowered guard, Pei Yenji set the place ablaze. He and his fellow disciples dragged a group of enemy soldiers to their deaths together. The story's backdrop had barely finished unfolding when Han Shuxian's clear, melodious voice began to sing. What does it matter if the words are worn thin? White bones and green ashes all are mine. A drifting weed in turbulent times, how can I bear to watch beacon fires scorch the land? Though lowly, I dare not forget my nation's woes. Even if no one knows me. Everyone froze, the story's backdrop exploding in their minds with that line, though lowly, I dare not forget my nation's woes, making their scalps tingle. People pass beneath the stage, no trace of old colors. On stage, they sing heartbreaking songs of farewell. Holy crap? What have I been listening to all this time? Can songs even be sung like this? Is this opera style for real? It's insane. The national team is this badass? I'm bowing down. A dozome level powerhouse, truly terrifying. Is this the opera my grandma loves? This opera singing is seriously soothing. Holy moly, and her hanfu outfit? Absolutely stunning. Over 100,000 viewers in the livestream jumped out of their seats in shock. The scene felt like a dream. Even the haters were stunned speechless.
How could they have imagined Shen Yan possessed such a hidden talent?
Not only did he go out of his way to promote traditional opera, but he actually composed a song for it. Most crucially, the song possessed remarkable artistic merit. When the song ended, they couldn't think of a single angle to criticize it. They couldn't find anything to criticize. They simply couldn't. The livestream was now buzzing with excitement. Han Shuxian's performance was truly a game changer. Where else could people hear such high-caliber singing?
Usually, it's just internet celebrities wailing away, or at best, listening to pop songs. A classical opera-style song like The Crimson Dancer?
This was a first.
And performed by a master opera singer? The entire song's impact was absolutely mind-blowing.
But soon, Shen Yan dropped another bombshell.
This set of hanfu? Only 800 yuan. What? Only 800? Mr. Shen, I treat you like a brother, but you treat me like a fool? This quality, this design, only 800 yuan?
I wouldn't dare joke about my sisters.
If it's really 800, I'll order 10 sets right now. Where can I buy it? Honey, say something. Do show. 800? Go ahead and buy it on Xiaowank. Bring it on.
Shen Yan contacted the staff and immediately listed the item on Xiaowank.
He didn't just share a clothing link, it was a link where customers could choose fabrics and tailor workshops.
This absolutely thrilled the group of hanfu enthusiasts.
Holy cow, this is the most honest influencer I've ever seen. Ruofuxiang fabrics, tailored by GEC, only 800 yuan? Holy cow. Top-tier luxury fabrics and craftsmanship at street shop prices?
Even a broke student like me can afford this if I save up.
Can you save one for me? I'm broke this month. Ha? Sold out already? They listed 100,000 pre-orders and it's gone? What are you doing? Ouch. Hey, what are you guys doing? This time, Shen Yan and the entire livestream audience were collectively stunned.
In just a few minutes, 100,000 sets of hanfu were completely sold out.
Guys, can you handle this? Shen Yan asked.
Xi Jinbang from Ruofuxiang and the major garment studios were grinning so widely their eyes disappeared.
Can't handle it? They'd have to hold up, no matter what. Give them a chance, and they'll make it count. Add another 100,000 sets, Shen Yan ordered. Staff immediately reactivated the purchase link.
Within a minute, those 100,000 sets were gone too.
Many more were crying out that they hadn't managed to buy any. I want one too. I want one too.
I want to wear this outfit and film TikToks with the Crimson Dancer. Girls, please spare me, let me grab one set. After consulting with the bosses, Shen Yan added another 100,000 sets. Within minutes, those 100,000 sets were sold out again. This pattern repeated itself. In just half an hour, over 570,000 sets of hanfu were ordered.
Truly terrifying. Everyone was utterly stunned.
Especially the Chanel staff and their manager, Rui Xue. These 570,000 sets of hanfu felt like 570,000 slaps, stinging their faces with force.
Chapter 99, The Wind of Tradition Blows to Kyoto. Wasn't opera supposed to be outdated? Aren't period costumes supposed to be outdated relics? How could it still hold such immense appeal? 570,000 sets in half an hour, that defies all logic. Could it be fake orders? Fake orders? Suddenly, a term popped into everyone's minds. The trolls immediately typed it into the live chat. The major suppliers who were celebrating were also watching the live stream. How could they not be watching? 570,000 sets an order volume they'd normally beg and plead for through advertising, yet couldn't achieve in a year or two. Fake orders? If they had the money for that, they wouldn't be starting now. They entered this industry precisely because they lacked capital, which is why they chose such a niche market. Fake orders? Seeing the screen flooded with fake orders comments, Shen Yan couldn't help but laugh. You guys have some nerve. On one hand, you're desperately begging people from the dragon country to buy your luxury goods. Then you question their spending power? What's a mere 570,000 sets? Just in the hanfu market alone, it's absolutely 100 billion yuan level market. Honestly, I think that's an underestimate. If possible, I'd love to see a hanfu competition as spiritual anchor for compatriots who cherish traditional culture and classical attire. That's fantastic. Someone please organize a contest, I'm begging you. Hanfu really deserves more recognition, I genuinely love it. Right now, when we cosplay in hanfu, it still feels like we're wearing strange costumes. I wish everyone would recognize it. The moment Shen Yan finished his suggestion, the livestream audience surged by over 40,000 viewers. It was as if a group of homeless children had suddenly found a place to rest. But they were still a bit too late, they hadn't anticipated the pre-sale. Watching the eager buyers in the livestream, Wan Ruishua's eyelids twitched with frustration. For them, the cultural rise of Longwa was anything but welcome news. These high-end luxury brands thrived on storytelling and emotional appeal. If the people of Dragon Country realized their own products held deeper cultural significance, the filter of luxury brands would shatter. Without that filter, how could a mere ribbon command thousands? Why should a bottle of perfume cost thousands? How could a bag command hundreds of thousands? Mr. Shen, I think there's a misunderstanding here. Your hanfu only sells for a few hundred yuan, hardly luxury goods, right? Ruishua interjected. In the livestream chat, a heated debate erupted. Everyone insisted that luxury refers to artistic value, not price. Top-tier materials and top-tier designers, that's what makes something luxury. The price? That's just the sentimental value Mr. Shen is charging. Shen Yan didn't get angry, but smiled instead. Young Ms. Rao, have you ever heard this poem? The swallows that once nested in the mansions of the Wang and Xie clans now fly into the homes of ordinary folk. Thanks to rapid technological advancements, ancient luxuries now benefit from modern assistance, significantly reducing labor and material costs. This has led to lower prices. Young Mr. Rao, please don't interrupt just yet. It's like you yourself. We used to be the great nation where foreigners came to pay tribute. Now, isn't Mr. Xiao Rao also embracing downward compatibility, throwing open his arms to foreigners? Times change, after all. You. Rao Ruishua pointed at Shen Yan in fury, yet couldn't utter a word for a long while. Ha, this is hilarious. Shen Yan's got a mouth on him. Is this how cultured people insult others? That's just too much. Pfft, Rao Ruishua really is like a swallow from the Wang and Xie mansions of old, now flying into the homes of ordinary folk. She went and lowered herself to be compatible with everyone, then has the nerve to complain about traditional things being devalued. What a cheapskate. Over 10,000 viewers in the livestream were amused by Ruishua's antics. Rao Ruishua couldn't think of a comeback, so she just huffed and turned to leave. But before she could take a few steps out, Shen Yan asked the saleswoman to bring him some items to look at. Now Ruishua was stuck, she couldn't leave, but she couldn't stay either. While the livestream was in full swing, far away in a courtyard in the capital city. The last lesson? The old man watched the young man in the video with some surprise. Back when they selected this lesson for the textbook, they faced no shortage of criticism. Little did they expect that this young man in his early 20s would grasp their well-intentioned efforts. Good writing transcends borders. The last lesson is precisely such a piece. Reading it felt like having a chisel by one side, each stroke cutting to the bone, carving an indelible mark upon the mind. French? Pomerania? To lead from this topic to opera, and then to our traditional culture. France did indeed lose its sovereignty decades ago. A hanfu competition? The boy has potential. The old man stroked his tablet, tears glistening in his eyes. This kid has potential. Notify Bingshin, tell them to read Shen Yan's article immediately, then gather in the conference room to await my arrival. The old man glanced up at the sky. The sky was bright and clear, not a single cloud in sight. The old man narrowed his eyes slightly. Old man, what are you up to? The elderly woman beside him chuckled. The old man chuckled. A hanfu competition? Well, I suppose it's not out of the question. The old woman shook her head. In numerous offices across the capital city, a group of people who rarely even saw Chen Weiman received a call. Check Weibo? They were completely baffled. Everyone opened Weibo and searched for trending topics related to Shen Yan. Whoa, this is absolutely breathtaking. They actually lifted the opera stage. Traditional opera kicked off the stage? These kids are really
Sigh, no matter how old opera gets, no matter how out of step with the times.
It's only the performance style that's outdated.
Its core, the stories remain timeless classics.
Aren't many movies adapted from old storytellers' tales and operas? Come to think of it, wasn't Journey to the West also adapted from Yuan Dynasty Chu operas?
At that moment, an elderly man entered the doorway, leaning on a cane.
He wore reading glasses and had a gentle demeanor.
Everyone in the conference room stood up in unison. Though they were heads of major institutions, in terms of seniority and academic lineage, standing before Professor Zhang felt like the gap between teacher and student.
Professor Zhang was one of the few surviving literary masters in modern Chinese history.
He had dedicated his entire life to the cause of education in China, nurturing countless students who had gone on to achieve great things. The current president of Beijing University was his student, and several key figures in the education sector had also been promoted by him.
During holidays and festivals, the top executives would personally pay their respects.
Professor Zhang, everyone greeted him respectfully.
He, please sit, please sit.
It's been ages since I last saw you, all I've missed you dearly, Master Zhang chuckled.
Professor Zhang, we've all seen the hot topic you mentioned. That young man is quite impressive, remarked a professor from Beijing University.
Professor Zhang nodded.
I called you all here today not just for this topic. There's another matter.
I changed my mind on the way here.
I called Professor Han. Professor Han sings quite well.
Ha, it reminded me of that topic I mentioned last time. When will Huaxia embrace the Huaxia spirit?
Before, the timing wasn't right. Now I believe the time is right. Everyone nodded in agreement.
The quality of Red Dancer isn't top tier.
Even its arrangements seem to take shortcuts from ancient styles. But it's bold enough, shocking enough. It's stunningly brilliant. Pop music plus traditional opera, who knew they could blend so seamlessly?
It truly embodies the core theme Shen Yan sought to highlight in the last lesson. Heritage. Thus, taking shortcuts becomes inevitable. To carry on the legacy, it must inevitably embrace the legacy of the older generation. The arrangement of this new song seems to have taken the robe of traditional opera and tailored it anew. The fabric remains the same, the patterns remain unchanged.
Only now, the robe has been transformed into a skirt. Yet this transformation left the elders present profoundly moved. Going from 1 2 to 10 is no big deal for people of their caliber.
But going from 0 to 1, that is what deserves the greatest praise.
And this song represents that monumental breakthrough from 0 to 1.
No wonder it stirred the reclusive Master Zhang from his seclusion.
Nor is it surprising that he would revisit the matter of Chinese cultural revival.
This group bears the weighty responsibility of shaping spiritual and cultural development. They have both the responsibility and the duty to guide the values of the younger generation.
The usual approach involves having experts publish articles to set the tone. Then implement policies supporting traditional aesthetics. Chapter 100, The International Brand Plagiarism Incident.
For instance, they encourage TV dramas, poetry competitions, and programs featuring Dragon Kingdom-style songs.
Of course, their experts aren't those clueless fools. The experts in their team are perfectly normal people.
Their minds are sharp. Old Zhang glanced around the room and said, "All right, enough small talk.
Everyone's busy. Let's get down to business. Is now the right time to hype up the Dragon Country style? I agree. I think it's feasible. No objections, but I have some concerns."
Old Zhang urged him to elaborate. It's trending on the hot search list right now, and many people are opposing traditional opera.
With the current trend of promoting Dragon Nation culture, might this just make young people rebel even more? The majority of people are still reasonable.
You have to trust the cohesive power of our culture. True, there might be arguments, but I think that's actually a good thing. It'll help amplify the buzz. I suspect that's precisely what old Master Zhang had in mind. Several veteran professors from various universities engaged in lively discussion. Professor Zhang raised his hand to signal quiet, and the room grew still.
Since everyone agrees, let's proceed. As long as we stay true to ourselves, time will reveal the answer.
Professor Zhang said with a smile. Time will reveal the truth, someone commented in the trembling hands section, addressing a brainless, Western-obsessed fool. When they criticize traditional opera, I kept quiet. When they insult poetry, I won't say a word. When they insult those wearing hanfu, I'll still keep quiet. But when they look down on me for saying I'm a descendant of the dragon, calling me old-fashioned, who will speak up for me then? If traditional culture gets vilified into extinction, wouldn't that be a complete disaster?
This absolutely cannot be allowed.
We may not pay attention to traditional culture in our daily lives, but we must not let it cease to exist.
It's like when I go home for the new year and the elders take my hand, chattering away. What's wrong with that? Can't we give her a little time?
Your brother's crappy TV dramas have been sitting on streaming platforms for years.
Aren't videos about opera and hanfu clothing better than that trash?
On Douyin, many creators launched video campaigns in support.
Douyin comments section. My grandson keeps watching this show called A Desperate Illiterate, and it's driving me crazy.
My dog can ride a bike but can't trend on social media, while some people who just learned to ride bikes are trending.
Your brother can't even act worth a damn, you piece of trash. You don't deserve this meal. What the hell are you guys barking about? Traditional culture is so outdated, it should just disappear. Sorry, I've never seen such a massive pileup before. I'm kinda excited. Pfft, what has your brother actually accomplished? A bunch of toads stuck on the highway pretending to be off-road jeeps. The barrage of insults came thick and fast, with 3 generations old, middle-aged, and young taking turns to lash out. Soon, the foreign capital's paid trolls were drowned out by the flood of comments. Meanwhile, over at Shen Yan's end. After spending over 2 hours at Chanel, leaving the staff there with cold sweats, he turned and headed to the Dior boutique. The live stream audience was puzzled. Shen Yan explained, Dior plagiarized the horse-face skirt. It's been a day since this happened. There's some buzz online, but it's pretty quiet. While researching opera and hanfu, Shen Yan had come across related news and noticed this incident. This had happened in his previous life too, so when Shen Yan caught sight of the related news, he immediately read it carefully and even jotted down some data. How shameless is that? Asked a comment in the livestream. Shen Yan replied, it's always been like this. Sometimes when I go out for late-night snacks, tourists are eating while scrolling through short videos. Then they complain about how so many ancient things got copied by foreign countries. As he spoke, Shen Yan continued walking forward, adding, plagiarism like this happens all the time. Some countries even copied their flags from our culture. People have grown accustomed to it. After all, their histories aren't nearly as rich as our dragon nation's culinary traditions. Stealing a few things from the Dragon Kingdom doesn't really make anyone too upset. But refusing to apologize and claiming it's original work? That's downright disgusting. If you steal something while bowing low and playing the victim, I might let you off. But if you steal and then start yelling, don't blame me for slapping you hard. The comments agreed it was justified. Others immediately searched for related news online. Those who did all agreed, Dior really has no shame. Shen Yan sighed, so you see, promoting Hanfu Festival isn't a private matter, it's a public one. In his previous life, the Dior plagiarism scandal involving the horseface skirt ended with Dior pulling the product from shelves. No apology was issued. Even at the very end, Dior stubbornly insisted it was their original design. Back then, Shen Yan knew nothing about Hanfu. He was merely a bystander. But he was deeply angered by what he saw. Yet he felt powerless. It was an international luxury brand with deep cultural roots. He never imagined such an incident could occur in this world. This time, they won't get off so easily. Even without the events of his past life, Shen Yan had no intention of letting them off the hook. As someone who worked in contract manufacturing, he deeply understood the pain of national culture not being recognized by the masses. Good products go unsold, even given away, no one wants them, suspecting ulterior motives. But slap on a foreign brand name, and people scramble to grab it. Without the support of one's homeland, people drift like duckweed, unable to find solid ground. Every day, they're at the mercy of wind and rain, their survival left to chance. Likewise, a nation is a home. If Dragon Nation's culture is suppressed, it becomes an outcast on the global stage. Therefore, this battle must be fought now. And we must win. Make them cry out in pain. I'm never buying that trash brand again. I'll wear a traditional skirt to work tomorrow too. The commenters were filled with righteous indignation. Shen Yan had already entered the Dior boutique. The comments section grew even livelier. Recently, the world-renowned luxury brand Dior officially released a new design. Its pleats have drawn criticism from Chinese netizens, who accuse it of copying the horseface skirt from the Dragon Kingdom. While netizens' patriotic sentiments are understandable as an ancient civilization, China's cultural breadth and diversity undoubtedly surpass many nations. But creativity is subjective. Sometimes minor similarities in details shouldn't be taken too seriously. Even if there was some inspiration drawn from our traditions, there's no need to get so upset. After all, our Hanfu has a long history. Rather than letting it fade into obscurity, it's better to see it embraced and celebrated. This way, more people in the Dragon Kingdom can learn about its existence. At this point, we should ask ourselves, if Koreans eat kimchi, and we eat pickled vegetables, does that mean we're copying them? What do you think, fellow netizens? The live stream audience immediately furrowed their brows. What the hell are you talking about? This is clearly plagiarism. How can you even defend this? After Shen Yan brought this up, they immediately looked up related news. Dior's design clearly appropriated the entire main skirt element. It wasn't just a similarity in the pleats. Even those completely unfamiliar with the horseface skirt or unaware of the plagiarism controversy could tell upon comparing the two dresses. They could all confirm it was outright plagiarism. You bastard, how much did Dior pay you? How can you lie through your teeth like this? It's blatant plagiarism. You even want others to promote it? Like your mom can't produce it, your dad's useless, so I should step in? I'll carry on your family line for you. Come on, baby. I think your mother is the one. How do you manage to twist black into white? Just brainwashing, huh? You're a complete bootlicker. When your mom was screwing you over, did Uncle Carbon from France stab you in the head? Selling out your own country like that. Getting worked up, huh?
Clearly no plagiarism, but you insist it is.
You could add some wrinkles, but they won't allow it, right?
You all claim to be Chinese, yet act like Koreans.
Stop embarrassing your country.
A horseface skirt only sells for a few dozen bucks, but when they see someone else's pleated skirt going for 29,000 yuan, they get all worked up.
Let's be honest, it's jealousy. Look at yourselves. Is the horseface skirt really that high-end? Is the material that high quality?
Those pleats were meticulously designed.
Chapter 101, Promoting the Hanfu Festival. Carefully designed? The designer is Korean.
He claims it blends French and Korean elements.
Go ahead, ask him to point out exactly what inspired these pleats. This thing cobbled together by thieves and little black countries, you lackeys are in such a hurry? Look for yourselves how many people spoke out during the horseface skirt incident. It's obvious it's just a handful of you driven by jealousy and vanity, thinking this helps Hanfu's development. Face the facts, kids, Hanfu is long outdated.
Just like everyone says, rather than letting it fade away, it's better for others to take it and develop it. The buzz kept growing.
Shen Yan walked into the Dior boutique but couldn't find the horseface skirt.
Dior apparently received notice and barred him from continuing his visit. Shen Yan was kicked out of the store and the traffic surged even more. Everyone unleashed a barrage of criticism at Dior. Dior's fans, along with some die-hard supporters and paid commenters, weren't backing down either. After all, this wasn't the first time such an incident had occurred.
Previous incidents had always been swept under the rug. This time would likely be no different. Slowly, the insults kept flying well into the night, with both sides getting increasingly vicious. Meanwhile, Dior remained completely silent. While it was late night in the Dragon Kingdom, it was evening at Dior headquarters in France. France, Paris. Restaurant Le Doyen. Delphine Arnault savored the exquisite foie gras. Delphine Arnault is the heiress of the LVMH group and president of Dior. Dior belongs to LVMH. Just as she was about to take her first bite of foie gras, her phone rang at the most inopportune moment. She glanced at it and hung up immediately. The caller was the president of Dior's Greater Dragon Kingdom division. She knew without listening that it was surely about the horseface skirt. She took a bite of the delicious foie gras, raising her eyebrows slightly. Today's foie gras tasted exceptional. It was richer and more fragrant than when she dined here just 2 days prior. The phone rang again. Delphine Arnault silenced it immediately, placing the phone face down on the table. She clapped her hands and continued savoring the truffles. This was her favorite way to unwind. After a busy day at work, savoring a delicious meal, then finding someone more well-built. Fine dining and physical exertion neither should be wasted. The meal stretched into 9 p.m. She wiped her hands and unlocked her phone. 5 missed calls. All from Philip Acri, the CEO of the Dragon Nation division. Hey, Longwei has always been a crucial market for luxury goods. What you're doing will cost you them. For the sake of money, you should do something at the very least, take the horseface skirts off the shelves and stop selling them. That way, they'll think they've won and won't pursue it further, Philip said. Absolutely not, Delphine Arnault laughed. You're going to destroy the entire Dior brand, Philippe said with a hint of resignation. It's already trending on social media. Delphine, think clearly. You're here to do business, not settle scores with them. Delphine Arnault replied, precisely because I'm here to do business, I cannot compromise. Dior is noble. How could she admit to a mistake? Besides, there's no evidence implicating us in this matter. This is all driven by their pathetic pride. Alright, don't bother me with this anymore. If there's anything else, take it up with the relevant PR department. Philippe sighed as he listened to the dial tone on the other end. Delphine Arnault was still too young to grasp the changes that had swept through the Dragon Kingdom in recent years. But he'd done what he could. If Delphine Arnault refused to listen, there was nothing more he could do. Dragon Country. It was already 4 or 5 in the morning. Some were still awake. Hanfu enthusiasts were still battling it out. In just a few hours, videos related to Dior's new collection had already garnered over 20,000 comments. However, the number of people following Hanfu remains too small. They were temporarily at a disadvantage. Sisters, a bunch of people in Donglu are planning to wear Hanfu out shopping tomorrow. Let's show our support too. No problem, we'll buy tickets to go tomorrow too. Buying tickets is so much easier now. Well, I'm close by, I'm at Donglu University. We can organize a group trip to Zibo tomorrow. Brothers and sisters, we need to unite and find a strong organization. Since Shen Yan proposed the Hanfu festival and our officials are also interested, I feel Donglu will be the first to get it going. Let's ride this wave and establish the festival now. Let's go to Zibo in Donglu. He's supportive of promoting traditional culture. Right. I was so flustered today I completely forgot about that. Let's go for it. It's still dark out, this wait is killing me. I booked the earliest morning bus. I'll ride with my boyfriend, he's driving. It's fine. If I really can't hold it together, I'll just doze off for a bit. We need to stay alert for the fight. The waiting dragged on interminably. Every second felt like an eternity.
But time marched on regardless.
Under the watchful eyes of many, the sky finally brightened.
The eastern sky turned pale white.
A crimson sun slowly rose. Many people's alarms began to ring.
The day's hustle and bustle officially began.
Buses, subways, town markets, city streets, elevated highways. All come to life. Online disputes grew increasingly heated.
Dior's new release of the horseface skirt, after days of buzz, has surged to the top of trending topics.
Zibo City Gymnasium. On stage. It was only 7:30 in the morning.
The performers of the great song City of Eternal Night had already taken their places. Below the stage stood Dongping's top two officials, along with the head of the Cultural Tourism Department. All dressed in horseface skirts, they looked dashing and exceptionally handsome. Before them stood an elderly man with a head of snow-white hair. She held a microphone, smiling warmly at them. Below the stage, Shen Yan clapped his hands, signaling the start. The band began to play.
Han Shuxian began her performance.
Meanwhile, the performers of the great song City of Eternal Night began their accompanying dance. Though lowly, I dare not forget my country's woes, even if no one knows me. Han Shuxian's voice was truly heavenly. Rich and resonant, full of depth and resonance. All the officials and volunteers below the stage were spellbound.
Especially the volunteers. That theatrical voice. Holy crap! These volunteers hit the jackpot.
It was worth the long trip after all.
9 a.m. Haidai Tower. Haidai Tower resembles ancient structures like Tingwan Pavilion, yet it's even more grand and magnificent.
It's beautiful. Today, over 1,000 Hanfu enthusiasts gathered at Haidai Tower. They wore horseface skirts as their main attire, complemented by various other Hanfu styles, holding a banner reading Dongping Hanfu Festival to promote traditional Hanfu. Many people interested in Hanfu gathered around.
Even those uninterested couldn't resist snapping photos to share on social media for likes.
Still a bit sparse, though.
No worries, it'll get busier. Hurry up and call more people. Hurry up, post on Weibo and Douyin.
Yeah,
spread the word.
I didn't speak up when they stole the artifacts, because they weren't mine. When they stole the Dragon Boat Festival, I didn't speak up because I don't get holidays. When they killed overseas Chinese, I didn't speak up, because I couldn't afford to leave the country. Then when they shamelessly took the Dragon Country horseface skirt design, I didn't speak up, I don't wear Hanfu. When they killed me, no one spoke up, because there was no one left.
I said, Heaven, give me one more chance.
Rewind time, and I'll cherish it all. Heaven made me close my eyes and said, very well, you may open them now.
Now is the time when they brazenly take the Dragon Country horseface skirt design. You can make your choice. This time, I will not remain silent. I will speak up.
I will make my voice heard. Though I am but an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, though my voice carries little weight. But, though lowly, I dare not forget my duty to my country. From The Crimson Dancer.
Chapter 102, Dior's Pride.
Yeah, Dior's worst offense is plagiarism. Even if convicted, it would only mean having the work taken down, issuing an apology, and paying compensation.
It's nowhere near enough to warrant an official boycott. We can only rely on public opinion and the law. How hopeless.
Dior would rather pay trolls than communicate with us. They're just too arrogant.
Whoa. Shen Yan spoke up for us too. Holy crap.
Shen Yan went live yesterday calling out Chanel and Dior my scalp-stingling girls.
I'm speechless.
He dissed a bunch of foreigners yesterday, holy crap, that was insane.
Where'd he post it? I gotta check it out. Weibo. It blew up, hard-hitting diss of epic proportions.
A crowd flooded into Fenghua's official flagship store feed. The first video featured Shen Yan speaking out. When they stole the Dragon Boat Festival, I didn't speak up because I didn't get the holiday off.
No one speaks for me anymore.
Everyone who had fought for Hanfu Day was moved to tears.
A large crowd of onlookers felt their blood boil. Let's go storm Dior. Count me in. This is disgusting. They just can't stop stealing, can they? Damn, that speech just got my blood pumping. So badass. My 3,000 yuan monthly income won't stop me from joining the fight. Let's flush out those traitorous bastards' private accounts too. Yeah, those bastards are disgusting. Weibo, Douyin. A battle without gunpowder is unfolding.
Many foreign-minded individuals deleted their videos, while others switched to private accounts, a sign that the war had achieved a tactical victory.
Suddenly, the onslaught intensified. Almost every video by a popular celebrity or Big V on Weibo now includes this line.
Has Dior apologized for plagiarism? Douyin, livestream comment sections, and bullet chats echoed the same demand.
Even those unaware of the incident were drawn in by curiosity.
Upon learning Dior had plagiarized yet arrogantly ignored the backlash,
everyone instantly got fired up. With so many allies on their side, they needn't fear backlash from paid trolls. Under these circumstances, netizens' fighting spirit skyrocketed.
In less than half a day, it had escalated into a full-blown storm.
At least hundreds of thousands were attacking Dior's official Weibo account. By afternoon, Dior's official Weibo account disabled comments. Haha, Dior's official Weibo actually disabled comments. Simultaneously, many were also attacking Dior's official Douyin account. Who'd have thought? Dior Beauty's Douyin live stream account got bombarded so badly it had to switch to private mode. Dior's paid commenters and sycophants were utterly overwhelmed by the overwhelming tide of criticism. 3 p.m. 8 a.m. in France. Delphine Arnault was jolted awake by the ringing phone. She was still half asleep. She picked up 2 handsome guys last night and was exhausted. She planned to sleep until noon. Seeing her father's call, she felt annoyed. She pressed the answer button, ready to vent her frustration. But unexpectedly, a stern voice came through first. Her drowsiness vanished almost instantly. What's your take on the Dragon Country market? The Dragon Country market is huge, money is easy to make there, it's a prime market. Then why aren't you accommodating them? Both the official Weibo and Douyin accounts have already disabled comments. The tone grew even harsher. Delphine Arnault replied, Dad, we deal in luxury goods. What they buy is their own desire. If desires were so easily satisfied, they'd lose all their appeal. Caving in would only make them look down on the brand, which would cause the brand's value to plummet. My daughter, handle it as you see fit. The call ended. Delphine Arnault raised an eyebrow and stood up. Apologize? What the hell? She poured a glass of wine, rinsed her mouth, then stepped onto the balcony and picked up the phone lying on the floor. 10 minutes later. Dior's official Weibo and Douyin accounts both released a new advertisement. It was a makeup advertisement. Freedom should never be defined. Youth is meant to be wild. Heritage should not be defined. What grows old must make way for new life. Wherever I am, that's where the magic happens. Wherever I am free. A group of young people in the video painted themselves like ghosts. After delivering their lines, they reach up, press firmly at the corners of their eyes, and push outward. Finally, a deep voice echoes. No one can hold you back except yourself. Damn it! After watching the ad, everyone who had spoken up with a horse-faced skirt couldn't help but curse under their breath. That eye-pulling gesture is an insult to the descendants of the dragon. And the dialogue in this video is utterly brazen. They're saying, I've stolen it, what are you gonna do about it? Your dragon nation is old, make way for us young ones. No one can discipline the youth. Youth is free. Ugh. This is disgusting. The comments are disabled, and I really want to curse them out. This kind of abuse? Go confront them at the store. That. Not being defined? I'm heading to the store right now to see if you can define me. At Fenghua official flagship store, curse him out, curse him out. Trash Dior, I was a fool before, buying all your crap. If I buy from you again, I'm a dog. Sigh, these foreigners never respected us. Just look at their words, look at their actions. Holy, they actually pulled this stunt and claim no one can stop them. Comrades, unite and boycott them. Holy crap, my goddess has spoken, she says the video went too far. Whoa, it's gotta be you, Feibao. Celebrities are speaking out too. This is getting serious. Shen Yan had been busy preparing for the Hanfu festival. With everyone's enthusiasm for traditional culture running high, he had to work hard to preserve this hard-won passion. He didn't engage in a constant war of words with the trolls and paid commenters. Because for now, all the back and forth arguing was getting nowhere. He understood the foreigners' arrogance. Unless you force them to their knees, they won't concede. So this is merely a war of words. Just an appetizer. Let the bullets fly for a while. Shen Yan, this Dior guy is so disgusting. Look at this video, Li Qian exclaimed. After watching it, Shen Yan and Li Qian frowned deeply. Undefined? Unrestricted? My ass. The old dragon nation is supposed to make way for you young whippersnappers? That. Shen Yan's expression darkened. He could foresee Dior's arrogance. He intended to let them remain proud. Heaven will destroy them only after driving them mad. Let the bullets fly for a while. Once Dior's arrogance incites the collective fury, then he'll deal with them. In the battle of public opinion, Shen Yan now feared no one. Currently, no one was more influential than him. But he never imagined Dior would be this brazen. After the comments section was flooded shut down, they immediately released an insulting video. That eye-pulling gesture is a form of discrimination against Asians, implying they all have slanted eyes. But since short people and Koreans don't count as human, this was essentially an open act of discrimination against the Chinese. But upon reflection, the gravity on Shen Yan's face instantly vanished. All things considered, it was actually a good thing. It's better for foreigners to expose themselves all at once than to reveal themselves bit by bit. What's more shocking than a bolt from the blue? Though there will always be a few lowlifes. But for most people, seeing such insulting videos would spark immediate, intense outrage. This level of anger, if channeled, could lead to online calls for boycotts at best, or direct protests at stores at worst, blocking entrances to prevent sales. Or even resorting to vandalism. Moreover, state media has now entered the fray over this insult. With state media criticism, the flames of boycott will only grow fiercer. Some key points clicked into place. Shen Yan, however, felt no urgency. Let them burn for a while.
Once the flames are high enough, he'll step in and take them all down in one fell swoop.
Chapter 103, Unlimited Freedom? Then I'll start ranting. This is outrageous. Li Qian fumed. We absolutely must mobilize the masses to boycott this trash. Li Qian took deep breaths repeatedly. Don't get too worked up. You're a government employee, you can't speak too freely. Shen Yan cautioned. Li Qian retorted. I don't care about that, but you don't get too impulsive. Your online presence is too prominent right now. You need to be careful. Shen Yan chuckled. I know. I'll go handle the Hanfu festival arrangements first. Ha! Li Qian looked utterly stunned. She told Shen Yan not to be impulsive, not to ignore it altogether. But, how can you just sit this out? Li Qian asked. Shen Yan replied. Nothing major will happen.
Li Qian gave a helpless,
wry smile, unsure what Shen Yan was up to.
But since Shen Yan had made up his mind, she'd follow his lead.
The capital. Inside old Master Zhang's courtyard house, the afternoon sun around 3 or 4 o'clock wasn't harsh. Instead, it felt pleasantly warm, bathed in sunlight.
Old Master Zhang reclined in his chair,
tapping the armrest rhythmically. In one hand he held a mortise and tenon joint,
while the other kept time.
Not bad. This kid. It seems our Dragon Kingdom style is finally catching on. Alas, not a single university offers a major in ancient Chinese architecture.
I wonder if anyone will carry on this tradition when the Dragon Kingdom style reaches its peak.
Master Zhang, Dior has released a video. It's a video insulting us. A professor from Beijing University beside old Zhang remarked.
Old Master Zhang snorted derisively, still so arrogant.
I saw this coming. Let them make a fuss. This will only fuel public outrage. Alright, have someone call Weibo and Douyin. During the inspection period,
no comments may be deleted or altered,
and all comments sections must remain open. The Peking University professor's mouth twitched. The big shots tactics are truly impressive.
With that casual remark,
he dragged the hidden Dior out for a posthumous beating. I wonder if I'll live to see the day of revival. Old Zhang sighed. You certainly will. With your robust health, you're bound to live to 100. Ha ha ha.
Seeing it would be enough, old Master Zhang closed his eyes again and began tapping out a rhythm.
Though lowly,
I dare not forget my country's woes. What a beautifully written lyric. The Peking University professor nodded in agreement. The staff managing Dior's Weibo account stared at the message on their phone,
utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? When did she open up comments? What the hell was this notification?
She unlocked her phone and opened the text. It was indeed a notification confirming she had successfully enabled comments.
She immediately opened Weibo. The comments section on Weibo was truly open. Hackers?
The staff member immediately called their superior.
Likewise, Dior's Douyin accounts had all been unlocked.
The option to switch to a private account was temporarily grayed out and unclickable.
Dior staff immediately contacted Weibo and Douyin's official teams.
They were informed this was routine preparation for an upcoming inspection.
Dior stated it would pursue accountability, while Weibo and Douyin responded with a defiant bring it on, who's afraid of who? Dior is undeniably a popular luxury brand, but at best, it's just a business partner. The one demanding comment sections be shut down and private account features suspended? That's iron fist. Resist, and you'll get crushed for real. Anyone with half a brain knows which side to choose. This is high-level diplomacy. The public remains unaware. They just browse along, sensing something's off. Their comments couldn't be deleted. Holy crap, why can't I delete my comment? Whoa, mine too. What's going on? Can't delete comments. Can't set accounts to private. Wow. Weibo can't even close the comments section anymore. What the hell is going on? Hey, bro, Dior's official Weibo comments are open. Ha ha ha, Dior's Douyin makeup account isn't private anymore. What are we waiting for? Let's go.
Within just 10 minutes, both accounts had attracted tens of thousands of followers.
Meanwhile, at the top of the trending topics, an official policy suddenly appeared. Online cleanup campaign.
Everyone suddenly understood why comments couldn't be deleted or disabled.
This was about cracking down on online traders and the like, regardless of the reason. As long as Dior's official Weibo and Douyin accounts could engage in conversation, that was sufficient. Comments were enabled around 3 p.m., and by 7 p.m., all of Dior's official comment sections had surpassed 300,000 posts.
The comments were filled with unspeakable language.
Philippe Ackley, Dior's president for Greater China, was getting a headache from all the phone calls, but this mess wasn't his doing. He felt completely innocent. Though he too looked down on the Chinese, he could maintain a facade of harmony for profit. He considered himself quite adept at it. Delphi Arnaud, on the other hand, was a complete fool. Now look, the Dragon Nation district is already uniting, and a boycott movement is about to take hold. This afternoon sales had already plummeted by half. If they truly unite as one, they're finished. Delphi, you must apologize for this, demanded Philippe Acri. Absolutely not. Delphi's signature phrase resounded once more. In her personal dictionary, there was no such word as apology. Hey, sales in our Dragon District have plummeted by half. Delphi, I'm calling old Elner, Philippe Acri declared. Go ahead and try. I don't want this matter disturbing my father. Philippe, the ad video reflects my stance. Freedom is not restricted. No one can restrict me except myself. Delphi Arnaud was getting annoyed. Right now, the Chinese government is cracking down on online content. We can't close the comments section. In just one afternoon, hundreds of thousands of people have been attacking us. They're going crazy. It's completely crippling our official Weibo and accounts. Philippe Acri explained. You guys in the Dragon Nation region have lawyers, right? Delphi Arnaud's voice turned cold. Hey, what are you trying to do? Sue those who insulted us? What are you trying to do? Don't you think this is already a big enough mess? Philippe Acri almost blurted out the word idiot, but she was his boss. It's up to you. If you call me again to complain, I won't mind solving the problem for you. Delphi Arnaud hung up the phone. Philippe Acri stared at the closed call screen and cursed. You idiot. Mr. Acri, the Dragon Nation state media has gone offline. What? Philippe Acri nearly fell backward in shock. Having worked in the Dragon Nation region for so long, he knew full well how formidable the Dragon Nation government was. Back in France, money talks. But in Manhwa, there was an eternal authority. That was the government. Which state media outlet? Philippe Acri fought back the urge to feel dizzy. The Dragon Nation News. Philippe Acri closed his eyes. There are dozens of state media outlets, and they had to pick the most ruthless one. It seemed the Dragon Nation was taking this matter very seriously. He had to find a way to resolve this properly. Otherwise, Dior might truly be finished in China. He immediately contacted the headquarters and the person in charge of the horseface skirt, but the other party refused to cooperate. Not only that, the person even reported the matter to Delphi Arnaud. She demanded Delphine intervene on her behalf. Frustrated, Delphine went straight to the group's legal department. Weibo. Countless people were cursing under Dior's official Weibo account. This feeling of bringing glory to the nation while also venting anger was incredibly satisfying. Comments poured out like machine gun fire. Relentless and unstoppable. Guys, I racked up 130 insults today, pretty fierce. Ha, dude, you're way too weak. I've racked up over 20,000 words of insults. At 100 words per rant. That's over 200 posts. Chapter 104, Shen Yan, I'm your father. Looks like we've got some catching up to do. Whoa, the Dragon Nation News is reporting on this. Everyone rushed to check the trending topics. The Dragon Nation press had indeed spoken out. They said, don't become habitual offenders of racial discrimination. This statement seemed mild enough, but it effectively told those still trapped in their information silos. This isn't the first time Dior has pulled this stunt. Holy, this is awesome. Guys, keep pushing. Don't give Dior a chance, crush it. 666. State media's getting involved, and it's the newspaper. Keep the hate coming, let's hit 1 million comments today. The Dragon Nation newspaper's statement broke through many information silos. Many who hadn't seen the Dior incident were now aware of it. Some asked what was going on, while others searched for related videos themselves. In no time, even more people joined the conversation. The joy of bashing others? That's pure bliss. Scientific studies have proven, when you stand on moral high ground and criticize others, dopamine surges exponentially. Especially when you feel a sense of mission, it's pure double doses of joy. Joyful moments pass in the blink of an eye. And before they knew it, it was 10 p.m. Everyone was still happily criticizing away. At this moment, the comments section of Dior's official Weibo had reached a staggering 900,000 plus comments. Everyone was striving toward the 1 million comment milestone. But then, an unwelcome guest suddenly appeared on the trending topics. Legal notice regarding cyberbullying against Dior's official Weibo. In this trending topic, Dior explicitly stated that it possesses the freedom to publish advertisements. They should not be defined. They should not be restricted. To this end, they plan to sue over 100 individuals. These individuals have made outstanding contributions in the comments section of the official Weibo account. Each of them posted at least 100 critical comments. Dior intends to seek tens of millions in damages for reputational harm. This caused a huge stir. Those who had been striving to reach the 1 million comment milestone halted their efforts. Everyone grew apprehensive. While the official intervention confirmed the other party was in the wrong. Dior, after all, is a financial powerhouse. No individual can stand against it. Forget winning a lawsuit, many couldn't even afford a lawyer. Fear spread through the hearts of the crowd. The extreme of fear is anger. Some, Once they'd calmed down, realized they had nothing, not even a hammer, they choose to keep indulging. They didn't just indulge in the comment sections, they even gather offline. But these people remained a minority. Everyone else was intimidated by Dior's cease and desist letter. Everyone felt stifled, but dared not vent. This went on until midnight. Dior released another advertisement. It was still a makeup advertisement. In the ad,
the model applied makeup while pinching the corners of her eyes. Even more outrageous and blatant than the previous makeup ad.
This time, the dialogue was even more direct and brazen. I do what I want, and no one can hold me back. While the previous ad's tagline conveyed a similar sentiment, it lacked the bluntness of this one. Beyond that, once the makeup is applied,
the Asian model is made to look downright ugly. A Qing dynasty-style ornament hangs from her head. She wore a horseface skirt. This is clearly targeting the Dragon Nation. This is a declaration of war against China. Dior is just so damn bold, and no one can touch them. All those who had participated in the online feud were instantly roused to anger again, but they dared not confront him. Kyoto, a residential complex. Yang Yao's face flushed crimson with rage. Don't you even respect the newspaper? Does no one have any authority over you? Yang Yao gritted her teeth. Holding her phone, she tagged Dior's official Weibo account. Then she posted her opinion. Dior was demanded to remove the horseface skirt from its official account and issue an apology for plagiarism and discrimination. The apology statement must remain on the official account for a full month. But her voice carried little weight, and few responded. She was furious. Some people made snide remarks, but dared not confront Dior directly. Yang Yao knew they needed someone to lead the charge. The authorities were out of the question. After all, the other side wouldn't sue the Dragon Kingdom's government. They needed a few influential figures with a sense of responsibility to take the lead. If sued, they could take the heat. Unfortunately, while such individuals were plentiful, those with the necessary integrity were few and far between. Yang Yao immediately thought of Shen Yan. She wondered what Shen Yan was up to, having remained silent for so long. If I had Shen Yan's influence, I'd lead you all into battle. Yang Yao exclaimed angrily. Ha! Shen Yan updated his Weibo? The moment Yang Yao opened Shen Yan's Weibo, she was surprised to find he had indeed posted, at Dior official, I do what I want to do, and no one can restrict me. That's a pretty good tagline. It captures the youthful vigor and drive of the younger generation. But your market is China. Saying this in China would get you slapped. There's a standard response to this line. I'm your dad. Moved by this sentiment, my friends and I penned a new song in the name of the Father. 10 years of icy resolve, yet my blood still boils. Tonight, amidst storm and rain, my heart still surges with passion. Whoa! Yang Yao's skin prickled with goosebumps. Holy, he actually told Dior directly, I'm your dad, and he even wrote a song, in the name of the Father. This, my idol brother. Yang Yao excitedly opened the music streaming site and clicked on the new song in the name of the Father. She wasn't the first one. Over 7,000 people had already downloaded it by then. Shen Yan's Weibo. Hordes of people were pouring in steadily. Holy crap, you're the real deal. My Fenghua, my king of hair regrowth. Ha ha ha, I'm your dad. This is way too awesome. Your freedom isn't restricted? No one can control you? I'm your dad. I'll control you however I damn well please. 10 years of icy resolve, yet the blood still boils, so fiercely passionate. The song title in my father's name is powerful too. I'm gonna listen to it. What song could this be? This Weibo post is insane. Check out this one, I am your father. Everyone has waited far too long for Shen Yan. In terms of time, Shen Yan had only been silent for a single day. But after enduring the intimidation of Dior's cease and desist letter, those days felt like years, an agonizing ordeal. What seemed like a mere half-day felt like an endless winter. Across major websites, various groups, and social feeds, the moment Shen Yan updated his Weibo, the news spread like wildfire. Holy, only Shen Yan could pull this off. His rant was brutal. What did Shen Yan say? Did he update his Weibo? Shen Yan told Dior, I'm your dad. Plus he wrote a new song, in the name of the Father. He's a true talent, can write essays and compose songs. Whoa, that's bold. Ha ha ha, I love it. Everyone, go listen to In the Name of the Father, it's a masterpiece. It really is a masterpiece, crushing every other song out there. Holy crap, Shen Yan. Forget shampoo, just debut already. I'm backing your debut. In the Name of the Father? That title's bold, clearly no ordinary song. Whenever Shen Yan appeared, many would check immediately. Especially now, right after his spat with Dior. The moment they saw the song title, they burst out laughing. What a badass. Even if the song itself wasn't great, the title alone delivered a sharp slap to Dior. In an instant, tens of thousands of people opened the CUN Music website. They found In the Name of the Father and clicked play. The song began.
an extended intro played. But this intro was exceptionally long. Fortunately, it was incredibly beautiful. It was unlike any other song he had ever released. This time, the melody carried a hint of mystery. Employing an operatic chant, it carried an eerie, otherworldly atmosphere. Chapter 105, Call? Finally, the extended intro concluded. Everyone thought the singing was about to begin. Instead, what followed was a soft prayer. Ave Maria. This time, the singing voice was that of a young, defiant tone. But this time, the voice was deeper. It carried an air of solemn reverence. Whoa, this feels like being in a church. I don't get what the intro means, but the atmosphere is absolutely killer. This intro alone could outshine 99% of songs in the Chinese music scene. Those unfamiliar with music immediately felt this way upon hearing it. Those in the music industry, however, felt goosebumps all over. It's not just about whether it sounds good. It's that the music scene simply doesn't have this style. This one leans toward gothic. With this stylistic shift, he's actually delivered a masterpiece that stands unmatched in the Chinese music scene. If the entire song maintains this level of quality, holy crap! Master, Shen Yan. Forget selling shampoo, this song alone makes you a true master. Holy crap! What kind of monster is this? He excels at everything he touches. This song deserves to be listened to on bended knee. Just as everyone was reeling from the shock, the background music shifted, growing more urgent. Shen Yan's voice resounded again, scream, scream. Immediately after, an eerie female voice sang in an operatic style. Ah ah. Everyone froze once more. The sheer visual impact. President Dior was a woman. Her name is Delphine Arnault. Shen Yan's outburst earlier seemed like he was yelling at Delphine in disgust. Scream. Go ahead and scream. And Delphine just kept yelling and screaming, like she was being tamed. Everyone nearly burst out laughing. This was way too targeted. How utterly arrogant. It had that whole I'm your dad vibe. Go ahead and scream. I'll whip you to death like a beast. But this approach, might it draw criticism? After all, Shen Yan is the company CEO, a public figure. This insulting song might be satisfying, but it's still not quite right. Just then, the intro ended completely. Shen Yan's voice echoed. His voice was lazy and carefree. It was rap. The cool morning dew dampens the black suit. Mist lingers on the stone path. Father whispers softly. A priest? That word immediately sprang to everyone's mind. Priests hold a revered status in many parts of the world. They wield divine authority. Holy, just moments ago, everyone had been worried that Shen Yan's targeting of Dior would draw criticism. Now that's no longer an issue. Being a priest is a legitimate profession. After all, in the name of the Father, judgment in the name of the priest. No problem. The crowd pondered. The song reached its midpoint. Each of us bears sin. Different sins we commit. I alone decide who is right. Who must sleep forever. Arguments won't resolve this. In this endless night. Shut your mouth. The only mercy. Hiss. Everyone's scalp prickled. Targeted. Directed at him. Shen Yan was clearly targeting Dior. First, he stood in the priest's shoes, whipping that female CEO like a beast of burden. Then he put her on trial. I decide who is right, and who must fall into slumber. Shut your mouth. The only favor. These lyrics are clearly directed at Dior's female CEO. You claim no one can restrain you. I decide your guilt. Make you sleep. Make you shut up. Put. Dior's official Weibo got muted. Holy crap. Is that for real? Dior's official Douyin account got muted too. I'm your daddy. Man. I'll mess with you however I damn well please. Whoa. That's just thuggish. Directly muting them. Seeing the higher-ups act so thuggish actually puts my mind at ease. Quiet. Quiet. The song isn't over yet. Bow your head and kiss my left hand. In exchange for a promise of forgiveness. The old organ in the corner keeps playing on and on and on. Black curtains flutter in the breeze. Sunlight silently piercing through. Showering down upon the beasts I've tamed. Wow. Top-tier targeted content. It really started as taming beasts. Holy. Whipping the Dior CEO like an animal. Every pore in the listener's bodies opened wide. This song is pure ecstasy. Shen Yan's talent is nothing short of masterful. Genius. Lyricist. To craft lyrics of such profound depth. And after judging the female CEO, he even teaches her how to earn forgiveness. Kiss the left hand. Submit. And earn forgiveness. He even taught her to pray. Merciful Father, I have fallen. A realm where sin cannot be seen. Forgive my arrogance. Damn impressive. A vivid image seemed to flash through everyone's minds. That female CEO, kneeling before the priest, praying with deep devotion. This song is unbeatable. Holy. Awesome. 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 It's not just about being awesome, the song is pure art. Exactly. Whether it's the arrangement, lyrics, or composition. This song, it's no exaggeration to call it the best in Chinese music. It's so awesome. It gives me goosebumps. No one can say. No one can say. It's so hard to bear.
Behind the glory lies a solitary path. In the name of the Father, concluded amidst the stunned silence of the crowd. The closing lyrics delivered a powerful blow to everyone. Behind glory lies a solitary path. This clearly speaks to the truth. Those who are half-baked will keep shouting and swaying. True strength lies in enduring solitude. Some even interpreted it as a reference to the Dragon Nation. All these years of quiet perseverance and development, achieving great rejuvenation through solitude. The song ends. Yet, in the name of the Father surged to the top of trending searches within mere minutes. The legal notice had kept everyone bottled up for far too long. Shen Yan's statement helped everyone break free from their shackles, causing the song's popularity to explode instantly. Within 10 minutes of his update, downloads for In the Name of the Father surged past 180,000. The numbers were nothing short of terrifying. Yang Yeo was stunned. She never imagined he'd be so fiercely principled. Even more astonishing was Shen Yan's sheer talent. He directly likened the Dior CEO to a savage beast. And he himself? The patient priest taming her. But what she never could have imagined. In the Name of the Father was this damn impressive. It was like using a fighter jet to swat a mosquito. Many others shared her sentiment. Especially those who loved listening to music. On Weibo, a topic shot to the top trending list within just 20 minutes of being posted. The divine song In the Name of the Father has arrived. What are your thoughts? The ultimate trump card. Dior, you hit the jackpot. This is hands down the most amazing song I've ever heard. Shen Yan, quit selling shampoo and go pro. If you're too busy, just watch my boy Hwazi for now. He hasn't sung in ages. His voice is itching. Just write him a song. No cutting in line. My sister already tagged her. What do you think? Will Dior sue Shen Yan? Chapter 106, Dior pulls the horseface skirt. Put. He's the CEO of Manhwa, a rising star in Incheng's business circle. You're suing him over chicken feathers? If he does sue, he'll take it straight to Incheng court. Guess what the local judges will rule? Also, bro, didn't you know? Dior's been banned from posting. Which means our thoughts are just thoughts. Or even fantasies. Shen Yan right now? His word is law. Damn, he really got silenced. Holy, alright, everyone, back to the song itself. What level is this track? Top tier. Didn't I say? It's the divine song of the Chinese music scene so far. The arrangement, lyrics, and composition, it's all divine. Wonder what Dior's CEO Delphine Arnault thinks of this. 11 p.m. in Kyoto, 5 p.m. in France. Delphine Arnault wrapped up another day at work. At this hour every day, she savored a delicious meal. Later that night, she would find a few handsome men to spend the evening with. Today was no exception. As she stepped out of the office, her phone rang. It was that idiot Philip Acri from the Dragon Nation district. She didn't want to answer his call, but he kept calling. After Philip called 3 times, Delphi finally snapped. What do you want? You idiot. If you can't handle that little thing, just quit. Delphi yelled. Delphi, rein in your arrogance. The official Dior account has been suspended. Through my connections, I've learned that the Dragon Kingdom has recently been promoting its own culture. Great revival. Do you even know what that term means? It means the Dragon Nation intends to help its people regain national confidence. Foreign brands will suffer heavy blows next. Even if we try our hardest to manage our operations, sales will still plummet. You fool, insisting on antagonizing them. I've already informed your father about this matter. You'd better explain yourself to him properly. Oh, and I suggest you check out the Weibo of someone named Shen Yan. He wrote a new song and sings it for you. He says he's your dad. Alright, I can't be bothered to call you anymore. You idiot. You idiot. Delphi's mouth twitched violently. That idiot Philip dared to insult him. But what angered her even more was that guy named Yen. Her brows furrowed. Her phone didn't have Weibo. She found an employee whose phone had Weibo. She noticed the employee's face looked strangely peculiar. Maybe we shouldn't look, the employee said with a smile. She ignored him and told him to open it. At Dior official. I do what I want to do. But your market is China. I'm your dad. Inspired by this, I wrote a new song, In the Name of the Father. Delphi's eyelids twitched violently. She didn't understand Chinese, but there was a translation. Though the translation wasn't perfect, the meaning came through clearly enough. Summon the group's legal counsel to see me. Before writing this, didn't he consider the powerful conglomerate backing Dior? Miss Delphi. It's useless. He's a state official. Behind him stands the Dragon Nation. Delphi's breathing grew slightly ragged. A CEO dares to insult me like this? And compose a song to mock me? The employee trembled. Unable to speak. Play the song for me. Delphi's face darkened. I won't let him off the hook. The employee pressed play, then involuntarily took 2 steps back. With the translation, Delphi read through the lyrics. Her teeth clenched so hard they ground together.
This Shen Yan, comparing himself to a priest. And she? A beast. She howled. The priest dealt with her. Then he showed her the way. He made her kiss his left hand. In exchange for the promise of forgiveness. This was to make her apologize. To make her submit. Finally, the scene of her prayer was depicted. She confessed to having fallen into the realm of sin, begging the priest to forgive her pride. Damn it! He's courting death. He's asking for it. Delphi was so furious she wanted to tear Shen Yan limb from limb right then and there. Just then, Delphi's phone rang. She pulled it out, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. She assumed it was that idiot Philip again. Instead, it was her father. Father, Delphi called out, sounding deeply aggrieved. Take down the horse-faced skirt immediately and apologize. Old Elner commanded. Father, he insulted me. Delphi shouted. Hush, my daughter, and listen to me. We cannot let the idea of reviving the Dragon Nation come to fruition. Otherwise, the group's business will suffer a significant decline. The Dragon Kingdom is a massive market. We cannot afford to lose this market. I understand your approach. You aim to psychologically subdue them, making them worship our brand value. But it's clear they have plans for revival. They're using you to awaken their compatriots. That guy Shen Yan wields significant influence. He's also using this opportunity to hype his shampoo, which poses a major threat to our invested haircare industry. If you persist in confronting him, he will awaken more people and gain even greater exposure for his shampoo. Don't confront him now. When the people of the Dragon Nation unite, they become a formidable force. Moreover, this ancient nation is rooted in its ancient culture. Their sense of national identity is unmatched in the world. Once the Dragon Nation successfully establishes its cultural confidence, our goods will become hard to sell. My daughter, you are intelligent. I believe you understand this principle. Delphi narrowed her eyes slightly, her anger gradually dissipating. Finally, she took deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling heavily. Understood, Father. I'll take down the horse-faced skirt immediately and issue an apology, Delphi said. Old Elner hung up the phone. Delphi's expression darkened once more, but her body trembled. She was suppressing her anger. Miss Delphi, are you really going to take down the horse-faced skirt? An employee asked. Delphi ignored the question, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. Then she called Philip, the president of the Dragon Country Division. Philip Acri felt somewhat relieved that this foolish woman had finally come to her senses. He proactively contacted the Longway authorities, demanding the account be unblocked and that they issue an apology. Kyoto time, 1 a.m. This marked the beginning of the nightlife. The recent night owls were thrilled. These days feel like a non-stop holiday. The online gossip is overflowing. It's impossible to keep up, especially today. It's been absolutely thrilling. Shen Yan's In the Name of the Father is absolutely amazing. Ha! Dior apologized? Holy crap! Dior pulled the horse-faced skirt and apologized? The night owls perked up even more. Even those who swore they'd only scroll for 5 minutes before sleeping instantly lost all drowsiness. We won. Guys, my bro Yen is the real deal. 666. Yen is my god. The internet erupted in celebration. The next morning, Shen Yan woke up. His phone was flooded with messages. From the messages, he learned that Dior had actually apologized. Shen Yan was puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. He began reading the messages. Most were praise-filled messages giving him thumbs up and calling him amazing. Only a few were work-related. They were from Chen Weiman, Li Qian, and some updates about the international convention. Chapter 107, Traffic is a good thing. Nothing good ever comes from international exhibitions. They basically accused him of violating regulations and hoped he'd behave himself at the event so as not to make everyone uncomfortable. That was utter nonsense. He was clearly upset because the foreigners had upset him, so he went looking for trouble. If everyone is supposed to be happy, that means he has to endure it. Swallow it? Not a chance. Shen Yan couldn't be bothered to reply to the message. If it really doesn't work out, then he'll just skip it. He'd already had his fill of fun and achieved the desired effect anyway. Now, the Dragon Nation craze was sweeping the nation from top to bottom. Next, it would be time for talents across the country to showcase their skills. Of course, he'd be making his mark too. His phone factory had received approval and construction had already begun. Chen Weiman's message was partly to share the good news, but also to ask for his help with something. Shen Yan immediately called him back. As long as it didn't involve anything too demanding, he didn't mind lending a hand. Over the phone, Chen Weiman first discussed recent developments in eastern Guangdong before bringing up cultural relics. Though Shen Yan didn't know the specifics, Chen Weiman's mention of cultural relics made him suspect it was a request for promotional support. Yinchang lacked a decent museum, but the province where Yinchang was located boasted a very famous one. This museum had cost a fortune to build, yet it attracted few visitors. The provincial government had been fretting over it for years. Chen Weiman must have been pushed to the brink, otherwise, he would have handled it himself. Moreover, it was highly likely that the provincial government had assigned this task to Chen Weiman specifically to pave the way for his mobile phone factory. Your online presence is too big. The provincial museum asked me to talk to you about helping with publicity. I said I'd think about it. Then they just went straight to eastern Guangdong. They must be almost there by now. Chen Weiman felt a bit embarrassed.
Shen Yan was also at a loss for words.
After pondering for a moment, he voiced his lingering doubt. It's not exactly a favor owed to the phone factory. This matter has been on the provincial agenda for years. You know, our province hasn't had much influence. Since you're the rare one with influence, they're desperate. Chen Weiman explained. Shen Yan understood. So it was the provincial government using promotional favors to pressure Chen Weiman. Chen Weiman didn't want to drag him into the mess. But the provincial officials ended up coming straight to eastern Guangdong. Got it. It's no big deal. Besides,
helping with the promotion could bring in more revenue for our province.
Which is a good thing. Shen Yan agreed. Chen Weiman had little to add. After a few more words with Shen Yan, he hung up. Right after finishing with Chen Weiman, Shen Yan's phone rang.
It was Li Chen calling. Li Chen said the provincial officials had arrived and were on their way from the airport.
Shen Yan immediately instructed her to arrange a dinner meeting. However,
the provincial officials explicitly stated they wouldn't dine and wanted to discuss business first. Shen Yan had no choice but to wait in the hotel conference room.
Half an hour later,
several middle-aged individuals dressed in plain jackets but exuding a dignified presence entered the conference room. They introduced themselves one by one upon entering.
Director Zhao from the Provincial Museum, Senior Expert Song from the National Museum,
and Director Qin from the Provincial Department of Culture and Tourism.
Mr. Song, Director Zhao, Director Qin.
Shen Yan greeted them with a smile.
Director Qin nodded in acknowledgement,
while Song Linqing gave a slight nod before gesturing for Shen Yan to sit.
Shen Yan, unfazed,
sat down comfortably on the sofa beside her.
Director Zhao, please sit,
Song Linqing said with a smile, though her presence made Director Zhao visibly tense. The aura of a heavyweight from the National Museum was not something a subordinate director could easily withstand. Pulling up a chair, Director Zhao sat down beside the others. Li Qian remained stationed by the doorway.
Song Linqing glanced around the group and said, actually, we're here to discuss one matter. What Director Zhao mentioned on the way concerns museum publicity. It involves cultural relic preservation and related archaeology.
All of these fall under traditional culture. What I need to discuss with Shen Yan today also pertains to traditional culture.
Director Zhao nodded rapidly.
Heritage preservation and archaeology are incredibly niche fields. Although museums are popular attractions at tourist sites,
they're packed almost every day.
But most visitors are just checking them off their lists. They flock to the capital.
Local museums in other regions see hardly any visitors. People simply lack knowledge about cultural relics and archaeology. They simply don't care. They just check in to prove they've visited a place. That's all.
When it comes to people abroad who looted artifacts from China, people are also quite indifferent.
It feels like something that could be taken or left.
What truly piques their interest is how much a certain artifact fetched at auction.
Director Zhao wanted Shen Yan to help promote it. First, to draw domestic attention to cultural relics. Second, to attract tourists to the province. Ultimately, these two ideas boil down to one thing: attention. Attention breeds understanding.
He wanted more people to learn about cultural relics and archaeology.
Through related knowledge,
people can understand ancient civilizations and thereby strengthen national pride.
For instance,
those familiar with archaeology know that gears existed as early as the Qin dynasty. They'll marvel at how truly remarkable our Qin ancestors were.
Dragon Nation's culture deserves to be remembered.
Those unfamiliar with it might dismiss thousands of years of Chinese culture as useless.
They might even think the West's 200 years of progress is far more valuable. They might even blame ancient traditions for holding back the nation's progress. Director Zhao desperately wants to promote it,
but he lacked an audience and hadn't found an effective way to spark broader interest in these matters.
Now that old Song mentioned it, his mind began to race. Who was old Master Song? A provincial-level heavyweight. If she took notice, resources would surely be allocated accordingly. And if he could enlist Shen Yan's help too,
it would be like getting 10 times the results with half the effort.
At this thought, Curator Zhao settled back into his seat obediently. Before we continue, Song Linqing said, I have a question. Everyone nodded. Why did Dior apologize? Song Linqing asked. No one rushed to answer. They all fell into deep thought. Song Linqing had made a special trip here to ask this question. It couldn't be that simple. Seeing this,
Director Qin deliberately spoke up.
They're scared. That's why. Shen Yan's influence is huge. He could rally more and more people to boycott them. To make money,
they weighed the pros and cons. An apology was the more cost-effective option.
No one else had a better idea either. Song Linqing chuckled. That's one reason. But that's only part of it. The main reason lies elsewhere. All eyes turn to Song Linqing. What other reason could there be? The country is blowing a certain wind. If I'm not mistaken, development has hit a bottleneck, and higher-ups want to gradually restore national confidence.
To build national confidence, what they're promoting now is a Dragon Nation trend.
That's why I said Director Zhao's thoughts align closely with mine.
The Dragon Nation trend encompasses,
but is not limited to, archaeology. All traditional culture will become the mainstream focus of promotion. Song Linqing glanced at Shen Yan as he spoke. Dior apologized. Comrade Shen, do you think that's enough? Song Linqing's face held a smile.
When she met Shen Yan's gaze, there was not a trace of pressure. She resembled a kind-hearted grandmother.
Without hesitation, Shen Yan replied, of course it's not enough.
It'd be best to beat him to death. Everyone smiled at Shen Yan.
Alright, Comrade Shen, you think an apology alone isn't enough. You want Dior to vanish. Then how can we make it disappear? Song Linqing asked. Shen Yan knew perfectly well. Once public confidence reaches a certain level, few will bother buying it anymore. The obsession with luxury goods stems from an inner weakness.
Being manipulated by the artificially inflated value of foreign brands. It's like subconsciously believing Nike and Adidas are superior to Hongxing'erk.
In reality, the quality difference is negligible. In fact, some Nike and Adidas lines are outright junk.
Yet Nike and Adidas can command several times the price just because of their logos. True strength doesn't need labels to prove itself.
In a past life, BYD's electric vehicles made Volkswagen. Once high and mighty, howl in pain. Chapter 108, Shen Yan, help the city promote a product. Mr. Song, when our inner strength is sufficient, it will naturally fade away.
Inner strength is closely tied to cultural confidence. Luxury goods are nothing but a form of cultural manipulation.
Song Linqing was somewhat taken aback. Shen Yan's awareness is remarkably mature for his age. Well said. We must spare no effort in promoting traditional culture. We must understand where we come from and where we are headed.
That's precisely the purpose of Qingming ancestor worship.
We honor the past,
report our present achievements to our ancestors,
and look forward to the future. Old Master Song smiled. After praising Shen Yan,
Old Master Song turned to Director Zhao and said,
now, back to business. Comrade Shen, we came to see you so urgently because we have an important request. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities.
The boss back home already informed me to assist the provincial comrades in completing their mission to the best of my ability.
This Chen Weiman, Old Master Song and Director Zhao chuckled. Shen Yan smiled. Mr. Song, Director Zhao, please tell me what I can do. In truth,
Shen Yan already had an idea for boosting the cultural relics' visibility.
What could be more suitable for promoting cultural relics than Ghost Blows Out the Light? Of course, museums and archaeology are about preserving cultural relics. Ghost Blows Out the Light depicts tomb raiding.
But the tomb raiding in Ghost Blows Out the Light is really about adventure. It doesn't glorify grave robbers.
Overall,
it uses tomb raiding as a backdrop to tell folktales and share fascinating stories related to archaeology.
Once this book is released,
it will undoubtedly spark immense interest in archaeology among millions of people.
But it needs to be released after the international convention. If we promote Ghost Blows Out the Light now, all the attention will be diverted, and no one will care about the gala. After the international expo,
I'll speak with Director Zhao,
Shen Yan said. I have a few ideas. Mr. Shen, do you have a rough outline?
It's still in the early stages,
Shen Yan replied. At this, Director Zhao's eyes lit up. Not fully developed was just his way of being modest. He fixed his gaze on Shen Yan.
Mr.
Shen, could you give us a hint? What kind of approach might this be? You'll be busy with the international exhibition these next couple of days, so I'll give it some serious thought. Once you're free, I can coordinate with you.
Shen Yan paused briefly.
I'll write a novel for the museum. Not just Director Zhao, but everyone else looked utterly stunned. What the heck? Mr. Shen, you're so good at writing songs, but this novel, isn't this, a bit too much of a leap across genres?
Director Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words.
Despite his extensive literary knowledge, he couldn't find the right words to describe Shen Yan at that moment. Old Song cleared his throat and said, Shen Yan, this novel isn't something you can just dash off. You need to be cautious. Why not give it a shot? Shen Yan chuckled. Wouldn't it be even better if it turned out ridiculous? My popularity is sky high right now. If I make a fool of myself, the effect might be even better than writing something good. But you'll ruin yourself. Director Zhao was a decent man. Then maybe we shouldn't write it at all? Shen Yan suggested. Curator Zhao immediately grew serious. We still have to try. Life is short, why not give it a shot? I support you, Mr. Shen. Mr.
Shen chatted with them about this and that for a while longer.
finally settling the matter for after the international convention. Another day passed. Jomi called. He mentioned Huayun Ceramics Factory,
hoping Shen Yan could help find a solution and push their products. Chen Weiman had been overwhelmed lately,
constantly trying to find solutions. Jomi simply couldn't bear to watch any longer.
Huayun Ceramics was on the brink of collapse. If no solution was found soon, at least 1,000 workers would lose their jobs, a devastating blow to Chen Weiman's career. Chen Weiman had considered asking Shen Yan for help,
but he sensed Shen Yan was stretched too thin. Besides, ceramics weren't ordinary goods. Most people wouldn't even pay attention to them. Ceramics appeal to middle-aged and elderly enthusiasts, and Shen Yan's sales tactics simply don't resonate with that demographic. They weren't even in the same league, but Secretary Zhou was willing to try anything. He couldn't rest easy without giving it a shot. Huayun Ceramics Factory? Shen Yan was somewhat surprised.
He remembered Huayun Ceramics. It was a factory that had been around for many years. Huayun Porcelain Factory was considered a relatively large factory,
offering good pay and benefits. Later, with stricter environmental inspections, many factories shut down. Huayun Ceramics underwent upgrades and renovations, but with the current economic downturn, the factory's situation has steadily worsened. After years of production cuts, Huayun sold off some of its facilities and is now just a medium to large-sized porcelain factory. Shen Yan, you're sharp, Jomi remarked. Well, let me think about it,
Shen Yan replied after a moment's consideration.
Jomi nodded. When it comes to porcelain,
everyone thinks of that place in Jiangxi province, but Yincheng is actually a major porcelain market too. It's just that business is tough these days,
and many factories have gone under. In this day and age,
even the finest wine fears an obscure alley.
If they could get the word out,
only Huayun Porcelain Factory might have a chance.
But after pondering for a long time, Shen Yan couldn't come up with any solutions. How could he possibly help with porcelain?
He's no big-time trader.
Is it possible to get some pieces for promotional purposes?
Jomi pondered for a moment before suggesting.
Our porcelain is truly exceptional. It's just a shame they aren't well known.
Shen Yan paused. He did have pieces. The famed blue and white porcelain from his previous life existed in Yincheng.
Yincheng's blue-on-white porcelain had a century-long history, with exquisite craftsmanship and techniques, but that didn't guarantee popularity.
It was worth a shot.
Have you ever bought a bowl?
A single bowl sells for 7 or 8 yuan.
Even 20 yuan?
In the supermarket. Those are actually made right here in our factory.
Sold by the pound.
A soup bowl barely fetches $1. Jomi's voice carried a hint of wistfulness.
Shen Yan sighed too. It was true. Yincheng porcelain is genuinely cheap. A set of dozens of bowls costs around 10 yuan,
while those particularly beautiful tea sets only go for 50-something.
Even on knife deal,
such prices would make people suspect they were counterfeit.
Looks like it's time to find an opportunity to spread the word.
Shen Yan had Li Chen buy him a ticket back to Yincheng. He needed to make a trip there. He kept this matter quiet.
Upon arriving in Yincheng,
he hopped straight into Jomi's car at the airport, and the two headed directly to Huayun Ceramics Factory.
We're here today for 2 reasons, to find some finished products and to persuade Huayun to hold out a little longer.
Just got word Huayun's owner has been selling off warehouse stock again these past few days.
The two chatted as they drove toward Huayun. Half an hour later, they met with Wang Hao, the son of Huayun's owner. The owner would be a little while longer. Please, have a seat, Wang Hao said, pouring tea for them.
Jomi expressed his desire to tour the factory.
Only Wang Hao and Shen Yan remained in the office. Wang Hao knew Shen Yan.
Since he hadn't secured a job and the factory's performance was poor,
Wang Hao was constantly being scolded. Brother Yan, I'll tell you straight, it's really not my fault.
Wang Hao felt an instant rapport with Shen Yan and couldn't help wanting to open up to him.
Shen Yan smiled. Everyone has different choices, right? It's not that, Wang Hao insisted. It's my name. Bright Moon in the Sky, that's not a bad name, Shen Yan remarked.
Wang Hao chuckled.
No, it's the Wang character. It's powerful.
Born with the surname Wang, that's a good fate.
King of a nation. King of beasts, but my given name is poorly chosen. Look at this character Hao. It's white plus report. How is written? An ox above. A mouth below. What does this mouth part look like? Doesn't it look like P? How do you pronounce it when combined? White bull P.
I was born with the destiny of a king,
but I'm doomed to be a white bull's ass.
That's why my factory never grew big, it was ruined.
Destroyed by my name. From the moment they named me with the character Hao, it was already over.
Shen Yan stared at Wang Hao, his respect growing solemn. This guy's talent is worthy of being called the Dragon and Phoenix.
Chapter 109, Make it up. Just make it up. Brother Yan, Secretary Zhou went to see my factory.
It's useless to look at it, it can't be revived.
So many factories have gone under, and it's not just going under. Those factory buildings and warehouses can't even be sold. Mine's selling because of its prime location, right in the city center. I've got a big warehouse there too, and I'm selling it. Negotiations are underway. It's a joke, you know?
My dad never made money running his factory. The land he bought for warehouses to stockpile goods back then is what made money. Wang Hao spat out the tea in his mouth. That old man is too stingy. I'll go find some good tea leaves.
Shen Yan sat in his office, feeling a slight pang of regret. He had no money now. Otherwise, buying the downtown land and holding onto it would have been perfect.
He'd need land for future expansion.
Ah, Secretary Zhou, please come in. Just as Wang Hao left, his father, Wang Defu, arrived. He was a tall, thin middle-aged man, but he didn't look like a businessman at all. His hair was streaked with gray, and his face was dark and rough. He must have been in the factory earlier, as there was even some dust on his face.
Mr. Shen. As soon as Wang Defu entered the room, he spotted Shen Yan.
He approached enthusiastically and shook hands with Shen Yan.
Earlier, while walking over with Zhou
Mi mentioned that Shen Yan would find a way to help promote things.
He should give it another shot. Shen Yan was Yincheng's hero. Yincheng's explosive popularity could largely be attributed to his efforts. Wang Defu envied the vendors who had benefited.
He'd fantasized more than once. What if it was porcelain that went viral?
He'd be rich beyond his wildest dreams. Mr. Wang, I hope you'll consider this. This really isn't my place to meddle, but everyone's busy right now.
I came to ask you about sourcing goods and thought I'd mention it while I'm here.
I'll think about it, but you know, Zhou, the situation is dire right now. I want to sell the factory before we start losing money. Anyway, I'll give it serious thought.
As for my warehouse in the city center,
I'll put it on hold for now. Alright, I'll grant you this favor. Wang Defu said. Think it over carefully.
Zhou Mi shook hands with Wang Defu once more.
Shen Yan also stood up.
Since the discussion was nearly concluded, it was time to depart.
Thank you, Mr. Shen. I'll have my good-for-nothing son add you on WeChat later. He can run errands for you, Wang Defu said.
Wang Hao rushed in.
I'm here. Aren't you staying a bit longer? We've got things to attend to.
Shen Yan replied with a smile.
Add him on WeChat. Add him on WeChat. Wang Defu urged from the side. Let me scan yours, Wang Hao said, picking up his phone. Seeing the two exchange contact details, Zhou Mi smiled and said, well, we'll be heading out then. I'll have someone deliver the small items you requested right away. Wang Defu said. Thanks for your trouble, Zhou Mi replied. Shen Yan got into the car. Zhou Mi handed Shen Yan a sample.
It was a small celadon frog. The little frog looked adorable.
It felt smooth to the touch. This is just one of the samples.
We also have small animal figurines like rabbits and cats,
Zhou Mi explained.
Shen Yan gazed at the inkwash patterns spreading across the frog,
finding it hard to put down.
This would make a very popular pendant.
Worth promoting. I nibbled on some bread on the way back, Zhou Mi said. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Shen Yan replied. Actually, I haven't. I'll grab something to eat in a bit. Still, try to eat on time.
Work will never be finished, Zhou Mi advised.
A few minutes later,
they arrived at the Huaguang Road Subdistrict office. Zhou Mi hurried toward the subdistrict office.
Shen Yan, meanwhile, found a slightly quieter spot to eat. After finishing his meal, he headed to the publicity office.
He needed to request some official documents related to Yincheng Ceramics. The online resources were incomplete. The staff in the publicity section were somewhat curious when Shen Yan requested ceramic-related materials.
You're not planning to promote ceramics, are you? Or did someone assign you a task? Shen Yan replied. Both, I suppose. Ceramics aren't easy to promote.
Our city's ceramic technology ranks among the best in the country, but the economy has been struggling lately,
and things have been slowly declining.
A few years ago, annual output value reached nearly 100 billion yuan.
Now it's only around 20 to 30 billion. Still, they kept searching as they talked. Shen Yan asked, you know it so well? Why don't you tell me about it?
Then I won't have to bother looking at the materials. The staff member shook his head.
I only saw the relevant data while compiling news reports. For the details, you'll still need to review the materials. Alright, I'll bring the materials back tomorrow, Shen Yan said. Just don't lose it. These are all official records. But you're looking in the wrong place for this. You should go to the Archives Bureau. They have a more complete collection there.
I'm not just after data, I need the stories,
Shen Yan replied. Data is dead text. News is text with stories. And a big part of marketing is telling stories.
Foreign wines command such high prices
because they carry certain narrative elements. Take a sip of red wine. Take a deep breath. The majestic St. Peter's Cathedral. The earthy fragrance. If the texture feels hard, it's like Michelangelo's sculptures. To promote blue and white porcelain, he needed material to package it. If none existed, he'd have to fabricate them based on the materials. Otherwise, a single song alone, couldn't shoulder such a heavy burden. Of course, Shen Yan hadn't set any goals for himself, just do his best in everything. Carrying 2 file folders, Shen Yan left the publicity department. Back home, he diligently combed through the relevant materials. From start to finish, he read through every single news article related to ceramics. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the story he was looking for. Not only was there no love story like the one he envisioned, but there wasn't even anything about brotherly bonds. He'd have to make it up. Just like diamonds. Make it up. Just make it up. Shen Yan set down the materials and closed his eyes, recalling the love stories he'd seen before. Soon, Shen Yan finalized the story setting. He picked up his notebook and began typing furiously. Late Qing Dynasty. There was a pair of childhood sweethearts. Both families were pottery merchants. The boy and girl were very close. Since childhood, they often studied pottery together. The boy was an heir to the art of earthenware blue-on-white porcelain. However, due to imperfect techniques, this earthenware blue-on-white porcelain was far from ideal. He vowed that when he married her, he would present her with the most beautiful blue-and-white porcelain in the world. Later, the boy's family fell on hard times. They were forced to relocate to Silver City. Before parting, the girl asked when he would finish the blue-and-white porcelain. He promised to bring it to her the moment it was finished. 10 years passed. The girl had grown into a woman. The boy had grown into a man. He had successfully developed the blue-and-white porcelain. He traveled 1,000 miles to personally escort it to Jiangnan. The streets near her home were adorned with festive decorations. Her family's residence was bustling with activity. His carriage arrived at her doorstep. He heard she was to marry the son of the city's wealthiest merchant. He hesitated at the door for a moment, but did not ring the doorbell. Meanwhile, the woman's personal maid had learned of his arrival. Her family pressured her into marriage, and she had already fled several times. This time, she was stopped behind the door. A gasp escaped her, and the man halted his steps. The door opened. A pair of scissors was thrust into the woman's chest. In the end, the two were separated by life and death. The blue-on-white porcelain never reached the one who waited for it. The story was finished. Shen Yan read it through. Apart from being a bit cliched, there weren't any major issues, but love is just that cliché. Of course, this story alone would definitely get a 3.0 rating on Douban. A standalone story would get a solid 3, but paired with blue and white porcelain, it becomes a triple threat. At least it's a bomb. He sent the story to Zhou, instructing him to have someone work overtime to turn it into cards, then stuff these cards into gift bags. After that, they were placed on train and bus seats. Anyone who finds one will definitely go viral. Then they'd buy Douyin Plus right away. Zhou, who had just received the document, was a bit baffled. After reading the contents, he replied, "Where did you find such a terrible story? Is this even viable?" Shen Yan replied, "I don't know if it'll work, but let's give it a shot." Fine. Though skeptical, Zhou still assigned someone to handle it. Chapter 110, Silver City's Recovery. The little lucky bag was bulging. Pulling it out revealed a few small snacks and several souvenirs. The most eye-catching items were the porcelain animal figurines. Each lucky bag contained a different animal pendant. There was a cheerful little frog, a cute little rabbit. There was a charming panda, gentle kitties. The next day, scattered tourists visiting Silver City curiously unwrapped their own lucky bags. Click. As the contents of the lucky bags were all turned out, the cards inside the lucky bags appeared before everyone's eyes. Late Qing Dynasty. A boy and girl. Childhood sweethearts. When the boy promised to marry her, he gave her the blue-on-white porcelain she loved. The boy arrived at the girl's doorstep bearing the blue-and-white porcelain, only to find she was about to be married. When they met, they were separated by life and death. A melancholy piano melody drifted through the empty train seats. The atmosphere slowly grew bleak. No, why is this happening? Why couldn't we just rush in and run away together? You're dreaming. That was the feudal era. Where could you possibly run to? This story is so moving. Many passengers on the train opened Douyin simultaneously. But then, on the train, blue and white porcelain began to play. A simple, elegant, and refreshingly smooth Guqin melody filled the air, accompanied by flute, zither, and other instruments. An exquisitely beautiful melody filled the entire carriage. The melody seemed like mountain springs and streams quietly flowing over stones in the breeze, crystal clear, winding, and endlessly captivating. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Just how powerful could this song be? Even the prelude alone conjured a misty, rain-drenched inkwash landscape painting of southern China before their eyes. Amidst the stirring clouds and water, the faint outline of a maiden in white robes, her sleeves and skirt fluttering, could be discerned. An eastern charm, stripped of all artificiality, washed clean, swept over us. The blue-on-white porcelain, outlined in pale blue. The peonies painted on the vase resemble your first makeup.
The rising sandalwood incense through the window reveals my thoughts. The brush pauses mid-stroke upon the Xian paper. The singer begins to sing. It carries that same hushed, murmured quality as when performing in the name of the Father. Yet in a song like this, one senses the subtle beauty of the East. Beautiful. Amidst the audience's gasps, the voice poured forth like a lament. The glaze-like hues of the court lady's portrait. Its charm kept hidden away. Your radiant smile blooms like a bud about to open. Your beauty drifts away like a wisp of smoke, to places I can never reach. How heartbreakingly beautiful. Everyone had just finished reading the story of the blue and white porcelain in the lucky bag. The sorrow already stirred within us grows heavier still. Among the 80,000 words in this world, only the word love kills the most. The ancient zither played softly, the song's emotions building, the atmosphere growing ever more sorrowful, mirroring their deepening sadness. The sky's azure waits for the rain, while I wait for you. As cooking smoke curls upward, across 1,000 miles of river, at the bottom of the bottle, I carve clerical script, imitating the grace of past dynasties. Consider it a prelude to our meeting. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. Moonlight is scooped from the water, blurring the ending, like a treasured blue and white porcelain, beautiful in its own right. Your eyes held a smile. Holy. Everyone listening intently felt their scalps tingle, utterly stunned. Can a song in the Dragon Kingdom style be written like this? Could it be sung like this? Only halfway through. Yet it perfectly captures the essence of ancient charm, and the lyrics fit the story so perfectly. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. This is so heartbreaking. Everyone's emotions were completely stirred. When that beautiful melody and Shen Yan's captivating voice filled their ears once more, tears fell silently from their eyes. Some emotional girls were already weeping openly. As they listened to the song, they touched the ceramic gifts in their hands. A new plan forming in their hearts, to explore Incheng's ceramic market, to see the blue and white porcelain. That was amazing. We demand an encore. Ah, stewardess, can you put it on repeat? Ha ha, I have headphones. I can loop it. Wah! It's all Shen Yan's fault for not promoting it sooner. How was I supposed to know we'd get new songs on the high-speed train? With all these gifts, the staff at Incheng must be exhausted. No way. I'm going to praise them. Me too. Wow. Tons of people are already posting videos on Douyin. So excited. So many people are praising blue and white porcelain. My hands are shaking. Can you believe how excited I am? Incheng did such an amazing job. My mom loves buying porcelain. I used to think she was so old-fashioned, but now I'm begging her to hit the Incheon porcelain market after we eat barbecue. Exit of Incheng high-speed rail station. Elegant melodies drifted through the air via loudspeakers. The sky blue porcelain waits for the rain, and I wait for you. As cooking smoke curls upward, across 1,000 rivers, on the bottle's base, I carve clerical script, mimicking the grace of ancient dynasties. Let it be the prelude to our meeting. The sky waits for the rain, and I wait for you. Moonlight is scooped up, blurring the ending, like a treasured blue and white porcelain, beautiful in its own right. Your eyes hold a smile. Staff and volunteers preparing to welcome visitors listened with eyes reddened. Everyone had crammed through lesson prep that morning, memorizing Shen Yan's discovered love story about blue and white porcelain. They all thought it was rather conventional, but when the song began, it struck them like lightning. This song was absolutely brilliant. It instantly and perfectly tied blue and white porcelain to a tragic love story. It made them all want to head to the pottery market to take another look at those jars and pots they usually dismissed. Just then, 2 semi-trucks pulled up slowly and parked by the roadside not far from them. One was loaded with bottled water and snacks. These were meant for distribution to tourists. Soon, the volunteers would be handling this task. The trucks are here. Everyone get to work. Some staff members shouted. The crowd immediately dispersed. Getting down to business was the priority. Another semi-trailer belonged to Huayun Ceramics Factory. It carried 2 enormous blue and white porcelain vases. Staff and volunteers alike gazed at them with admiration. Wow! These vases are so beautiful. Blue and white porcelain. Why didn't I ever notice how beautiful it was before? I just didn't know how to appreciate beauty back then. Who knew our Silver City had such incredible craftsmanship? Everyone, stop staring and hurry up with the moving. The supervisor urged. If we don't finish this soon, we're in big trouble. The sky blue waits for the rain, and I wait for you. No wonder my brother Yan is so awesome. This song is just too good. Wang Hao hummed along while listening to the chatter, carefully pulling the parking brake. In the passenger seat wasn't the usual beauty. It was his father, Wang Defu. So no cool poses, just steady and composed. Pay attention. The first wave of tourists is almost here. If you break my porcelain vase, I'll make sure you'll never be able to show off again. Wang Hao snorted. Humph. Wang Defu pulled out his phone and waved it. You know how many calls I got in just the last hour? Hundreds. My phone's practically on fire. Most of them were placing orders.
some even came from the city government. These porcelain pieces are our lifeline now. I know, Dad. Do you think I don't understand the stakes? Wang Hao replied. You guys, be careful unloading. After getting out of the car, Wang Difu began directing the workers to steady the porcelain vases. At that moment, a small crane slowly rolled into view. The porcelain vase to be displayed today stood 7 or 8 meters tall. They were the pride of their factory. Then the city called earlier, asking for a large blue and white porcelain vase. Many factories had none in stock. Wang Difu immediately snapped to attention, pledging to complete the task. Then he loaded the blue on white porcelain vase displayed at the entrance onto his truck. Forget 2 vases. Even if they asked for 2 cars, he wouldn't hesitate to give them up. The bustling barbecue stalls from the other day had made old Wang drool with envy. The workers tied the ropes securely around the vases, taking great care. With layoffs sweeping the factory lately, they never expected a sudden flood of orders today. Their jobs were saved, and they might even get bonuses. What could be happier than earning more money? Careful, careful, everyone steady now. Slowly, slowly. Perfect. Safe landing. After half an hour of maneuvering, the 2 bottles were placed on either side of the exit, adding a touch of ancient charm to the otherwise open space. Several town officials stood nearby setting up caution tape and supports. Wang Difu clapped his hands. Nice. The Wang family's craftsmanship is top-notch. Yen, you're the man. Give me a shout sometime, I'll buy you dinner. Wang Hao grabbed his phone and sent a voice message. Enough chit-chat. Hurry up and snap a good photo to send me. I'll forward it to the city leaders. Wang Difu said. Wang Hao replied. I was just talking to Brother Yen. Then you talk to him first. Wang Difu said, quickly stepping aside. Message sent. Let me take the photo. Wang Hao began adjusting the angle. Chapter 111, the phone's technology arrives. Meanwhile, across the nation, women of all ages were also blowing with excitement. They all wanted to visit Inchang for a look around, especially those over 40. As is widely known, the Dragon Nation's people possess hidden genetic traits. Upon reaching certain ages, certain traits automatically unlock. If 50 is the age for unlocking drama, then 40 is precisely the age for gold, porcelain, and such treasures. Listening to blue and white porcelain, gazing at those exquisite ceramics, how could they possibly sit still? And when they decided to head to Silver City, the popularity of blue and white porcelain surged once more, because blue and white porcelain bowls, blue and white porcelain bowls sold by the pound, soup bowls at 1, 2 yuan each. This new topic shot up the trending charts at rocket speed. Under the topic, over 80,000 people were passionately discussing it. Be honest, everyone, did your mom drag you here to see this? Not me, my grandma dragged me here. Whoever started this trending topic is a jerk. Now my mom keeps saying she wants to buy a trunk full of bowls from Incheng. A soup bowl for 1, 2 yuan? Is it really that cheap? Seriously, that vase as tall as my arm only cost over 10 bucks. Didn't Shen Yan say tourists should just go clear the dungeon themselves? Holy crap, my mom just told me to leave right now. It's cheap. Blue on white porcelain. Check my feed, just bought it for 3 bucks. Stop posting. My mom's been standing right next to me watching for ages. Why not sell it online? I'm dying to have one, it's ridiculously cheap. Shen Yan's blue and white porcelain is dangerous. 1,000 kilometers? I'd drive 1,000 kilometers to buy a bowl. Everyone was engrossed in the chat, and the popularity of blue and white porcelain kept soaring. Meanwhile, Shen Yan, the subject of everyone's jokes, sat with a solemn expression. Silent. He was already preparing to make phones. Technically, he wasn't worried, the system had given him a tech package. When the system first arrived, he hadn't had time to look at it. After finally checking it out just now, he was completely stunned. The new 9 vessels had granted him hair loss prevention and regrowth technology. The phone, surprisingly, didn't grant him cutting-edge tech like chips, but rather signal transmission technology. This technology was described as incredibly advanced. It was said that even common jammers on the market couldn't completely block it. This was good news for the rural market, but for the entire tech ecosystem, it doesn't seem to offer much advancement. It lacks the dominant presence that new 9 Zune holds in the haircare sector. Beyond rural areas, it might struggle to gain traction, limiting overall sales volume. Take feature phone users, for instance, they couldn't care less about signal quality. All they care about is that logo. Without groundbreaking, cutting-edge technology, it simply lacks the capability to dominate this sector. This time, it fell short. Foreign phone brands are still thriving. Shen Yan wasn't thrilled. His mood took a nosedive. Shen Yan suddenly didn't feel like doing anything. He opened his phone and started searching online for news related to poor signal reception. See if there was any way to break the deadlock. Since there was no cutting-edge tech available, he'd just have to try again next time. He'd just earn more money this time. His system also had an asset exchange point feature.
Once the exchange points reached 100,000,
new features could be unlocked. Just as he pondered this, a post caught his attention.
The protagonist was a boy from the Silver City Mountains. He held a bouquet of purple lilacs from the Silver City Mountains, having traveled for hours by bus to reach the city center.
He said that every autumn, when the blue lilacs bloomed, he would think of someone.
He would visit that person's hometown.
But this spring,
the sunshine was unusually warm, and the flowers bloomed early.
This story traces back.
It had to be traced back 18 years. The boy was 11 years old.
The mountainous region was exceptionally poor. Life was exceptionally hard.
Several more teachers had left the town.
That year,
he was told he would attend classes with the first graders. He was originally in 5th grade, but there were no teachers,
and there weren't many students either. The entire class barely numbered 7 students. After teaching for half a month, that teacher left too.
He lost even the chance to attend classes with the first graders.
His family said, "Why not quit school and go to Guangdong?"
In Incheng's mountain villages, heading to eastern Guangdong for manual labor was called killing Guang.
Marching toward Guangdong, the teasing tone masked the underlying sadness and fear. Amidst his hesitation, she arrived. She brought a packet of lilac seeds and a cartload of old books.
She said she came from the city. That place had many factories,
and the sky there was black. She said, "Study hard. The more books you read, the less you'll have to look at dark skies or do backbreaking labor. If you read many, many books, you could help many places avoid dark skies and free many people from backbreaking labor." But he wasn't that obedient. None of them were that obedient.
And they were also quite slow-witted. Their foundations were weak. She found teaching them difficult.
She often cried. She gets angry too. But she never left. She never once said she would leave. A month, a semester, a year passed. She arrived with skin as white as snow. Gradually, she darkened.
When she first arrived, her skin was dewy and fresh.
It gradually grew rough. What left the deepest impression on him
were the cracks on her hands,
like mountain trails. So ugly.
Whenever a group of children gathered around her, staring at her hands, she would blush with shame and hide them.
Later, they bought her shell oil.
The old man at the market said it would heal her hands.
And it did.
Her hands gradually healed.
But the following winter, they cracked open again.
He went to junior high in the county seat and bought her shell oil from the county market.
On weekends, she would always tutor him.
He remained mischievous, but his grades improved tremendously.
Spring came and summer passed. Before they knew it,
5 years had passed since she came to the village from Incheng.
He was finally taking the high school entrance exam.
She mentioned someone had donated many books and came by to cheer him on.
Get out of these mountains. Become someone useful in the future. In the end, he passed. But she, worn down by overwork, remained forever in the mountains. Back then, no one could afford phones.
She never got to see her parents one last time or say her final words.
Instead, on her deathbed, she told him, "When you have the means, bring internet and phones to the village children. With internet access,
the children wouldn't fall too far behind."
This became a deep ache in his heart. Now that he could afford it,
his visit to Incheng had another purpose, to buy some inexpensive phones to give to the children. He wanted them to know that her efforts had played a significant role in ensuring they could receive an education. His purpose in posting was to ask if any kind-hearted people had unwanted second-hand phones he could buy, as long as they were relatively cheap.
Shen Yan stroked his chin.
He never imagined that while idly searching for Incheng Mountain Village, he'd stumble upon such a story. This was quite a smoke-consuming tale.
In an instant,
the gloom cast by the system vanished.
He had found a new direction. He'd go the rural route.
And as for this signal reception technology, he'd explore whether it could be applied elsewhere.
Like fiber optics. For instance, while brainstorming, he scanned the comments below the story. Thousands of replies poured in. Many from people across the country.
Many also paid tribute to the selfless volunteer teachers.
Shen Yan's eyes stung with tears. No wonder this guy, a grown man, chose purple lilac as his profile picture.
The world may be broken and tattered, but there are always those who step forward to mend and repair it. Throughout the 5,000 years of Dragon Nation, such admirable and endearing souls have never been in short supply.
Fu Shi, who observed the stars to guide agriculture. Yu the Great, who tamed the floods. Qin Shi Huang,
who unified writing and standardized chariot tracks.
Immortal heroes.
And even this teacher who went to teach in the remote village of Incheng without regard for his own future.
A torrent of emotion surged forth. Shen Yan paused, then reached out to Lu Xin.
Lu Xin was the blogger whose profile picture featured a string of lilac blossoms. He was the one who posted the teacher's story. He was now a grassroots civil servant, contributing to Incheng's development.
Shen Yan looked into it.
The area where he worked had a scenic spot called Bailey Azalea.
It was a 5A rated scenic area. Yet visitor numbers remained consistently low each year. Most visitors were locals, with relatively few tourists from other regions. So even though it wasn't the blooming season for the 100-mile rhododendron, he could take time off to visit. Of course, there was another reason as well. Chapter 112, Mobile Phone Ringtones and Charity Songs. People in mountainous areas know how to be grateful. Residents in areas that assist mountain communities often enjoy half-price or even free services tailored for them. Teacher Jo Chin, who volunteered to teach there, was naturally remembered by the locals. The village built a memorial hall for her, dilapidated, yet eternally enduring. Given that teacher Jo Chin once volunteered in a mountain village near Bailey Azalea, every Qingming festival, Lu Xun makes a trip to Yincheng. His superiors specially approved his leave for this purpose. The 100-mile rhododendron. Is your teacher's memorial hall near that scenic area? Lu Xun replied. Yes, the village is a bit distant from the scenic area, but since we knew she loved flowers, so we built her memorial hall on a nearby mountain. I recall Lady Shishan was also from your region. Shen Yan remarked. Mr. Shen even knows about Lady Shishan? The scenic area isn't very famous. Lu Xun replied with some excitement, even mistyping a few words. It's only right to know about our nation's magnificent landscapes and heroic martyrs. Shen Yan remarked. Lady Shishan was originally from Sichuan before marrying into Yinchang. During the Ming dynasty, the imperial court had conquered most of the Dragon Kingdom, but the southwest region remained a stubborn holdout. Lady Shishan built bridges and roads, persuaded the local warlords to submit to Ming rule, and facilitated the nation's unification. Her contributions were truly immeasurable. Shen Yan wrote Lady Shishan on a piece of paper. This could be used as a phone ringtone. After a moment's thought, he sought out Li Qian and asked her to find a specific person's number. Li Qian froze upon hearing Shen Yan wanted to contact the grassland legend. When she heard Shen Yan wanted them to sing, she immediately thought of tourism promotion. Did the cultural tourism folks approach you too? Shen Yan waved his hand. Not exactly. I just want to get a song. Li Qian was quite capable. Celebrities need approvals from local cultural tourism bureaus to hold concerts, so getting hold of a star's contact info wasn't too difficult. As for Grassland Legend, they were busy with an outdoor barbecue at the moment. They never imagined Shen Yan would seek them out. Shen Yan's online presence had been massive lately, but they never imagined their paths would cross. What? Zhang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Shen Yan wanted them to sing with him. Tears streamed down Zhang Yi's face. Mr. Shen, I don't know what to say. Keep it confidential. Cooperate with me when the time comes to release the news. Shen Yan instructed. No problem. No problem. By the way, should we tell Ling Hua? Zhang Yi lowered his voice. Of course we have to tell her. Or are you planning to sing alone? I'll send you the song shortly. You guys practice first. As for the contract, just send it to me tomorrow once you've finalized it. Shen Yan said. No problem. No problem. Zhang Yi chuckled. After hanging up, Zhang Yi received the sheet music and lyrics Shen Yan had sent. Mr. Zhang, what was Shen Yan calling about? A group of friends gathered around. Could it be an invitation for you and Ling Hua to sing a new song? They were all part of the music scene. They knew exactly what Shen Yan's invitation meant. The buzz was off the charts. Yep, he even sent the new song already, Zhang Yi said with a smile. So jealous. If only we could connect with Mr. Shen too. Yeah, why don't you ask for us? We're not bad either. Teacher Zhang, please help us out. The group bowed their hands in unison. I'll pass it along when I see him, Zhang Yi said with a smile, glancing at Ling Hua. The two shared an unspoken understanding. Ling Hua set down her sunflower seeds and chuckled. Oh dear, I suddenly remembered I need to go hang up the laundry. Oh dear, my mind. I'll walk you back, Zhang Yi offered. Hey, that's not cool. You two just leaving like that? The others grumbled. They drove to a secluded spot. Ling Hua voiced her lingering question. Zhang Yi handed over his phone. A new song? Ling Hua's eyes widened like copper bells. Zhang Yi glanced at it and said, but it feels kinda weird. Lady Shexiang? Isn't that a legendary heroine from Yincheng? And the 100-mile rhododendron? Is this a song promoting Yincheng's scenic area? Only Shen Yan would dare sing this kind of song to me. I'd hang up immediately. Songs like this are way too corny. Why not give it a try first? Ling Hua suggested with a smile. Fine. Zhang Yi raised his eyebrows. Shen Yan's got clout. I'll sing. Cliffs face each other above Luojiao River. Buckwheat flowers bloom in waning grass sea. A spark of delight flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. This song's actually pretty good. After Zhang Yi finished the first verse, Ling Hua picked up. Over endless mountains, across boundless seas. Awesome. Zhang Yi and Ling Hua exchanged glances, then declared in unison. We're setting off tomorrow. It's late. Let's head back to rest and make up for the barbecue tomorrow, Zhang Yi said cheerfully. Shen Yan glanced at the time. He'd been busy for ages. It was time for a break. Unexpectedly, his phone buzzed. He pulled it out. It was actually a message from Lucen. Lucen asked if he had time. Shen Yan replied, "You tell me." A chain hotel. Inside a standard room. Lucen stared at the exploding Weibo feed and let out a long sigh. He closed the private message window, shaking his head with a wry smile. Netizens were too easily swayed. They'd pooled money for his travel expenses before, bought flowers for his teacher. Now that Shen Yan had appeared, they were actually planning to crowdfund for him to write a song. He thought about it. This could work. Mr. Shen was sentimental. Given his teacher's charisma, Mr. Shen might charge less. Shen Yan received the message and suddenly understood. So that's what this was about. The song was too simple. It came effortlessly. Lilac blossoms seemed tailor-made for Teacher Zhou. Madame de la Chapelle was to help Teacher Zhou fulfill his dream and help that place thrive, while Lilac Blossoms was for remembrance. No problem. I'll write you a song to give to your teacher, free of charge. Return the money raised through crowdfunding. If they don't want it, donate it to the school. You'll sing the song, you have the emotion for it. I'll handle the upload. We'll designate this song as a charity track. Donate it in your teacher's name to the local school. You'll oversee the funds. Shen Yan edited the message and sent it off. Lucen glanced at the message. A buzzing sensation shot through his entire body, like an electric shock. Thank you, Mr. Shen, Lucen said, tears streaming down his face. As her maternal family member, it's only right, Shen Yan replied. Then I'll record it and send it to you. You can upload it, Lucen said. Shen Yan agreed. A couple of hours later, netizens noticed Lucen had updated his Weibo. The post mentioned the song. He also urged everyone to stop raising money, as Shen Yan had gifted him a song. He hadn't asked for money, saying it was simply what family should do. Furthermore, all proceeds from the song would be donated to the place where Teacher Zhou had dedicated his efforts. He would return all donations received. For those who refused refunds, he would donate their contributions to the school as well. Everyone was stunned. Their nostrils tingled, and warmth welled up in their eyes. After a long pause, they finally opened the music player. Sure enough, a new song appeared under Shen Yan's name. Lilac. Lyrics, Shen Yan. Music by Shen Yan. Arranged by Shen Yan. Performed by Lucen. Genre, charity. Everyone took a deep breath to steady their emotions. They clicked buy directly. After purchasing the song, everyone pressed play. A well-crafted song can breathe life into a story. Teacher Zhou should not be forgotten. If the song is good, she will live on forever through the music. The song began, and a melancholy yet beautiful guitar melody filled the air. Following closely, a voice, not particularly professional, yet profoundly sincere, sang with heartrending emotion. You said lilacs were your favorite flowers, because your name is hers. What a melancholy flower. What a sentimental soul you are. Almost everyone listening felt as though a heavy hammer had struck their heart. Their breath grows heavy. This song is just too damn heartfelt, and it's damn good too. But listening to this song makes you want to smoke and drink. Yet, stepping out onto the street, even the corner liquor stores are playing the new song. Flowers bloom before that grave. Is the beauty you so desperately crave? Look, across the mountains and fields. Do you still feel lonely? Listen, someone is singing that song you loved so dearly. How much worldly clutter. From now on, you needn't worry. Lucen's voice held no technical skill, only raw emotion, raw and aching. As the chorus ended, the sorrowful violin made even breathing feel painful. Grassland Legend had just finished recording the song. They were rehearsing the song. Linghua, focus. Don't play with your phone while singing. Give me a break. You only have a few lines. But I have so many. Linghua retorted. Stop slacking off and practice. Zhang Yi gave a nervous chuckle and continued. Ha, Fatso says Shen Yan released a new song. Linghua received a message. Zhang Yi immediately stopped and pulled out his phone. He just released Blue and White Porcelain. How can he have another song out already? Isn't he the shampoo guy? Zhang Yi asked. Linghua shook her head. Let me see. The two began listening to the song, Lilac Blossoms. It was beautifully written, but this song was too sorrowful. It seemed it was sung for a departed loved one. Why did he suddenly post this song? Linghua asked curiously. No idea. His Weibo was quiet. Then suddenly this song appeared. Zhang Yi replied. Linghua asked the chubby guy who told her the news. The chubby guy explained the whole story via voice message. Yinchang to Yinchang, the deceased volunteer teacher. A song written by his family? Linghua murmured, then fell silent. Shen Yan was truly kind and warm to the extreme. Not only did he help write the song, but he also refrained from posting it on Weibo to grab attention. He deliberately gave space to teacher Zhou Qin, allowing her to quietly receive everyone's respect. Zhang Yi's expression turned solemn.
Linghua remained silent for a long while before sighing.
Something's wrong, Zhang Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening. Something's definitely wrong. What's wrong?
Linghua asked in confusion. The place where the teacher volunteered was Yin Chang.
Her student, Lu Sen, now works at Bailey Azalea.
Her memorial hall was built on a mountaintop near Bailey Azalea.
Then our song. Was it written for Teacher Zhou and Lu Sen too?
Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine.
Linghua opened her mouth, then spoke after a long pause. So that's how it was. Zhang Yi gave an awkward chuckle.
I was thinking earlier that if it wasn't for Shen Yan,
I wouldn't have sung it. That shows how lacking my awareness was. Well then, Mr. Zhang, give it your all, Linghua urged. Why stop and slack off? I'll keep going. I'll keep going. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, cleared his throat,
and threw himself into it with 200% effort.
On Weibo, the official Weibo account of Weiliang Now Autonomous County posted an update. At Yincheng, at Fenghua Shen Yan,
Teacher Zhou Qin from Yincheng has shown boundless love by dedicating herself to our county's education.
When she arrived, she brought a jar of lilac seeds. Now, lilacs bloom across the mountains and valleys.
She will forever remain in the hearts of the people of Weiliang. We extend our deepest gratitude to Yincheng,
Fenghua Shen Yan, and all concerned citizens for their support.
We will carry on Teacher Zhou's unfinished work.
In that moment, tens of thousands were moved to tears. Yincheng's stature grew even more towering. Yincheng and Shen Yan trending online, aren't they far more admirable than those celebrities?
The mountain village was impoverished,
education lagging behind.
Yincheng sent aid across thousands of miles.
Traditional culture was in decline, and opera was fading away.
Shen Yan charged a mere 1 yuan in royalties to compose a new song for promotion.
When ceramics faced bankruptcy, Shen Yan's song Blue and White Porcelain helped revive the industry. When a volunteer teacher tragically passed away, Shen Yan stepped up once more. Fenghua Xinjiuzhen, forever the legend. Many quietly clicked to purchase, while others planned to visit Yincheng, the city that gave birth to Shen Yan. Chapter 113, the 79 yuan domestic goods bundle. Yincheng gained popularity as well. The city's officials immediately activated contingency plans, launching a comprehensive promotional campaign highlighting every facet of Yincheng. Shen Yan's phone was practically blowing up. Every organization wanted him to lend his endorsement. Too lazy to deal with it, he simply forwarded his missed calls list and screenshots of some texts to Zhoumi. Zhoumi's temper flared instantly. He cursed the lot of them, wondering what they did all day. Whenever something came up, they expected others to handle it while they reaped the rewards. Shen Yan didn't comment much. He trusted Zhoumi to handle it. It wasn't that he refused to help, but he had plenty of his own matters to attend to. He had previously launched a 79 yuan gift package promotion. Any domestic brand could sign up. The basic rules were that Fenghua products would account for about 20 yuan, with the remaining 50 yuan or so distributed among other lower-priced items. The gift packs would be displayed on Chen Jialan's store shelves. No formal invitations were sent out, only scattered information was shared. It had been nearly 4 or 5 days since the announcement, and so far, Chen Jialan had only received cooperation proposals from 3 companies. One is Jiaduan, a long-established biscuit brand from eastern Guangdong, another is White Elephant, and the third is Huiyuan Juice. All 3 companies produce excellent products. Shen Yan knew their backgrounds, and Chen Jialan had conducted business investigations, so they were provisionally selected. However, everyone's products were priced quite low, so the total hadn't reached 79 yuan yet, it was still about 20 yuan short. Shen Yan planned to reach out to companies like Lotus MSG and Vivi Soy Milk. Unexpectedly, both seemed hesitant. Weiwei Soy Milk feared its brand might not be strong enough to support Shen Yan's initial launch. They scheduled their partnership for Shen Yan's second promotional wave. Lotus MSG, on the other hand, was too controversial. They worried they might end up hurting Shen Yan. Shen Yan insisted it didn't matter much, but Lotus MSG ultimately echoed Vivi Soy Milk's concerns. If a second promotional wave materialized, they would join then. In the end, Shen Yan didn't approach any other companies. The International Expo was nearing its end, and time was running out. Tonight, he planned to push the 79 yuan meal deal and casually mention his smartphone venture. As for the remaining 20-odd yuan quota, Fenghua had other products, or it could be distributed among the other 3 companies. 6 p.m. Shen Yan finished dinner early and headed straight to the International Expo to go live. After several days of preparation, Shen Yan's current traffic could no longer be described as merely top tier. He was truly the top of the top. The moment he went live, over 40,000 viewers flooded into the stream. The numbers kept climbing at a rate of hundreds or even thousands per second. Mr. Shen, who are you taking on today? Mr. Shen, any new songs today? The old ones are so outdated, hurry up and release something fresh. That's ridiculous. He just released a song last night, how is that an old song? And Mr. Shen isn't even a singer. Unbelievable. An amateur releasing songs casually could outshine the entire Chinese music scene. The industry is truly finished. Amidst the chatter, the live stream surpassed 200,000 viewers within 20 minutes. Bullet comments rained down like a storm. Shen Yan felt a headache coming on from all these comments. Releasing songs? Songs are just a means to boost traffic. There was no way he'd actually dive into the entertainment industry. No songs for now. Not here to argue today either. Today I'm here to sell stuff.
Shen Yan stated his purpose directly.
If you don't like it, feel free to leave. No need to waste your time. Sure enough,
as soon as Shen Yan finished speaking,
discontent erupted in the livestream chat. Shen Yan offered no explanation.
Continuing, today we're launching the much anticipated 79 yuan package.
But for manhwa, reaching that 79 yuan threshold is a bit tricky.
So we've teamed up with several other domestic brands to launch this promotion.
We have Jiaduan,
the century-old biscuit brand from eastern Guangdong, Huiyuan Juice, the beloved national brand everyone knows, and Baishang instant noodles. These brands have stood the test of time and our scrutiny, so you can dive in with confidence.
Holy crap! Are domestic brands this cheap? A 79 yuan package actually requires products from 4 different companies to reach the total? I was stunned for a while.
When the new 9 Zune launched earlier, its pricing made me realize I could live quite comfortably on
4,000-5,000 yuan a month.
But now with this 79 yuan package,
I genuinely think I could even save money. Whoa! Jiaduan from eastern Guangdong, my grandma's been eating this since she was a kid. Highly recommend it. Huiyuan Juice, White Elephant,
Jiaduan, these are brands you can trust.
Shen Yan is truly a man of integrity. Go domestic brands.
Watching these live streams these past few days,
I'm more convinced than ever that our homegrown products need to rise up.
Exactly. If we don't support our own products,
who can we rely on when times get tough? This cracks me up. Promoting Jiaduan?
I distinctly remember its founder served time in prison.
Don't just bash people.
Being imprisoned during the War of Resistance isn't exactly something to be ashamed of. It was a chaotic time.
Shen Yan, you're done for. Promoting a brand founded by someone who served time?
Shen Yan caught sight of the related comments.
He couldn't help but laugh out loud. He'd already looked into Jiaduan's background.
The founder had indeed served time, but the reason for his incarceration was trivial.
The average person couldn't bleed as red as the nosebleeds that guy had.
This history was buried deep. However, it wouldn't surface unless someone dug deliberately. But Shen Yan wasn't about to explain all that.
This too is a topic. Having something to talk about is a good thing. Besides, he was guaranteed to win. Let them argue.
Let them scream bloody murder.
He'd clarify later. Shen Yan cleared his throat and said, "Are you guys crazy? Not only did he never go to jail, but even if he had, that's ancient history. He's turned over a new leaf. Why keep harping on it? Seriously, if you're so sure, go investigate. Come back to my livestream and rant once you find proof he was in prison." Alright, everyone, ignore those lunatics. If you need it, head straight to the shopping cart. Sure enough,
his words instantly set the haters ablaze. They hurled insults while scrambling to dig up his past.
Soon, someone dug up relevant materials. Within an hour of the live stream starting, Douyin was flooded with videos of Shen Yan promoting products for labor camp inmates. The comments sections were flooded with abuse. Any attempt to calm the situation was swiftly deleted. Before long, roughly an hour and a half into Shen Yan's livestream, the incident shot to the top of the trending topics.